Chapter 1: Rebirth. Susie Yue was frantically shopping in the supermarket. Just an hour ago, she had been reborn, and it was now the day before that heavy rainstorm. She couldn't afford to think too much. She grabbed her phone and wallet and rushed out of her dormitory. Shirt Songyu asked behind her, "Ziyue, where are you going?" She ignored him. Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu, the two siblings, one was her good friend, and the other was her boyfriend. In the last days, she relied on her space to collect supplies and win people's hearts. But after she was targeted by the leader of an organization, they unhesitatingly drugged her and sent her to him. That leader had a notorious reputation, was fond of beauty, and particularly enjoyed tormenting people. When she woke up, she found herself lying on a strange bed, feeling completely powerless. She overheard the siblings treating her like a commodity, and the bracelet that concealed her space had been taken off and was now worn by Shirt Songyu. Susie Yue could not understand why, after trusting them so much, giving them supplies to use, and keeping the best things for them, they would ultimately send her into the hands of such a demon, leaving her no way out. Perhaps seeing the anger and confusion on Susie Yue's face, Shirt Songyu smugly told her that he and Shirt Songyu were not actually siblings. The two had long confessed their feelings to each other and planned to grow old together. But unexpectedly, Susie Yue had interrupted them. But Susie Yue remembered that she had merely glanced at Shirt Songyu a bit longer, and it was Shirt Songyu who pursued her, and she only agreed because of that. She never expected that in their eyes, she had become the villain who broke them apart. They didn't even think that after she got together with Shirt Songyu, it was them who were eating her food and using her resources who really owed whom. After Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu left, a fat man walked in, and Susie Yue pretended to comply. When he relaxed his guard, she used the last bit of strength she had to pull out a small knife tied to her waist and stabbed it into his chest. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough strength to hit the heart. The man punched her several times, causing her head to throb unbearably. In the last few seconds, she saw the door open before losing consciousness. She would settle this score with them sooner or later, but now, nothing was more important than hoarding supplies. Those two siblings would never guess that her space was not attached to the bracelet, but was bound to her soul. Susie Yue didn't rush to the supermarket to buy supplies immediately. Instead, she first changed into a white t-shirt, black pants, canvas shoes, and a mask, and even bought a pair of plain glasses to wear. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, people's hearts were hard to gauge. If others knew she had hoarded so many supplies, it would bring her a lot of trouble. She didn't want to take any chances. After changing her outfit, Susie Yue kept walking into a nearby supermarket, grabbed a cart, and started loading it with items. Instant noodles, ham sausages, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, and various canned foods were loaded into one cart, while rice, flour, and seasonings filled another. Susie Yue directly took a cart full of sanitary pads, thought for a moment, then took another cart, planning to stock up for more than 2 years. She filled the cart with toilet paper and also grabbed towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities, as well as a few bottles of shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. Fortunately, at this time, most people were napping, and the supermarket was not crowded. Otherwise, with Susie Yue's vigorous shopping, she would definitely attract a lot of attention. She touched the mask on her face and felt a bit more at ease. She cleared out the supermarket's water supply and didn't spare any drinks, stuffing them all into her shopping cart. After buying most of what she needed, Susie Yue paid extra for the supermarket staff to deliver her items to the warehouse she had rented online with an expedited fee. Stepping into a clothing store, she bought a set of inconspicuous clothes to change into before heading to another supermarket to continue her shopping spree. After visiting several supermarkets and convenience stores, she finally stopped. Anyone who asked curiously was brushed off with her excuse of having an event or party, leaving them to fill in the blanks on their own. Everyday medications were also essential. She nearly cleared out half of pharmacy, grabbing various cold medicines, fever reducers, vitamin tablets, skin medications, alcohol, gauze, and iodine. After having the staff help carry the bag to her rented small truck, she waited for them to leave, then checked around to confirm there were no surveillance cameras before putting all the medications into her space. This small truck was something Susie Yue had rented from a car rental shop she passed while on her way to the supermarket. With the internet being so developed now, she was afraid that someone would remember the warehouse's address. Hoarding supplies and medications required caution. Driving the empty truck out, Susie Yue saw a shop selling mobile phones across the street. Thinking about the extremely scarce spiritual world after the apocalypse, she decisively went in and bought all the phones, power banks, and tablets in the store. For future sustainable development, Suzy also ordered 2 solar generators, paying extra for one to be delivered to another warehouse she rented and another to be installed in her apartment. Fortunately, she had bought the top floor for its quietness. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to install them. The first natural disaster in the apocalypse was floods. Following the map, she arrived at a shop selling inflatable boats and other equipment, clearing out all the available inflatable boats, lifeboats, life jackets, and diving gear. She also went to a bookstore and bought several large atlases and some popular science books. Looking at the somewhat chaotic list and the darkening sky above her head, Suzy slowed her pace and went to a milk tea shop to buy a cup of milk tea. Then, using a gathering as an excuse, she generously took over the day's sales of the milk tea shop. After the apocalypse, milk tea became a luxury in the future. She wouldn't be able to buy it even if she wanted to. Believing that buying it was a profit, she didn't spare any toppings and had them package everything they had for her. Suzy felt a bit grateful that her father was wealthy and that she was fortunate to be a rich second generation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to buy so freely. Thinking of her family, Suzy called her father again, confirming that he and her sister had arrived at the high ground villa and purchased enough supplies. Only then did her heart finally settle down that in her previous life, her father had gone missing, and her sister had died of a fever due to lack of fever-reducing medicine. What was even more infuriating was that Shirt Sung-yu clearly had fever reducers in his hands, but was reluctant to give them to her sister. This was something Shirt Sung-yu had told her just before she died. In her previous life, she had truly been blind to treat these 2 siblings as her closest people after her sister died and her father went missing. She had been unable to eat her fill, but still shared her supplies with them. In fact, at that time, she had been somewhat afraid they would abandon her. It wasn't until she met Soo Jin-in, her childhood friend, that she finally felt a true sense of security. Soo Jin-in was 2 years older than Suzy, and his parents had a very close relationship with her family. Whenever one family had something to do and needed to go far away, they would leave their children at the other's home to be looked after, and both families had reserved rooms for each other's children. It wasn't until Soo Jin-in's parents died in a car accident when he was 16 that her father brought him home to take care of him, and Soo Jin-in ended up living with Suzy. So in Suzy's heart, Soo Jin-in was essentially like an older brother to her. After changing into a more mature outfit in the restroom, Suzy put the supplies from the warehouse into her space and began to head to school. Not long after she entered the school, her phone suddenly rang. It was Soo Jin-in. "Xiao, where are you?" As soon as the call connected, Soo Jin-in asked. Suzy sent a message in their family group, telling them to stockpile supplies at the villa and wait for her, as she had important matters to discuss with them. Suzy was a bit surprised, but she didn't think too much about it. She glanced at the time and said to Soo Jin-in over there, "Wait for me a moment." While rushing to the school gate, Suzy sent a breakup message to Shirt Sung-yu. Chapter 2. The apocalypse arrives early. She had been too busy hoarding supplies to pay him any mind, and now the thought of still bearing the title of his girlfriend made her feel disgusted. After handling everything, she arrived at the school gate just in time to see a familiar figure standing by the car, along with a group of female students nearby who were gathered to admire a handsome guy. From across the crowd, Soo Jin-in seemed to sense something, raising his head to see that figure he had been yearning for among the many. In an instant, his eyes turned red, emotions surging within. It had truly been a long time since they last met. "Handsome guy, you're quite popular." Suzy quickly walked up to Soo Jin-in, smiling as she playfully patted his shoulder. "I didn't pay any attention to them. I missed you." Soo Jin-in had already composed himself by the time she approached, with only a hint of red at the corners of his eyes, his stern brows and eyes softening instantly. Suzy thought Soo Jin-in looked a bit pitiful. "Jin-in, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. I miss you too. I miss Dad and my sister. Get in the car." Soo Jin-in opened the passenger door. Just as Suzy was about to sit down, a drop of water suddenly landed on her hand, followed by a torrential downpour. How could this happen? This continuous heavy rain had actually arrived a day earlier than in her previous life. Soo Jin-in quickly pushed the still-dazed Suzy into the passenger seat and hurriedly got in himself. Seeing her lost in thought and not buckled in, he leaned over to help her with the seatbelt. She quickly buckled it herself as if nothing had happened and nudged the still reacting Su Jingyan, signaling him to drive quickly. Su Jingyan's deep gaze lingered on Su Ziyue's slightly flushed cheeks as he straightened up and started the car, a small smile forming at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Su Ziyue's mind was in turmoil. She hadn't expected the heavy rain that would arrive tomorrow afternoon in her previous life to come a day early after her rebirth, which made her feel uneasy. She wasn't sure what other changes would occur with the rain arriving early, and driving in such heavy rain was obviously not a wise choice. It seemed she would have to wait until the rain stopped to head to her dad's place. In her previous life, this heavy rain lasted for 7 days and nights, causing flooding and even triggering a tsunami in coastal areas. Low-lying areas and lower-level buildings were completely submerged, and with water and power outages and communication breakdowns, it was one of the most chaotic and dark days. After the apocalypse, panic was spreading and darkness was growing. Such an environment emboldened those with ill intentions, making them bolder and more frequent in their crimes. Fortunately, the authorities intervened, capturing a few typical cases to set an example and distributing basic supplies, which finally stabilized the order. Her father, Su Qing-song, spoke up anxiously. Su Ziyue quickly explained to Su Qing-song not to worry and reminded them of some precautions before hanging up. Just after putting down her phone, it rang again. "Hello, Dad, is there anything else?" Su Ziyue thought it was her father calling again, but to her surprise, it was her ex-boyfriend Shirt Sonyu. "Ziyue, it's me. Did I do something wrong? Why did you break up with me?" Su Ziyue cursed under her breath for her bad luck. How could she not have seen who was calling? But since he asked, she would clarify things with him. "After being with me, how much money did you and your brother spend on me? Don't you have any idea? I used to think you were pleasant and was willing to spend money for fun, but now I find you unpleasant. Am I supposed to keep being the fool who supports you too? Ziyue, did someone say something to you? I like you. Weren't those gifts you insisted on giving us?" Sure, Sonyo's tone even carried a hint of grievance. Su Ziyue laughed in anger. "How did I not notice how thick-skinned you were before? But I guess it's my fault for being blind. But listen carefully, I have never liked you. You were just a condiment that I added to my boring college life. As for you, stop pretending to like me. It makes me sick to hear it. In short, we are completely done. I don't agree. Ziyue, how can you say break up so easily? Is our relationship that cheap? I don't care what you think. In any case, we have no relationship now. Don't call me again, or else it'll calculate the debts I've incurred from you and your brother." After hanging up the phone, Su Ziyue noticed Su Jingyan was staring at her, and she was startled. It seemed she had accidentally put the call on speaker, which meant he had heard her entire conversation with Shirt Sonyu. "Jingyan, did you hear everything?" Su Ziyue asked tentatively. "Shirt Sonyu is greedy, selfish, and not very bright. If he didn't have money, he wouldn't be with you." Su Jingyan nodded and added, "Why didn't you say anything before?" Su Ziyue didn't expect Su Jingyan to have seen through Shirkanji's true nature and intentions long ago. "You liked him back then, so you wouldn't listen to me." Su Jingyan explained, his tone carrying a rare hint of grievance. "Actually, if I think about it carefully, it wasn't really liking. I just thought he was somewhat pleasant at the time, and if you all had tried to stop me, I might have indeed gone against you." Su Ziyue had always been someone who was stubborn and not very good at listening to advice. "That's not important. I don't think this rain will stop anytime soon. So let's stock up on some food," Su Ziyue suggested. "Okay." Su Jingyan always obliged Su Ziyue's request without question. "Then Jingyan, it's hard work for you to go out. I'll help you prepare the room." Su Jingyan nodded, took the car keys, and left. After Su Jingyan left, Su Ziyue took out the newly bought phone, tablet, and power bank, charging them one by one. Taking advantage of the fact that the water and electricity hadn't been cut off and the signal was normal, she needed to quickly download more dramas, movies, and novels. She also dug out the idle tablet and laptop from the corners, charging and downloading as needed. With her spiritual life secured, her material life couldn't lag behind. Su Ziyue took out the rice cooker and followed the tutorial to put in the appropriate amount of water and rice to start cooking. She pressed the quick cook button, and the rice was ready soon. Su Ziyue scooped a small spoonful in her mouth, and it was cooked. Time and her space was frozen. The steaming hot rice would look the same no matter how long it was left in there. However, after cooking 3 times, Su Ziyue awkwardly realized she had no containers to put the white rice in. Just as she was about to order some bowls and dishes from her phone, a sudden idea struck her. Looking at the white rice in front of her, she concentrated, and the rice disappeared while the bowl remained in place. Looking back at her space, a small clump of white rice lay quietly inside. The plan worked. Continue. Nancy Chow excitedly poured rice and water to continue cooking. Water for daily use also needed to be stored. She took out several large water storage buckets she had just bought from her space and turned on the faucet to start filling them. Looking at the water in the bucket, Nancy Chow suddenly thought, since rice can exist without a container, what about water? With the idea in mind, Su Ziwei turned off the faucet, focusing her mind on the water in front of her. In the next second, the water in the storage bucket disappeared, and a block of water appeared in the space. Wow, nice! Nancy Chow happily turned on the faucet to continue filling the water. Time quickly passed in the busyness, and Su Ziwei's space was filled with a lot of white rice and water for daily use, as well as dozens of fully charged phones and power banks. Su Ziwei left her tablet and 3 phones to continue downloading, putting away all the excess into her space. Chapter 3. Scumbags and Cheap Women. The rice cooker was still working. After tidying up Su Jing'an's room, just a few minutes later, the door opened, and Su Jing'an walked in with several large bags. Su Ziwei saw that there were still some things outside to help carry in. She initially thought there would only be a few bags at most, but she was surprised to see a small mountain of food. Jing'an, why did you buy so much? She thought Su Jing'an would buy enough for 3 or 4 days at most. But this pile of food could last at least half a month. You said this rain might last a long time, right? I bought as much as the car could hold. If we can't finish it, we can give some away, Su Jing'an explained. Su Ziwei loved his considerate approach of not buying too little. She remembered that in her previous life, when they had just experienced a heavy rain, she and Shirt Songyu had complained about the heavy load of food they bought, which led them to go out in the rain to search for food once they ran out. After Su Ziwei and Su Jing'an moved everything inside, they began sorting and categorizing the supplies. They first took out food that was difficult to store and those close to their expiration dates to eat in the next few days. After checking their supplies, she found that they had enough food for the time being, but drinking water, especially for daily use, was still insufficient. Although they had stored several large boxes of water, Su Ziwei calculated that the water she had stored would run out in less than a month if they maintained their daily brushing, washing, and bathing routine. Without water and electricity, the toilet seems unusable too. Should we get some cat litter? Su Ziwei immediately took action. She called Su Jing'an and told him she needed to go out for supplies. Su Ziwei initially thought Su Jing'an would ask her something, but to her surprise, he didn't ask anything. She didn't provide much explanation either. Time was of the essence, and she would reveal everything later after buying what she needed. She planned to buy more bottled water, as much cat litter as possible, and snacks that she hadn't bought yet. However, as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu. Shirt Songyu was delighted to see Su Ziwei when the elevator doors opened. He had been worried about what to do if Su Ziwei didn't open the door after he went up, but now she happened to come out. He stepped closer to reach for her, only to be blocked by Su Jing'an. Who are you? I'm looking for my girlfriend. I advise you not to meddle, Su Jing'an said, seeing Su Jing'an blocking Su Ziwei. Shirt Songyu felt a strong sense of crisis when he looked at Su Jing'an's much more attractive face and immediately stated his identity. What are you two doing here? And let me correct you one last time. We have broken up. If I hear you say you're my boyfriend outside again, you can expect a lawyer's letter. Su Ziwei stepped out from behind Su Jing'an, looking at Shirt Songyu with impatience, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Ziwei, did my brother upset you again? Don't be angry. Just tell me where he went wrong, and I'll make sure to teach him a lesson to make him change his ways, Shirt Songyu said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. She attempted to take Su Ziwei's hand, but Su Ziwei dodged without mercy, causing Shirt Songyu's smile to freeze for a moment. Are you two unable to understand human language? Fine. Since you keep coming here to make trouble and show off your presence, let me ask you, are you and Shirt Songyu biological siblings? Both Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu's expressions froze simultaneously, using the excuse of being siblings to hide the fact that you get along like a romantic couple, right? Do you think I'm just some naive fool, your walking bank? Su Ziwei bluntly exposed their true nature and their hidden intentions. Shirt Songyu's expression of disbelief confirmed that Su Ziwei's words were spot on. Shirt Songyu wanted to explain, but was stopped by Su Ziwei raising her hand. I originally didn't want to waste time on you, but since you insist on coming here to create discomfort and make your presence known, let me settle the score. Especially you, Shirt Songyu. I often find my earrings and necklaces missing from my jewelry box, and it's you who took them, right? Choose between prison or repaying me. If you don't want me to call the police and send you in, get out of my sight right now. Sure, Songyu, and sure, Songyo's faces turned pale. Wanting to explain, but unable to find the words, they could only leave in disgrace. Su Ziyue passed by the security room and had the security guard add Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu to the visitor blacklist. In the car, Su Jing'an looked at Su Ziyue, wanted to say something but hesitating. Jing'an, good, don't worry. I've long stopped liking Shirt Songyu. I'm not sad at all. I'm just angry. I'll handle this matter, and you don't need to interfere. After venting her frustrations at the two, Su Ziyue felt much better thinking about their expressions before leaving. Seeing that Su Ziyue was not affected and was happily humming a song while looking at her shopping list, Su Jing'an said nothing more, just nodded and continued driving. After Su Ziyue finished organizing the list, she posted a thread on the campus forum that she had edited earlier. Supermarket. Su Ziyue looked at the supermarket, which was much busier than usual, mostly filled with elderly people, and couldn't help but click her tongue. Indeed, there were quite a few people with the same mindset as her. She grabbed a few bags of rice, and seeing the crowd, she squeezed her way out towards the relatively less crowded deli section. She grabbed bags of cold dishes, marinated products, fried foods, cakes, and bread until her shopping cart was full. Next to it was the frozen drink section, where she filled another cart with various fruit teas, yogurts, and milk. She also bought extra ice cream, knowing that these would be non-renewable resources after the apocalypse. Daily necessities couldn't be forgotten either. She filled a cart with laundry powder, laundry liquid, soap, shower gel, and shampoo, and stocked up on tissues and toothpaste, which were daily essentials that could never be enough. In the end, Su Ziyue also picked up a few sets of bedding. At checkout, she casually grabbed a few boxes of gum, marking the end of her shopping spree at the supermarket. An elderly lady standing behind Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an looked at their cart filled with junk food and couldn't help but shake her head. Young people really don't know how to live. After checking out, Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an moved the items to the car. Fortunately, Su Ziyue had switched to a longer car before leaving, which barely fit everything they bought. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Ziyue began to feel a bit hungry. Chapter 4. Confession. The rain was still pouring heavily. Su Ziyue found a nearby restaurant to solve her dinner problem, and after finding that the taste was quite good, she packed a few portions of the signature dishes from the menu. Su Jing'an didn't ask her why she bought so much. He simply acted as a diligent mover. Except for the driver's seat and passenger seat, the trunk and other seats were filled to the brim. Su Ziyue opened the car door, reached inside to feel around, and using a few bags as cover, she took a few large bags stored inside and pushed the outer bags inward, creating a large empty space. She placed the recently packed meals inside, closed the door, clapped her hands, and sat in the passenger seat. Jing'an, go. Don't you have any questions for me? Su Ziyue didn't avoid Su Jing'an while doing these things. They both knew what was in the car, and he was well aware of the remaining space. Su Jing'an just quietly watched the extra space and the missing bags, saying nothing, which puzzled Su Ziyue. Do what you want to do. When you want to talk to me, I'll listen, Su Jing'an said slowly. Even if what I say sounds unbelievable, will you still believe it? Su Ziyue wondered if Su Jing'an would believe her about the apocalypse and the spatial abilities she possessed. In her view, Su Jing'an was somewhat rigid, and she wasn't sure if he would believe her words. As long as it's you who said it, I believe it. Su Ziyue didn't expect Su Jing'an to trust her so much, which made her eyes a bit teary. Yes, he was like this when they were kids. As long as it was something she wanted to do, as long as it wasn't dangerous, he would basically support her without asking for reasons, just wanting her to be happy. She was very self-aware. Facing the harsh reality of the apocalypse, her little brain really wasn't enough. When they reached the underground parking lot, Su Ziyue stored the large items in her space, leaving 4 lighter bags, 2 for each of them to carry upstairs. This action was completely unmasked in front of Su Jing'an, who showed a hint of surprise. Watching Su Ziyue's movements, Su Jing'an said nothing, just accepted the 2 bags she handed over, his expression returning to normal. It was mealtime, and in the elevator, apart from Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an, a middle-aged man walked in when the elevator stopped on the first floor. He was holding a cigarette, preparing to enter, and Su Ziyue disliked the smell of smoke. She couldn't help but cough as soon as she caught a whiff. She frowned at the man, about to say something, but Su Jingyan directly stopped him, pointing to the no smoking sign in the elevator. Sir, smoking is prohibited in the elevator. The middle-aged man sized up Su Jingyan, mumbled something indistinctly, and begrudgingly extinguished his cigarette before stepping inside. The man, reeking of smoke, entered, and once the elevator doors closed, Suzy soon smelled the smoke again. Hiding behind Su Jingyan, she covered her nose with her hand in disgust, but still couldn't help but cough. The middle-aged man pressed a floor button, glanced at the coughing Suzy Yue, and quietly remarked that she was being delicate before pulling out his phone and turning on a video app at a loud volume. Su Jingyan patted her back, and after she finally calmed down, hearing the loud video made Suzy Yue frown even more. Su Jingyan turned around, placed the items on the ground, and held Suzy Yue in his arms, gently covering her ears with his hands. The smell of smoke that lingered around her nose disappeared, replaced by the fresh scent of laundry detergent from Su Jingyan's clothes. This action left her dazed, making her unable to hear the video sound. When they were kids, they often hugged, and she would sometimes act spoiled and ask him to carry her. But since graduating from elementary school, they had started to pay attention to boundaries, and such intimate contact had ceased. Could he possibly like her? No way, right? But this contact felt too intimate. Lost in thought, the elevator reached the 20th floor. The middle-aged man exited on the 15th floor, but Su Jingyan didn't let go of Suzy Yue, and the smell of smoke remained in the elevator. Once the doors opened, Su Jingyan finally released her and asked if she felt unwell. After Suzy Yue shook her head, he picked up the 2 bags with one hand, and seeing her still standing there, he transferred the 2 bags from his right hand to his left and gently pulled her out of the elevator. Suzy Yue looked at his tall figure, feeling a strong sense of security. It seemed that being with Jingyan wasn't so bad, but did Jingyan really like her? Or was he just caring for his sister? Forget it. She decided not to think about it and let nature take its course. The most important thing now was to survive in the apocalypse with her family, and everything else could be discussed later. After closing the door at home, Suzy Yue looked at Su Jingyan seriously. Jingyan, what I'm about to say might sound a bit fantastical, but these are real experiences I've had. Su Jingyan looked down into her eyes and said, as long as it's what Xiaoyu says, I believe it. Suzy Yue then explained about her space and the impending apocalypse, feeling a bit nervous as she watched Su Jingyan's reaction. Xiaoyu, you must have suffered a lot. Don't worry, I will be by your side from now on. Su Jingyan showed no sign of doubt, fully trusting her words, and gently patted her head with a look of concern. Jingyan, you don't have any doubts? What if I'm just making it all up? Suzy Yue felt that Su Jingyan's calm reaction was too steady. You have a personal space, and you can take things in and out. That's something I've already seen. Also, suddenly breaking up with Shi Songyu, when before that, your relationship was good, and the sudden heavy rain. These incidents make me believe you aren't just fabricating stories. Su Jingyan analyzed clearly. Thank you for believing me, Jingyan. Finally no longer fighting alone, Suzy Yue's eyes brimmed with moisture. Silly girl. I said that as long as it's what Xiaoyu says, I will believe it. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead. Su Jingyan took a tissue to wipe away Suzy Yue's fallen tears, speaking in a very gentle tone. We don't know when the water and electricity will be cut off, and the signal might also be intermittent. We need to prepare while the situation is still manageable. Later, the water level will gradually rise, spreading layer by layer, and it will be impossible for us to go out to buy food. Suzy Yue steadied her emotions and shared her plans with Su Jingyan. So we should focus on stocking up on drinking water and food. The most important thing is still water. A person can live about 20 days without food, but only about 7 days without water. We also need to stock up on salt, sugar, white wine, and vinegar, and buy some daily necessities if we see them. We need to prepare more medicine as well, since the variety of food will be limited in the future, and we should stock up on vitamins to supplement the body's trace elements. We also need to prepare for a long period without signal, so we should buy some radios and walkie-talkies. After the power goes out, lighting will be a problem. We need to buy battery-operated flashlights and stock a certain amount of batteries, as well as emergency lighting or camping lights with strong endurance. Portable solar generators, mobile air conditioners, and fans should also be bought, but solar charging might not be very stable after the apocalypse, so we need to get a few diesel generators as well. To prevent the use of these appliances in special circumstances, we should also buy some candles, lighters, and matches. With prolonged rain, the temperature will also be low. We need to buy down quilts, warm clothing, and charcoal. Charcoal can be used for heating and to boil hot water or cook food. We also need some self-defense items. For now, that's all I can think of. What do you think, Xiaoyu? Chapter 5. Exposing the true colors of the cheating couple. Su Jingyan briefly understood the supplies in Su Ziyue's space and shared his thoughts. Jingyan Ge, you articulated that perfectly. There are some things I hadn't considered. Let's have a good rest tonight and start working tomorrow. Su Ziyue clapped for Su Jingyan and took out a notebook to jot down the list as he spoke. She was now holding the freshly written list. Okay. Su Ziyue also sent a copy of this list to her father, Su Qingsong, asking him to stock up on supplies and reminding him to keep it low-key to avoid drawing attention. Su Qingsong asked with great concern about the reason, but she couldn't explain it clearly in a short time, so she urged her father to stock up first and promised to explain later when they met. After exchanging a few words of concern, they hung up the phone. She had already taken 3 days off from school, and on the campus forum, there was a pinned post titled "Exposing the Shameless Cheating Couple of Our School," which was highly active. The post detailed everything they had done, and the comment section was filled with curses. Although the protagonists' names were abbreviated, familiar people could guess who they were immediately. After all, once the words "the school beauty's boyfriend" and "best friend" came up, it was quite obvious who they were referring to. She just happened to take a leave of absence at this time, which made people mistakenly think she was greatly affected, hiding at home and secretly crying. Shi Tsongyu and Shi Tsongyu are not even real siblings, and they are having an affair. Is that true? So explosive? It turns out that Shi Tsongyu and Shi Tsongyu are not rich heirs and heiresses at all. All the luxury goods they have are bought for them by Su Ziyue. No wonder every time I ask him to treat us, he is so reluctant. It turns out he is just a broke loser pretending to be rich with someone else's money. Ugh, so shameless. My brother was chasing after Shi Tsongyu, and she kept him hanging, overspending his living expenses to buy luxury bags for her. And when he ran out of money, he even thought about getting a loan. We stopped him, and as a result, he couldn't afford to buy her a birthday gift, and she implied he was a broke loser. I used to think the campus belle was cold and proud, but it turns out she is just a pathetic sweet girl tricked by a scumbag into a relationship and into spending money. Ooh, take my goddess away. She must be very sad. She even took leave from school. It turns out the saying that women in love have an IQ of 0 is true. Shi Tsongyu and Shi Tsongyu are one her best friend and one her boyfriend, and they have been secretly getting close under her nose for so long. Yet she didn't suspect anything. Su Ziyue had dealt with the concerns from her counselor and classmates, and then put down her phone to rest. After a whole day of running around, as soon as she lay in bed and listened to the sound of the rain outside, she quickly fell asleep. With things on her mind, Su Ziyue did not linger in bed the next day. She woke up and got out of bed. After washing up and leaving her bedroom, she smelled a delicious aroma and followed it to the kitchen. She saw Su Jingyan putting a fried egg on a plate, and another plate had 2 sandwiches already made. Brother Jingyan, good morning. It smells so good. I haven't had your breakfast in a long time. Saying this, Su Ziyue unceremoniously picked up a sandwich, took a bite, and her eyes lit up with satisfaction as she gave Su Jingyan a thumbs up. So delicious. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Su Jingyan's usually indifferent gaze now held a gentle smile as he looked at Su Ziyue and said, Great. Su Ziyue nodded happily. After finishing breakfast, the two of them went out. The Meteorological Bureau issued a yellow warning. When they entered the supermarket, the two had already changed into outfits that could blend into the crowd without drawing attention. It was a weekday, so there weren't many people in the supermarket. Su Jingyan went to buy bottled water and mineral water, while Su Ziyue went to buy food. Passing by the freezer, Su Ziyue suddenly thought that after the flood comes the heat, although there were solar-powered generators and the air conditioning wouldn't stop. What if the air conditioning broke down or was inconvenient to use? So should you stock up on ice or stock up on ice? After buying the necessary supplies at the supermarket, Su Ziyue suggested going to an ice factory to buy ice cubes. Su Jingyan immediately contacted the manager of the nearest factory, and after hearing that they could supply a large amount of ice, they changed into more formal clothes. And Su Ziyue simply put on some makeup for both of them before heading to the ice factory. Su Jingyin had already negotiated the price with the manager over the phone. Now, they just needed to go there to have them take them to the warehouse to unload the goods. In the warehouse, as soon as the truck left, Su Ziyue immediately stored the ice cubes in her space, leaving the warehouse empty again. After coming out of the warehouse, it was already noon. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyin went to a Sichuan restaurant they had eaten at a few times before, which had decent food. After ordering several dishes they wanted to eat, Su Ziyue pointed to some dishes that she and Su Jingyin liked and directly asked the waiter to pack 20 portions. If the waiter hadn't said that some ingredients were insufficient, Su Ziyue would have asked for even more to take away. Next door was a milk tea shop. After eating, Su Ziyue packed dozens of cups of milk tea despite Su Jingyin's disapproving gaze, taking as many toppings as they could, still using the excuse of company gathering. Just a little bit less. It's not like we drink it every day. It's fine. Seeing him frowning all the time, Su Ziyue patted Su Jingyin's shoulder and comforted him. Su Jingyin looked at her helplessly. She always had so many reasons that he couldn't do anything about her. In the afternoon, the two followed the prepared list to buy items one by one. Because the quantity was large, fearing to attract attention, they cautiously changed their outfits every time they entered or exited a store. On the way back, Su Ziyue noticed that the water level of the accumulated water on the road had risen. When they left in the morning, it was just a shallow layer. But now it was already submerging a quarter of the car wheels. The number of vehicles and pedestrians on the road had visibly decreased, and drivers were also afraid to drive too fast. Compared to normal speed, they were now crawling along like turtles. Dinner was still solved outside. They had hot pot, and before leaving, Su Ziyue bought all the unfinished hot pot base from the restaurant, and they packed the ingredients to take away, prompting the restaurant to close early. Today was very fruitful. The space had gained a large batch of supplies, which boosted Su Ziyue's confidence. Sorry. Su Ziyue put away her phone and hurriedly apologized without looking up. It's okay, Ziyue. You live here too? A young woman who almost bumped into her said in surprise. Sister Wenwen? What a coincidence, you live here too. Su Ziyue looked up and recognized a senior named Gao Qingwen she met in a school club. Gao Qingwen had just graduated this year, and Su Ziyue had gotten along well with her at school, occasionally meeting for meals or shopping together. Yes, I just moved in today. I've been busy all day and just finished tidying up, ready to go out for dinner. I'm on the 11th floor. Come visit me when you have time. Gao Qingwen invited with a smile. Great. How about tomorrow? Can I come over for a meal? I want the kind where you cook personally, Sister Wenwen. Su Ziyue thought to use the excuse of wanting to eat to get Gao Qingwen to stock up on more food so that she wouldn't have to go out during chaotic times later. Moreover, Gao Qingwen's family ran a restaurant, and her cooking skills were truly superb. Su Ziyue definitely wouldn't deny that part of the reason was that she was craving her food. All right, you little glutton. I thought you wanted me to be your chef. Gao Qingwen teased, pointing at Su Ziyue from a distance. Isn't it because your cooking is so delicious? Ever since I tasted it once, I've been longing for it. So it's settled. Thinking about the big meal she would have tomorrow, Su Ziyue's eyes curved into crescent moons. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. Sister Wenwen, this is Su Jingyin. Jingyin, this is my senior, Gao Qingwen. Su Ziyue introduced the two. They greeted each other, and Gao Qingwen leaned over to Su Ziyue's ear and joked, I thought he was your new boyfriend. Turns out you haven't won him over yet. With the rain not stopping, today, when they went out, half of their car wheels were submerged. If it keeps raining tonight, they wouldn't know if they could go out tomorrow. Luckily, I bought some food yesterday, so I won't have to go out tomorrow. Su Ziyue gently patted Gao Qingwen's arm, pushing her outside, and pretended to complain about the weather, saying it would be worse to remind her to buy more food. Sure enough, after listening, Gao Qingwen pondered for a moment and muttered that she also needed to buy some food to stock up, preparing for the possibility of not being able to go out. Su Ziyue nodded in satisfaction and added that she hoped there wouldn't be any water or power outages before taking the elevator. Su Ziyue understood Gao Qingwen. Her thoughtful expression at the end indicated she had taken it to heart. After going outside, when Gao Qingwen saw the rising water level, she would definitely make some preparations just in case, which meant Su Ziyue's goal was achieved. Su Ziyue turned to Su Jingyin to explain that they would be going to Gao Qingwen's house for dinner tomorrow, and that he could handle lunch by himself. Just after she finished speaking, Su Jingin's phone rang, and the voice on the other end was very loud. Su Ziyue could roughly hear their conversation. Hello? The voice on the other end sounded full of grievances. If you haven't finished, then don't do that project for now. What? Try saying that again. Lousy has worked so hard for so long, and now you just say you want to do it? Through the phone, Su Ziyue could imagine the furious expression of the person on the other side. I don't have time right now. It has been raining heavily for 2 days. Did you buy food when I told you to? Yes. I always do what you ask me to do. What about you? Where have you been these past 2 days? What have you been busy with? Su Jingin fell silent. Fine, if you don't want to say it. I don't want to hear it either. With this heavy rain, no one has come to work. Are you still in Haishur? Let us go out for a meal tomorrow. Su Ziyue always felt that the voice of the person on the phone was somewhat familiar, but she didn't think much of it and browsed the campus forum with her phone. She anonymously posted a message warning people that this heavy rain was unusual and it was best to stock up on food. After posting, she didn't pay attention to it anymore. Those with risk awareness would naturally take action. As for some nitpickers, let them jump around. She didn't have that much free time to spend on them. Turning on the TV, the news showed scenes of landslides and mudslides occurring in many places. And her phone also received a text warning of flash flood risks. Low-lying areas had already been submerged by floodwaters. But fortunately, local people had been evacuated in advance, and no casualties were reported. When she came out smelling fresh after a shower, Su Jingin had already finished his call and was sitting on the windowsill, staring blankly at something. When he heard Su Ziyue come out, he looked at her and frowned when he noticed her still damp hair. Why did you come out without drying your hair? Su Ziyue was checking the download progress on her computer, phone, and tablet. She not only downloaded novels and TV shows, but also maps of major cities and various reference books, just in case she needed them in the future. Anyway, she had plenty of devices and sufficient storage. It would dry naturally while she aired it out. Sometimes she was too lazy to blow-dry it, so she just wiped it a bit and let it dry on its own. Su Jingin brought over a towel and a hairdryer, dried some of the water from her hair, and then turned on the hairdryer to help her dry her hair. Su Ziyue blinked, enjoying the leisure, and continued to fiddle with what else to download. After finishing, Su Jingin also brought a comb to help Su Ziyue comb her hair. Her hair was well-maintained, smooth and shiny, with no tangles, and it could be combed all the way through in one go. He combed it slowly and gently. Su Ziyue, facing away from him, didn't see the tenderness and possessiveness in Su Jingin's eyes. Since she had no plans to go out, Su Ziyue slept in, and when she got up, the house was quiet. In the kitchen, a pot of shrimp and crab porridge was warming, and on the table in the living room was a note. Su Ziyue picked it up, and the strong handwriting caught her eye. Su Jingin had written that he had gone out to meet his friend, and that breakfast was kept warm in the kitchen, reminding her to eat. After reading it, Su Ziyue didn't throw away the note, but instead placed it in a small box in her room. Even with a phone, Su Jingin still liked to use notes to communicate, and she followed her childhood habit of keeping these notes in a small box. When she had leisure time, she would randomly pick one out and recall the scene at that time. After finishing breakfast, Su Ziyue texted to confirm that Gao Qingwen was home, then took a large bag filled with sealed snacks like beef jerky and chocolate, which were convenient to carry and filling, along with some fruit, to Gao Qingwen's house. Open the door. Your little darling is here. Su Ziyue texted Gao Qingwen. Gao Qingwen opened the door in her pajamas, looking sleepy. Sister Wenwen, did you stay up late again? Su Ziyue walked in, placed the things on the table, and watched Gao Qingwen float like a ghost and then throw herself onto the sofa, unable to help but ask. Hee, I was binge-watching a show. Watching others fall in love is so sweet. You and that Su Jingin, are you living together now? How's the progress? Have you kissed? Talking about this, Gao Qingwen was instantly wide awake, sitting up with her pillow in her arms, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Ziyue. Chapter 7. Sister takes action. We're now just pure siblings. Don't say anything weird. Under Gao Qingwen's intense stare, Su Ziyue felt like the melon in the melon field, ready to be eaten at any moment by the guard in the field, Gao Qingwen. You want to be siblings with him, but he doesn't think so. I think the way he looks at you is different. Aren't you considering developing something with him? Gao Qingwen threw her a flirtatious glance, wearing a knowing smile. Oh, I'm not in the mood to think about that right now. Su Ziyue only wanted to protect her and her family's lives. Not in the mood. Ziyue, don't tell me you still like that scumbag. Gao Qingwen's gaze was filled with suspicion and disbelief, and when she voiced her guess, her voice involuntarily rose. And she stood up as if as long as Su Ziyue said yes, she would rush over to shake sense into her. Sister Wenwen, what are you talking about? I never really liked Shi Tsongyu. It was just a bored fling to pass the time. Su Ziyue explained, somewhat amused, and she seemed completely relaxed, with no signs of lying or sadness, which made Gao Qingwen reluctantly believe her and sit back down. As long as you don't like him. But are you really just going to let that scumbag and that cheap woman go? I think you should take your Jing and Gu and stroll in front of that scumbag. Let him clear his head and see the truth. From start to finish, he was the one trying to climb high. You, as a rich beauty, should match with someone like Su Jingyan, a rich and handsome guy. Shi Tsongyu was just lucky. Apart from having a bit of looks, what else does he have to offer? He is lucky to have found a treasure, but doesn't he know how to cherish it? And he is plotting with that disgusting sister of his against you. He is really throwing away sesame seeds to lose watermelons. I don't want to waste time on them. Su Ziyue looked uninterested. She would rather use this time to stock up on supplies. Gao Qingwen was frustrated, and the doubt she had just dismissed resurfaced. Is it really that you don't care, or you just can't let go? If you truly didn't care, why'd you take a leave from school? This is not your usual style. I'm just feeling lazy and want to rest for a bit. Su Ziyue went over to cuddle with her beautiful sister, acting cute to finally divert the topic. As the two were joking and playing around, Su Ziyue's phone rang, and it was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Ziyue, do you have to be so ruthless? Or am I supposed to get over $1 million for you? I scraped together 50,000. That's all my savings. Can I pay you back later when I work? Just ask the court to withdraw the lawsuit. It turned out that Shi Tsongyu and Shi Tsongyu received court summons, and they never expected Su Ziyue to be serious, leaving them completely unprepared and panicked. After selling the things they had tricked from Su Ziyue, they found it still wasn't enough to pay back half. And both their contacts had been blocked by Su Ziyue, forcing them to borrow someone else's phone to plead with her. They thought that if they said some nice words to appease her, they could get away with it. No way, you have to transfer 50,000 to my account first. And I want to see the rest within a week. Otherwise, we'll just see each other in court. Su Ziyue's tone was gentle, but her words hit them like invisible slaps to the face. Shi Tsongyu wanted to say something else, but Su Ziyue didn't give them the chance and hung up the phone directly. Su Ziyue didn't know why Shi Tsongyu and Shi Tsongyu received a legal summons when she hadn't sued them, but she wouldn't feel sorry for her enemies. She started to think about which kind-hearted person helped her file the lawsuit. First, she ruled out Jing and Gu, as she had told him she would handle it, and he wouldn't intervene. Thinking of the highly discussed post, Su Ziyue called Su Ziki. Cease. Did you sue Shi Tsongyu and Shi Tsongyu? You're not too dumb after all. I didn't expect someone as naive as you to appear in our Su family. The cold voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of disdain. Sister, I'm not naive, even if I were. It must be because you took my nutrients while in mom's womb. Although this was true, Su Ziyue would never admit it. Not naive? Then why didn't you speak up when you were wronged? Instead, you took leave to avoid it. I see you just want to hide at home. You say I took your nutrients in mom's womb? I think you've gotten so much that your brain doesn't work anymore. Why does everyone think that taking leave is because they were hurt by a scumbag? She just simply wants to stock up. Feeling exhausted, she thought, forget it. Let them think what they want. All right, my dear sister, don't talk about me anymore. I'll definitely keep my eyes open in the future. Su Ziyue gave up struggling and raised a white flag in surrender. Did Su Jingyan go to your place? Su Ziki looked like she was warning her not to go out and cause trouble. But Su Ziyue could hear the concern in her sister's words. Got it. I'm not a 3-year-old. I know how to behave. Wow, how surprising. I actually heard the words know how to behave from you. Sister, speak nicely, or you'll lose your lovely and beautiful sister. After saying a few more words to make her behave and not cause trouble, Su Ziki hung up the phone. Gao Qingwen saw that Su Ziyue hung up the phone dejectedly and asked with a smile, Did your sister scold you? Su Ziyue weakly nodded. Her head was buzzing from being lectured by Su Ziki. Gao Qingwen laughed, saying, You say you're twin sisters. How come your sister is so clever while you, the one who was born a few minutes later, are so easy to fool? Su Ziyue, She made an excuse that she was hungry and wanted to eat dinner early, pushing Gao Qingwen into the kitchen to end this sad topic. Even though she hadn't cooked in a long time, Gao Qingwen's cooking skills hadn't declined at all. Su Ziyue even ate more than usual. While stuffing a piece of sweet and sour pork rib in her mouth, she said, "If it's delicious, eat more." Seeing Su Ziyue eating so happily, Gao Qingwen smiled and added another shrimp ball to her plate. Su Ziyue accepted without hesitation and successfully stuffed herself full. Once they were well fed, it was time to talk business. "Sister Wenwen, have you noticed that this heavy rain is unusual?" Su Ziyue asked tentatively. "Indeed, I checked last night, and heavy rain is falling all over the country. Just like here, it's been raining for 2 days without stopping, and now it's the 3rd day. If the rain doesn't weaken and continues." Gao Qingwen stood by the window, looking outside, her tone carrying a hint of unease. "So I think we should prepare early. We live on a higher floor, so it won't flood here as quickly. But going out has become a problem. We can't go out, and with the food we have stored, it won't last long." Su Ziyue spoke quickly, urgency in her voice, which made Gao Qingwen unconsciously speed up her speech as well. "Fortunately, you reminded me yesterday. I bought a lot of instant food, besides today's ingredients. I didn't buy much that needs cooking, just in case of water and power outages, but it'll only last for a week or 2. The supermarket was crowded last night. Everyone was going crazy buying stuff. Many shelves were half empty. I don't know if they've restocked today. Anyway, since school and work are suspended, we're just sitting around doing nothing. Let us go out and see if we can find some bargains." Su Ziyue pulled Gao Qingwen out the door, worried that the supermarket might still be out of stock. They didn't go to the supermarket, but instead visited a few small convenience stores. This decision proved to be correct. Compared to the supermarket, there were fewer people and more goods in these small shops because people instinctively followed the crowd to the supermarket, leaving the nearby small stores less frequented. Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen didn't squeeze into the supermarket anymore, but hopped from one small shop to another. Although the small shops had fewer varieties, being able to buy anything was already good, and they didn't have to wait in line, saving them a lot of time. Soon, their car was filled with bottled water, milk, bread, biscuits, chocolates, various snacks, and daily necessities that girls need every month. Su Ziyue took the opportunity to remind Gao Qingwen to buy some cold medicine at the pharmacy for prevention, and they stocked up on quite a bit of medicine. They each drove a car, and after finishing dinner outside, Su Ziyue found another excuse to buy some vegetables and meat from the restaurant owner, raising the price a bit. It wasn't until the car was truly full that Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen reluctantly ended this big shopping spree. This news circulated a few times before being sent out. Su Ziyue exited the chat window and was about to browse the forum when everything suddenly went dark, and the surroundings fell into darkness, with only her phone still shining. Power outage? Su Ziyue put down her phone and hairdryer and ran out to the balcony. In the process, she accidentally bumped her leg against the table. Ignoring the pain, she looked around and found that the entire city was plunged into darkness. She went to the bathroom to check, and the water from the faucet slowly diminished, and after a minute, not a single drop came out. After confirming this multiple times, Su Ziyue stored the water from the bucket into her space, feeling puzzled. Why is this happening? In my previous life, the water and power were cut off on the 7th day, but now it's only the 3rd day, and it's already happening? Why so many days ahead? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. It seemed someone was messing with the lock. Su Ziyue immediately became alert, took out a baseball bat from her space, and quietly approached the door. As soon as the door opened, Su Ziyue raised the bat, ready to swing. "Xiaoye, are you home?" Hearing the familiar voice, Su Ziyue abruptly halted her attack. "It's Brother Jing'an. You scare me to death." Of course, only she and Su Jing'an had keys. "I'm here," Su Ziyue quickly responded, noticing that there was someone behind Su Jing'an. Using the cover of darkness, she took out the emergency light she had bought earlier and turned it on. The dark house instantly brightened up. Su Ziyue had moved so quickly that her pajamas were a bit askew. The pale skin of her left shoulder was faintly visible, and her long hair, still a bit damp, fell down, making her fair and tender face look even more delicate. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from just having showered, and her eyes, still glistening from the scare, looked soft and inviting. Su Jing'an quickly walked to Su Ziyue's side. wrapped a towel around the girl who was still staring at him in a daze, and half pushed, half hugged her into the bedroom. Brother Jingyan, can I meet your friends? Suzy Yue was confused by his actions. Was she really that unpresentable? Your clothes aren't properly worn. Su Jingyan fell silent for a moment before managing to say this, his ears faintly turning red. Suzy Yue. She looked at her short-sleeve pants pajama and was filled with 1,000 questions in her mind. What's wrong with it? There's no problem. Seeing the expression of confusion on Suzy Yue's face, Su Jingyan lightly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, not explaining further. He touched her hair and felt the dampness, telling her to dry her hair with the towel before coming out. In the bedroom, Suzy Yue was gloomily drying her hair. Outside the bedroom, after hearing Su Jingyan say it was okay, Zhao Zishu finally opened his eyes and turned around, deliberately glancing behind Su Jingyan and seeing no one. He pouted in boredom. So tightly wrapped up, can't even see her face. Zhao Zishu, the person who had talked to Su Jingyan on the phone earlier, mumbled. Su Jingyan heard this and didn't deny it. Yeah, it's not convenient today. Come back tomorrow. All right. I'll be a little more considerate and not be your big light bulb. But do you really treat Ziyue as a sister? I thought you had a crush on her. I didn't expect you to quietly get a girlfriend. This is Xiaoya's home. Su Jingyan was somewhat speechless at Zhao Zishu's wild imagination. Oh, is it Xiaoyu's house? Wait, what did you say? Is it the Xiaoyu I'm thinking of? So that girl just now was Su Ziyue? You two are together? Zhao Zishu was about to start squealing like a groundhog, and Su Jingyan quickly covered his mouth. After glancing at Su Ziyue's bedroom and recalling the good soundproofing here, he finally felt at ease and shot Zhao Zishu a warning glare. Not yet, don't be so loud. No way. Su Jingyan, you haven't told her yet? What time is it, and you're still hiding it? I heard Ziyue just broke up. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of. You gotta seize it, bro. Stop being a closed-off person. Holding back everything you do for her behind her back is useless. You have to say it out loud. Zhao Zishu pulled Su Jingyan's hand away and, at his gesture, lowered his voice to complain. I do all these things for her voluntarily. I don't want her to feel burdened, nor do I want her to be with me because of these things. Hearing Zhao Zishu's words, Su Jingyan remained unmoved. Don't want to? If you don't say anything, she'll always see you as a brother. You're really a blockhead. Zhao Zishu, feeling frustrated, pointed at Su Jingyan, seeing him with that nonchalant, dismissive smile, clearly not taking his words seriously, stormed off. However, Su Jingyan, behind the door, didn't appear as calm as he seemed. Chapter 9. Confession. Suzy Yue came out after drying her hair and saw Su Jingyan leaning against the door, his head lowered, lost in thought. Brother Jingyan, playing the door god? Who was that person just now? Do I know him? Suzy Yue walked up to him and waved her hand in front of his eyes. His small hand was caught by him and then gently released. Yeah, you know him. It's Zhao Zishu. Su Jingyan ruffled Suzy Yue's hair, reassured that it was dry. Why is he here? Didn't he post on social media a few days ago, saying he was working on a big project? Where is he? Left so soon? The project was paused. He heard I was living here, so he wanted to come stay with me. He has already rented that apartment on the 19th floor. I told him to come back tomorrow. Why tomorrow? He asked right at the door. Can't he come in and sit? Suzy Yue tilted her head in confusion. It wasn't Zhao Zishu's character to not come in at the door. The power's out. It's inconvenient. Xiaoyu, do you see me as your brother? Su Jingyan struggled, but still asked. Brother Jingyan, what kind of question is that? Of course, I see you as my brother. After saying this, Suzy Yue suddenly recalled that day as hug and her own wild thoughts, feeling inexplicably guilty. Can you not see me as a brother? Su Jingyan stammered. Then what do you want me to see you as? Suzy Yue's heart raced a little. I like you. I want to be your boyfriend. I want to pursue you. Is that okay, Xiaoyu? After taking the first step, Su Jingyan naturally continued speaking. Huh. This, IU, if you want to pursue me, then pursue me. Why ask if it's okay? Who does that? Unexpectedly, Su Jingyan was left stunned in place. After a long time, the corners of his mouth curved, and he suddenly laughed. He had prepared for Suzy Yue to dislike him, but judging from Xiaoyu's reaction just now, she didn't seem to have no feelings for him at all. In her bedroom, Suzy Yue had no idea Su Jingyan was overjoyed. She slapped her hot face, her heart racing like a deer. You should come in boldly and do a wall slam, then say, Let us see how you perform. Ah, ah, ah. That seems even more embarrassing. She threw herself onto the bed, burying her head in the duvet and silently squealing. Susie Yue took out the water she had stocked up in her space to wash up, after confessing to Su Jing'an. The faucet in her home hadn't stopped running except when they were sleeping. Various large containers were placed under the faucet to store water for daily use, both warm and cold. As of today, Susie Yue roughly calculated that the water in her space was enough for her and Su Jing'an for over a year. They had previously discussed the size of Susie Yue's space, but she had observed that no matter how many things she put in, the remaining space still seemed endless. She didn't think about it anymore. Either her supplies were too few or this space was too large. After washing up and applying skincare products, Susie Yue finally remembered Su Jing'an outside the door and thought he might not have showered yet, so she walked to the door. Gently pressing down the doorknob to open the door, she poked her head out and widened her eyes, seeing Su Jing'an carrying a gas tank into the kitchen. She stepped out of the room and saw a pile of daily necessities in the living room, both useful and edible. Susie Yue walked back into the kitchen and bumped right into Su Jing'an, who was coming out. She tilted her body to look at the kitchen behind him, where 3 gas tanks were placed. Susie Yue straightened up and looked at Su Jing'an. Brother Jing'an, where did you get these? How do you use them? Will they explode? They won't explode. I've tested them. Su Jing'an walked into the kitchen, took out the warm milk for Susie Yue to drink, and continued to answer her questions. I bought them at a high price from a supermarket owner in the suburbs. The power went out right after I exited the elevator. Speaking of this, Su Jing'an couldn't help but lament his luck. If it had been just a few seconds later in the evening, they would have been trapped in the elevator. Susie Yue felt a bit scared upon hearing this. If they had really been trapped in the elevator, she didn't know if they could be rescued in time. I clearly remember in my previous life, the power went out after 7 days of heavy rain. Why is it like this now? I forgot at that time. I wasn't in the apartment, but at school. Seeing Susie Yue frustratedly slap her head, Su Jing'an caught her hand before she could slap it a second time and gently touched the spot she had just hit. It's okay. We've prepared what we need. Don't blame yourself. Our Xiao Yu is already amazing. Otherwise, why would you be the only one with a space? Maybe you're the destined girl in a novel. Su Jing'an pulled her to sit on the sofa and brought the milk to her lips. Seeing her face light up again, holding the cup to drink the milk, Su Jing'an's lips curled into a gentle smile. His little you should always be happy. After Susie Yue finished the milk, she collided with Su Jing'an's eyes filled with tenderness. The emotions flowing in his gaze seemed to tell her that she was his whole world, the most important existence in his life. That deep affection felt like a tangible force rushing towards her, heavy enough to make her unable to bear it. She quickly lowered her eyes to avoid looking at him. Why am I so easily shy? Chapter 10. Updating the menu. Su Jing'an looked at the tightly closed door, chuckling softly, feeling that this side of Susie Yue was very cute, which made him even happier. Why are you so easily shy? Susie Yue looked at her red-eared reflection in the mirror, covering her hot cheeks, somewhat helplessly complaining. Su Jing'an, feeling stirred up all night, hardly slept and got up early to prepare breakfast. Opening the door, he saw Su Jing'an walking into the kitchen with a bag of rice. When he noticed her coming out, Su Jing'an stopped his actions. Xiao Yu, did I wake you? Su Jing'an glanced at the wall clock and found that Susie Yue had gotten up an hour earlier than usual, which made him ask. No. You know the room is soundproof. You can't disturb me. I got up because I couldn't sleep. Brother Jing'an, what did you make to eat? Tomato beef noodles. And beef porridge with fish slices. Wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Okay, I'll go wash up first. Susie Yue entered the bathroom and instinctively turned on the faucet, but after waiting for a while with no water coming out, she realized the water was off again. She felt dumb once more and slapped her head. After taking out some water from her space to wash up and just stepping out, she was called over by Su Jing'an, who had keen ears. What's wrong? Susie Yue walked into the kitchen and glanced at Su Jing'an, who was cooking 2 clay pots, one with beef porridge and the other with fish porridge, both pots full. Jing'an, why are you making so much porridge? Are we expecting guests later? Su Jing'an scooped a bowl of porridge from each pot and then gestured for Susie Yue to store the remaining porridge in her space. Susie Yue suddenly realized and nodded. She didn't know if porridge could be stored separately in the space, but since rice could, porridge should be the same. With a thought, the beef porridge instantly disappeared from the pot. When she entered her space, she found the beef porridge floating there, just like rice. Suzy took out a clean bowl and controlled the porridge to fill about 1 bowl's worth. And in the next moment, the clean bowl was full of beef porridge. She nodded in satisfaction and stored the other pot of fish porridge in her space as well. Not bad. It seemed her menu in the space would be updated again after today. Seeing the 2 pots empty, Su Jingyan added the prepared ingredients into the pots and started cooking the 3rd and 4th pots of porridge. Meanwhile, the rice cooker beeped, signaling that the rice was ready. Su Jingyan opened the rice cooker, and without him saying anything, Suzy Yue instinctively stepped forward to store the rice in her space, then helped wash the rice for the 2nd pot. After Su Jingyan scooped out the tomato beef noodles from the iron pot, he began preparing the soup ingredients. After closing the rice cooker and pressing the switch, Suzy Yue stored the warm bowls of porridge and the 2 bowls of noodles that Su Jingyan had just served in her space, then walked to the dining table to take them out and place them on the table. Making full use of everything. Well, that's just how lazy she is. Seeing Su Jingyan putting the soup ingredients into the pot and covering it, Suzy Yue leaned against the kitchen door and knocked gently. When Su Jingyan looked over, she deliberately said in a playful tone, "Mr. Su, your breakfast has been waiting on the table for a long time. Please come out and enjoy it with the beautiful Miss Su." Su Jingyan smiled and replied, "Okay," washed his hands, took off his apron, and followed Suzy Yue to the dining table. After they finished eating, Su Jingyan cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and wiped the table. Suzy Yue, who was drinking water, suddenly realized, "Am I too lazy? I'll make you cook and then make you wash the dishes. Miss Su only needs to be beautiful. The rest will be taken care of by Mr. Su." He looked at her gently, as if he could embrace all of her. Suzy Yue felt a bit uncomfortable and turned her eyes away, taking a sip from her cup. Damn, her gaze went out of bounds. "Xiao Yu, how did you hurt your knee? Does it hurt?" Su Jingyan suddenly noticed a bruise on Suzy Yue's calf and frowned as he asked. "Huh? I bumped into something when the power went out last night. I didn't even feel it." Suzy Yue lifted her leg to take a look and then casually said, "Put some medicine on it." Su Jingyan took out some ointment from medicine box. Suzy Yue recalled her childhood experience and shook her head vigorously, her eyes full of resistance. "No need, Jingyan. It will heal by itself, just takes a bit longer. Don't use that old excuse like when I was a child that if I don't apply medicine my leg will break. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Xiao Yu, applying medicine will help it heal faster. Be good." Su Jingyan approached her with the ointment in hand. "I don't want to." Suzy Yue turned to run, but Su Jingyan caught up with her in 2 steps and pinned her down on the sofa. He held her waist, lifted the bruised leg onto his lap, poured some ointment into his hand, and started rubbing it on the bruise. "Ouch, ouch, be gentle. It hurts. Jingyan, can you be gentler?" Suzy Yue winced in pain, trying to pull her calf back, but Su Jingyan held it firmly. She tried to pry his hand off her calf, but couldn't budge it at all. After applying the ointment, Su Jingyan finally let go of her, and Suzy glared at him angrily. "You're too much. I'm about to die from the pain." Su Jingyan put the ointment away, reached out his hand. "I'm sorry, but Xiao Yu, don't say that word casually. It's unlucky. If you're really angry, how about you hit me once to vent?" Seeing Su Jingyan's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, Suzy Yue thought, "Fine, she's not a heartless person. She knows how to be grateful. I know you won't let it go. You'll have to apply it again tonight." Suzy Yue exhaled the pent-up frustration, feeling relieved. It wasn't her fault. If Jingyan hadn't said anything, she could have endured it. Su Jingyan saw the little expression on Suzy Yue's face and knew she had calmed down. It was worth it to provoke her intentionally. It's not good to keep your anger inside. Xiao Yu is just too sensible. As Su Jingyan was lost in thought, Suzy Yue suddenly realized their position was too intimate. She awkwardly squirmed to get up. Su Jingyan followed her gaze to his hand on her waist, lingering for a second before quietly letting go. Suzy Yue scrambled to the other side of the sofa, using both hands and feet, and took out her phone, pretending to be very busy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Chapter 11. The incident. Su Jingyan opened the door, and Zhao Zishu slipped in, winking at Suzy Yue. "Sister Ziyue, long time no see. Have you missed your brother?" Suzy Yue replied expressionlessly and without hesitation, "No. What is there to miss?" Zhao Zishu clutched his heart dramatically, feigning injury. Sister Ziyue, you hurt me too deeply. Su Jingyan, you're not being considered enough. You sneak into play with Sister Ziyue without taking me along, leaving me to work alone like this, you heartless capitalist. Su Jingyan silenced him by shoving a piece of toast in his mouth. Shut up and eat your breakfast. Zhao Zishu, succumbing to his empty stomach, decided to fill it up first. Suddenly, the owner group chat became lively, with phones vibrating nonstop. The property manager is dead. What are you guys doing? An elderly man on the first floor has been dead for several days, and the body is already starting to smell. Hurry up and take him away. Where's the property manager? They were so active in collecting property fees, they should handle the situation just as quickly. The property manager finally responded. I've already contacted the relevant personnel. I heard downstairs that the deceased was an elderly man living alone. His children work outside, and his wife passed away last year. Last night, the flood reached the first floor, and the residents on the first floor had already moved out. But his place was quiet. No one expected he would just pass away. What a tragedy. My grandmother said his son wanted to take him to live together, but he refused, saying he wanted to keep his late wife company. He would talk to the empty space all day. He can't have some mental illness, right? Why isn't his son taking care of him? Just leaving him like this? All right, the old man has passed away. Let's show some decency. Speaking of which, the flood has reached the first floor, and it's still raining. We originally lived on the second floor, but yesterday we contacted landlords on higher floors with available rooms and already moved up. The lower floors are too dangerous now. Yeah, it rose so much in just one night. I suspect it will reach the second floor tonight. Does anyone have a room for rent? Higher floors, co-renting is fine. Name your price. I'll move to my mom's place. We're on the 12th floor. Su Ziyue exited the group chat with a complex expression. She didn't expect someone to have passed away so soon. Now, those on the lower floors couldn't find available rooms on higher floors in the community. And if the flood reached the second or third floors in a few days, it would be hard to evacuate. By then, they would have to move up to survive. And where they would stay was another issue. With more people, there would be conflicts, and coupled with water and power outages, stable days would soon be gone. I'll bring my food up. Whatever you eat, I'll eat too. Absolutely no picky eating. Zhao Zishu had been drooling over Su Jingyan's cooking for a long time. But no matter how he made offers, Su Jingyan would not relent. I have no objections. You can ask Jingyan. Su Ziyue shrugged nonchalantly and tossed the question to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan casually responded, frowning as he looked at the messages in the owner-s group. A siren sounded from downstairs. It must be the police and ambulance arriving. Su Ziyue glanced at the owner-s group and saw a notice from the property manager. Dear owners, after the forensic examination, the resident on the first floor did not die from drowning. It is highly likely to be a homicide. The police have initially determined it to be a case of burglary. Water and electricity will be suspended, and the cameras will be non-functional. We will strengthen patrols. And we ask all owners to enhance their precautions, refrain from going out unless necessary, and secure their doors and windows. This announcement was like dropping a bomb in calm waters, causing panic among the residents. To make matters worse, the signal was cut off. After a commotion downstairs, there was a deathly silence. Su Ziyue frowned tightly and showed the announcement to Su Jingyan and Zhao Zishu, saying Sister Wenwen is alone on the 11th floor. I want to go check on her. The elevator wasn't operational, and walking down from the 20th floor to the 11th would take some time. With another robbery incident occurring, Su Jingyan was worried and offered to accompany her. However, since the police had not left yet, the murderer, if sane, wouldn't come out to kill again. Zhao Zishu, having nothing to do, chimed in, I'll go too. How can the flower protector be absent? Su Ziyue didn't refuse and brought her 2 flower protectors to the 11th floor. Su Ziyue knocked on the door. Sister Wenwen, it's me. Are you home? Gao Qingwen opened the door, surprised. Ziyue, what are you doing here? I was worried about you, so I came to check. As soon as Su Ziyue entered, she saw several bags and suitcases piled up by the side. Are you moving? Gao Qingwen nodded. Yeah, the rain keeps rising every day. Last night, I kept feeling uneasy, even though the 11th floor is quite high. I was looking for a place on other floors, and just so happened the landlord has apartments available on the 17th and 19th floors. I paid extra to switch to the apartment on the 19th floor, thinking it would be safer being closer to you. That's great. You'll be living downstairs now. It'll be much more convenient to find you. Good thing you acted quickly. Otherwise, you might have missed out today. Suzy Yue relayed the news she had just seen, and Gao Qingwen looked astonished and scared. I've been packing and didn't check my phone. It seems I'm a bit lucky. Sister Wenwen, are you ready? We can help you move your things up. Suzy Yue suggested. That would be a bother for you. Come over for lunch at my place later. Sure. The gas was still usable for now, but it might run out at any moment. So Gao Qingwen showed off her cooking skills and made several hearty dishes. The culinary skills received unanimous praise from the three. Zhao Zishu ate with grease dripping from his mouth. Su Jingyan is still a bit lacking compared to Sister Wenwen. Sister Wenwen, can I mooch off you for meals in the future? The kind where I pay for my share. Suzy Yue stuffed her mouth with food, cheeks bulging. No bringing me down, okay? What did you say this morning? Zhao Zishu acted dumb. What did I say? I clearly said nothing. Don't try to fabricate facts to slander me. Suzy Yue turned to seek support. Brother Jingyan, look at him. Every time he couldn't win an argument. He called on Su Jingyan. Sister Ziyue, you're not doing well. Su Jingyan kicked Zhao Zishu. Shut up. Zhao Zishu winced in pain. I was just joking. Is it that serious? You're a guy who values love over friendship. After that, Zhao Zishu received another kick, and when he looked up, the last piece of pig trotter was picked up by Su Jingyan and placed into Su Ziyue's bowl. Zhao Zishu exclaimed, I knew you'd bully him. Frustrated, Zhao Zishu scooped up the last bit of meat juice to mix with his rice and ended up eating another bowl of rice. Chapter 12, Day 5. Searching for food, Suzy Yue sliced up a plate of fruit, skewered them, and watched while feeding Su Jingyan. One dish after another, fragrant and delicious, was prepared by Su Jingyan and then collected by Suzy Yue into her space. Suzy slumped on the sofa, feeling a bit dizzy, unsure if it was because she had frequently used her space today. When Suzy Yue shared her feelings and speculation with Su Jingyan, he immediately became tense. A look of regret on his face. I'm sorry, Xiaoya, I overlooked this issue. Is your head really dizzy? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Suzy Yue shook her head and gave him a comforting smile, just a bit dizzy, like that feeling of not having enough sleep in the morning. I should be fine after a nap. You don't need to worry too much, Brother Jingyan, while putting away various cooked foods into her space. She couldn't resist the temptation and ate some, so her stomach was still full, and she didn't need dinner anymore. After a quick shower, sleepiness washed over her, and she fell asleep shortly after lying down. On the 5th day of the heavy rain, Suzy Yue woke up without any dizziness, and Su Jingyan also relaxed the tension that had hung in the air for the entire night. Since the police left yesterday, the apartment had become eerily quiet. Usually, there would be a few people chatting in the corridor, but today there wasn't a single soul. Everyone was quietly staying at home. The rain continued to pour, and the water level kept rising, already flooding the second floor. The property management had disappeared, and anyone who wasn't foolish and had followed the news knew that this heavy rain was different from the past. This time, it was a global downpour. Before the signal was cut off, many people speculated whether the apocalypse was approaching. As apocalyptic discussions spread and intensified, the authorities didn't immediately come out to refute the rumors. Keen observers had already sensed the information being revealed. At this point, money was useless. Property staff expressed that risking their lives for a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars wasn't worth it. As for jobs, who cared if they would lose their jobs? Life was the priority. Many people realized the apocalypse was coming, but it was already too late. They had stocked up on food before the heavy rain came, and now they were trapped by floods when they wanted to go out. With their food supplies nearly depleted, they had no choice but to venture out in search of food, under the protest of their stomachs. They couldn't care less about whether the murderer was still in the apartment. However, most people traveled in pairs, with only a few acting alone. Fortunately, every floor of their apartment had an observation corridor. Otherwise, they might have to break down walls to get out. Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu were eager to try as well. After all, who would say no to more food? Although they still had some supplies, it wasn't enough to make them feel secure. Seeing others go out to find food while they sat at home, watching their supplies dwindle day by day, inevitably caused some anxiety. Before they could head out, Suzy Yue and Su Jingyan stopped them. The floodwaters were murky, floating with many objects and it was impossible to visually assess whether there were dangerous items in the water. If one wasn't too careful, they could be knocked over by floating debris, which was still a minor issue. If they encountered sharp objects and got injured in the water, it could easily lead to infection. They still had food and didn't need to take that risk. Although Su Ziyue hadn't experienced it in her past life, she had heard of several painful experiences. She didn't dare to gamble on whether there was such a group of people in this apartment. Hearing about so many potential dangers, Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu also dismissed the idea. However, these difficulties were something that had to be overcome for those residents facing empty rice jars at home, with hungry elderly and children. Zhao Zishu and Su Jingyan went down to scout around. A man was soaked to the bone, holding onto a piece of wood on which rested a plastic bag. His lower body submerged in water, making his way toward the community. Soon, a family of 3 happily came upstairs. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. At that time, the water was rushing, and my brother was swept away. We searched for a long time, but couldn't find him. He might. 2 men looked at each other awkwardly. One helped the woman up, while the other held the child, continuously offering comfort and making promises. Some people waited from dawn until dusk, but never saw the person they were waiting for. All right. The girl nodded obediently and continued to look towards the exit, where a tall, familiar figure slowly approached. The mother and daughter exchanged glances of joy, but when the man collapsed before them, their expressions turned to shock. That night, a woman living on the 10th floor began knocking on doors, one by one. 11th floor. Hello, my husband has a fever. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine that you could lend me a pill? No. Sorry, we are short on medicine right now, and we don't know if we have enough. 15th floor. Hello, my husband has a fever. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine that you could lend me a pill? I promise I will return it. How will you return it? Will you pay me back yourself? If you spend a night with me, don't leave, beautiful. The woman was frightened and hurriedly ran away, followed by the man's lewd laughter. 16th floor, no. 17th floor, no. 18th floor. The woman's voice had grown hoarse. Sister, I really want to lend it to you, but my family won't agree. Walking towards the 19th floor, the woman felt despair. There were 3 more households, and with over 30 below, no one was willing to lend anything. Was there any hope left? Chapter 13. Borrowing medicine. The woman knew hope was slim, but she still stubbornly wanted to try, just in case. Hello, my husband has a fever. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine that you could lend me a pill? I promise I will return it. I can even trade other items. The woman knocked on Zhao Zishu's door, where Su Ziyue, Su Jingyan, and Gao Qingwen were playing board games. Hearing the sound, Su Jingyan and Zhao Zishu stood up first, confirming through the peephole that it was just one woman before opening the door. The woman looked familiar. Zhao Zishu carefully recognized her as the mother from the pair who had not waited for the child's father when they left. Should I give it? What if I give it, and then a second or third one comes? But she looks so pitiful. I can give it. Their family seems decent. But I can only give 1 or 2 pills, and I need to make it clear that this cannot be spread. Zhao Zishu nodded, took out scissors, cut 2 fever-reducing pills, opened the door, and handed them to the woman. Here are 2 fever-reducing pills. That's all I have. The woman trembled as she took the pills, and when she looked up, her face was already streaked with tears. She bent her legs and was about to kneel down, but Zhao Zishu quickly helped her up. Sister, no need for that. Thank you, really thank you. I walked up from the 10th floor, and no one was willing to lend me anything. I know I can't blame them, but still, thank you. The woman repeatedly bowed, and Suzy silently handed her a tissue. Sister, hurry and give your husband the medicine. High fever can't be delayed. However, regarding this matter of giving you medicine, please don't tell others. We squeeze this out from our own resources. The woman nodded, repeatedly agreeing, bowed to the 4 of them, and then quickly ran toward the stairway. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan left Zhao Zishu's home, and before entering the door on the 20th floor, they heard a scream. I'll catch the thief. Help! There's a thief. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan exchanged glances, and Su Ziyue speculated wildly. What if that thief is the murderer? Su Jingyan pushed her inside and locked the door. Don't think wildly. I'll heat you a cup of milk, and then you should hurry to sleep. Su Ziyue nodded, sighed. I feel like I won't sleep well tonight. Su Jingyan patted her head. Don't worry. Our door lock is very secure. I'll sleep in the living room tonight. You can sleep peacefully, Xiaoya. Saying this, Su Ziyue took a stool and 3 glass cups, placing the stool next to the door and the glass cups on the back of the stool. This way, if someone pries the lock and comes in, they will knock over the glass cups, and we will wake up. Xiaoya is really smart. Su Jingyan did not hesitate to praise Su Ziyue. This is very simple. Anyone can think of it. Brother Jingyan, don't always treat me like a child when putting me to sleep. It's late. Good night, Brother Jingyan. Su Ziyue avoided Su Jingyan's gaze, which sparkled with gentle starlight. Each look seemed like a deep farewell to her. Good night, Xiaoya. On the 6th day of the heavy rain, the 3rd floor was flooded. The government kept sending people to relocate those whose houses were submerged by the flood to nearby schools. However, as the water level continued to rise, more and more people became homeless, and tents were set up in flat, elevated areas. While relocation was done, food became an issue. Initially, the government distributed enough food for free, but later, each person could only receive 1 bottle of water and 3 steamed buns a day. The government encouraged those who were able to find food on their own. It was fine if there was no resistance, but once there was, they would be beaten to the point of being unable to move. Without signal communication, the government found it hard to stop such behavior in time, relying only on public reports and increased patrols. In the apartment, more and more people went out looking for food, but the available food nearby was dwindling. They had to venture farther to search in other areas. A group of unruly people gathered and occupied the supermarket area. We can't beat them. What we find will be taken away. Where are the police? Are they just going to ignore this? Now, there is no signal. Where can we find the police? By the time you find them, they might have already run away. And perhaps the police are struggling to protect themselves. How can they have time to manage us? So what should we do? Now, the people in our building need to unite. When we go out, we must not scatter. The more people there are, the less likely we will be robbed. Brother, what is your surname? From what you're saying, do you have a good idea? My surname is Zhang. Everyone calls me Brother Zhang. I just have a suggestion. Let everyone listen to see if it's feasible. This is for all of us. Those who have gone out these past 2 days should be clear about the situation outside. Strength is the hard truth. If 2 or 3 people go out, they will also be robbed of what they find. If we unite and form a small team, we won't have to worry about this issue. When we find food, we can share it together. This idea is good. Count me in. Everyone had no objections, and Brother Jean continued. I'm sure everyone knows what happened last night. A woman living alone was followed by a man, and when she opened the door, he took the opportunity to rush in and robbed her of all her remaining food. Fortunately, he only wanted to steal and didn't harm anyone. Otherwise, the government is short-staffed, and some neighbors who weren't relocated in time are living in the corridors. Everyone knows the layout of our building. At least there are 2 rooms. Neighbors living in the corridors who want to move into the house can discuss it with those who are worried about their safety living alone, using water, food, or other items as rent to move into the empty rooms. Of course, these are just my small suggestions. Everything must be based on voluntary agreement, and there can be no coercion. Chapter 14, The Team. On the 7th day of the heavy rain, the 4th floor was flooded. Even though many people thought Brother Zhang's proposal was good, very few actually reached an agreement. First, the people living alone were not at ease with those moving in, fearing they would take their food or be detrimental to them. Second, if a whole family moved in, it would be unclear who the owner of the house was. Finally, and most crucially, everyone's food was limited. Being able to eat enough was already a problem, and in the face of hunger, accommodation conditions could take a back seat. To avoid drawing too much attention, Su Ziyue and the others decided to go out with the homeowners the next day. However, someone still had to stay behind to keep an eye on things at home. So Zhao Zishu strongly opposed. I protest. Why should I be the one left behind? I want to go out too. We're very democratic. Let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree that Zhao Zishu should go out. Su Ziyue said with a smile, and then no one raised their hand except Zhao Zishu. Raise your hand if you agree that Zhao Zishu should stay. Su Ziyue continued, and then raised her hand. Apart from Zhao Zishu, 3 others raised their hands. It's unfair. You all conspired against me, totally excluding me. Besides, how can I watch over 3 homes by myself? What if I encounter a group committing a crime? At least leave someone to talk to me, right? I'll be bored to death at home with no internet, no signal, and barely any battery left. Zhao Zishu kept nagging in their ears. Gao Qingwen helplessly said, "All right, I'll stay." Zhao Zishu, with a long face, instantly brightened up. Wenwen's sister is the best, unlike you two heartless ones. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan ignored him. Zhao Zishu pouted and said to Gao Qingwen, "Wenwen's sister, I have to say that your decision to stay is the right choice. If you follow them, you'll just be a big, bright light bulb." Gao Qingwen glanced at Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan, covered her mouth and chuckled, nodding in agreement. Su Ziyue covered her ears, pretending to be disturbed, but was actually a bit embarrassed by the teasing, and said to Su Jingyan, "Jingyan brother, quickly make him shut up. It's so noisy." Zhao Zishu imitated her and said in a high-pitched voice, "Hey, Jingyan brother, why are you kicking me? It hurts." Su Jingyan stared at him without saying a word. "The boss is warning me." Zhao Zishu realized and made a gesture of zipping his mouth. On the surface, he appeared obedient, but inside he was resentful. Who was this for? Wasn't it for him? With Gao Qingwen, this light bulb, staying behind, wouldn't it be even easier for them to develop feelings? Truly ungrateful. Not recognizing a good person's heart. Almost every household sent 1 or 2 people to join the group in the apartment, and Brother Zhang was elected as the team leader. Due to the large number of people, Brother Zhang divided them into 2 teams, with about 15 people in each team. Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue were placed in the same team as Brother Zhang, which was also out of his selfishness. Brother Zhang was the husband of the woman who came to ask for fever medicine that day. After taking the medicine, he quickly recovered from his fever. After learning from his wife that the benefactors were 4 young people living on the 19th and 20th floors, he silently remembered this kindness. As the team leader, he couldn't show favoritism to anyone, but it was still acceptable to keep the 2 under his protection. Most of the transportation tools in their small team were made from floating materials like door panels, tables, chairs, and wooden beds, as well as blanket boats. But there weren't many, clearly not enough for everyone to ride. Brother Zhang frowned, thought for a moment, and added, "To be fair, those who provide transportation tools will receive an extra portion of food. Whoever's wooden raft or boat they rode on, everyone on that raft would have to share any food they found, giving 1 portion to the raft owner as rent. After that, those who brought transportation tools looked pleased. A few wooden boards could mean an extra portion of food, which seemed like a sure profit to them. Those who didn't bring transportation tools were dissatisfied. Why should it be like that? Let me remind everyone, there is a lot of garbage in the floodwaters. Even animal corpses, and you can imagine how many germs are in there. Also, staying in the water for too long can easily lead to catching a cold. Those that don't mind can choose not to sit, and they won't have to share that extra portion of food later." After hearing this, those who initially had objections fell silent. Some suddenly slapped their heads and said, "I just remembered that I seem to have a wooden raft at home. I'll go get it." "Me too, but I need someone to help me bring it. I can't carry it alone." Clearly, in the face of the continuous heavy rain, everyone had made preparations. Most families had their own makeshift wooden rafts. Brother Zhang looked at the doubled transportation tools with satisfaction and said, "Then let's set off. Those familiar with the route lead the way." Su Ziyue was carefully supported by Su Jingyan onto a wooden raft and took a while to adapt to the unsteady feeling on it. A journey that would take 10 minutes on foot took them 20 minutes to paddle with the wooden raft, and they finally arrived at a small supermarket. Everyone's shoes were completely soaked, and their pants were rolled up to their thighs to avoid getting wet from the floodwaters that occasionally surged. The supermarket was already submerged, with only a small tip visible. If they weren't familiar with the road conditions and the building, they wouldn't have recognized it at all. Now it was time to go underwater to search for supplies. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan wore diving suits, and said it was a hobby when asked by others. Although others were envious, they didn't delve deeper. Brother Zhang and 2 others went down first, leaving only Su Ziyue, Su Jingyan, and a woman on the raft. Of course, they also had to go down, but they were just arranged to be in the second batch. In about 10 minutes, they occasionally saw the 3 who went down surface for air before diving back down. They gradually placed some food on the raft, vacuum-packed small bags of rice, canned food, bread, sausages, etc. The 3, exhausted, came back up to rest and informed the location so that Su Ziyue and the others could go down to continue retrieving supplies. Su Jingyan wanted to replace Su Ziyue and go down. He thought they only needed to collect one portion of food. After all, they were just going out to make an appearance and gather some information, not genuinely lacking food. But Su Ziyue refused, saying, "I'm not that delicate. And it's likely that going underwater to gather supplies will become a norm for a long time." Brother Zhang smiled ambiguously, playfully reminding them with goodwill, "You lovebirds have such a good relationship. But the world may change now. You can't protect her for a lifetime. She needs to toughen up." Su Jingyan knew Brother Zhang meant well, but he just couldn't shake off his worries, fearing something might happen. However, seeing Su Ziyue's insistence on going underwater, he didn't stop her, and they both put on their goggles and dived in. Su Jingyan pointed ahead, signaling her to follow him. Su Ziyue nodded. Once inside the supermarket, Su Ziyue didn't immediately grab things to bring up. Instead, she circled around a few times, casually collecting some food into her space before finally bringing up 2 bags of rice. Su Jingyan was responsible for keeping watch for her. When he saw she had collected enough, he casually grabbed some items to prepare to go up. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a long, snake-like object swimming towards Su Ziyue. His eyes narrowed. It was a snake. Chapter 15. Encountering a best friend, he threw the items he was holding towards it, and the force of the water caused the snake to swerve. Su Ziyue was about to swim up when she saw a snake narrowly brush past her, her pupils dilating as she leaned back in shock. Su Jingyan had already reached her side, pulling her up as he suddenly produced a long stick from somewhere and waved it forward, pushing the snake back a bit further. The snake having been poked twice. Now, the snake didn't need Su Jingyan to take action. It darted away quickly, disappearing from sight. "I can't fight it, I'll run." Seeing the two in a hurry, Brother Zhang teased, "Why do you look like someone is chasing you?" Su Ziyue's face was still pale, and Su Jingyan soothingly patted her head, saying, "Xiaoya, it's okay now." He then explained to Brother Zhang, "We just encountered a snake, and Xiaoya almost got bitten." The teasing expression on Brother Zhang's face vanished, and his demeanor became serious. His expression did not lighten. "The flood has not only submerged our homes, but also destroyed the snake's nests. At this time, they might come out in groups looking for new homes. So if you spot a snake, there could be a snake swarm nearby." Everyone had no objections. Su Ziyue, who was comforted in Su Jingyan's arms, had already regained her composure. She signaled to Su Jingyan with her eyes that she was fine. However, Su Jingyan showed no intention of letting her go, as if he did not understand her gaze. It wasn't until she softly reminded him that he finally realized and released her. 2 speedboats quickly arrived in front of everyone. Not knowing whether the newcomers were friends or foes, no one dared to act rashly. A heavily made-up woman spoke first. "Oh, isn't this Ziyue? What happened?" Su Ziyue peeked out from Su Jingyan's embrace, took a first glance, and couldn't recognize her. She was too lazy to guess who it was and directly asked, "Who are you?" The woman, incredulous, felt that it was absurd for Su Ziyue not to recognize her, her face contorting with anger. Su Ziyue couldn't understand. "Why are you so angry? Is it that hard to say your name? Are you a big star?" The woman, with a green face, enunciated each word. "I am Shirt Songyu." Su Ziyue raised an eyebrow and calmly replied with a single word, "Oh." She examined Shirt Songyu, whose delicate face was now heavily made up, making her look much older, as if she were a different person. It was no wonder she didn't recognize her. Dressed in a spaghetti-strap dress with a thigh-high slit, she leaned next to a pig-headed man, speaking in a deliberately flirtatious tone. "My dear, she must have seen how lucky I am to have met you, living better than she is. That's why she's pretending not to know me. Ziyue, don't be shy. Considering we used to be good sisters, I can't bear to see you suffer." Ignoring Shirt Songyu's foolish remarks, Su Ziyue glanced at the pig-headed man, then at Shirt Songyu. Her expression first puzzled, then realizing something, she showed a knowing look. "Is this your rich boyfriend?" Shirt Songyu thought Su Ziyue was going to back down, and proudly linked her arm with the pig-headed man, raising her chin. "Yes. My boyfriend's family sells speedboats and ships." "Ziyue, you abandoned my brother for this man?" Shirt Songyu pointed at Su Jingyan, then looked at the wooden raft they were standing on, shaking her head. "Although he's a bit better looking than my brother. You can't just look at faces when choosing a boyfriend. Look, he's already reduced to fishing for food himself." The pig-headed man nodded, leering at Su Ziyue. His face squished together. "Yeah, beauty. Following this pretty boy, you can't even catch a bite to eat." Why not come with me? I guarantee you'll eat well. Just right for you and your sister to reunite. Hearing this, sure, Songyu's face turned ugly, and she rubbed against the pig-headed man, muttering discontentedly. Su Ziyue guessed she was probably speaking ill of her. However, sure, Songyu was overthinking. If this pig-headed man was so precious to her, let her be tied to him. Ugly men and women shouldn't interfere. Su Ziyue ignored the pig-headed man's crude words and coldly smiled at Shirt Songyu. So you're telling me to learn from you? Selling myself to feed a pig for a meal? I don't have that kind of willpower to lower myself to a pig. Shirt Songyu immediately complained to the pig-headed man. Dear, she doesn't recognize her place and even called you a pig. The pig-headed man was furious. You bitch. Don't you dare turn down my offer. Do you know who I am? Have you heard of the group? The chairman is my dad. Oh, even in the apocalypse, there are still people trying to act recklessly because they have a chairman for a dad? She can't let herself be outdone. Su Ziyue asked Su Jing'an. The group? That sounds a bit familiar. ISNT, that the company that my sister dismissed from the bidding project? I think the chairman even tried to bribe my sister by sending her a handsome guy, but unfortunately, my sister has no taste and threw him out. That is true. Su Jing'an wasn't sure, but he nodded along with whatever Su Ziyue said. The pig-headed man was surprised. How do you know this so clearly? Your sister is Little Su? If the Little Su you're talking about is Su Ziki, then congratulations, you guessed right. As she said the last 3 words, Su Ziyue snapped her fingers to accompany her words. The man immediately changed his expression. Oh, so it's Miss Su Air. I didn't recognize you. Does Miss Su Air need help? My family has extra speedboats. Where do you live? I'll send one over. That would be great. A 1T refuse. My dear, don't let her fool you. I share a dorm and class with her, but I have never heard her mention having a sister, Little Su. She might just be pretending to be Little Su's sister to deceive you now that the signal is cut off, seeing that her backer couldn't stand up for her and was even going to send Su Ziyue's speedboat. Sure, Songyu couldn't sit still anymore and immediately stepped in to stop it. Chapter 16. Landlady Su Ziyue nodded, not only refusing to explain for herself, but also agreeing. Yeah, young Masterly should be careful of this scammer. Saying this, Su Ziyue took out a ring from her pocket, which had a dazzling pink diamond set on it. Valued at over 100 million, the heart of a young girl. Young Masterly couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the ring, immediately retracting the suspicion on his face. He put on a flattering smile, bowing and scraping. This is the heart of a young girl that President Su bought for her beloved daughter, Miss Su Air, at the auction, right? Only a beauty like you deserves such a ring. How could you possibly be a scammer? Don't joke around. My dear, what if that ring is fake, a high imitation? Before Shirt Songyu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by 2 loud slaps, followed by a stinging pain on her face. She covered her face, squeezing out crocodile tears as she looked at young Masterly, pleading for his affection. Young Masterly didn't even glance at Shirt Songyu, pushing her behind him and signaling his men to keep an eye on her to prevent her from causing a scene. The rain is getting heavier. Miss Su Air, don't catch a cold. Please tell me your address, and I'll have someone send a speedboat over right away. Su Ziyue nodded, told him her address, and noticed Zhang Gu winking at her. She paused and asked, can I borrow a few more? I really need them. You can find my sister for the rest. Far away in Kyoto, Su Ziki sneezed. With years of experience being tricked by her sister, she was certain this sneeze was related to Su Ziyue. Young Masterly was more than happy to oblige. A few speedboats in exchange for a chance to meet Little Su was too valuable. Su Ziyue smiled. Thank you. Su Ziyue pulled Su Jing'an onto another speedboat. Young Masterly shamelessly squeezed in as well, actively trying to make conversation. How did Miss Su Air end up here? I'm studying at a university. Miss Su Air is truly impressive, a dragon among men. I wanted to apply to the same university too, but unfortunately, I don't have a brain as smart as Miss Su Air's. Su Ziyue forced a perfunctory smile. Young Masterly noticed that Su Ziyue wasn't interested in that topic and found another to continue chatting. Su Ziyue kept up her official, perfunctory smile in response. Young Masterly didn't even give Su Jing'an a glance, as if he truly saw him as Su Ziyue's kept boy. Seeing that Su Ziyue was still there, Zhang Gu wiped his sweat and showed an exceptionally sincere smile. Before Zhang Gu could speak, Su Ziyue took the initiative. I'll keep 2 speedboats for myself and lend you the rest. The rent will be paid daily, just as you said this morning. Susie Yue didn't really care about that little rent. There was everything in the flood, and food soaked in water was always a bit off-putting. The supplies she had prepared in her space were enough for her. So under the conditions, she wouldn't eat those salvaged goods, planning to store them for future trades instead. However, this rent gave her a reason not to go out and left a good impression on the landlords. Why not? Zhang Ji's smile was about to stretch from ear to ear. This little girl is so generous, beautiful, and kind-hearted. Everyone should remember Miss Su's kindness. Yes. Miss Su is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. The crowd nodded in agreement, showering her with compliments. When it was time to go upstairs, they all scrambled to help her carry things. Young Master Li's family. The previous young Master Li used to fall for this kind of flattery, but today he was unmoved, his expression cold and stern as he looked at Shi Tsungyu. You must serve her well from now on. Get close to her and don't upset her. Otherwise, you can get lost. If I find out you're pretending to obey while secretly undermining my plans, you definitely want to know the consequences. Brother Li, it's the apocalypse now. Even if her family was wealthy before, money doesn't mean much now. Why do you still want to please her? Shi Tsungyu didn't quite understand and didn't want to flatter Susie Yue. Even knowing it might anger young Master Li, she still mustered the courage to ask. Truly, ignorance is bliss. The Su family has deep roots. Even in the apocalypse, they have enough connections and capabilities to stand strong. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just follow my arrangements. All right, I need to go pick some good speedboats to send to Miss Su Air. You stay here and don't get in my way. Young Master Li looked at Shi Tsungyu with disdain and impatience, waving her off. Although Shi Tsungyu felt very dissatisfied and resentful inside, she couldn't afford to offend the person who was her hard-won financial backer. So she could only smile and retreat to a corner. Originally, she thought that with the apocalypse coming, the delicate and pampered Miss Susie Yue would definitely be having a hard time. Unexpectedly, she was still able to rely on her family background to live better than herself. Why? It's just about being born lucky? Thinking about the debts she and Shi Tsungyu had to repay to Susie Yue. They had to sell various luxury items and barely managed to scrape together over 500,000, still more than 400,000 short of Susie Yue's demand of 1 million. They had borrowed from all the classmates and friends who were willing, and almost no one was willing to lend them money. It was all because of that bitch Susie Yue's post that made her and Shi Tsungyu suffer ridicule and scorn at school. As for the few rich second-generation kids who were willing to lend money, they even made the outrageous request for her to sleep with them. What hurt her even more was that when she complained to Shi Tsungyu in frustration, he not only didn't support her in cursing those rich kids, but hesitated in silence instead. Shi Tsungyu actually said it wouldn't be impossible. Shi Tsungyu slapped Shi Tsungyu twice on the spot. Chapter 17, even if you push me away, I want to leave you. But just like what Shi Tsungyu said later when she calmed down, they had no other options left. As for borrowing money or high-interest loans, they had considered it. After weighing the risks, they still thought that sleeping with those rich second-generation kids was more cost-effective and lower risk. So, Shi Tsungyu endured the humiliation and slept with those rich second-generation kids for a few nights, finally getting enough money to repay Susie Yue and this pair of former partners. Soulmates who promised to grow old together. One looked down on the other for being useless, only letting his woman be bullied. The other despised the other for having been slept with, saying it was self-inflicted. If it weren't for her love of wealth and the scheme to deceive Susie Yue, they wouldn't have fallen to this state. This ending was all caused by you, Shi Tsungyu. With this statement, they no longer cared about their past affection, had a huge fight, and vowed to part ways. Later, more and more students sensed something was off with the storm, and Shi Tsungyu's food ran out, leaving her no choice but to go out in the rain to search. Then, she heard the news that Shi Tsungyu had his leg broken. Just as she was hesitating whether to find Shi Tsungyu, young Master Li appeared. When Shi Tsungyu saw the supplies in young Master Li's speedboat, she held her protesting stomach due to hunger, looked at herself who had been empty-handed after searching for a long time, and ultimately compromised. Shi Tsungyu put on her most delicate and fragile angle, looking pitifully at young Master Li, begging him for some food. Young Master Li was quite fond of her. With food, clothing, and daily needs taken care of, she thought about the difficulties Suzu might face, and her life was quite comfortable. Unfortunately, all of this was shattered by Suzu. Why was Suzu so lucky? Why wouldn't she just die? Shirt Songyu curled up in a corner, her otherwise fair face twisted with jealousy. He started to hesitate whether to let her go. After all, she had offended Miss Su, and perhaps he could use this to show loyalty to Miss Su. Shirt Songyu heard footsteps, saw the expression on young Master Li's face, immediately collected herself, walked up to massage his shoulders and legs, constantly saying nice things. But inside, she thought she probably wouldn't be able to stay here long. After a subordinate came in to tell young Master Li that the items had been packed, young Master Li nodded, released Shirt Songyu, and went to Suzu's community with a group of subordinates, the speedboats, and some food and daily necessities. Brother Zhang and his group hadn't gone out in the afternoon, just waiting for young Master Li to arrive. When they saw him, Brother Zhang enthusiastically went up to greet him. Young Master Li, you've worked hard on the road. Miss Su asked me to wait here. Her home is on the 20th floor, so she won't come down. She asked me to help take the items up. Young Master Li felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to go up with Brother Zhang and see if he could get closer to Suzu. But upon hearing it was the 20th floor, he gave up and only let his subordinates help carry the items up. While everyone was busy, Brother Zhang approached young Master Li with a black bag. Young Master Li was a bit surprised. He took it, opened it, and saw it was filled with cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and other scarce resources after the apocalypse. This bag of items from Suzu could match the value of the speedboats young Master Li had given. After all, speedboats could only be used during floods, while cigarettes and alcohol could be quite useful in the apocalypse. Brother Zhang didn't look at what was inside the bag. After handing it to young Master Li, he went to help carry supplies. Brother Zhang and young Master Li's subordinates moved the items into Suzu's house. Suzu thanked them and asked Brother Zhang to wait at the door. It's just like someone bringing a pillow when I'm about to doze off. I've been worried about how to use the speedboats without a name. Now I finally don't have to find an excuse. Suzu looked at the 4 speedboats sent by young Master Li, her eyes curved with joy and her dimples appearing. Little US luck has always been good. Su Jinggan was also influenced by Suzu's good mood and couldn't help but smile. Suzu thought to herself. Her luck in her past life was never this good. She had ruined a good hand of cards. She had a huge fight with her sister over this, insisting on bringing Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu along. After 2 days of stalemate, her sister finally compromised, but she demanded that the two find supplies for themselves, saying that she hadn't prepared extra supplies for them. Seeing Su Ziki deliberately making things difficult in front of Suzu, Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu tried to find a way to shake off the bodyguards and deceive her outside. Her sister was already rushing to find her when she arrived. They had a fight. Knowing she was taken away by those 2 siblings, she hurriedly went out in the rain to look for her. After searching for a day without finding her, she developed a high fever and couldn't survive. Just like that, she left her forever. Those 2 siblings knew her sister was looking for her, but deliberately concealed it. She didn't even get to see her sister for the last time. Little Yu, what's wrong? She hid the pain on her face, calmed her emotions, and raised a smile at Su Jinggan. But that pale face smiling made Su Jinggan feel even more heartbroken. Brother Jinggan, after this, we can rent the speedboats to them to earn supplies. And we won't have to go out and dive ourselves. I'll have more time to learn self-defense from you, with a source for supplies. She wouldn't have to worry about others suspecting where her supplies came from, and she could stay home with peace of mind. These days, whenever she had time, she would pull Su Jinggan to teach her some self-defense techniques. If I had some self-defense skills in my past life, I wouldn't have to rely so much on others for protection. In fact, Xiao doesn't need to work so hard, as long as I'm by your side. I won't let anyone hurt you. Su Jinggan gently ruffled Suzu's hair. Every time he saw her pushing through despite being clearly exhausted, he felt a pang of heartache and guilt. It's not hard. Brother Jinggan is so capable. I can't hold you back. Besides, what if one day you're not by my side? Whenever Suzu felt like giving up from exhaustion, she would think of her past life, which motivated her and strengthened her resolve to become stronger. I won't, unless you actively push me away. Even if you want to push me away, I won't leave you. I'll always be by your side to protect you. Su Jingyan looked into her eyes, and a fleeting sadness that Su Ziyue couldn't comprehend flashed in his gaze. But it disappeared quickly, leaving only determination. Chapter 18. The old stickler, I wouldn't push you away. Who would push away such a strong support? Su Ziyue averted her gaze and muttered. In her past life, she was indeed that foolish person who let the instigation of those scummy men and women drive Su Jingyan away. After sorting out her supplies, Su Ziyue rented 2 speedboats to Zhang Ge and the others, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Once Zhang Ge and the others excitedly carried the boats downstairs, Su Ziyue lent one of the speedboats to Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu. Gao Qingwen cupped Su Ziyue's face and gave her a hard kiss. Ziyue, from now on, you're my little sister. I love you to death. You don't know. I saw someone flipping a wooden raft on the balcony today. The whole raft fell apart. What we made isn't very reliable. I was so scared at the time. Su Jingyan's face darkened as he pulled Su Ziyue away from Gao Qingwen, placing himself between them. Gao Qingwen shot Su Ziyue a knowing look that said, your guy is way too possessive. Su Ziyue signaled her to be quiet. What does your guy mean? They were still just pure siblings. And she hadn't agreed to anything with Jingyan yet. The rent is the same as for them. It's paid daily, so don't say you don't need to. Brothers must settle accounts clearly. Su Ziyue initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but after Zhao Zishu spoke, she thought about it. They would be spending a long time together, so she couldn't let them get into that habit. All right, let's settle the accounts then. Anyway, I won't let you starve if you really run out of food. Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu didn't know about Su Ziyue's inner thoughts, and they praised her wildly, making her feel elated. From now on, if I have a bite to eat, you will too. Su Ziyue proudly patted her chest and promised. Okay, when we can't make it anymore, we'll come to you for help. No problem, by then I'll be the big boss. And you two can be my second and third in command. We'll recruit a bunch of little brothers and then rob the rich to help the poor. Who dares to step on me? Zhao Zishu cried out in pain. We have some things to do, so we're leaving. Su Jingyan saw they were full of swagger, just short of swearing brotherhood, and fearing they would lead Su Ziyue astray, he found an excuse to pull her away. What things? Su Ziyue was caught off guard when Su Jingyan pulled her up, feeling confused. Xiaoya, you shouldn't do illegal things. I'll go out to find supplies. Tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. Don't learn bad habits from them. Su Jingyan said earnestly, looking serious. Before Su Ziyue could respond, Zhao Zishu protested. Su Jingyan, your double standards are too obvious. It was Ziyue who brought it up first. Besides, we were just joking around. Did you take it seriously? You guys were joking? Su Jingyan, taken aback, looked confused. Yeah, I told you to surf the internet more, and you said it was a waste of time. You said you were an old stickler, but now you can't even tell a joke from the truth. It's hilarious. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Zishu mocked Su Jingyan without mercy. Zhao Zishu, don't bully brother Jingyan, be quiet. Seeing Su Jingyan looking dazed, as if truly affected, Su Ziyue hurriedly told Zhao Zishu to shut up. Ziyue, you're so biased. We've grown up together, yet you call Su Jingyan brother, but to me it's just his full name? How about this? If you call me brother, I won't laugh at him anymore. Zhao Zishu took the opportunity to say this, but Su Ziyue was already unfazed and rolled her eyes. Do you look like a brother? You snatched my ice cream when we were kids, unlike Jingyan, who would let me have his ice cream. I won't call you that. Zhao Zishu, just to annoy you. Don't go, Ziyue. You're so petty. Didn't I buy a box of ice cream for you to make amends later? Don't go. We can still negotiate. Su Ziyue shut the door, cutting off Zhao Zishu's loud voice, and turned to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan was also looking at her, then lowered his head with a hint of insecurity. After hesitating for a moment, he looked up and asked, do I really seem like an old stickler? Does Xiaoya feel a generation gap when interacting with me? Su Ziyue burst out laughing, making Su Jingyan even more nervous. Did Xiaoya dislike him? Brother Jingyan, you're not an old stickler. Don't listen to Zhao Zishu's nonsense. He never says anything serious. All right, after a long day, go take a hot shower first. Believe in yourself. You're a handsome young man in the prime of your life. Su Ziyue pushed him toward the bathroom, taking hot water from the space and filling the bathtub. Take a bath and rest early. Finish your shower and dinner before it gets dark, then lie in bed to sleep. When dawn breaks, People will get up and go out to gather supplies. Luckily, it's summer now, with long days and short nights. After a good sleep, it will almost be bright. Many young people joked about how their daily routines had never been so regular. That night, Suziue slept uneasily. She dreamed of someone fighting, the sounds growing louder as they approached. No, Suziue jolted awake, sitting up in bed. The room was pitch dark, with only a sliver of moonlight streaming through the open window. At that moment, she could vaguely hear sounds coming from the living room. She took a baseball bat from her space and slowly walked to the door. Gently opening it, she saw two figures moving in the living room, sometimes entangled together and sometimes separating. The sound of fists hitting flesh was painful to hear. The moment Suziue turned on the emergency light in the living room, she saw Su Jingyan fighting with a man wearing a mask and gloves. Having been in the dark for too long, when the lights suddenly turned on, people's instinct was to close their eyes to shield them from the blinding brightness. Seizing the opportunity, Suziue swung the bat at the man. Seeing another person emerge, the man was already having second thoughts. He threw the knife at Suziue and took the chance to flee while Su Jingyan was pulling Suziue back. Su Jingyan quickly reacted, pulling Suziue behind him, and the knife clattered to the ground. Chapter 19. The thief looking at the knife reflecting light under the lamp. Su Jingyan felt a lingering fear. After confirming the thief had escaped, he closed the door and pushed a heavy table against it, then stepped forward and hugged Suziue tightly. Xiaoya, you shouldn't have come out. I could have handled it. If that knife had hurt you, with the doctors being so hard to find now, what if you couldn't get timely treatment? Suziue let Su Jingyan hold her, patting his back to comfort him. Brother Jingyan, I could have dodged that knife even if you hadn't pulled me back. I don't want to always be protected by you. I want to help you too. Su Jingyan didn't say anything more, only thinking about how Suziue had asked him to teach her self-defense, but he had held back because he felt heartache. It seemed he really needed to teach her seriously. A minute later, Su Jingyan released her and began to tidy up the items that had fallen to the ground during the fight. Su Jingyan wasn't sleeping very soundly. Just as the thief pried opened the door and entered, he happened to get up to pour some water. When he stepped out, he saw the front door wide open and a dark figure rummaging through the living room. Taking advantage of the thief's moment of surprise, Su Jingyan rushed forward and knocked him down. If it weren't for the thief suddenly pulling out a dagger, he would have subdued him before Suziue came out. The thief hadn't had time to take anything. During their struggle, they knocked over quite a few items, making the place look a bit chaotic. Suziue, not listening, glanced at the time. It was only 12:48, and there were at least 5 more hours until dawn. She insisted on taking turns to keep watch, and Su Jingyan had no choice but to agree and let her go to sleep first. When Suziue woke up, it was already bright outside, and the clock had turned to 6. She distinctly remembered setting an alarm for 2:30, so how could it not have gone off? After searching around, she couldn't find her phone. Then it occurred to her to open the door and go outside, and sure enough, her phone, which had the alarm set, was on the living room table, along with a cup of cold coffee. Su Jingyan was sitting on the sofa, looking towards the door. The front door's lock had been pried open and was unusable, so Su Jingyan just closed it and blocked it with the table. Jingyan, you did it again. Suziue angrily walked up to him. Awake? Have some breakfast? Su Jingyan smiled, though there were still dark circles under his eyes from lack of rest. I don't want to eat. I'm not in the mood. You eat by yourself. Suziue huffed coldly, turned her head away from him, took a bowl of porridge and a few buns from her space, placed them on the dining table, and then stood up as if to leave. Even if you can't eat much, at least eat a little. Su Jingyan grabbed Suziue's arm, making her sit back down, and picked up a spoon to bring the porridge to her lips. Suziue was still angry and refused to eat, turning her head to the side. Su Jingyan put down the spoon and sighed helplessly. Since you can't eat, let's start today's lessons early. You'll have an appetite after some exercise. Although Suziue was a bit sulky, seeing the fatigue on Su Jingyan's face made her feel a pang of sympathy, and she lost the desire to tease him. You go sleep first. Suziue softened her tone. Finish your breakfast, and then I'll go sleep, Su Jingyan insisted. Let us eat together by the time you wake up. It'll be at least past noon. You don't have to worry about making me lunch. I could just eat the food I cooked in my space. And give me your phone. Don't think about secretly setting an alarm. Su Jingyan had no choice but to comply. reminding her not to go out and to wait for him to wake up before they went out together. You think too highly of me, Jing'an. Do you really think I can move this table with my little arms and legs? I can't do it. Su Ziyue pointed at the heavy table by the door, looked at her hands, shook her head, and sighed. Su Jing'an laughed, and after finishing breakfast, he went into the room at her urging. Su Ziyue took out her phone, opened a video, and followed along to practice for an hour before opening her tablet to find downloaded TV shows and movies to watch. Just as she was getting to an exciting part, Su Ziyue thought she heard knocking at the door. Afraid of disturbing Su Jing'an's rest, she put on her headphones. She took off the headphones and listened carefully. It was indeed someone knocking at the door, the sound growing louder. Su Ziyue frowned and looked through the peephole. It was a woman. Who is it? Hearing her voice, the knocking stopped. It's me, sure, Songyu. Ziyue, I want to chat with you. Please open the door. Don't call me Ziyue. We're not that familiar, and there's nothing to talk about. I can't open the door. Just say what you need to say. Su Ziyue sat at the table, swinging her legs, one ear wearing headphones to continue watching her tablet, while keeping one ear open to hear what Shirt Songyu might say. Ziyue, Miss Su, I was thoughtless before and did those things. Actually, I initially regarded you as a friend. But later, when I saw you easily get the things I longed for, those luxury clothes, bags, and jewelry, any one of them would be enough for my living expenses for over a year. Yet you looked down on them and casually gave them away as if they were nothing. Stop. If you think it's charity, then you can refuse. I used to just throw them away, but you all said it was a waste, so I gave them to you. Suzyung interrupted, korrektin her. I am sorry. Miss Su, I misunderstood. Sure, Songyu clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, the pain forcing her to maintain her composure as she continued to humbly apologize. In any case, it was my fault for being foolish and doing those terrible things. I hope Miss Su could be magnanimous and not hold it against me. While some could tolerate a lot, Su Ziyue was not one to be a fool. She didn't have that kind of generosity. I know what I did can't be easily forgiven by you, but I genuinely want to apologize and repent. As long as I can seek your forgiveness, I'm willing to do anything. Oh, is that so? Then what if I told you to die? Would you be willing? Su Ziyue's light words fell on Shirt Songyu's ears like a declaration that she would never forgive her. Miss Su, please don't joke. Since you have something going on, and it's inconvenient now, I won't disturb you. I'll come back another time. Shirt Songyu walked to the staircase, her hands spread out, the imprints deeply embedded in her palms, blood seeping out from the marks. At the staircase, a subordinate of Su Gongzi was waiting. He saw that Shirt Songyu couldn't even enter Miss Su's door, and his expression was quite unpleasant. Without needing to say a word, Shirt Songyu could see in his eyes what he wanted to express. What a useless person can't even handle a simple situation. Miss Su has a bad temper. One visit won't be enough to calm her down. I'll come a few more times so she can see my sincerity. Chapter 20. Capture Shirt Songyu could only find excuses to muddle through. Otherwise, Lordly might directly abandon her to clear his relationship with her. Xiaoya, the soundproofing the room is good. You don't need to wear headphones. Wearing them for too long can damage your hearing. Okay, I'll wear them less in the future. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Su Ziyue shook Su Jing'an's arm and pouted to brush it off, then quickly changed the subject, listing a few dish names. Once Su Jing'an learned that Su Ziyue had already had lunch, he casually picked one and quickly finished his meal. Shirt Songyu came by and said she wanted to talk to me. It was just a casual question, but unexpectedly, someone really showed up, and it was Xiaoya's ex-boyfriend's sister. Su Jing'an looked a bit tense as he raised his head to look at Su Ziyue. What did she talk to you about? Jing'an, don't be nervous. She came to apologize, wanting me to forgive her. How could that be? I hold grudges. Su Ziyue wrinkled her nose and puffed up her cheeks. Su Jing'an breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her like this made him feel it was cute, and he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks, earning him a resentful look from Su Ziyue. Xiaoya is right. Those who hurt and deceive her shouldn't be easily let go. A cold light flashed in Su Jing'an's eyes. Shirt Songyu and Shirt Songyu were flaunting the luxury items they had scammed from Su Ziyue at school, pretending to be rich kids. Shirt Songyu, wearing the mask of a wealthy beauty, had deceived many people's wallets. There was more than one fish in the pond. One rich kid, who hated deception due to certain experiences, received all the information about Shirt Songyu and his sister from Su Jing'an. and immediately called a group of people to school to settle the score. Unfortunately, when that group arrived at the school, they only found Shirt Songyu and broke his legs, while Shirt Songyu had vanished. It turned out she had found a new backing. As Su Jingyan was contemplating how to deal with Shirt Songyu, he heard Su Ziyue's worried voice. Jingyan, I'm afraid that person from last night won't give up. That lordly made such a big show of sending things. Now everyone knows our family has a lot of supplies. People pushed to desperation can do anything, and I'm worried more than one person will come. Su Ziyue's expression was serious as she voiced her concerns. I was thinking about this issue last night. The elevator is not operational now, and everyone is using the stairs, with the fire doors on each floor wide open. It's not just our family that has encountered a thief. I've heard that several floors below us have also been frequently targeted. I initially suspect the thief is within our community. If we lock the fire doors on each floor before dark, the thief won't be able to come and go as freely. Moreover, the sound of opening the fire doors is very loud. Light sleepers will be disturbed. As long as we can identify which floor's fire door he opens, we can quickly narrow down the search area. Su Ziyue wholeheartedly applauded Su Jingyan's analysis. Good. Brother Jingyan, as long as you have a plan, that's all that matters. You're the one good at thinking. I'll just wait for your orders. After saying that, Su Ziyue felt that the matter was mostly resolved and went back to watching the movie, but was pulled up by Su Jingyan, who said it was time for class. Su Ziyue, who had just lain down, said, a decision made must be completed, even if it means crying. She stood up again and playfully saluted Su Jingyan. Sir, I'm ready. They had long wanted to catch this thief, but they were busy looking for supplies and couldn't spare any manpower or find a good method. Now, after several rounds of searching, their basic needs were finally not so urgent. If they didn't catch this person, all the supplies they worked hard to gather outside could be taken by someone else, leaving them with nowhere to cry. Moreover, since someone proposed a good method that didn't require them to think, they were naturally happy to follow it. The supplies from the previous supermarket hadn't been fully taken, and young Master Li probably left some for them, out of consideration for Miss Su. Fortunately, they had enough people so they weren't robbed, but they guessed others could also figure out that there were supplies there, so they would have to change locations tomorrow. Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu also acted with Brother Zhang today and even rented out extra spots on the speedboat to others. So Su Ziyue was surprised when she received the rent they sent her. How could there be so much? A big bag full of food was beyond Su Ziyue's expectations. We basically cleared out the remaining supplies from that supermarket. There might not be as much tomorrow. The rain isn't that heavy today, and I estimate it will stop in a few days. It's good if it stops. I hope the officials restore water and electricity soon. I'm already looking forward to living a normal life. Having experienced an apocalypse once, Su Ziyue knew they would be disappointed. Not long after the rain stopped, a heat wave hit, causing polar icebergs to begin melting and water levels to rise. That night, a figure opened the fire door on the 15th floor, breaking the quiet night with a long creaking sound. The person who opened the fire door paused for a moment, but the hunger in his stomach drove him to grit his teeth and walk into the stairwell. After failing to steal anything last night and getting beaten, he had been hungry all day. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the thief took out his lock-picking tools. Yes, he used to be a locksmith, but he was caught for petty theft and changed jobs, though his lock-picking skills remained. He was a lazy person who didn't want to risk going out to search for supplies, so he turned to theft. Compared to others who had families to take care of, she was clearly an easier target. Chapter 21. The rain stops just as he opened the first door. The second door in front of him surprisingly opened automatically, and a man punched him in the stomach, causing the thief to bend over in pain. The man then kicked his knee, and the thief fell to the ground. The man kicked him twice more, and the thief lay on the ground wailing. Stop. I know I was wrong. The man was Brother Zhang, who turned on his flashlight and squatted down to rip the mask off the thief's face, revealing a middle-aged man. Young Lao Santiu, someone behind Brother Zhang exclaimed in surprise, then showed a look of realization. No wonder he always stayed at home and said he'd stocked up on food. I was wondering where he got food since I never saw him going out. Turns out he's been stealing. I remember now. He mentioned before that he used to be a locksmith and said there was a lock he couldn't open. I thought he was just bragging. After the others finished speaking, Brother Zhang turned his attention back to Yang Laosan. What do you have to say for yourself? Yang Laosan looked at Brother Zhang in shock. Didn't they say a girl lived here? Why are you the one coming out? Brother Zhang sneered. You still don't get it? With your brain, you dare to steal? We deliberately told you this to lure you in. We've been waiting for you to fall into our trap. Brother Zhang, why waste your breath on him? Let South go to his place, find the stolen goods, return them to everyone, and then kick him out of the apartment. We can't keep someone like him in our building. Yes, he must be kicked out. I really know I was wrong. We're neighbors. Don't be so ruthless. Kicking me out now is just sending me to my death. Yang Laosan pleaded pitifully. Bah, if you were a bit more diligent, how could you starve? When you took all their food, didn't you think about being so ruthless? As soon as they entered Yang Laosan's house, a foul smell rushed into their noses. It stinks. Yang Laosan, you lazy bum. How long has it been since you cleaned up? This was the angry shout of someone who tripped over the mess on the floor. All the food had been eaten, leaving nothing behind. I can't take it anymore. I'm going out. It's too smelly. Wait. ISNT, that an old man's photo from the first floor in this wallet? Next to him is his old partner. Yang Laosan, you didn't kill the old man from the first floor, did you? I didn't I just borrowed some money from him, but he refused. I panicked and grabbed his wallet. It was his own bad legs that made him fall. It's not my fault. I left right after. Don't you know an old person can fall and never get back up? You've committed indirect murder. At this point, for everyone's safety, our community can't have you anymore. When the sun rises, I will take you to the official station to face legal consequences. Brother Zhang took a rope and bound Yang Laosan, who then started to act pitifully and beg for mercy. Someone maliciously picked up a smelly sock from the corner of his house and stuffed it in his mouth, finally giving everyone peace. You all worked hard. Get some rest. Tomorrow, when we go out, we'll escort him to face legal consequences. After confirming that Yang Laosan was tied up, Brother Zhang spoke to the others. It's not hard. Getting this tumor out of the community means we can sleep peacefully at night. Yeah, otherwise, if this guy steals the supplies we gathered with so much effort during the day, I would be furious. Now we can sleep soundly. On the 8th day of the torrential rain, it stopped, and the long-lost sun finally peeked through the clouds. Hearing the cheers of the crowd early in the morning, Susie smiled as she looked at the sunlight pouring in through the window. Her solar generator could finally be used. Although she had stocked up on plenty of energy reserves, seeing only outflow and no inflow still made Susie a bit anxious. During breakfast, Su Jingyan surprised Susie. The supermarket we want to search for supplies before has a warehouse. The door to the warehouse is very concealed and hard to find unless you look closely. We didn't have time to waste when we acted with Brother Zhang, so I don't know if it has been open now. Today the rain stopped, so we can go try our luck. Susie's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she quickened her breakfast pace, putting the speedboat into her storage space. Arriving at the stairway, seeing that no one was around, she took out the speedboat and dragged it to the platform with Su Jingyan. At this time, Brother Zhang and the others had already gone out to search for supplies. Almost everything nearby had been scavenged clean, so they didn't encounter anyone on their way to the supermarket. Upon arriving at the location and donning their gear, Susie first maneuvered the speedboat to a concealed spot to store inner space, then entered the water to follow Su Jingyan to the warehouse. The door had a lock that was already open. Susie initially thought someone had gotten there first, but once the door was opened, it was completely full inside, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Susie excitedly high-fived Su Jingyan in the water, then squeezed through the door to start rummaging, leaving no trace behind. Su Jingyan looked at Susie, who resembled a little hamster that had fallen into a grain bin, frantically stuffing her pockets with food. After collecting all the supplies from the warehouse into her space, the two did not linger and took out the speedboat to leave. After all, it was always more reliable to see things for oneself than to hear about them from others. Susie took out a map and tried to identify the building with only a roof remaining, as the speedboat slowly headed towards the city center. It was strange. The lock was clearly open, so why had no one touched the things inside? Could it be a trap? The more Susie thought about it, the more she felt something was off. Perhaps the boss had forgotten to lock it up. Who would go to such lengths to set a trap with an entire warehouse of supplies? Su Jingyan, having borrowed Yang Laosan's boat early in the morning, scratched his nose. speaking seriously but nonsensically. Su Ziyue thought the same. Anyway, they had secured the supplies, and no one could make her give them up. So she stopped overthinking and focused on the route. As they got closer to the city center, more and more people appeared, with various means of transportation: wooden rafts, quilt boats, planks of wood, and even someone had brought out a basin for bathing children. There were also uniformed officials holding loudspeakers, announcing something. The government had set up temporary shelters at high-ground locations like schools and libraries, advising citizens in need of assistance to seek help from passing firefighters or go to the shelters for aid. Su Ziyue wondered when the signal would be restored. The government had sent many personnel to various places to calm people's emotions and to relocate those in need of medical treatment and the homeless. Su Ziyue saw a man with his shirt off diving into the water, and just before he was completely submerged, she thought she saw a patch of red on his back. Is it good looking? Does he have abs? Su Jingyan's soft voice came from beside her. Brother Jingyan, don't talk so close it tickles my ear. Who cares if he has abs? I just saw that he seemed to have a rash on his back, Su Ziyue explained, rubbing her slightly numb ear and pushing Su Jingyan away a bit. Are you suspecting he might have an infectious disease? Su Jingyan asked seriously. Not sure yet. He went into the water too quickly, and I might not have seen clearly. Su Ziyue shook her head. Ziyue. Sure, Songyu came looking for you this morning. What's even funnier is that she tried to hit on Zhao Zishu. Maybe she couldn't stand being around Li Gongzi anymore and wanted to find another fool, performing her old tricks in front of me. Su Ziyue's gaze shifted to Zhao Zishu. Don't mention it, I was just watching the show. And who knew that woman would act so crazy? She actually lunged at me. Luckily, I dodged, or I would have lost my innocence. I had goosebumps all over. Do I really look like such a big fool? Or does she have some misunderstanding about her own face? Zhao Zishu rubbed his arms, looking frustrated. Su Ziyue laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. What a pity, I wasn't there to see this wonderful performance. I missed out big time. Gao Qingwen took the box that was set aside and placed it on the table. This is what Songyu left for you. She said it's an apology and hopes you'll open it yourself. However, I still feel like she has ill intentions, so be careful when you open it, Ziyue. Su Ziyue took the small paper box and shook it. She had no idea what it contained and wasn't very interested in the gift. She casually set it aside and began to share the news she had seen and heard outside today. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the entire city lit up. The power is back on. My phone has signal. At the same time, everyone received a message on their phones, stating that the power supply system was still unstable and urging anyone who needed to contact family or friends to do so as soon as possible. Before Su Ziyue had a chance to call her family, her phone rang eagerly. It was her father, Su Qingsong. Dad? Yeah, it's Dad. How are you? Do you have enough to eat? Don't be scared. I've already sent someone to pick you up. Your sister is worried and went along with him. Don't wander around these days. Absolutely don't go out or into the water, as there are many germs in the water. Just stay at home and listen to Jingyan, okay? Got it, Dad. I'm just at home, not going anywhere. I bought a lot of food before. Good. Yeah, is Jingyan next to you? Let him listen. I have something to say to him. Su Ziyue pouted, knowing that Su Qingsong was worried about her and wanted Su Jingyan to keep an eye on her. Su Jingyan took the phone, pointed at the computer, signaling Su Ziyue to continue her charging task. Su Ziyue jumped off the sofa. Time was money, and she needed to hurry and charge everything that needed charging. After finishing, her gaze swept over the small box on the table, the one brought by Songyu. Out of curiosity, she picked it up and shook it. Her phone was still with Su Jingyan, and the computer was charging. With nothing else to do, she took scissors to open it and see what was inside. However, recalling Gao Qingwen's words and Songyu's personality, Su Ziyue thought for a moment and took out gloves and a mask from her space to wear. Just as Su Jingyan hung up the phone, he heard Su Ziyue scream. His heart skipped a beat, and without thinking much, he hurried towards her, only to collide head-on with Su Ziyue, who was rushing in his direction. Su Ziyue's head bumped into Su Jingyan's hard chest due to the inertia, ignoring the pain at the tip of her nose. She wrapped her arms around Su Jingyan's neck, burying her head in his chest, trembling in his embrace. Su Ziyue cried like a frightened and wronged little kitten, quickly soaking the front of his shirt with her tears. Upon hearing Su Ziyue's cries, Su Jingyan felt as if his heart was stabbed with needles. He held Su Yue tightly, one hand gently rubbing her head while the other stroked her back. "Little you, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." Su Jingyan asked gently, leaning close to her ear, his voice soft as if afraid to frighten her. His gaze, however, turned icy as he looked towards the direction Su Yue had come from, sending a chill down his spine. Feeling insecure, Su Yue curled up tightly, pressing herself against Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan, feeling both heartbroken and anxious, lifted her like a child, carrying her into her bedroom. Just as he intended to set her down on the bed, Su Yue clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go, and her cries grew louder. Su Jingyan, helpless, sat on a lazy sofa opposite the bed with Su Yue in his arms, softly comforting her. Once she gradually calmed down, he asked her what had happened. Listening to Su Jingyan's words, Su Yue clutched his collar tightly, her voice thick with fear as she sobbed. "There are cockroaches in that box, and also mice. I'm scared. Woo woo woo." As she spoke, Su Yue began to cry again. When she was a child, her classmates had played a prank on her, locking her in a room with cockroaches and mice. Although she was quickly rescued by Su Ziki, who then locked the instigator in the same room as retribution. This experience left a heavy shadow on young Su Yue's heart. She always heard the sounds of squeaking around her, as well as the flapping of wings, sometimes near and sometimes far, and her shoes would occasionally be bumped by something. When Su Yue first came out of that room as a child, she kept bouncing and waving her hands as if trying to shake something off her body. Even if she stumbled over stones, she would keep rolling on the ground, as if stopping would mean getting dirted by something unclean. If it weren't for Su Ziki constantly knocking on the door, Su Yue might have stayed in the bathroom for a long time. After that, they always made sure that such things didn't appear in front of her. Even cartoons and dolls that had been cutiified were not allowed. "Don't be afraid, shall you? I will throw them out soon, and the house will be disinfected. They won't appear again." Chapter 23. Title: Su Jingyan gently kissed Su Yue's forehead, comforting her, and after her cries stopped, he began to hum a lullaby. The familiar melody made Su Yue feel at ease, and she loosened her grip on Su Jingyan's clothes, her stiff body gradually relaxing. Soon after, her breathing became even. Su Jingyan gently placed her in bed, stuffed a pillow into her arms, and then withdrew his hand. He used warm water to dampen a towel and gently wiped the tears from Su Yue's face, then took out an alcohol wipe to clean her hands. One finger at a time. After changing the slippers by the bed to new ones and throwing the old ones into a bag, he left the bedroom. In the living room, Su Jingyan saw dead cockroaches and mice in the box on the table, and a few more on the floor, probably brought out when Su Yue threw the box down in fright. Thinking of the tears Su Yue shed tonight, Su Jingyan's eyes grew colder. He put on a mask and gloves, packed them along with Su Yue's discarded mask and gloves into a bag, tied it tightly, and placed it by the door. Then he took out alcohol and disinfected every corner of the living room before taking a shower and changing his clothes. Su Yue did not sleep soundly. After the familiar scent left, she was startled awake not long after. She turned on the light and was about to go out to find someone when the door opened, and Su Jingyan walked in with a glass of milk. "Shall you're awake? Drink this milk first." Su Jingyan sat down beside the bed, touched Su Yue's forehead, and handed her the warm milk. Su Yue took the milk, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she asked, "Jingyan go, where did you go?" "I just went outside to disinfect the living room." "Drink up, it's not hot anymore." Su Yue took small sips of the milk, but after drinking more than half a cup, she couldn't finish it. "I don't want it, I can't drink anymore." Su Jingyan took a sip to finish the remaining milk and wiped the milk stains from her mouth with a tissue. "All right, get ready to rest." Su Yue obediently went to wash up in the bathroom, and as soon as she came out, she looked for Su Jingyan. Seeing he was still in the room with a towel in hand, she jogged over for him to dry her hair. After getting ready, she climbed out of bed at Su Jingyan's urging, lying there with wide eyes looking at him. "Jingyan go, can you wait until I fall asleep before you leave?" "Sleep now. I'll stay here with you tonight." Su Jingyan patted her through the blanket, turned off the main light, leaving only a small night light by the bedside. Su Yue closed her eyes. In the enclosed space, the scent of shower gel on Su Jingyan's body lingered in her nose, reminding her of the moment when he held her in his arms earlier. Can't sleep? Su Jingin's slightly hoarse voice came. Su Ziyue stiffened. She had almost forgotten that Jingin Gu was still there and nearly called out. She pulled the blanket over her eyes, and Su Jingin's chiseled face softened a bit under the dim light. Wow, he looks handsome from this angle. Suddenly, Su Ziyue realized that his face seemed to be getting closer, enlarging in her eyes. Su Jingin leaned forward, his large hand covering Su Ziyue's heated gaze that seemed like it could burn him. Xiaoyu, don't look at me with those eyes. I won't be able to hold back. Su Ziyue? What eyes? Like this? Although she sensed a hint of danger. Su Ziyue boldly pulled away Su Jingin's hand that covered her eyes and leaned forward, her bright eyes focused solely on him. You were the one who provoked me first. Su Jingin held her hand, leaned down, and kissed her eyes, then her nose, and finally her lips. He first tentatively brushed against them, and seeing that Su Ziyue didn't resist, he swallowed hard and deeply kissed her. Su Ziyue felt as if Su Jingin wanted to consume her lips like a glutinous rice ball. When it started to hurt from his bites, she unwillingly began to fight back. She didn't know that her retaliation was not just a reward for Su Jingin, but also encouragement. After a long time, Su Jingin finally released her, their breaths intertwined, and Su Ziyue felt dizzy, her small face as ripe as a peach, making her look delicious in someone's eyes. Seeing Su Jingin still staring at her, with a gaze like a hungry wolf finally tasting soup, it seemed he wanted to go for another round, to taste the delicious meat beneath the broth. Through the blanket, she heard Su Jingin chuckle softly, and the blanket above her head was pulled back again, as Su Jingin's tall figure enveloped her. Xiaoyu, are you satisfied with my performance? Shouldn't you give me a title? Not satisfied. Don't think you can tempt me with your looks. Tell me, did you secretly practice with someone else? Why are your kissing skills so proficient? I've never been in a relationship. This is my first kiss. I'm not as charming as you, Xiaoyu. I already have an ex-boyfriend. Don't say it as if you were at a disadvantage. This is also my first kiss, okay? Su Ziyue poked Su Jingin's chest, feeling indignant. Were you with Shirt Songyu? Su Jingin was taken aback and hesitated to ask. Su Ziyue rubbed her arms, getting goosebumps just mentioning it. But as soon as she spoke, she froze. Was she ignoring her true feelings while being brainwashed by Shirt Songyu's constant claims that Shirt Songyu loved her and no one was more suitable for her, and that they could break up if it didn't work out? Although she had said a lot of harsh words to Shirt Songyu, she had always thought she liked him to some extent. But now it seemed that perhaps it wasn't love after all. Chapter 24. Probation. Before Su Ziyue could think more, her thoughts were interrupted by Su Jingin's anxious voice. What about just now? Would you feel disgusted? Su Jingin asked nervously. It seems I wouldn't. Jinggu, why are you laughing? Su Jingin's lips couldn't help but curve upward. He understood now. It turned out that Su Ziyue had never liked Shirt Songyu. How could someone who liked another person resist their closeness and intimacy? Su Ziyue pinched Su Jingin's cheeks and pulled them apart, pouting in dissatisfaction. What are you grinning about? You look like that silly guy at the village head. I'm very happy. Su Jingin's large hand wrapped around Su Ziyue's small hands that were causing mischief on his face and tucked them into the blanket. Aside from her head, he tightly wrapped her in the blanket and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoyu is right. It's getting late. Let's sleep. After saying that, he kissed her cheek. Seeing her fair face blush slightly as she covered her cheeks with both hands, staring at him with a cute expression, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. His Xiaoyu hadn't fallen for someone else. Stealing a glance at Su Ziyue, who was shyly covering her face, Su Jingin uncertainly added in his heart. Maybe she likes me a little. You, Shu, are you trying to do something else by not sleeping? Su Jingin whispered in her ear. Su Ziyue, the little quail, obediently closed her mouth. The morning sunlight spilled through the window onto the two who were sleeping in each other's embrace, and Su Ziyue's eyelashes fluttered gently. As if dissatisfied with the glaring light, she turned her small head and buried her face in Su Jingin's neck. Su Jingin felt the breath sprayed on his neck and could no longer sleep. Looking at Su Ziyue, who clung to him like an octopus, Su Jingin's eyes were filled with warmth. After lying down for more than half an hour, Su Ziyue slowly woke up, still a bit dazed, and rubbed against Su Jingin, only to realize that this pillow felt a bit off. Where her gaze met Su Jingin's smiling eyes, Su Ziyue hurriedly pushed him away and rolled out of bed twice. Brother Jingin, What are you doing? Su Ziyue remembered that Su Jingyan had slept on the floor last night. Did you forget? You had a nightmare last night. And as soon as I got close, you grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. Su Ziyue patted her head, recalling the scene from last night, and touched her lips. Her first kiss was gone, sob, 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 but it seemed like she was the one who instigated it. As her sister would say, she deserved it. Thinking about Su Jingyan's request for a label last night, Su Ziyue felt conflicted. Was it too soon? Did Jingyan really like her? Or was it just because he was used to taking care of her since childhood, mistaking sibling affection for romantic feelings? If it was the latter, what if he met someone he truly liked in the future and left her? Seeing her frowning face as she struggled with her thoughts, Su Jingyan spoke up. Hey, oh, okay. Su Ziyue first sighed in relief, but then thought about how Su Jingyan stayed behind out of concern for her, and now she felt a bit guilty, as if she was being used and discarded. There was also a faint sense of loss hidden deep in her heart. Stop overthinking, get up quickly. Su Jingyan looked at the changing expressions on Su Ziyue's face, worried that her little head might be stuck in a loop. And he found it somewhat amusing as he ruffled her hair, interrupting her thoughts. Oh right, Jingyan, about last night. Xiaoyu, I like you very much. If you don't mind, we can give it a try. Su Jingyan thought Su Ziyue didn't want to talk about last night, and planned to brush it off with a few words. But unexpectedly, she brought it up again, seemingly not very resistant. So Su Jingyan decided to be direct. Seeing Su Ziyue's serious little face, Su Jingyan straightened his expression and nodded to show that he was ready. Su Ziyue then poured out all her worries and confusions. She didn't want to give herself a chance to overthink. What if she ended up with some problem? And there was no doctor to check on her now? Since she had concerns, she decided to voice them. He could clearly distinguish between sibling affection and romantic feelings. If that's the case, then let's give it a try. You've entered my boyfriend's trial period now. When you become official depends on your performance. Su Ziyue winked playfully at Su Jingyan, then jumped off the bed and dashed into the bathroom. Su Jingyan was overjoyed. Xiaoyu agreed to him. He buried his face deep in Su Ziyue's pillow, inhaling the familiar scent, and the little person in his heart finally calmed down. He couldn't act too overly excited. He couldn't let Xiaoyu see his unstable side. In the bathroom, looking at her flushed face and ears in the mirror, she patted her cheeks and pushed aside the pink bubbles in her mind. There were serious matters to attend to today. She needed to find Shi Songyu to settle the score, thinking about how embarrassed she felt yesterday. Su Ziyue was filled with anger and regret for trusting others and revealing her weaknesses. After breakfast, Su Ziyue dragged Su Jingyan outside angrily, looking like she was ready to pick a fight. Xiaoyu, where are you going? To settle accounts with that woman, Su Ziyue said furiously. She couldn't possibly swallow this anger. Who? Just wait at home. You'll find out soon. Su Jingyan handed her the tablet and snacks. All right. After all, Brother Jingyan would definitely be on her side. She didn't mind waiting a bit. Seeing the tablet, Su Ziyue remembered that her charging task wasn't complete. So she hurriedly took out the devices that weren't fully charged to plug them in. Before she could finish an episode of her drama, there was a knock at the door. She watched as Su Jingyan moved the table aside and opened the door. Li Gongzi rushed in, panting. While the people he brought were stopped outside by Su Jingyan, Li Gongzi waved his hand and took the bag from them. Just wait outside. The next moment, he turned around with a flattering expression and placed the bag in front of Su Ziyue. Miss Su Er, I come to apologize. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates well, which scared you. I originally wanted to bring that little bitch, Shi Songyu, to apologize to you. But she ran away with some food from my warehouse in a speedboat last night. That's when I realized the mess she made behind my back. I thought I was being kind by giving her something to eat, but she turned out to be a white-eyed wolf. I had no idea about the things that little bitch did, and I hope Miss Su Er won't misunderstand. As soon as I found out she escaped, I sent people to look for her. Once we find her, I will have her apologize to you right away. What do you think? Li Gongzi bent over, smiling ingratiatingly. Su Ziyue didn't expect Shi Songyu to have pulled a fast one on Li Gongzi. She was quite self-aware, knowing that she wouldn't let Shi Songyu off, and that Li Gongzi wouldn't protect her. She simply took her things and ran away. Su Ziyue didn't plan to make things difficult for Li Gongzi, since this was originally between her and Shi Songyu. Then let's leave it at that. I hope you will be more discerning in the future. Su Ziyue didn't expect Li Gongzi to find Shi Songyu. She must have fled far away. So how could he possibly catch her? Did that mean she was just toyed with for nothing? That won't happen. She won't be able to escape. We'll find her ourselves. Those who do wrong must pay the price. A fierce light flashed in Su Jingyan's eyes. Brother Jingyan, you're so good. But if it costs too many resources, let's forget it. This grudge can be settled later. In the past, whenever someone bullied Su Ziyue, Su Jingyan could make that person kneel in no time, and the most direct method was to throw money at it. Now that money was useless. If they wanted to find Shi Songyu quickly, they would have to spend resources to get others to help. Su Ziyue felt it wasn't worth spending resources on Shi Songyu. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late. Don't worry about the resources. No one will let my Xiaoyu go hungry. Su Jingyan felt that Su Ziyue was too understanding, which made him feel pained. In the past, when she was bullied, she would only think about how to make the other party pay quickly. Now, she had concerns, and it was all his fault for not giving her enough sense of security. I'm not worried about that. I just think it's not worth it. We worked so hard to gather those resources. I don't want to spend them on her. Okay, we'll listen to our Xiaoyu. Su Jingyan agreed verbally, but in his heart, he was already planning who to ask to find Shi Songyu. Su Ziyue heavily marked Shi Songyu in her little notebook of grudges and then put the matter out of her mind, happily watching her drama with the tablet. Last night, Su Ziyue had already told Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu about the possible infectious disease, advising them to wear masks if they went out. At the same time, she anonymously relayed this information to the government to avoid chaos later. Most importantly, Su Ziyue didn't want to see the hard-earned stability being disrupted again. The government's response was also swift. Knowing that the current environment was very conducive to infectious diseases, they issued a notice. To prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases, citizens were advised to pay attention to the following points. 1. Do not go into the water to gather resources if you have skin injuries to avoid infection from contaminated water. 2. In case of skin damage, clean it with clean water first, then disinfect it with disinfectant before bandaging to prevent further contamination. 3. Do not share shoes with others to avoid the spread of athlete's foot. 4. Try to keep your hands clean. Don't rub your eyes with dirty hands. And don't share towels with others. 5. If you notice symptoms of skin infections, conjunctivitis, diarrhea, or fever, please contact medical personnel for treatment in a timely manner. 6. The announcement has been made, but many people are limited by conditions and cannot comply. Although the rain has stopped, the water level has not decreased, and large areas of buildings are submerged. Some common knowledge is known to everyone, but in the face of hunger, even knowing there is a risk of infection, people can only take their chances and continue searching for food in the water. The government has been actively conducting rescue operations. After the announcement was made, they designated areas and dispatched personnel, setting up supply distribution points and security teams in each district. Each person can collect one portion of food and water daily by showing their ID at the supply distribution point. Upon hearing the news, people got up early to line up. By the time the supply distribution point started handing out supplies, the queue was already long and seemingly endless. Su Ziyue didn't lack for food, but mainly because if there was indeed an infectious disease, the chances of getting infected would rise sharply in a crowded situation. She ran to the rooftop and used binoculars to look out just in time to see a man pushing an elderly person in front of him while saying something. The elderly person lost balance and fell into the water. Luckily, the security team arrived quickly and rescued the elderly person. The man complained about something, and the security team directly pulled him out of the line and took him away. The team leader held a loudspeaker and addressed the people in line. If anyone causes trouble again, you'll be treated like him, and today's eligibility for supplies will be voided. As soon as this was said, those with ulterior motives instantly became obedient. Well done. Su Ziyue raised her little fist. She wondered if it was her illusion, but it felt like the team leader glanced in her direction. Perhaps he just happened to look over from that far away. He couldn't see clearly. Besides, even if he did see clearly, so what? She hadn't caused any trouble. The sun was high in the sky, and the outdoor temperature had reached 36 degrees. Looking at the blazing sun above her head, Su Ziyue suddenly had an idea and ran excitedly to Su Jingyan. Brother Jingyan, can we plant something on the rooftop? Xiaoyu, planting vegetables requires watering every day, And if you're willing to skip bathing for a day or two to save water, then we can. Suzu's enthusiasm seemed to be doused with cold water. Okay, forget I said anything. Remembering the cactus she had killed, Suzu comforted herself that planting vegetables might not necessarily succeed either. It was better to save the water for bathing. Bored, Suzu was called by Su Jingyin to climb the stairs. Her stamina had significantly improved, and climbing the stairs no longer left her half-dead like the first time. Therefore, Su Jingyin increased the number of stair climbs to 3. When Suzu reached the 17th floor, she heard someone arguing, and her curiosity was instantly piqued, making her eager to eavesdrop against the corner. Su Jingyin tried to pull her away, but was warned by her eyes not to touch her. He sighed and had no choice but to listen in as well. Do you have a rash on your body? Show me quickly. What did I say before? We won't die from hunger in a day or two. I told you to heal your wound before going back in water, but you just wouldn't listen. All right. Why are you shouting so loudly? I only have a few small rashes. Maybe it's just a normal allergy. Stop scaring yourself. What if it really is an infectious disease? It's not that serious. Other than these few rashes, I'm fine everywhere else. Stop worrying unnecessarily. The man was unconcerned and spoke with an increasingly dismissive tone. Suzu voiced her suspicion. Brother Jingyin, I suspect he has already been infected. Su Jingyin clearly thought along the same lines as her. After the signal was restored, the homeowners still living in this building created a new group, with Brother Zhang as the group leader. Brother Zhang, the government has issued an announcement, and I hope those with symptoms will proactively seek treatment and not conceal anything. Everyone, 1501. Brother Zhang, are you saying someone in our building is infected? 1302. This is an infectious disease. Whoever it is should hurry and contact the police to be taken to a designated place for isolation. We can't let them infect the neighbors in our whole building. 1102. 1702. I remember your hand was scratched by a stone and you went into the water. It can't be you, right? 1201. Whoever lives next to them should go check. Just remember to wear a mask. 1302. 1701. Are you home? Go check it out. 1701. I knocked on the door, but they won't open. 1201. It must be them. If they weren't guilty, why wouldn't they open the door? 1102. 1702. If you really are infected, you should seek medical attention as soon as possible. Think not just of yourself, but also of your family. I remember you have a wife and daughter, right? 1601. 1702. Yes. Children have such weak immunity. What if you infect them? The situation is not like before. Medical resources are limited, and if you wait too long, there may not be any medicine left. After much calling, 1702 finally responded. I just have a few rashes. I should be fine, right? Brother Zhang, don't have a lucky mentality. It's better to be safe than sorry. 1702. I understand. I will call them now. Please take care of my wife and daughter while I'm away. Thank you. Brother Zhang, don't worry. The government quickly sent a boat to take the person away. Other places were not as easily resolved as Suzu and the others. The night was broken by sharp cries. A family on the next floor was reported to have someone infected. I'm not sick. How can you take me away? Yes. My daughter was just bitten by a mosquito. There's no infectious disease. You can't take her. You have it too. Are you infected as well? Doctor, take him away too. What about my son? How will he live alone? I report her. She's been coughing for several days. Stay away from me. You've been with him for so long. Who knows if you've been infected? The crowd was in chaos until a military team arrived, gradually calming everyone down. The leading officer said, those who conceal or falsely report health information will be held criminally liable for obstructing epidemic prevention and control. Please cooperate, and if you feel unwell, seek medical attention proactively. Unrelated personnel, please leave as soon as possible. In just one night, a group of people had already been preliminarily identified as infected. But from the evening situation, it was very likely that some had concealed their conditions. To prevent crowd gatherings, the government canceled the self-collection of supplies at distribution points and began requiring citizens to stay at home for isolation. After determining the population of each residential building, they asked each building to select a responsible person to collect supplies for distribution. Upon hearing this news, everyone unanimously decided that Brother Zhang would be the person in charge of Anshin apartment. Brother Zhang, thank you all for your trust. I have collected today's supplies. Brother Zhang. Image, Brother Zhang. I will distribute according to the number of people reported from each household. To reduce contact, I will leave the supplies at your door. After I leave, you can come out to collect them. Wear your masks. There are alcohol wipes in the supplies, and remember to disinfect after taking them. Su Jingyan put on his mask and gloves and brought back 2 portions of supplies, which included 2 bottles of water and 6 pieces of bread. Su's U.S. side, I don't know how much longer the government can hold up. The emergency supplies stored by the government will eventually run out. Right now, the situation is the same nationwide, and we can't expect support from other cities. They may be too preoccupied with their own issues. Seeing the dejected expression on Su's U.S. face, Su Jingyan was about to comfort her when Suzu suddenly raised her smile again. Brother Jingyan, let's have hot pot for lunch. Only delicious food can cure this terrible environment. I wonder if a handsome guy can cure it too? Su Jingyan's eyes curved with a smile, the upward arc of his lips carefully controlled. It was a result of half a day's study in front of the mirror. Su's Yuan noticed that Su Jingyan seemed a bit different from before and blinked her eyes. Was it just her illusion, or did Brother Jingyan look even better than before? Su's Yue quickly took out her phone to capture Su Jingyan's smile. Looking at the exceptionally photogenic Su Jingyan in her phone, she bounced over to him. Brother Jingyan, do you think I took a good picture? Su Jingyan's smile stiffened for a moment. Didn't those girls online say that every time they saw their handsome boyfriends, they wanted to hug and kiss them? Why was his girlfriend's reaction different? Was he not handsome enough? But when Su Ziyue looked over, Su Jingyan quickly concealed his low mood and smiled at her, saying, "It's beautiful. Xiaoya's photography skills are really good, much better than in real life." Su Ziyue gave Su Jingyan a quick peck on the lips, instantly elevating his mood from the depths to the skies. All right, after some playful banter, the two finally sat down to eat hot pot. Meanwhile, a cult emerged, self-proclaiming as a divine sect, claiming that this was a punishment from heaven for humanity's reckless destruction of the Earth's environment. The sect referred to these changes as divine punishment. Chapter 27, Divine Sect. This was what they deserved for damaging the environment. They should not resist or accept treatment, but instead pray to God. Those with sincere hearts would have their prayers heard by God, and their ailments would miraculously heal, while those with insincere hearts would suffer worsening conditions. Rumors began to spread that after the government took away infected individuals, they were placed in small black rooms, denied food and drink, and used for human experimentation. It was only when symptoms became severe enough to be undeniable, with vomiting, diarrhea, fever, and even more severe symptoms, that they began to fear and hurriedly contacted the government to take their loved ones away. However, by that time, it was usually too late. Those who needed to be infected were almost all infected. At this point, family and friends who had lived with the infected for a long time also had to be taken away for quarantine. The government apprehended those spreading rumors on charges of disturbing public order. Following that, everyone received an announcement from the government on their phones. Medical experts have observed that this virus has mutated. The most obvious initial symptom for infected individuals is the appearance of a rash, and those with weaker constitutions may experience vomiting and diarrhea. In the mid-stage of infection, fever symptoms begin to appear with a persistent high fever, and the rash develops white pus-filled blisters. In the late stage of infection, the infected begin to cough up blood, the blisters burst, and the body becomes ulcerated until death. This type of virus resembles letters and has been referred to by experts as a new type of virus. The government is working hard to research a vaccine against this new virus, and there have been initial results. It can effectively suppress the further spread of the virus in the early stages of infection, but its effectiveness is not significant for mid and late stage infected individuals. The government urged everyone to seek medical treatment actively at the first sign of symptoms and not to believe in rumors and obviously unscientific claims, which could delay treatment. It also announced that individuals who concealed their illness and their families would be placed on the government's blacklist, and those on the blacklist would not be able to receive government-distributed supplies. The inability to receive supplies struck at the lifeline of most people. Thus, once the news broke, the government medical team's phone lines were overwhelmed with continuous calls from people wanting to take their family members for treatment. However, many still had reservations. "Doctor, you must cure my son. We will do our best. Thank you for your cooperation." Su Ziyue naturally also saw the announcement from the government, but a virus? This had never happened in her previous life, nor did this inexplicable divine sect exist. Had her butterfly effect made such a big impact? Meanwhile, in a certain laboratory, a person lay on an experimental bed with several boxes of special potions on the nearby lab table. Inside the potion boxes were roaches, mice, and flies. A man entered, wearing a specially made white lab coat, gloves on his hands, and a gas mask on his head, fully armed to ensure no skin was exposed to the air. "My little cuties, what surprises will you bring me today?" He picked up a mouse by its tail with tweezers, declaring it the lucky one for today. He placed the mouse into a small cage beside him and walked out with the cage. Outside was another laboratory, and several people in work clothes bowed respectfully as the man exited. "Divine Envoy." The man coldly nodded, not paying much attention, and walked straight in the other direction. Watching the man place the mouse on the lab table and pick up a scalpel, the others turned their heads away. One person whispered, "If the Divine Envoy really researches a mutated virus without a vaccine, won't we be finished too?" "Yes. At least we have developed a corresponding vaccine for the virus spreading outside. If the virus mutates again and there's no vaccine, I don't believe in any god saving the world." The Divine Envoy's mental state was becoming increasingly unstable, like a ticking time bomb. A person who could use his own father for live experiments must have had an abnormal mental state for a long time, right? Although there was no shortage of food and clothing here, I feel like if this continues, I will go crazy. Who would feed a diseased corpse? I heard that people outside don't have to work every day. They just stay at home waiting for supplies. Although the food might not be as good, they don't have to be so anxious. What do you mean? Are you thinking? You don't want to leave this hellhole? Can you even leave? Come here. Let me tell you, what are you chatting about instead of working hard? The Divine Envoy didn't bring you here to eat for free. A man wearing glasses walked in and angrily reprimanded the three who were huddled together talking. The three immediately dispersed, but exchanged glances when the glasses-wearing man wasn't paying attention. 2 days later, the temperature rose to 40 degrees. Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an, living on the top floor, relied on the air conditioning to survive, not daring to turn it off for a moment. Due to the abnormally high temperatures, meteorological experts have discovered the melting of polar glaciers, rising sea levels, and floods may further spread. Citizens are urged to take precautions and prepare for disaster and evacuation. Citizens living in low-lying areas and low-floor residences should relocate as soon as possible. If rescue is needed, please call. Seeing the government's announcement, many began to pay attention to the locations of the flooding. The water level had remained at halfway up the 5th floor since the rain stopped, and it seemed, after just one night, that the flood was trending toward the 6th floor. Seeing the actions of residents on the 6th floor, those on the 7th floor also started to panic, discussing with their families whether they should move up as well. Where we move to? The hallway? With the heat so intense, sleeping in a hallway could attract mosquitoes, roaches, and mice. Besides, we haven't even reached the 6th floor yet, right? We need to prepare in advance. What if we wake up and the flood has spread to the 6th or even 7th floor? It will be too late to run then. So where do you suggest we move? And just to be clear, I'm not sleeping in the hallway. I remember when Brother Zhang registered information, I took a glance. The 20th floor only has one man and one woman living there. They should be a couple. I recall the top floor was bought by a girl who combined 2 units into one, so there are only 2 people living there. Why don't we ask them if they would be willing to free up a room for us? We provide them with supplies. Young people should be easier to talk to. Chapter 28, Borrowing a Place to Stay. Have you forgotten that the speedboat we took every day before belonged to that girl on the 20th floor? And those people coming and going these days were all delivering supplies to her. I also heard them call her the second young lady. So she must have a significant background. Would she even look at our meager supplies? It wouldn't be good to offend her. It seems like there's only one man and one woman living on the 19th floor, and they just moved in recently. Let us go find that girl and ask her to make room for us. All right, but I don't know if she'll be willing. With this little task, how could she not be willing? Young people shouldn't be so heartless. The man snorted coldly and immediately decided to move, as if he were certain that Gao Qingwen Wen Ti refused their request to stay. He urged his wife to hurry and pack their things, saying he would go up first to talk to that girl. Who is it? Gao Qingwen, who was reading a novel at home, heard a knock on the door. She checked her phone and saw it wasn't the usual time for supplies to be distributed. Did they come early? Gao Qingwen walked to the door and looked through the peephole, seeing a strange man standing outside. I'm a neighbor downstairs. Is a young lady living alone? The man looked honest and trustworthy, but his question was quite strange. Do you need something? Gao Qingwen became secretly alert and took out her phone to text Su Ziyue and Zhao Zishu. It's like this, we live on a lower floor, and you should have received the information released by the government. I don't mind living in the hallway, but my wife is in poor health, and I'm worried she might get sick if we stay in the hallway. I heard that you live alone, so I was wondering if you could let my wife stay with you. I'll pay a certain amount of supplies as rent every day. The man spoke sincerely, always considering his wife, which was rare in this apocalypse, making Gao Qingwen feel a bit moved. Which floor do you live on? Are you only letting your wife stay? How much do you pay for rent each day? Seeing that Gao Qingwen seemed to accept his request, the man was overjoyed, thinking that girls were easy to deceive. With a face full of gratitude, I live on the 7th floor. I understand your concerns. As a big man, I feel embarrassed to stay in a young girl's house. I'd be very grateful if you could let my wife stay. The rent is 1 bread a day. What do you think? Gao Qingwen initially thought the man was so sincere that she could help him out and earn a little rent, even though it wasn't too much. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Just as she was about to say yes, her right eyelid suddenly twitched, and she felt inexplicably anxious. Gao Qingwen steadied her mind and looked closely at the man outside through the peephole, feeling more and more that his smile was insincere and cunning. Her intuition told her not to agree, and she quickly brainstormed for a good excuse to send the man away. Big brother, I also want you to stay, but I've been coughing recently and am not sure if I've contracted the new virus. If your wife moves in and gets infected because of me, it would be troublesome. You should look for someone else. Besides, living on the 19th floor is too high for her given her poor health. It's not suitable. He immediately said a few words about not minding, but when he heard no response, he anxiously knocked on the door again. When there was still no movement, he kicked the door in frustration, knocked a couple more times, and finally left angrily. However, he thought Gao Qingwen had already left. While she was still peeking through the peephole, witnessing his actions, she immediately realized that the man was likely lying. Gao Qingwen shared this incident in the group chat. Su Ziyue, good thing you didn't open the door. Just think, if you had opened it, he could have barged in and occupied your place. Or his wife might open the door in the middle of the night while you're asleep and let him in. Human hearts are hard to fathom. Who knows what they're thinking? Sister Wenwen, don't let your moment of sympathy harm yourself. Su Jingyan, I just asked Zhang Ge. He said that the couple on the 7th floor was out collecting supplies almost every day before the virus outbreak. His wife doesn't seem to have any health issues. Otherwise, she wouldn't be going to the flood every day. Zhang Ge is already on his way to the 7th floor. If what that man said is false, he will give a warning and notify the group. Gao Qingwen held her phone, reading the messages in the group, her palms sweating, filled with fear. Gao Qingwen, thank you all. I remember this, and I want to easily trust others again. My hands are shaking now. 5 minutes later, Zhao Zishu. I'm dying of laughter. A man just came to me looking to rent a room, probably the same one who went to Gao Qingwen. But he told me it was 2 breads a day, and both he and his wife would move in. Did that man think I'm a fool? He couldn't even hide his calculations and dare to show off in front of an old fox like me in the business world. What a joke. I refused him outright. Gao Qingwen, you're so smart. I was almost confused enough to open the door, but luckily, I realized it in time. At the same time, Zhang Ge had also arrived at the 7th floor and happened to run into the man standing at the door. Wang Laojiu, why aren't you at home? What are you doing out here? Zhang Ge, why did you come down? Wang Laojiu's eyes were somewhat evasive, and he answered with a non-answer. It's not my fault. Didn't you just go up to fool the young girl? Zhang Ge's sharp eyes stared at Wang Laojiu. Zhang Ge, I had no other choice. Besides, apart from saying my wife is in poor health, everything else is true. What if the water suddenly rises and we have nowhere to stay? Seeing that Zhang Ge seemed to know the truth, Wang Laojiu realized he could no longer fabricate lies and could only play the pity card to muddle through. How could there be nowhere to stay? The family on the 6th floor has already negotiated with the family on the 11th floor and moved in. Unlike you, full of lies. How could they trust you to move in? Zhang Ge, it's my problem. but it's too wasteful for only 2 people to occupy 2 apartments on the 19th floor. They all know each other anyway. Why don't you talk to them about letting them live together? The empty apartment can be for me and my wife. So we would have to worry about safety, right? Wang Laojiu smiled ingratiatingly at Zhang Ge. What about the supplies? The price for a whole apartment is different from a single room. Can you afford it? We're living in rooms they don't need. We definitely want to touch the master bedroom. Maybe they want to care about my meager supplies? Wang Laojiu's plan to take advantage was about to backfire on Zhang Ge, who was amused by his shamelessness. He chuckled. Wang Laojiu, you really have a nerve to say that? If you sincerely want to rent someone else's room, I could still give you a chance to speak on your behalf. Now, you either stay at your own house and pray the water doesn't rise, or you stay in the hallway. Those are your 2 options. I will report your behavior today in the group. If they're essay next time, Zhang Ge's unfinished words were filled with warning. Chapter 29, Explosion. Wang Laojiu reluctantly nodded. Soon, Zhang Ge posted this incident in the group as a warning. The new virus, under government control, did not spread further. Experts informed that the virus primarily spreads through respiratory droplets and close contact, and contact with contaminated items can also lead to infection. The second good news was that the flood had just risen to the 6th floor, but then receded, and the water level was visibly decreasing day by day. With more and more patients being cured, people who'd been cooped up at home due to the heat could finally no longer hold back. Of course, they couldn't go into the water, so people gradually started to come out of their homes to chat. What kind of weather is this? It's already reached 40 degrees. Summer has never been this hot. It's not normal. You all say it's ghost weather. What common sense do you expect? I can't even remember the last time I took a shower. I feel all rotten. If you don't mind, why don't you jump in and wash up? Get lost. Who knows what kind of stuff is floating in that water? And with this weather, you can smell a foul odor just by getting a little closer. I even saw a rat swimming in it before. Luckily, we still have air conditioning, otherwise I wouldn't know how to get through these days. The supplies issued by the government have already gone from 3 loaves of bread to 2, and water is still 1 bottle per person. Brother Zhang faced everyone's questions and dissatisfaction, forcing a bitter smile. I can't solve this problem for you all. It's the same if you contact me on your phones. Try not to go out. This time, because the government reduced the supplies, Brother Zhang called everyone down to witness it in person, to prevent some people from thinking he was hoarding the supplies. The crowd gradually dispersed. Little girl, the old lady knows you have a lot of food. My little grandson is still growing. I've barely managed to save 1 to 3 loaves for him, and now with only 2 loaves, he will go hungry. Please, give us a little food. The little boy beside the old lady looked about 8 or 9 years old, with a chubby little face that seemed quite cute at first glance, provided he didn't open his mouth. Sister, I'm so hungry. Can I have your bread? As he spoke, he reached for the bread in Su Ziyue's hand. Su Ziyue was amused by the antics of the grandmother and grandson, stepping to the right to avoid the little boy's greedy hands and the old lady's kneeling. Old lady, this meat on your grandson tells me he isn't starving. Please get up. I can't afford to be your ancestor. Little friend, didn't your grandma tell you not to take things from others without permission? You might get caught by the police and locked up in a little black room. Seeing that Su Ziyue wasn't as easy to talk to as she seemed and was scaring her grandson, the old lady quickly got up. How can you speak like that? Young lady, do you understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? What's wrong with sharing a few loaves of bread when your family has plenty to eat? Oh, how funny. You know it's mine. So who are you to me? Why should I share my food with you? Su Ziyue crossed her arms and sneered. A woman watching from the side seemed unable to hold back any longer, looking at Su Ziyue disapprovingly. Young lady, that elderly lady and her grandson are so pitiful. The old lady is even kneeling to you, who would easily speak up if they weren't in dire straits. Can't you spare them a little? Didn't those people give you a lot of food before? What's a little bit to you? Auntie, if they are that pitiful, why don't you just give them your bread? Zhao Zishu said with a grin. The woman looked troubled. I don't have enough to eat myself. Gao Qingwen looked at her with disdain. So you also don't want to share food with others? Then what are you talking about? If you want to do a good deed, don't use someone else's generosity. The woman's face turned red, unable to squeeze out a single word. The old woman, unwilling to give up, wanted to say something more, but Su Jingyan stepped forward and looked coldly at the two, making them shiver. Although the food was less, it wouldn't starve anyone. It's better than having nothing. Some people should be more grateful. I heard the government in the neighboring province isn't distributing supplies at all. Yes, let us disperse. On the way back, Susie Yue noticed that those two were still on the 16th floor, just a few floors away from her home. They have no shame, trying to morally bind me. Don't pay them any mind. They have problems with their brains. Su Jingyan turned her head, signaling her to watch where she was going. Zhao Zishu echoed. Yes, Ziyue. You must not be soft-hearted. If you give her something today because you feel sorry for her, tomorrow and the day after, more people will come begging you. If you give this one, you'll have to give that one, and by then, no matter how much food you have, it won't be enough. Gao Qingwen added, Exactly, you can't set this precedent. Su Ziyue smiled. I know. Do I look like someone who has easily swayed? Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the distance, and the corridor lights flickered a few times before going dark. They were standing on the stair platform of the 16th floor. Just as Su Ziyue stepped onto the stairs, she felt someone push her calf hard. She stumbled and was about to fall down. Immediately, she was caught around the waist, and she thought of Su Jingyan standing behind her, confirming. Jingyan, it's me. Don't be afraid. Hold on to the railing and walk up slowly. Zhao Zishu turned on his phone's flashlight and saw a little brat who hadn't had time to escape, grabbing him. Weren't you just inside? Did you come out specifically to push people? Well, little brat, how can you be so malicious? I didn't let me go. The chubby boy was pinned against the wall, struggling desperately, but unable to break free. The old lady ran out, trying to push Zhao Zishu aside to rescue her grandson. Let go of my grandson. He is still a child. Can't you just let him go? Can't you be generous and not hold it against him? Chapter 30. Vaccine, I'm not his mother. It's my first time being an adult too. Why should I give way to him? Since you didn't teach him well at such a young age, I'll reluctantly give him a lesson. Saying that, Susie Yue was about to lift the chubby boy, but she found he was unusually heavy, almost unable to lift him. Su Jingyan noticed Su Ziyue was struggling and quietly stepped forward, grabbing the chubby boy by his clothes and taking him over. Which hand did you use to push her? Hearing this tone, the chubby boy seemed to think that if he revealed which hand he used, the big brother in front of him would chop it off, and he immediately shrank back, tears streaming down his face. Oh, I don't know. Grandma saved me. Quickly save me. Well, my hand is going to break. He is so scary. Su Jingyan carried the chubby boy toward the stairs, with him dangling in midair, and as he approached the stairs, the boy cried out in despair. Whoa, I was wrong. I shouldn't have pushed the sister. I'm scared he'll drop me. I really know I was wrong. During this, the old lady tried to rush over to save her grandson, but Susie held her hands tightly behind her back. The self-defense techniques she learned these days weren't for nothing, and finally, they came in handy. Young man, he knows he was wrong. He is just a child and doesn't he understand? Please let him down. I'll apologize for him. I'm sorry. Please let him go. Su Jingyan remained unmoved, dangling the chubby boy for a minute, and seeing he was genuinely scared, he let go as they neared the ground, causing the chubby boy to fall on his bottom. Su Ziyue released the old lady, who rushed toward her grandson. Seeing him clutching his rear and crying out in pain, she instinctively wanted to shout, meeting Su Jingyan's gaze. She closed her mouth and quickly scooped up her grandson, skillfully running into the house and shutting the door. Zhao Zishu clicked his tongue. Having never seen such a person before, what a pair of oddballs. Ziyue, are you okay? You didn't fall, did you? No, Jingyan caught me. It looks like the power is out again. Su Ziyue looked up at the light bulb, frowning. Gao Qingwen spoke with relief. After waking up from a nap, many people's first action is to turn on the light switch to see if the power has returned. But they were disappointed. It was still out. In the scorching heat reaching 40 degrees, without electricity and air conditioning, life was becoming increasingly unbearable. Su Ziyue had a good sleep, as she had a solar generator. The air conditioning at home was still running as usual last night, but she didn't dare turn on the big lights for fear of attracting attention. With the power out, people also dared not play on their phones freely. The signal hadn't been cut off yet, and they needed to save some battery for communication. Trapped at home with nothing to do, some people began discussing yesterday's explosion through a door. As people were getting into the discussion, they heard someone outside with a loudspeaker, repeatedly broadcasting something. Everyone ran to the balcony, and the sound gradually became clearer. The government announced that the virus was developed by cult members who refer to themselves as a divine sect, aiming to spread the virus to eradicate humanity. The cult's intentions are despicable, but fortunately, a few researchers within the cult have seen the error of their ways. And the vaccine for the virus has now been developed and is being administered to patients one by one. The explosion that occurred last night was also caused by the cult organization, marking their final strike, which damaged the power system. Fortunately, aside from the so-called divine messenger, all members of the cult have been captured. The government once again urges everyone not to be easily swayed by others and to trust in science. With the vaccine developed, the days of isolation at home will naturally come to an end. When Brother Zhang informed them that the government would no longer distribute supplies and that they would need to go out to find food, many people felt uncomfortable and even dissatisfied. Waiting at home for food and exhausting themselves to go out to find it is too different. However, there was no other choice. If they didn't want to starve, they had to go out. Suzy Yue's 2 speedboats were rented out by Brother Zhang again. Watching the supplies in the space gradually deplete, Suzy Yue took Su Jing'an out to replenish her stock. The water level had now dropped to the 3rd floor of the apartment, and some buildings were gradually surfacing. Previously submerged areas that were deep and had not been scavenged due to a lack of professional diving equipment were now primed for picking. As they went downstairs, they coincidentally ran into Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu, who also seemed ready to head out. Suzy Yue raised an eyebrow, and before she could speak, Zhao Zishu's loud voice called out, "Good morning, Ziyue. Want to go together?" Suzy Yue nodded and smiled. "Sure. I thought you guys had left already." With the hot weather, many people set out immediately upon receiving news that the government would no longer distribute supplies. Suzy Yue, having slept until she woke up naturally, thought they were the last group to leave. Zhao Zishu touched his nose. "It's just that I'm not used to it," and overslept. Suzy Yue covered her mouth and chuckled, showing her understanding. On the speedboat, Suzy Yue opened a map. There were people searching in the nearby small supermarkets and convenience stores, but she didn't plan to squeeze in with them as it wasn't worth it. She intended to head to the large commercial plaza near the city center, where the basement level housed a large supermarket with a wide variety of supplies, which probably wouldn't be scavenged so quickly. Once in the water, she headed straight for the large supermarket at the bottom, collecting everything she saw, regardless of whether it would be useful. Currently, she was in the personal care section, and Suzy Yue filled 2 shelves with shampoos, conditioners, body washes, and other daily necessities. She also collected some quilts, bed sheets, and duvet covers, although they were wet. They could be washed and dried for use. Suzy Yue didn't linger too long in the staple food section and casually grabbed a few items. The supermarket supply warehouse had enough staple foods for them to eat for over a decade. So Suzy Yue was clear about her goal and headed straight for the snack area. Bread, chips, jerky, nuts, chocolate, and packaged spicy chicken feet, marinated chicken legs, chicken wings, duck necks, and duck wings were all snacks that could be eaten in small amounts, so she couldn't let them go when she saw them. Although they were soaked in water, the packaging was intact, and Suzy Yue assured herself that she absolutely wouldn't be picky. After all, even when the apocalypse ends, the country would prioritize food production. Snacks and drinks, which are not filling or thirst-quenching, would certainly be considered only after addressing basic needs, and that could be years away, at least not seen for a few years. Su Jing'an didn't take anything, but instead scouted the surroundings and observed if there were other people nearby to promptly remind Suzy Yue to stop and avoid exposing the space. They collected quite a bit of food, drinks, and other supplies, and in the end, the 2 of them each carried a bag of bottled mineral water and some bread, biscuits, and canned goods back up. Zhao Zishu and Gao Qingwen were waiting at the top, and when they saw Suzy Yue and Su Jing'an come up, they greeted them and then went back into the water. The 4 of them took turns going down 2 more times, with the sun high in the sky, nearing noon. Suzy Yue took off her mask and breathing apparatus, and the moisture from her diving suit evaporated within minutes. Chapter 31. Sister when collecting items. They always felt they had too few, but when it came time to drag the pile of things upstairs, they found it heavy, especially for residents on the higher floors. They had spent almost the entire morning in the water scavenging, and their strength was nearly depleted. Suzy Yue and Su Jing'an walked slowly, pausing along the way to rest as they encountered many others doing the same, taking breaks on a few floors. Along the way, They even saw someone squatting at a neighbor's door, directly grabbing food and successfully snatching some. To their surprise, the person opened the package and stuffed it into his mouth as if he hadn't eaten in 800 years. Fortunately, someone nearby helped to prevent him from taking all the food. "You lazy man, why don't you go out and find food yourself with your hands and feet? Look at you now. You don't even look like a human." Someone recognized the thief as a resident from the 14th floor who had spent all his time playing games before the apocalypse, relying on his wife to earn a living. After finishing the food in his mouth, the lazy man ignored the disdain and insult from others and walked away dejectedly when he saw that he couldn't get more help. After a long struggle, Su Ziyue finally climbed to the 20th floor and saw a group of people standing at her front door. The main door had long been repaired by Su Jing'an, who had somehow added an extra layer of lock. Su Ziyue took a few steps back, and Su Jing'an seemed to recognize a familiar figure, tentatively calling out, "Brother Su?" Su Ziyue was taken aback. Wasn't Brother Su the captain of the bodyguard team on Su Qingtian's side? How could he be here? Hearing Su Jing'an's voice, a sturdy man in black walked out from the crowd. Before the two could speak, a figure rushed towards Su Ziyue, and before she could react, she was enveloped in a hug. "Weren't you supposed to stay at home? What are you doing out? Do you know how worried I was? You troublesome little thing." The person hugging her patted her back heavily, nearly making her spit out a mouthful of old blood. "Ouch, that hurts. Sister, stop hitting me. Jing'an, save me." Su Ziyue cried out in pain. Just as Su Jing'an raised his hand to rescue Su Ziyue from the clutches of the person, he caught a glimpse of Su Ziki's warning look, telling him to stay out of it while she taught her sister a lesson. After a pause, Brother Su quickly pulled the person away to prevent the young lady from getting hurt. The eldest lady and second lady are catching up. "It's been a while since I've seen young Master Jing'an. Young Master Jing'an, please tell me about what has happened here recently." The crowd cleared out. "Go ahead and call for help. Let us see who will come to save you." Su Ziki tightened her grip on her younger sister as she saw her trying to call for help again. "I was wrong, sister. I really know my mistake. Boo-hoo. How old am I? You still hit me on the butt. Please stop, sister, it hurts." Seeing Su Ziyue's eyes welling with tears, Su Ziki released her grip and let her go, pulling out a tissue to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "All right, I barely used any strength. Stop howling. You're getting more and more spoiled. Where did you go just now?" "I went to the water to scavenge for supplies." "Is there no food at home?" Su Ziki asked, puzzled and concerned, looking at her sister's face for a few seconds to confirm she hadn't lost weight before feeling slightly relieved. "There is. But who would complain about having too many supplies?" "Sister, why are you here? Brother Su could have come to pick us up. Why did you come personally?" Su Ziyue asked, earnestly squeezing Su Ziki's shoulder. "What? You don't want me to come? Don't want to see me?" Su Ziki cast a glance at Su Ziyue, who, in an attempt to cover her guilt, squeezed her shoulder even harder. "Of course not. I miss you so much." I heard someone specifically told Dad not to let me come. Isn't that to avoid tiring you out? What little thoughts do I not know about? All right, stop standing here as a door guard and come inside." Su Ziyue, "I'll remember this, just you wait." Zhao Zishu, knowing her vengeful nature, made a zipper gesture with his mouth, indicating he wouldn't spill the beans. Su Zhe snorted coldly, wanting to say something more, when Su Ziki's impatient voice came from inside. "What are you doing outside? Come in. Coming. Su Ziyue managed to glare at Zhao Zishu before hurriedly running inside. Once inside, Su Ziyue found that there were indeed quite a few people present. Besides Su Ziki and Su Gu, there were 6 others. Each one was tall and sturdy, dressed in black clothing. Su Ziki said to them, "This is my sister, the second young lady of the Su family. Protect her well." "Yes," the 6 replied in unison. After waving them off, Su Ziki turned to Su Ziyue and said, "When we came up just now, we saw someone lurking in front of your door. Not sure what they wanted." Su Ziyue shifted her gaze away from the unfamiliar bodyguards, frowning. Maybe they wanted to steal something. "I ran into the son of the chairman of the league group before. He sent me some supplies, so in the eyes of many people, I'm now the fat sheep. Why did he send you supplies?" Su Ziki quickly caught on to the key point. "Ahem, it's also because of your sister." Su Ziyue lowered her head a bit sheepishly. Su Ziki snorted coldly, knowing her troublesome sister would make her clean up the mess. Sister, I didn't want to, but he has a speedboat. Suzuki raised her hand to stop her words. All right, you always have so many excuses. I'll find a chance to meet him. Suzuki responded with an "oh" and nodded obediently. Suzuki told Suzuki to stay put, then turned to Su Jing'an. Don't just listen to her. Her courage is getting bigger. In Suzuki's eyes, her sister had always been spoiled, and she thought she would stay at home waiting for her to pick her up. But unexpectedly, she went out on her own to look for supplies. Maybe she thought it was fun, but Suzuki felt it was too dangerous and unnecessary. Su Jing'an, however, disagreed with Suzuki's viewpoint. She's already quite sensible. You shouldn't always lecture her. Chapter 32. Senior Su Jing'an disagreed with Suzuki's punitive education style. And Suzuki couldn't stand Su Jing'an's encouragement approach, believing it would only inflate Suzuki's already growing confidence. Suzuki rolled her eyes, unsure of how large Su Jing'an's filter for her sister was. But since both were willing to play their respective roles, she decided to let it go. Are you two together? Suzuki sensed something different between her sister and Su Jing'an. Su Jing'an shook his head, then nodded, a slight smile appearing on his face. I'm still in the probation period. Suzuki said meaningfully, there are some things that Ye doesn't understand. You need to be careful not to cross the line. I don't want to elevate my status so soon. Su Jing'an paused for a moment before realizing what Suzuki meant. With a bright red face, he solemnly promised, nothing will happen before marriage. No, in this world, I won't consider anything until it stabilizes completely. Suzuki chuckled without saying whether she believed him or not. In her view, men were creatures that thought with their lower bodies. Nice words meant nothing. It was all about actions. Suzuki walked around the room, leaving someone to protect Suzuki before going out to handle matters. Suzuki was happily trying on the clothes Suzuki had brought. Previously in a rush, she had only focused on collecting food and daily necessities, hastily buying a pile of clothes without careful selection. It wasn't until she had time that she realized there weren't many nice clothes among them. But even if there were, there was no opportunity to wear them. The clothes Suzuki brought could only be worn at home, but that did not affect her good mood. When Zhao Zishu entered, he didn't see Suzuki and asked curiously, Sister Ziyue, where's your sister? She went out to handle some business. TSK, you changed into a new outfit, just for this? Suzuki glanced at him and noticed the difference. The previous outfit got dirty, so I changed. Zhao Zishu's expression was somewhat unnatural, clearing his throat awkwardly. Suzuki let out a long "oh," clearly not believing him. Zhao Zishu found it hard to withstand Suzuki's teasing gaze and quickly changed the subject. So you have a big grandson? What does he do? Why was he here before? Suzuki became interested and took out a few bags of sunflower seed from a nearby cabinet, ready for some gossip. Seeing Suzuki's interest, Zhao Zishu smiled mysteriously. He's a medical PhD, doing research. Guess who that big grandson is? He's a familiar face. Suzuki thought for a moment. Among the people she knew who studied medicine, there were only a few, and a PhD? Could it be Wu Xuanyu, Senior Wu? Zhao Zishu snapped his fingers. That's right. It's him. That makes it even stranger. Suzuki asked in confusion. Isn't Senior Wu's grandmother that Wu family lady? Zhao Zishu shook his finger, and under Suzuki's urgent gaze, he began to share the gossip. After Wu Xuanyu's father and mother divorced, his mother remarried and had a son with that old lady's son, which is the one pushing you. So, nominally, that person is also his grandmother. Wow. Senior Wu really has to deal with these two. Zhao Zishu noticed a figure approaching and loudly declared, someone's getting anxious. I heard Wu Xuanyu doesn't have a good relationship with those two. So why is he here? Suzuki looked at Zhao Zishu in confusion. Just then Su Jing'an walked over. Put away your overly rich imagination. Su Jing'an shot Zhao Zishu a glance. Seeing Suzuki's anxious expression as if she had only eaten half of the melon, and helplessly explained, the apartment on the 16th floor is under Wu Xuanyu's mother's name. His stepfather has a tendency for domestic violence, and his mother couldn't stand it, so she got a divorce. However, they continued living there. Shortly after the divorce, his mother passed away, and before she died, she transferred the apartment to Wu Xuanyu's name. The old lady keeps insisting that her grandson is also her mother's child, so he has a share of that house. Wow, how do you know so much? Did you do a background check on him? Zhao Zishi was somewhat dumbfounded, finding out more than he knew. Su Jing'an replied somewhat speechlessly, "These things aren't secrets. You can find out by asking the neighbors. I just went down for that. That family's excessive, but..." Zhao Zishu clammed up under Su Jing'an's warning gaze. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, I want tea press. After all, they live downstairs. Sister Ziyue will find out sooner or later." On the 16th floor, the old lady handed a bottle of milk to her grandson. "Drink up, my dear. Drink milk to grow tall. Xuanyu, you don't know your little brother was so hungry he couldn't sleep before. That girl named Sue on the 20th floor has plenty to eat but refuses to share even a bit. Not a shred of compassion." Wu Xuanyu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, paused at the old lady's words. "The girl with the surname Sue? What is her name?" The old lady thought for a moment. "Right? That guy seems to call her Xiaoya." "Yes, it's Xiaoya. Do you know her?" Wu Xuanyu smiled, thinking this was quite an unexpected surprise. "I'm not sure, but I'll go visit her later. You should talk to her nicely. Don't be so selfish. Raise her awareness." Wu Xuanyu adjusted his glasses, not saying whether he would or not, but instead looked at the old lady and asked with a smile, "When will my room be restored to its original state?" The old lady's gaze flickered. "You've been studying abroad, and your room has been empty, so I put some things in there." Wu Xuanyu set his suitcase and a small box aside, then picked up a box of milk, preparing to head out. Chapter 33. A visit. He didn't mention it, but once he did, the old lady became curious about whether there were any good things inside. However, on the surface, she still agreed readily. "Don't worry. We won't mess with your things." The old lady thought to herself, everything in the house belongs to her, so what is there that she can't touch? As soon as Wu Xuanyu left, the old lady pressed her ear against the door to listen, and after confirming he had gone far, she immediately picked up the box on the table. It was an iron box, and it took her some effort to open the lid. Upon closer inspection, she found it was a box of white pastries, and she could still smell a faint aroma. The old lady immediately scolded. "I knew this brat had good stuff hidden away for himself, only giving us those worthless things." The chubby child, seeing something delicious, casually set aside his half-finished milk and ran over, tugging at the old lady's pant leg, shouting, "Grandma, what good stuff did brother hide? Can I eat it? I want to eat, I want to eat." The old lady saw there were so many pastries in the box, and eating a few wouldn't be noticed by Wu Xuanyu. So she picked one up and lovingly fed it to the chubby child. "Okay, brother's things are for our good grandson. Grandma is giving it to our good grandson to try. Is it delicious?" The chubby child nodded, eating the pastry with a somewhat unclear speech, and before he could swallow, he said, "Grandma, this is really delicious. I want more." The old lady also ate one and found the pastry truly tasty. The more she ate, the more she wanted. While feeding the chubby child, she kept eating, and before she knew it, the entire box of pastries was gone. But then she thought to herself, "It's just a box of pastries. He shouldn't be able to do anything to them. He didn't hide it well and left it on the table. So he was just waiting for them to eat it, right?" After Wu Xuanyu left, he went straight upstairs and stopped in front of Su Ziyue's door on the 20th floor, knocking on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Su Jing'an, seeing it was Wu Xuanyu, asked expressionlessly, "What do you want?" His unfriendly attitude was almost blatant. Wu Xuanyu was a bit surprised that it was Su Jing'an who opened the door, and he wasn't angry about his attitude. He still wore a smile, and the curve of his lips didn't change at all. "Su classmate, long time no see. I heard the junior sister lives here, so I came to pay a visit." Su Jing'an tugged at the corner of his mouth. "No need for a visit. We have things to do. Maybe you can come another day." Wu Xuanyu pretended to be puzzled and asked, "I feel like Su classmate has a lot of hostility towards me." Unexpectedly, Su Jing'an was very straightforward. "Yeah, I just don't like you." Wu Xuanyu was somewhat taken aback by Su Jing'an's bluntness. Used to being diplomatic, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as the two fell into silence, Su Ziyue, noticing Su Jing'an had been at the door for a long time, walked over curiously and asked, "Jing'an, who is it?" Wu Xuanyu's eyes lit up under his glasses, and he quickly said, "Junior sister, it's me. I heard you live here, so I came to catch up. But Su classmate said you have something to do. Looks like I came at the wrong time. What do you have to do?" Su Ziyue looked suspiciously at Su Jing'an, then smiled at Wu Xuanyu. "We just had a little something, but we still have time to catch up with the senior. Don't just stand at the door, come in." After a brief greeting with Wu Xuanyu, seeing Su Ziyue and Wu Xuanyu chatting happily, and looking at the low-pressure Su Jingyan beside him, Zhao Zishu shook his head. What are you standing here sulking for? Go join them. Su Jingyan remained expressionless. I have nothing to talk about with him. Zhao Zishu patiently advised. At least put in some effort on the surface. He is a doctor. You might need his help in the future, and being at odds with him isn't good for Ziyue, right? Su Jingyan fell silent for a moment, but eventually he poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Wu Xuanyu, then sat down across from him, next to Su Ziyue. Wu Xuanyu felt somewhat helpless. Morning is bad luck. Senior is really impressive and brave. Su Ziyue looked at him with admiration, not expecting Wu Xuanyu to be involved in vaccine development. I have this ability, and I feel fortunate to contribute. Wu Xuanyu seemed not to think much of it. Su Ziyue couldn't help but applaud him. And Zhao Zishu added, Dr. Wu's level of awareness is something we can't compare to. Su Jingyan, right? Medical staff fighting on the front lines of the pandemic and disasters deserve respect from everyone. Senior, during these special times, I don't have much to offer, so don't mind it. Wu Xuanyu didn't accept it and explained, I know about what Grandma's son and my brother did. I apologize on their behalf. That box of milk is my compensation. This has nothing to do with you. Senior doesn't need to apologize. Su Ziyue tried to push it onto him, but failed. So she had to give up, just asking him to come to her if he had any difficulties and not to be polite. After Wu Xuanyu left, Zhao Zishu also slipped away. The atmosphere inside was too tense to bear. However, before leaving, he said to Su Ziyue, you should comfort someone, otherwise he will definitely be angry and unable to sleep tonight, sulking under the covers. Su Ziyue then noticed that Su Jingyan had hardly spoken since Wu Xuanyu entered, and she nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Zishu thought, Su Jingyan, brother, I can only help you this much. You have to seize the opportunity. Su Jingyan, who was feeling increasingly sour, kept doing psychological self-construction. Xiaoya is just socializing normally. He can't let his own feelings affect her normal social life. Even though he doesn't like Wu Xuanyu. That's his personal problem, and shouldn't involve Xiaoya. Moreover, Zhao Zishu is right. He can't guarantee Xiaoya will never get sick. Wu Xuanyu is a medical doctor, and it's not a bad thing for Xiaoya to befriend him. They're just ordinary friends. Chapter 34. Comforting Su Jingyan. What are you thinking so deeply about? I've been standing here for quite a while, and you didn't even notice. Su Ziyue waved her hand in front of Su Jingyan's eyes. Jingyan, do you not like the senior? Be honest, don't lie to me. Su Jingyan furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment, then nodded under Su Ziyue's gaze and added, I can try to get along with him. Su Ziyue sighed. That wasn't what she meant. Jingyan, you don't have to do that. Some people just have incompatible vibes. Just like you and the senior, both are good people, but not everyone can be good friends with everyone else. You don't have to force yourself to get along with him. I don't want you to compromise yourself for anyone, even if that person is me. Su Jingyan looked at her seriously. For you, I won't compromise. Su Ziyue lowered her head, her eyes getting a bit hot. She felt wronged for Su Jingyan. I'm not that good, not smart, but always self-righteous. Willful without considering the consequences. I don't deserve you to be so good to me. In her past life, she caused the death of her sister who came to pick her up, drove away Su Jingyan who came to protect her, and made her father far away in the capital worry. Su Jingyan noticed Su Ziyue's voice sounded off, lifted her head, and saw her eyes were moist. Tears welling up inside. He felt a bit helpless. Xiaoya, don't cry. How could someone as good as you not be worthy? Being smart isn't always a good thing. Being too smart can take away the fun in many things. It's you who add a lot of joy to our mundane lives. You're the little princess spoiled by the Su family, the rose we carefully nurtured. You don't need to be so sensible, or it makes me feel inadequate. Xiaoya just needs to be happy and do whatever she wants, just like before. I will always support you from behind, and I believe Uncle and Su Ziki feel the same. Su Ziyue hadn't intended to cry, but after Su Jingyan comforted her, the tears couldn't help but roll down. You're so annoying. I didn't want to cry. Why did you provoke me? Su Ziyue punched him lightly on the shoulder. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, but please don't hate me, okay? Su Jingyan gently wiped the tears from her face, feeling full of guilt. I don't hate you. You did nothing wrong. Clearly, it's me who's being unreasonable. So why are you apologizing? You weren't being unreasonable. It's my fault. You're so annoying. You'll spoil me like this. No, you're the most sensible, Xiaoya. Once I start crying, it's like opening a floodgate, and I can't stop. Su Ziyue seems to want to vent everything she's suffered in her past life, crying heart-wrenchingly. Su Jingyan can't keep up with wiping her tears, and eventually just holds her in his arms, quietly accompanying her, his heart aching. Su Ziyue didn't realize that she intended to comfort Su Jingyan, but in the end, it was Su Jingyan who comforted her. She really didn't mean to cry. But human emotions are like this. When no one is comforting you, you can calm down quickly, but when someone comforts you and feels sorry for you, you unconsciously start to act spoiled. She glanced at Su Jingyan, raised an eyebrow, and curiously asked Su Ziyue, "What trouble are you causing again?" Su Jingyan would rather bully himself than bully Su Ziyue, so it must be Su Ziyue looking for trouble. I have to say, Su Ziki understands her sister well, hitting the nail on the head. Su Ziyue retorted, "You don't even ask if someone is bullying me? You just question me right away. Are you still my biological sister?" With Su Jingyan around, who could bully you? Su Ziki lightly huffed and sat down to pour herself a glass of water. What if it was Jingyan Ji who bullied me? Su Ziyue began to make a fuss, and when she saw Su Ziki finish her water, she immediately asked, "Jingyan Ji, I'm just hypothetically asking, no other meaning." Seeing the guilt flash across Su Jingyan's face, Su Ziyue quickly explained, "I'm not talking to you anymore." Su Ziyue wasn't originally angry, but after Su Ziki said that, she became a bit upset, feeling embarrassed and angry at the truth being pointed out. Su Ziki continued to tease, "If you can't argue, just admit it." Su Jingyan saw that Su Ziyue was about to cry from anger and said to Su Ziki, "Stop teasing her. She's already in a bad mood and has cried for a long time today." Su Jingyan had Su Ziyue lie back, holding a towel over her eyes. "Oh dear, it's my fault, sister. Please forgive me. Come tell me who made our little treasure feel wronged. I'll help you vent." Every time she gets angry, she has to comfort herself, but the next time she sees it, she can't help but tease again. Su Jingyan didn't quite understand Su Ziki's wicked sense of humor. None of your business," Su Ziyue said proudly. Su Ziki sighed, "I just happened to get a gemstone ring today. At a time like this, a ring can only be looked at and not eaten. It's pretty but useless." Su Ziki shook her head and sighed. "It seems it's unwanted here. I saw Ling sheening outside today. I'll ask her tomorrow if she wants it. Since I want to keep it, I reluctantly accepted it." What joke. She wouldn't give away something she didn't want, let alone such a beautiful ring. Su Ziki knew it would end up like this, hiding her smile. She had finally managed to comfort this little ancestor and couldn't let her see her laughing at her. That night, Su Ziyue slept with Su Ziki for the first time in a long while, snuggling against her arm. "Sister, how are you and Dad doing in the capital? Has Dad lost weight?" Su Ziki pinched her nose. "Oh, Ye has really grown up. She's caring about her sister and Dad now." Su Ziyue unhappily swatted Su Ziki's hand away. "Don't make it sound like I don't care. I've always cared about you. After you go back, go out less and don't associate too much with your old plastic sisters." Su Ziki carefully advised her. Su Ziyue sensed something was off. Su Ziki never used to care about who she hung out with. "And what do you mean by changes?" Chapter 35, The Armory. "Did something happen?" Su Ziyue asked anxiously. "No, it's just that communication isn't as convenient as before. I'm afraid you'll get lost." "All right, don't think too much with that little head of yours. Just sleep." Su Ziki rubbed her hair and turned off the night light. Su Ziyue pouted, feeling that she didn't even bother to find a better excuse. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Can I go out with you tomorrow?" Su Ziki neither agreed nor refused, just patted her head. "We'll talk about it tomorrow. Go to sleep or you'll be kicked out. This is my room," Su Ziyue emphasized. "So what?" Su Ziki's hand rested on Su Ziyue's little head. "Nothing, I'm going to sleep." Su Ziyue sensed the warning in Su Ziki's tone and didn't dare to act up again, turning over to shake off her hand and showing her dissatisfaction. In the dark, Su Ziki opened her eyes and sighed imperceptibly. The situation in the capital is not optimistic. The Yang family has colluded with the already discontented Major General Zhao in the military district as the apocalypse approaches, even establishing a base to rival Major General Sunday. Major General Zhao took away nearly half of the military, and the military supplies warehouse in the capital was also transferred in advance. Major General Sun urgently needs enough weapons to maintain his regime and the stability of the capital. Su Ziyue woke up to find Su Ziki no longer beside her. She yawned and vaguely heard arguing in the living room. The Yang family's ambitions are wolfish without this batch of arms. Major General Sun will eventually be overthrown by Major General Zhao, and then the capital will be their one-man show. Our Su family is the deadliest foe of the Yang family. We'll definitely be the first to be targeted. The Su family must protect Major General Sunday. Now that the news has leaked, there are people around you from Major General Zhao. They won't let you succeed easily. Once you get involved, it will be hard to escape. Little you can't be without you as her sister. My skills are better than yours. I can go in your place. They won't listen to you. The location of the armory will only be told to me. Don't worry, I'm very cautious about my life. They won't take my life so easily. Through a door, Su Ziyue only heard the last few sentences. Her heart stirred up a storm. Who wants my sister's life? Su Ziyue opened the door directly, skipping the pleasantries and going straight to the point. Sister, where are you going today? I want to go with you. No way. No way. Su Jingyan and Su Ziki instinctively opposed, but as soon as the words left their mouths, they exchanged glances and knew they were in trouble. Su Ziyue is rebellious. The more they oppose, the more she wants to go, and she doesn't know how much of their conversation she just overheard. Why not? I want to go. Su Ziyue had a look of determination, as if she didn't care. Yeah, I have a mission. It's inconvenient to take you with me. Su Ziki reasoned with her. Are you going to do something dangerous? I heard it. Someone wants your life. A strong sense of unease surged in Su Ziyue's heart as she grasped Su Ziki's hand, her tone resolute. Sister, you can't go if you have to go out. Take me with you. Otherwise, you can't go out today. Su Ziki closed her eyes. Yeah, I have to go. The Yang family is committing crimes in the capital relying on Major General Zhao's power, and all the families that used to be at odds with them have been. In short, no one has a good ending. We can't sit back and wait for death. We must take action to bring down the Yang family. The Yang family has created a fighting arena where men are thrown in to fight against starving beasts, while women serve as military prostitutes, most unable to bear the humiliation and committing suicide. However, there's no need to mention this and dirty my sister's ears. Su Ziyue's eyes widened, tugging at Su Ziki's sleeve. Her eyes full of pleading. Then why does it have to be you? Can't someone else go? After the apocalypse, Major General Zhao clearly has the ability to save people, but only cares about power struggles, disregarding the safety of survivors. When Major General Sun sent people to rescue survivors, Major General Zhao took advantage of the lack of manpower on Major General Sun's side and preemptively gathered some supplies from the capital. The capital is divided into two parts by the Red River. The area north of the Red River is under Major General Sun's jurisdiction, while the area south of the Red River is occupied by Major General Zhao. General Sun will distribute the collected supplies to survivors who cannot search for food themselves for various reasons. In contrast, General Zhao shows complete disregard for the survivors' lives. Even with ample supplies, he refuses to distribute anything to them, allowing them to die from lack of water and food. The survivors in the South harbor resentment and suffer heavy casualties. They have heard that General Sun in the north is distributing supplies to survivors, and their hearts inevitably lean towards General Sun, hastily packing their few belongings to head north. At first, General Zhao did not take this matter seriously until the loss of personnel became too great. After being reminded by the Yang family head, General Zhao blew up the bridge over the Red River connecting the north and south of the capital. He also stationed some people at the border and along several necessary routes, shooting on sight anyone attempting to cross to the north by boat or swimming. Upon hearing this, General Sun sighed in regret, but all his manpower was used to settle the survivors and maintain order, leaving him with no extra people or sufficient weapons to intervene. After much contemplation, he thought of the arms depot in Haiming City. However, he could not spare personnel for Haiming City at the moment, and General Zhao had been on guard against their connections with forces from other cities. General Sun and the Su family were in the same boat. And to break the deadlock, Su Ziki volunteered to take on this task. Even knowing the road ahead was fraught with difficulties, she felt she had to take the risk. Otherwise, she would eventually be trapped in the capital. As for the olive branches thrown by General Zhao several times, Su Ziki refused to associate with scum. Su Yue felt a wave of intense panic rising within her. I can't remember, sister. Don't go, please, we can't. Her words abruptly stopped. Chapter 36. Change. Take good care of her. I will just be careful. Su Ziki took one last look at Su Yue, then turned and strode out. When Su Yue woke up, she found herself lying in bed, with pain still lingering in her neck. For a moment, she was dazed, then suddenly ran out. Sister. Su Jingyan, standing at the door, grabbed Su Yue as she tried to rush outside. Let go of me. Where's my sister? Where did she go? Su Yue struggled with all her might. Why did you stop me this morning? You clearly knew she was in danger. Why didn't you stop her? Su Yue cried, hitting Su Jingyan as overwhelming panic engulfed her. I'm sorry. Su Jingyan held her waist, allowing her to hit him without dodging. I don't want to hear sorry. I just want my sister. Why? What is the point of her rebirth? Just to watch her leave me again? No. She must believe in her sister. There was nothing her sister couldn't do since childhood, and this time would be no different. She had to believe in her sister. Su Yue kept repeating this in her mind. Seeing her gradually calm down, Su Jingyan gently asked, "How about eating something?" Su Yue had no appetite, but she knew she needed to eat to have strength, so she nodded. Su Jingyan carried Su Yue to the sofa and immediately went to prepare lunch, fearing that Su Yue might change her mind at any moment. Su Ziki brought back some seafood, and Su Jingyan cooked seafood noodles, occasionally glancing at Su Yue, worried she might suddenly run out. The signal disappeared shortly after the power outage, but Su Yue still held onto a glimmer of unlikely hope, sitting on the sofa and dialing Su Ziki's number on her phone. After a dozen attempts, she stared at her phone for a long time, finally stopping the calls and opening the album to look at the photos of herself with Su Ziki. Su Jingyan sat next to her, keeping her company. Time passed slowly, and only when someone knocked on the door did Su Yue react. She suddenly stood up, but having maintained her position for too long, her legs went numb, and she almost fell to the ground. Su Jingyan quickly supported Su Yue, saying, "Take it slow, I'll go open the door." He opened the door to find Su Gu covering his arm, his clothes stained with blood. Su Jingyan's eyelid twitched, and he had a bad premonition. Su Yue steadied herself after a few seconds, enduring the numbness as she rushed over, only to see the scene before her. She looked behind Su Gu, but saw no one, just him. Su Yue trembled, her voice quivering with a hint of hope. Su Gu had red-rimmed eyes and bent down, his tone filled with self-blame. I'm sorry, second miss. I didn't protect the young miss well. When we were about to reach the location of the arms depot, the young miss discovered the spy, General Zhao, had planted beside us. We intended to capture him, but we didn't expect he had planted a bomb on a cruise ship, which exploded. We didn't find a young miss's body, but we found this. Su Gu opened his clenched fist, revealing a blackened silver bracelet, and added with difficulty, it was taken from severed arm. Su Yue's vision went dark for a moment. She took a deep breath and grabbed the bracelet. What about the severed arm? Su Gu pulled out a bag from behind him, and after Su Yue opened it and looked inside, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Sister. She only wanted her family to be safe. Was that wish so difficult? In her previous life, her sister was still fine at this time, but in this life, her sister had left her even earlier. Su Yue was heartbroken, clutching her chest, and fainted again. When she woke up once more, she felt momentarily dazed, recalling what had happened before she fainted. She stared blankly at the ceiling, tears seemingly dried up, unable to flow anymore. Xiaoye, the body hasn't been found. Maybe Ziki is still alive. Su Jingyan saw Su Yue awake, yet in such a state, he felt uneasy. He knew the possibility he mentioned was minuscule, but he had to give Su Yue a glimmer of hope to help her regain her spirit. After a long silence, Su Yue slowly sat up. That's right. That severed arm wasn't my sister's at all. She might have been captured by them. She's so smart. She might have hidden away. No matter what, she's waiting for us to rescue her. As Su Yue thought of this possibility, she suddenly grabbed Su Jingyan's hand. It's very possible that severed arm was released by them to confuse us. Seeing the light return to Su Yue's eyes, Su Jingyan followed her train of thought and said, "Right, I can't let them be so smug. Since they don't want General Sun to get that batch of arms, I'll let them have their way." I'm going to find the arms depot in Hyaming City, put that batch of arms into storage, and then bring them to General Sunday. Su Ziyue suddenly thought of something and immediately turned the room upside down, finally finding a piece of paper under the mattress. Su Ziki never fought battles she wasn't sure of, and she was accustomed to having a backup plan. However, this time, the backup plan wasn't for herself. Su Ziyue looked at the familiar handwriting on the paper with mixed emotions, unable to hold back her tears. A small piece of paper contained a wealth of information. It was the secret code they agreed upon as children, one only they could understand. Su Ziyue's properties in Hyaming City all had basements, which were fireproof and waterproof until opened, containing enough supplies and a small amount of weapons. Su Ziki instructed Su Ziyue to wait for the flood to recede before finding an opportune moment to leave for any of the properties, and if their father escaped, he would come looking for her. If anything happened, she could seek help from the mayor of Hyaming City. Chapter 37, Acting. Su Ziki, you clever fool. You always said I'm not smart and easily deceived. How could you leave me alone? You didn't let me get involved, so I'll do the opposite. Since you didn't stay behind to watch over me, now I can do whatever I want without anyone stopping me. Su Ziyue thought, while wiping her tears. Brother Jing'an, my sister told me not to get involved, but I can't swallow this anger. I must make those behind this pay in blood. I want them to regret coming into this world. Will you stop me? Su Jing'an looked at the hatred in Su Ziyue's eyes, his heart aching. He took a comb and slowly tidied her somewhat messy black hair. Xiaoya, just do what you want to do. Ziki is also my family. How could I stop you? I've already sent someone in the capital to investigate Uncle Su's whereabouts. As soon as I get news, I'll let you know right away. You've not eaten for a day. Have some porridge first, okay? Thank you, Jing'an Gu. Family doesn't say thank you. After Su Jing'an smoothed Su Ziyue's hair, he picked up a hairpin and styled her long hair into a bun, then took a towel to wipe her face. During a pause, while drinking porridge, Su Ziyue inadvertently looked up and saw the scratches on Su Jing'an's arm and neck. Just as she was about to ask how he got hurt, the words caught in her throat. She remembered that the culprit was her. Jing'an Gu, I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions back then and scratched you. I'll cut my nails later. A look of guilt spread across Su Ziyue's face. She had completely lost her rationality at that moment. It doesn't hurt, really just eat. The porridge is getting cold. Su Jing'an smiled at her, comforting her. Su Ziyue lowered her head to drink the porridge, her voice noticeably nasal. Su Jing'an helplessly lifted her head, and a tear fell from her eye, splashing into the bowl. Little crybaby, I really am fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Su Ziyue didn't believe his words and felt a tightness in her chest. Xiaoya, I really am fine. When have I ever lied to you? Just relax, okay? Look at me, come on, deep breath. Seeing Su Ziyue's breathing gradually calm down, Su Jing'an realized he was sweating. He took a tissue to dab at the corner of her eye, then picked up the bowl of porridge, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Su Ziyue obediently drank the porridge he offered, and soon the bowl was empty. After feeding Su Ziyue, Su Jing'an set aside the spoon and quickly finished his own bowl. Although he said he was fine, to prevent infection, Su Ziyue had already found iodine and cotton swabs, waiting for him to finish the porridge so she could apply the medicine. After Su Jing'an finished, he reached for the iodine, but Su Ziyue raised her hand to stop him. I'll do it. Can you see the wound on your neck? Su Ziyue asked seriously. All right, let this little ancestor finish the medicine. Su Jing'an exposed the wounds on his neck and arm, and Su Ziyue carefully used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently apply it. While doing so, she puffed her cheeks and blew on the wound. Watching Su Ziyue's actions, Su Jing'an felt his heart soften, his gaze falling on her swollen red eyes, his expression darkening. Zhao Zhongjiang, you're really despicable. After applying the medicine, Su Ziyue tightened the cap on the iodine and took out a nail clipper, preparing to cut her nails. However, this was her first time cutting her own nails, and after finishing one finger, she frowned. These are too ugly. They don't look anything like the round nails I imagined. Su Jing'an, watching from the side, shook his head and took the nail clipper. I told you it's not fun. Let me do it. Okay. Su Ziyue extended her finger, looking dejected. Xiaoya, you need to adjust your state these days. Your sister is waiting for you to save her. If you let your thoughts run wild and ruin your health, what will she do? There might be people coming to ask you about your sister these days. Zhao Zhongjiang's people might be among them. You have to pretend to believe that Ziki is no longer here. When they ask if Ziki left you anything or said anything before she left, you must say no, that you know nothing. Once they give up looking for clues from you, we can set off. Xiaoya, I know you're anxious, but you have to be patient. If they sense you have any clues, whether you want to or not, for your safety, I will take you away immediately. Su Ziyue forced a smile and nodded seriously. Jingenge, I'll listen to you. I'm a bit tired now. I'll sleep first. The mayor of Haishu was aware of the situation and specifically sent his capable assistant, Secretary Li, to express condolences. We express our regret for Ms. Su Ziki's encounter. Ms. Su Ziki is a person with great righteousness in her heart. After arriving in Haishu, seeing the shortage of medical supplies here, she actively donated a batch of medical supplies to Haishu, for which we are very grateful. Upon hearing about Ms. Su Ziki's incident, our mayor immediately dispatched people to investigate, and we will not let any dangerous elements go. However, the dangerous elements who detonated the bomb may already be with Ms. Su, and the items we have recovered do not provide any clues. We are unsure if Ms. Su left anything for Ms. Su before she left or said anything. If convenient, please let us know so we can carry out further investigations. After hearing this, Su Ziyue raised her head. Her originally bright, watery eyes were now swollen like walnuts from crying, and she forced out an ugly smile. Thank you. Then she stretched out her hand, revealing the silver bracelet on her wrist. Besides this, she didn't leave me anything, not even a word. I wanted to go out with her yesterday, but she knocked me out. Secretary Li, my sister has always been kind to others. Why would there be a bomb installed on her cruise ship? Do you know what my sister went to do? Who was the mastermind behind the bomb installation? She grew louder. Her emotions clearly agitated as she stood up and tugged at Secretary Li's clothing, her eyes bursting with intense hatred. Secretary Li was startled by her, but after hearing her words, he guessed that Su Ziki might have kept quiet to protect her sister. He sighed, knowing that since Su Ziki didn't say anything, he wouldn't speak out either. Sometimes, not knowing anything was the best protection. I just want to know why my sister was killed. Su Ziyue's expression was one of utter despair. Suddenly, she clutched her chest and bent over, seemingly struggling to breathe. Chapter 38 Base beside her. Su Jingyan quickly helped Su Ziyue catch her breath, slowly helping her sit down and softly comforting her. When he saw her emotions stabilize, he spoke to Secretary Li. Sorry for the trouble. Ever since she heard the news about her sister, Xiaoya has been overly sad, her emotions fluctuating too much. She fainted once, and now often cannot control her feelings. A flicker of understanding and pity crossed Secretary Li's face. Su Ziyue lowered her head, appearing somewhat dazed, not sure if she had absorbed what he said. Su Jingyan handed her a glass of water, and she instinctively caught it, but just held it without drinking. Seeing this, Secretary Li realized that saying too much was futile. Some pain needed time to heal, and others could not empathize with it. No amount of words would help. He stood up and said to Su Jingyan, Mr. Su, Miss Su needs to rest more, so I won't disturb you further. Please take good care of Miss Su. And if there's anything you need, just let me know. Su Jingyan nodded, then helplessly said to Secretary Li, Secretary Li, take care, Xiaoya can't be left alone. So I won't see you off. Secretary Li waved his hand, signaling that he didn't mind, and soon walked out, closing the door behind him. Su Jingyan walked to the door, confirmed it was closed, and that Secretary Li had left, then said to Su Ziyue, Xiaoya, it's okay now. Su Ziyue raised her head, her expression back to normal. She took a sip of water to moisten her throat and looked at Su Jingyan. Jingyan, did I perform okay? Did I seem unnatural? You did well, Xiaoya. You were exceptional today. Indeed, the words Su Ziyue said to Secretary Li and her reactions were all prearranged by her and Su Jingyan. Perform for those outside to see. Su Gu was recuperating in a room on the other side of the house, unaware of their plans, and the two had no intention of telling him. After all, the matter of the spatial storage was best kept known to as few people as possible. Although Su Gu had been by Su Fu's side for many years, human hearts are difficult to predict, and Su Jingyan would not let Su Ziyue take the risk of gambling on people's intentions. Knock, knock, knock. Li Shuji had just left when the door was knocked again. Who could it be? Is it never ending? Su Ziyue slumped on the sofa, feeling somewhat exhausted. Su Jingyan guessed who had come, and seeing Su Ziyue's reaction, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Su Ziyue's eyes brightened, but she hesitated. Is it really okay? Su Jingyan pulled Su Ziyue up, half pushing and half embracing her as they walked toward the room. After closing Su Ziyue's bedroom door, Su Jingyan walked expressionlessly to the front door. Opening the door, Wu Xuanyu's figure came into view. Su, classmate, I'm here to change the dressing for Mr. Su and to check on my junior sister, he said. Su Jingyan stepped back a bit to let him in. You came at an opportune time. Li Shuji just left, and Xiao Yu is emotionally unstable and just fell asleep. Wu Xuanyu's eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses flickered, and a hint of worry showed in his smiling gaze. Oh, it seems I've come late. Is my junior sister okay? Does she need me to provide a simple psychological consultation? Su Jingyan put on a businesslike smile. Thank you for your concern, but it's not needed at the moment. We won't be polite if we do need help. Okay, then I'll go change Mr. Su's dressing. Su Jingyan nodded and handed him a bag containing food. Sorry to trouble you. This is the medical fee for these past few days. Wu Xuanyu did not refuse and took it, planning to head to the other side of the house. But seeing Su Jingyan's hesitant expression, he stopped and smiled at him. I was in a hurry that day and offended Dr. Wu. I want to say sorry. Su Jingyan felt a rare sense of awkwardness. He had panicked when Su Ziyue collapsed and acted almost instinctively. It's all right, I understand. Wu Xuanyu smiled, looking good-natured. Thank you for understanding. Wu Xuanyu nodded at him and walked toward Li Ji's room. The moment Wu Xuanyu turned, both of them simultaneously performed the act of disappearing smiles. Su Ziyue had bought both apartments on the 20th floor for peace and quiet, merging them into a large suite. Her and Su Jingyan's room was on the left side of the house, while Su Ji's room was on the right side. After changing the dressing, Wu Xuanyu reminded Su Gu a few things, nodded slightly to Su Jingyan, and then left. When Zhao Zishu and Gao Qingwen arrived, Su Ziyue had just finished a bowl of scallion oil noodles. Zhao Zishu hadn't even seen his crush a few times before hearing the bad news and had been secretly wiping tears at home yesterday. Sitting across from Su Ziyue, Zhao Zishu and Su Ziyue exchanged glances with their puffy eyes. Sister Ziyue, has anyone from the mayor's office of Haisher mentioned any findings? Is it the people from Jing City who did this? Zhao Zishu was the first to speak. Yes, Ziyue. Could it be that your sister's business rivals took advantage of the apocalypse to harm her? Gao Qingwen also offered her speculation. Maybe. Secretary Li said they haven't found any clues for now and asked me to wait for news. Su Ziyue revealed a bitter smile. They definitely haven't tried hard enough. It's been almost 2 days. How could there be no clues at all? I went to the place where Ziki had the accident, and there were only a small team of 4 or 5 people there dredging. They wouldn't let me go down, saying I shouldn't interfere with official duties. Zhao Zishu slammed his fist on the table angrily. Su Ziyue knew that she wouldn't get any results from the mayor of Haisher. Although he didn't associate with people like General Zhao, he also couldn't afford to wade into the murky waters of Jing City for the time being. The living room fell into silence. Su Ziyue broke the heavy atmosphere and looked at Gao Qingwen. Sister Wenwen, it seems like I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been busy with lately? Gao Qingwen was also eager to say something to divert everyone's attention and quickly continued. The weather outside is getting hotter. The highest temperature has reached 45 degrees, and it's trending towards 50. Some people, in order to gather more supplies, have been outside for too long and suffered from heat stroke. Others have had heat stroke and died before they could be treated. I can only go out early in the morning when the temperature is still bearable to find some food. Since your sister has come, I didn't want to disturb you two sisters. Your sister cares about you. She even brought you a solar generator from afar. I want to stay here every day to enjoy the air conditioning. My house feels like a big steamer now. Su Ziyue tugged at the corners of her lips, forcing out a smile. As long as Sister Wenwen is willing to come, you can use the air conditioning as you like. Gao Qingwen realized she had chosen the wrong topic, and Zhao Zishu shot her a glance, changing the subject. The water level is dropping every day. Some internal personnel from the Haisher government have revealed that after the flood recedes, they might clear out the large air raid shelter at the foot of Lingshan Mountain to establish a safe base. Chapter 39. Not taking good care of you, really? That's wonderful. I hope the water recedes quickly. Honestly, living without air conditioning while the temperature keeps rising is too hard to bear. After her surprise, Gao Qingwen was filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, I plan to go out to arrange for my sister's body. Can I trouble you to help take care of the house? I'll cover the meals. Don't be polite with me. What needs to be given should be given. As she spoke, Su Ziyue stuffed 2 bags containing chilled drinks, self-heating rice, and bread and milk into Gao Qingwen's and Zhao Zishu's arms. Zhao Zishu initially wanted to say he would go with her, but he was worried about leaving Gao Qingwen alone to watch the house, so he had to give up. After chatting a bit longer, Zhao Zishu and Gao Qingwen prepared to leave. Gao Qingwen hugged Su Ziyue. Ziyue, try to take it easy and take care of yourself. Zhao Zishu glanced at Su Jingyan and suddenly said, Yes, Ziyue. When you fainted that day, Su Jingyan was almost frantic. I heard the noise and saw him carrying Dr. Wu upstairs. Su Ziyue looked at Su Jingyan in surprise. Su Jingyan averted his gaze and explained, I was in a moment of panic and have already apologized to him. After Zhao Zishu finished speaking, he slipped away, not daring to stay and watch the drama. Gao Qingwen was a beat behind in catching on to the situation and, upon encountering Su Jingyan's death glare, quickly found an excuse to leave. Watching this scene, Su Ziyue found it somewhat amusing. Why are you so nervous? I'm not blaming you. Su Jingyan closed the door, preparing to shut it. I'm not nervous. Su Ziyue pressed the door. I want to go out and climb the stairs. After lying in bed for almost 2 days, she needed to stretch her muscles and exercise a bit. Hearing this, Su Jingyan nodded and pushed the door open. All right. As soon as they stepped outside, a wave of heat hit them. Su Ziyue felt as if she had walked from an ice room into a steamer. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, she was already sweating lightly. By the time they reached the 5th floor, her clothes were almost soaked. The further down they went, the more people there were. After the power outage, with no fans or air conditioning, some people took out their old large-hand fans. Those who liked to dance in the square brought out their dancing fans to create a breeze, along with round fans, folding fans, and plastic fans with advertisements. Some households, unable to find any fans, even made paper fans themselves out of paper. Did your family find a lot of food today? Well, not enough for many meals. For that little bit of food, my husband almost suffered from heat stroke. Life is getting harder and harder. If my son doesn't have a fan to cool off at night, he can't sleep at all. Don't mention it. I finally managed to lull my son to sleep last night, but he was woken up in the middle of the night by mosquitoes. The mosquitoes are getting more numerous. My neighbor even has rats and cockroaches. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Back then, people worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, and after dinner, they took out their small stools. With everyone holding a large hand fan, they gathered to chat about everyday life, and she and her sister sat nearby, resting their heads in their hands, listening. Xiao Yu's worried voice interrupted Su Jingyan's thoughts. Su Ziyue wiped her face as if nothing had happened and smiled at Su Jingyan, saying, It's nothing. Just sweat in my eyes. Su Jingyan didn't confront her, but asked, Are you tired? Can you still walk? Yes, no problem. Along the way, some people had heard about Su Ziyue's family situation and comforted her a bit. A little boy even ran over to give her a small paper flower, which said, Sister, be happy every day. Su Ziyue watched the little boy walk over to a woman, who smiled at her. She recognized her as the woman who had come to borrow antipyretics before, Zhang Ji's wife. Su Ziyue smiled back at her. When they reached the 16th floor, they ran into Zhang Ge, who had just sent a patient to Wu Xuanyu. The little girl is out for a walk. Huh? That's right. You should walk more and not stay cooped up at home. The deceased are gone, but life goes on. You have to cherish the people around you. Jingyan, you've lost quite a bit of weight these days. I know I will thank Zhang Ge. Su Ziyue had heard someone suggest to Zhang Ge that he shouldn't charge her rent anymore, reasoning that she had so much food she couldn't finish it. Su Ziki had brought a lot of things when she came, and Secretary Li also brought a large bag of supplies when he visited. Some people thought that since Su Ziyue had so many supplies, she wouldn't care about their little rent and didn't want to pay, but Zhang Ge firmly rejected those voices. These days, Su Ziyue had been immersed in sorrow, but Zhang Ge would put the rent for the inflatable boat in front of their door every day without fail. Su Ziyue chatted with Zhang Ge for a bit and mentioned wanting to give him the inflatable boat. Zhang Ge quickly declined, and Su Ziyue explained, Zhang Ge, I'm not giving you the inflatable boat for free. I'll need your help with things in the future. She continued, right now I need to go out. Su's injury hasn't healed yet. So I'll need you to help keep an eye on things at home. Zhanggu realized that Su Ziyue wanted him to help keep an eye on the supplies at home. After all, many people now knew that Su Ziyue's family had a lot of supplies, and they were afraid someone might be tempted to steal or rob them. Zhanggu readily agreed. When they got back to the 20th floor, Su Ziyue panted as she assessed Su Jing'an. She hadn't noticed before, but now, after Zhang Ji's comment, she suddenly realized that Su Jing'an really seemed to have lost weight. Su Ziyue squinted her eyes, went to the kitchen for a quick look, and then sat on the sofa while Su Jing'an stood in front of her. Jing'an, besides the few meals you had with me these days, have you not eaten anything else? Su Jing'an felt nervous when Su Ziyue went to the kitchen. Hearing her question, his gaze drifted, and he denied, "No, I ate. Just not much." Su Ziyue glared at him, hands on her hips, angrily saying, "You still won't admit it? I've seen it. The rice barrel in the kitchen is almost full, and there are still self-heating meals, instant noodles, bread, and biscuits. Don't be angry. I'm just worried about you, that you can't eat." Su Jing'an reached for Su Ziyue's hand, but she slapped his hand away. "You always do this. Last time when I was sick, you said the same thing. Do you have to starve yourself every time something happens to me?" Su Jing'an remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. Su Ziyue was enraged. "Last time I was sick, and this time I fainted. It wasn't because of you. Why do you act like you're punishing yourself?" "Because I didn't take good care of you." Chapter 40 Nightmare. Su Ziyue looked at him in shock. What kind of twisted reasoning is that? Neither of us can control not getting sick for our entire lives. We are not gods. Su Jing'an squatted down, meeting Su Ziyue's gaze. "So shall you? If you care about me, you should try to avoid getting hurt." Su Ziyue was a bit angry and blurted out, "Are you saying that if I die one day, you will die with me?" After staring at Su Jing'an for a few minutes, Su Ziyue realized she couldn't change his mind. She made a pause gesture. "Brother, you win. Let's put this topic aside for now. I'm going to take a shower." Su Ziyue timely halted the conversation. Su Jing'an's thinking was a bit dangerous and shouldn't be discussed further. After showering, Su Ziyue suddenly remembered the things she heard while climbing the stairs. Thinking about the possibility of cockroaches or mice appearing at home, sending chills down her spine. "Jing'an, Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Su Jing'an had just finished a shower and was only wearing shorts. Hearing Su Ziyue's call, he didn't bother to get dressed. He grabbed a towel and rushed out of the room. The towel hung loosely on him, and the droplets of water that hadn't tea-dried yet slid down his long neck. Due to his earlier rush, a large part of his chest was exposed, and the water droplets slid down his tight, muscular abdomen. With her mind full of cockroaches and mice, Su Ziyue's thoughts instantly went blank, replaced by the sight of this handsome man coming out of the shower. She swallowed hard, her ears turning red as she thought about how it would feel to touch those abs. What if we have cockroaches or mice at home? How about we do a thorough cleaning tonight? Don't scare yourself. We've installed screens on the windows and doors, which should largely prevent them from getting in. However, we can't guarantee they won't come in through other means. Just in case, we should clean up a bit. Seeing that his comfort didn't work, Su Jing'an decided to go along with Su Ziyue's thoughts to prevent her from worrying and losing sleep at night. After a thorough cleaning, with no sign of cockroaches or mice, Su Ziyue finally felt safe enough to sleep. The scene shifted to a cruise ship where a group of people formed a circle, and Su Ziki was being held hostage by a crew cut man, a small knife pressed against her neck, while the man held a remote control in his other hand. The crew cut man threatened, "Where's the location of the arms depot? If you don't tell me, I'll detonate the bomb on the cruise ship, and none of you will survive." Su Ziki laughed sarcastically. "If I tell you the location of the arms depot, will you let us go?" Young Master Yang said your life can be spared, but others cannot. It's up to you, Xiao Su, to decide. Will you die with them, or live on your own? You only have this many people. Aren't you afraid of being the mantis stalking the cicada, only to benefit the hidden yellow oriole? You don't need to worry about that, Xiao Su. Just tell me the location. You probably don't know yet, but young Master Yang has already sent someone to invite Mr. Su. Once we get the weapons from the arms depot, we will naturally reunite you with Mr. Su. The crew cut man seemed to envision victory, and his hand holding the knife relaxed for a moment. In that instant, Su Ziki seized the opportunity. She pushed his hand away forcefully, bending down and sweeping his leg, tripping him. His reaction speed clearly wasn't up to par. and he could only passively endure Suzuki's counterattack. But Suzuki had already predicted his movement and quickly reacted, causing the crew cut man to fall to the ground. As he fell, he lost grip of the remote, which flew upward in an arc before landing in the water. His subordinates immediately rushed forward to subdue the crew cut man, and Suzuki stood on his shoulder, her tone filled with mockery. "You can't hold onto a knife properly and still want to catch me?" The crew cut man laughed loudly. "Haha, do you think that without the remote, the bomb won't explode? I set a timer. There were 5 minutes left just now. It should be about to explode now. If you had cooperated, I could have taken you away in time. Now you all will die with me. Ha 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 ha." Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and the crew's ship blew up, sending a towering column of water and a large splash into the air. "Sister." Suzuki suddenly opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling. It was just a dream. The next moment, her hand was held by someone, and she was startled, throwing a punch at the owner of the hand, only to have it caught and restrained. Immediately, a familiar voice rang in her ears. "Xiaoya, did you have a nightmare?" "Jingengu, what are you doing here?" Suzuki looked suspiciously at Su Jingyan, who was sitting by her bedside. "I was worried you had a nightmare." Su Jingyan brushed aside the damp hair that was sticking to Suzuki's forehead and tucked it behind her ear. Suzuki felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. "So, are you planning to not sleep for the past few nights?" "I slept on the sofa." Suzuki glanced at the lazy sofa, where Su Jingyan could easily fall off if he turned over. She sighed, giving up on communicating with Su Jingyan, and threw all the pillows from the bed onto the carpet. Then she shifted her body to make half of the space available, patted the soft bed, and looked at Su Jingyan. "Stop fussing, just get in bed and sleep." Su Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, standing awkwardly in place, and it took him a few minutes to slowly climb into bed. The bed was large enough for 4 or 5 people, and Suzuki lay on the other side, with at least 2 people's distance between them. Su Jingyan felt enveloped by the unique fragrance of Suzuki. Suzuki was still thinking about the dream she had just had. In the dream, she felt like an observer, unable to participate, but the scenes were so vivid. Suzuki touched the bracelet on her hand. "Sister, is this your hint for me?" Chapter 41. Finding the armory, Su Jingyan watched Suzuki's back as she gradually fell into a steady breathing rhythm, and he unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, Su Jingyan felt something pressing down on him. As he opened his eyes, he was caught off guard by Suzuki's face right in front of him. He could even see the fine hair on her face. Suzuki had unknowingly shifted to his side, one leg draped across his waist, and her hand clutched his shirt. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing steady, and her breath tickled his neck. Su Jingyan carefully repositioned Suzuki's leg and gently pulled his shirt free from her grasp, then quietly got out of bed to wash up in another bathroom. Suzuki knew she woke up later than Su Jingyan, so she always prepared enough water in the bathroom and kitchen every night. Thanks to the solar power generator, the rice cooker could work, and they hadn't used any instant food in these days. Su Jingyan had been focusing on cooking rice and noodles. Suzuki woke up before the alarm rang, and after they had a simple breakfast, Su Jingyan organized their bags for going out. Suzuki was busy putting away items that shouldn't be in the house in her space. After ensuring that there were no signs of the space, Su Jingyan finished packing the backpack, which contained water, food, some regular medicine, and miscellaneous items. Su Jingyan went to greet Su Ge, who once again expressed his desire to accompany them, but was once again politely declined by Su Jingyan. Su Ge then requested that they take a bodyguard with them. The bodyguard brought by Suzuki had already been sent out by Su Jingyan and Suzuki to do other tasks, leaving only one to take care of Su Ge. When they left, the sun was shining brightly, and even though it was still morning, the temperature had already reached 36 degrees. The team searching for supplies in the apartment had left at dawn, so Suzuki and Su Jingyan didn't encounter anyone when they went downstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Suzuki confirmed that the staircase was empty, so she took out a speedboat from her space. The two of them worked together to drag it into the water and then headed towards the location where Suzuki's cruise ship had exploded. From a distance, that area was cordoned off with ropes by the authorities, and people could occasionally be seen surfacing for air. It seemed that although the mayor of Haishur claimed he did not intend to get involved in this mess, he was still tempted by the weapons in the armory. With the mindset of taking whatever they could find, They were determined to salvage clues about the armory's location. However, Susie already knew where the armory was, thanks to the dream she had last night. She suspected that in her previous life, when Suzuki came to find her, she was also carrying this task, but was unaware of any connection between her previous death and the Yang family. The key point was that after Suzuki fell ill, she might have known she wouldn't last long and left her a letter in advance, stating that it could be given to the Haishur authorities as a last resort. After Suzuki passed away, Suzy opened the letter and found several addresses of properties that Suzuki owned in Haishur. But one of them was the Shengjing Villa area. She remembered that she didn't own a house there and thought Suzuki had made a mistake at the time. Now, it seemed it was likely the location of the armory. Those people would never expect the armory to be located in a villa area that was frequently visited. Suzy located the Shengjing Villa area on the map, which was about 10 kilometers away from their current location. As time passed, the outdoor temperature gradually rose to 40 degrees. Even in the shade, it felt like being in a sauna. Using her backpack as cover, Suzy took out 2 thermos cups filled with chilled mung bean soup made by Su Jing'an. After drinking half a cup in one go, Suzy felt revitalized. Half an hour later, they arrived at the vicinity of the Shengjing Villa area. The terrain here was elevated, and with the flood receding, most of the buildings had emerged. Jing'an Gu, we need to find Villa number 36. After hiding the speedboat and their backpacks in a sheltered spot between 2 buildings, Suzy said to Su Jing'an. Su Jing'an nodded, and the 2 of them submerged in the water. After searching for a while, they arrived at the entrance of Villa number 36. Suzy placed her hand on the door, trying to see if she could store the large iron gate in her space. And to her surprise, she succeeded. Suzy looked at Su Jing'an happily, and Su Jing'an gave her a thumbs up, carefully navigating past the floating items inside. They checked several rooms on the first floor, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. The interior design was minimalist, and the items in the living room and rooms suggested that someone had lived in this villa. Suzy speculated that the villa's owner was likely someone from General Sun's faction in Jing City. After checking several places where Suzy thought items might be stored, they still found nothing. Just as Suzy was about to swim to the second floor, Su Jing'an pulled her into one of the rooms. Suzy gave Su Jing'an a thumbs up and cautiously squeezed inside. Unexpectedly, at the end of the stairs, there was another large door. Suzy repeated her previous action. Placing her hand on it, the door vanished before her eyes, stored in her space. Behind the door were several boxes, nearly filling the room, each labeled with the contents inside. Suzy didn't look closely and stored them all in her space. After clearing out the contents of the armory, the 2 of them headed to the second floor, which hadn't been flooded. It was already noon, and with no one around, Suzy took out a small generator, a rechargeable standing fan, and a portable air conditioner from her space. The standing fan was set to the highest setting, and the air conditioner started up. A cool breeze rushed in, finally providing some relief. She took out some of the boxes from the armory and opened a few. The boxes were waterproof and contained various firearms and ammunition. With such a large armory, Suzy didn't plan to give everything to General Sunday. The Su family had paid so much for this armory. It wasn't unreasonable to take a bit of interest, right? Suzy picked up a gun and toyed with it in her hand. She had handled this before in her previous life and knew how to shoot, though her accuracy was somewhat concerning. She quickly selected 2 small firearms and found corresponding bullets to set aside. Then, facing Su Jing'an, she said, "Brother Jing'an, come and pick out which ones are more convenient to use." After Su Jing'an chose, Suzy took out the corresponding types of bullets separately, along with the firearms, and stored them in her space. These items couldn't be carried around for now to avoid being discovered, which would be hard to explain. It was better to keep them in the space and take them out for self-defense when needed. Suzy then took out the severed arm, staring at it for a long time. Su Jing'an hugged her shoulders in silent comfort. Chapter 42. All set to go. Suzy's eyes were full of sarcasm. My sister has a mole on her left arm, and they think they can fool me by leaving just a severed arm with a bracelet on it? How ridiculous! As soon as she finished speaking, Suzy ignited the severed arm, watching it slowly turn to ashes in the flames. Sister, wait for me. No matter where you are, I will find you. After sorting out her emotions, Su Ziyue took out a table and 2 chairs, served 2 bowls of rice, and brought out several portions of hot dishes she had packed from the pre-apocalypse restaurant. "Brother Jingyan, let's eat." Su Ziyue handed Su Jingyan a pair of chopsticks. Okay. Su Jingyan wasn't sure if the mole Su Ziyue mentioned existed, but he believed her completely and didn't dare to question it, fearing it might upset her. As he accompanied her in watching the severed arm turn to ashes and seeing her quickly pull herself out of sadness without shedding a single tear, Su Jingyan felt both comforted and a bit heartbroken. Su Ziyue sensed Su Jingyan's unusual feelings. She patted his shoulder and smiled slightly. "Brother Jingyan, don't worry. I've thought it through. The people behind this are most likely the Yang family and General Zhao. The more sad I am, the happier they are. I want to eat well and drink well, waiting for the right moment to take them all down at once." Su Jingyan touched her slightly thinner face. Xiao Yu is very smart. You didn't fall for their tricks. After lunch, Su Ziyue felt the temperature seemed to rise again. She took out 2 cups of milk tea from her space. They were cold when she put them in and still cold when she took them out. After a sip, Su Ziyue's eyes curved in delight. She gulped a mouthful of milk tea, her cheeks puffing up, and accidentally caught Su Jingyan's gaze, causing her to pause in chewing the pearls. She turned her head, speaking a bit unclearly because she had something in her mouth. "Brother Jingyan, you drink your milk tea well. Don't look at me like that." Su Jingyan looked at her with tenderness and indulgence, as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. "You're beautiful. I can't help but want to look at you a little more." Su Jingyan smiled, ruffling her hair. "Brother Jingyan, have you taken a course or something? Your words sound so nice." Seeing Su Ziyue show her first genuine smile in days and take an interest in food instead of just eating to fill her stomach, Su Jingyan felt relieved. After finishing their meal, Su Ziyue put away the mobile air conditioner. It consumed too much electricity, and she was also worried that if someone passed by and discovered the temperature inside this room differed too much from outside, it could lead to trouble. Now, only a fan remained blowing in the room, having gotten used to the 27-degree temperature from the air-conditioned room. Su Ziyue found it hard to bear the current weather of over 40 degrees. She took out a cup of fruit tea, adding half a cup of ice, and pressed it against her face to cool down. Just as she was about to finish the cup of fruit tea, Su Jingyan said, "Xiao Yu, you just had one. Don't drink so many cold drinks in a day." Su Ziyue reluctantly shook Su Jingyan's arm, acting cute, "But I'm hot." Su Jingyan patted her head, took the fruit tea, and pressed it against her face and hands, until the ice melted. When Su Ziyue reached for it, Su Jingyan raised his arm higher. "Be good. You have a relative coming in a week. Drink less, or you'll have a stomachache again. I'll help you finish this cup of fruit tea." Su Ziyue looked eagerly as the fruit tea was gradually consumed by Su Jingyan, resembling a wilted little cabbage leaning in front of the fan. She even naively talked to the fan, her voice altered by the wind, but Su Jingyan still clearly heard her complaints. Su Jingyan just smiled and listened quietly. In the evening, the temperature gradually dropped. After all, searching for and rescuing her sister required manpower. In the past, money could move things, but now money was useless. Instead, it was about resources. Therefore, resources were definitely better in abundance. It couldn't be like before, where it was enough for herself and her family to eat and drink. Su Ziyue stopped being picky and collected anything she thought could be useful. Su Jingyan couldn't stop her, so he accompanied her while secretly pondering how to discreetly let Su Ziyue unlock one of his resource warehouses to relieve her anxiety. As more people appeared, Su Ziyue stopped diving to salvage, as she was out under the pretense of burying her sister. To maintain her persona of being deeply immersed in the sorrow of losing her sister, she certainly couldn't be in the mood to search for resources. The materials she had previously salvaged were also directly stored in her space. Not long after sitting down, there was a knock on the door. It was Zhao Zishu, Gao Qingwen, and Wu Huanyu. "What brings you here?" Su Ziyue stepped aside to let them in, a bit puzzled. "Smooth sailing." Su Ziyue followed him to Su Ji's room and saw that Su Ge looked much better than a few days ago. Some small wounds are slowly scabbing over, and she felt relieved that the wounds hadn't become infected. She gratefully said to Wu Huanyu, "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Wu Huanyu winked at Su Ziyue. "No need to be polite, junior. I got paid for the medical fees." While treating Su Ji's wounds, he told Su Ziyue. The weather is extremely hot now, and people tend to sweat. Some neighbors downstairs have already had their wounds infected or even suppurated. Luckily, Mr. Su has been staying in an air-conditioned room, avoiding the high temperature that increases the risk of infection. Mr. Su has a good constitution after a couple of days. When the wounds scab over, he won't need me to come anymore, but he should avoid using his arm for the next 2 weeks. Su Gu quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you, Dr. Wu. I will be careful. I can't let you get into trouble again. This is also the young lady's wish. You just stay in Haishur and wait for President Su to pick you up. Besides, President Su is so capable. He will definitely find a way to take down the Yang family for the young lady's revenge. It won't take long. Chapter 43. Missing Su Ziyue's eyes were determined. Su Ge, you don't have to comfort me. I already know the situation in Jing City. If we let General Zhao and the Yang family develop unchecked, Jing City will eventually become their one-man show. And at that time, how could they possibly let my dad go? The smile on Su Ziyue's face faltered. Am I that unreliable? Su Ge, you actually don't believe me? Su Ge remained silent. Su Ziyue, feeling indignant, walked away. Haven't you heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Considering that Su Ge was injured. She didn't argue with him. Arriving in the living room, Zhao Zishu and the others were chatting happily, and Wu Huanyu, who had come out early, was also there. Gao Qingwen saw her and waved her over. Ziyue, you came at the right time. The flood has receded to the first floor, and the government has issued a notice. The base at the air raid shelter is nearly complete, and once the flood completely recedes, they will arrange for us to go in batches to escape the heat. Su Ziyue raised her eyebrows and smiled. That's good news. Zhao Zishu said, I assent it. This dreadful weather gets hotter by the day. I wonder if it will continue to rise. Wu Huanyu added, if you don't mind, we can go to register together. It's good to have someone to look out for each other. Who would refuse a doctor coming to their door? Everyone agreed and expressed their welcome. Su Ziyue originally wanted to say that she would go to Jing City and might not be able to accompany them, but seeing them chatting so enthusiastically, she thought it would be better to wait until the departure date was confirmed before telling them. They agreed to sign up together later, and Wu Xuanyu did not stay long. I won't disturb you then. There are patients downstairs. Dr. Wu, I'll see you out. Zhao Zishu, who was slouched on the sofa, sprang up like a spring and escorted Wu Xuanyu to the door. Zhao Zishu shot him a look that seemed to say, how could you be so clueless? And explained, I'm doing this for you. He is a doctor, and it's rare that we have the geographical advantage of being so close to each other. If we don't build a closer relationship now, you'll regret it when he has gone. Gao Qingwen also tried to increase Wu Xuanyu's favorability in front of Su Jingyan, continuing, Dr. Wu is really nice. Since he came to the apartment, apart from going out with us to find supplies, he spends his free time treating the residents of this building for free, only charging for some medicine. For families that are short on supplies, he doesn't even take their supplies and will share some of his own. His character is beyond doubt, to be honest. It's a gain for us that he is willing to team up with us. Su Jingyan's expression remained unchanged. I know, even if not for himself. He had to consider Su Ziyue. He would not turn against Wu Xuanyu, but he also couldn't bring himself to like this person. Aside from the fact that Wu Xuanyu had feelings for Su Ziyue, he also felt that Wu Xuanyu was wearing a mask while interacting with him. Wu Xuanyu's current personality was something he had deliberately constructed. As for the purpose of it, or whether he was overthinking it, Su Jingyan would not trust Wu Xuanyu as Zhao Zishu and the others did. Being friends was out of the question. As long as he didn't do anything to harm Su Ziyue and Zhao Zishu, he would just watch indifferently. If Wu Xuanyu wanted to act, let him act. Zhao Zishu patted Su Jingyan on the shoulder and tried to persuade him again. Buddy, Su Ziyue couldn't help but defend Wu Xuanyu, saying, all right, Jingyan, that's just how he is. He hasn't done anything wrong to the senior. Zhao Zishu clicked his tongue twice and laughed pointedly. I'm just afraid someone is eating vinegar in their heart. Su Ziyue looked confused. What vinegar? Zhao Zishu caught the warning look from Su Jingyan and pouted, changing the subject. Never mind that. Do you know about Dr. Wu's cheap grandmother and cheap younger brother? Hearing there was gossip, Su Ziyue shifted her position and got into a comfortable posture, skillfully pulling out sunflower seeds from the drawer. I don't know. What happened to them? Zhao Zishu took Su Ziyue's seeds and continued. That grandfather and grandson pair are not clean. They rummaged through Dr. Wu's things and ate the specially made medicated cakes he prepared for patients. They should have told Dr. Wu in time, and, after inducing vomiting, they could have been saved, but they thought the cakes were secretly hidden by Dr. Wu and didn't want to share with them, so they kept it a secret. By the time Dr. Wu found out the cakes in the box were missing, they had already had a reaction to the medicine. Su Ziyu pressed, and then, Zhao Zishu shrugged, then they died. Don't you think they were asking for it? Normally, with Dr. Wu's personality, he wouldn't just ignore them. The grandfather and grandson didn't have to worry about food and clothing, but then this happened, and they went down early. Su Ziyu shook her head with a hint of regret. This way of dying, I'm afraid you can't find a third case in the whole Haishu. Gao Qingwen felt that it wasn't a bad thing. Maybe this is karma. It's better that they're gone. Otherwise, Dr. Wu would probably be drained by them. After enjoying the air conditioning long enough, it was mealtime, and Gao Qingwen and Zhao Zishu got up and left, politely declining Su Ziyu's invitation to stay and eat together. Although Su Ziyu had plenty of supplies, they couldn't take advantage of her just because of that. They had food of their own, and to maintain a long-term relationship, they needed to know their limits. Su Jingyan was silent for a while and finally shared the news he had just received. Xiaoya, I received news from Jing City that uncle disappeared suddenly the day after Ziki's incident. Chapter 44. Surprise Attack Su Jingyan. Are you trying to trick me into not going to Jing City by saying this? Su Jingyan sighed. The mayor of Haishu should have received the news too. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. That made sense. How could Jingyan lie about this? She just didn't want to believe it. Su Ziyu sat weakly on the sofa, staring blankly ahead, her eyes unfocused, and her mind was filled with bad speculations. She couldn't help but pinch her fingers with one hand, almost breaking the skin but feeling nothing. Su Jingyan gently held her hands, speaking softly. Xiaoya, it's very likely that uncle left on his own. If he'd been captured, how could they have taken the butler and driver too? Su Ziyu's heart, which had been hanging in midair, slowly settled down. She bit her lip, instinctively agreeing with the outcome she hoped for. Yes, it must be that Dad arranged it beforehand. He must have a plan. Su Ziyu could only think this way and wished to think so. Otherwise, receiving news of losing 2 relatives in a row would drive her insane. Su Jingyan hugged her trembling body, gently patting her back to comfort her. He kissed her hair and whispered soothingly in her ear, Uncle will be fine. Since he left on his own, he must have a well-thought-out plan. He has you as his daughter. He can't and won't let anything happen to himself. All you need to do is take care of yourself. Once we have news of Uncle, we'll set off to meet him. I understand. Su Ziyu's voice came out choked from Su Jingyan's embrace. After a long time, Su Ziyu lifted her head from Su Jingyan's arms, her eyes still red, but her voice was fierce. This batch of arms. I need to deliver it to General Sun as soon as possible. I want the Yang family and General Zhao to disappear from Jing City. Su Jingyan raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Okay, I'll go find the mayor of Haishu tomorrow. But we stage a play for him, making him think we know nothing about the location of the arms depot. Now that we suddenly present a batch of arms to him, Su Jingyan poured her a cup of warm water and continued. We don't need to show up ourselves. There's a relatively hidden warehouse near the location of the cruise explosion. You can put these arms there, and I'll have someone negotiate with the mayor of Haishu. Who? Su Ziyu asked worriedly. After all, this batch of arms was crucial and couldn't afford any mistakes. An old acquaintance, don't worry. Su Jingyan's confident tone made Su Ziyu's heart, which had been hanging in midair, finally settle down. In the southern part of Jing City, in a shabby room, a group of people stood inside. A man wearing a black hat stood on a stool, passionately speaking. Brothers and sisters, Zhao the old dog is not doing anything, hoarding a large amount of supplies while watching us starve to death and die of illness. We've been lucky to survive until now. But we can't go on like this, or we'll just wait to die. But what can we do? They have guns. We can't risk our lives to rob them. Yeah. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me continue. I accidentally discovered their warehouse full of supplies. And there are only 2 people guarding it. We have so many people. Are we afraid of just 2 of them? Even if the other side has guns, they're in the open while we are in the dark. As long as we succeed in a surprise attack, The entire warehouse S supplies will be ours. I also heard that soon General Sun will come to capture this traitor, Zhao the old dog. At that time, we can take the supplies and head north to seek refuge with General Sunday. As soon as the black-hatted man finished speaking, the crowd below erupted in excitement. Is this news reliable? Are there really only 2 people guarding the warehouse? Big brother, why would I lie to you? We are all in the same boat. I wouldn't joke with my own life. What if General Sun is like that old dog Zhao? Some people expressed their concerns. No way, I've inquired about it. The old dog Zhao was once under General Sun's command, but when the apocalypse started, he betrayed General Sun and took supplies to become a king down south. I heard General Sun has been consistently sending supplies to the survivors there and actively providing rescue. That's what a leader should do. Brothers, don't you think so? Yes, that's the leader we should follow. The people below began to feel moved. Life here is too hard. Not only does Major General Zhao not provide supplies to help them, but he also competes with them for resources in the supermarket. They could have found something to fill their stomachs, but wherever Major General Zhao's army passed, not even a blade of grass would be left intact. For them, it couldn't get any worse. Brothers, one word, are we doing this or not? The man in the black hat said passionately, let's do it. Let's get him. Rather than starving slowly, we might as well go for a big score. That night, at a warehouse in the west, the guard yawned and complained. Who would come to such a remote place at this hour? Yeah, standing guard here every day. I haven't seen a single person. I just get bitten by mosquitoes every day. Who told us we have no background or connections? We can't get good jobs, but it's still better than those refugees outside. The starving starve and the sick die. Major General Zhao is really ruthless. Any one of our warehouses could save them. Haven't you heard? The richer a person is, the stingier they are. The stingier they are, the richer they get. Did you hear that sound? One person said halfway before suddenly stopping and looking warily in a certain direction. The other person followed his gaze, but didn't see anything unusual. What sound? It might be a rat. Don't be so jumpy. The 2 continued chatting. Ugh, my stomach hurts a bit. I need to take a break. One person said, holding his stomach. Go ahead, go far away, so the smell doesn't waft over. The other person joked. Go to hell. The one with the stomachache cursed as he walked away, leaving only one person guarding the warehouse door. The people watching from a distance thought, heaven is helping me. The opportunity has come. Soon, the remaining guard at the warehouse door was knocked out and thrown into a corner. It was the group led by the man in the black hat. Seeing the guard knocked out, the man in the black hat went to deal with the one who had a stomachache, preventing him from sensing something was wrong and signaling. He searched the guard's body, found the keys, and opened the door. Everyone rushed in, only to be stunned in place. Inside the warehouse, it looked like a large supermarket from before the apocalypse, with various supplies neatly arranged on shelves. Soon, the hungry people who hadn't eaten for days couldn't help but rush over and tear open a loaf of bread, devouring it greedily. Once the first person moved, the rest reacted and rushed forward to grab food to fill their protesting bellies. The man in the black hat did not stop them. After a while, when most people had eaten something, he finally spoke. Everyone, I know you're very hungry, but we can't stay here for long. We need to quickly move these supplies out. Once we reach a safe place, we can all eat and drink to our heart's content. Although everyone was reluctant to put down the food in their hands, they understood the urgency, stuffing what they hadn't finished into their mouths. And then, under the man's command, they began to carry the supplies outside. Just as they had moved only a small portion of the warehouse's supplies, the knocked-out guard woke up and shouted loudly, "Help! Someone is stealing supplies." Chapter 45. Summer Retreat. The guard was just about to set off a signal flare when 2 boxes of instant noodles came flying at him, hitting him and making him see stars. The man who knocked out the guard took the opportunity to snatch the signal flare from the guard's hand and kicked him a few times. The poor guard had just woken up but was knocked out again in no time. The man in the black hat heard the commotion and quickly ran over. He called someone to bring a piece of packaging rope to tie up the guard's hands and feet, then stuffed a piece of rag into his mouth that he found somewhere. Only then did he clap his hands and continue moving the supplies. Fortunately, Major General Zhao was particularly confident in the concealment of his warehouse and thought that a group of refugees wouldn't have the guts or capability to take supplies from a place guarded by armed men. Plus, This warehouse was relatively small among his other warehouses, so there were no other guards around except for the two. When the guard for the next shift arrived the next day, they found the warehouse door wide open, and the two who should have been at the door were nowhere to be seen. When they ran into the warehouse, they found it completely emptied of all supplies, with nothing edible or drinkable left, only some scattered cardboard on the ground. The guards on duty were shocked and finally found the other guard tied up with his mouth stuffed with a rag. Learning that a warehouse had been completely looted the night before, Major General Zhao was furious. He ordered that the guards on duty that night be severely punished and formed an investigation team to find out who was responsible. Without cameras, a group of people started speculating. Could it be that those two were in cahoots? It's not impossible. Let's ask them. So, the two who had just been punished found themselves facing accusations. They denied the speculation but had no evidence to back it up. Under severe torture, the two still didn't confess, and only then did the investigation team reluctantly believe their words. Could it be that people from General Sun's side came over secretly? It's not impossible. Let's ask. Thus, the investigation team questioned the soldiers guarding the north and south borders of the Red River and received assurances that not even a fly could get through. Could it be that group of refugees did it? Do they have the guts to do that? When pushed to the brink, what wouldn't they dare? And there were no other possibilities left. If we don't come up with an answer soon, we'll be criticized. Let's report to the commander quickly. Days had passed since the warehouse was looted, and the investigation team reported their speculations as findings. Immediately, someone took soldiers to search for the surrounding refugees centered around the warehouse, and the investigation team accidentally guessed the truth. But that group of people wouldn't stay put waiting to be caught. They had long since fled with the supplies. What made Major General Zhao even angrier was that after this incident, several warehouse locations were somehow exposed. Survivors without food began to imitate, and several warehouses were robbed by survivors. Under the threat of starvation, guns no longer intimidated them. At first, the soldiers under Major General Zhao didn't react in time and didn't dare to actually kill anyone, allowing some survivors to succeed and even take the guns and weapons from their hands. But Major General Zhao quickly sent armed troops to suppress them. And under the order to kill without mercy, several survivors died, finally calming the situation down, and this battle for supplies temporarily ceased. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan's people claimed to be the backup left by Su Ziki, successfully connecting with the mayor of Haishur and handing over the arms to him. The man had a long scar on his arm, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, looking fierce and intimidating. Miss Su is truly meticulous, a dragon among people. It's just a pity that talent is envied by heaven. The mayor of Haishur was evasive with the scarred man, neither agreeing nor refusing his request to transport arms to Jingshur. The scarred man secretly cursed the old fox in his heart, but showed no signs on his face. Even wearing a confident expression, I won't let the mayor work in vain. As long as you agree, 1/10 of the arms will be yours. And I'm sure General Sun will understand. This is an open scheme. As long as the mayor agrees, it will be equivalent to standing with General Sunday. At the cost of a portion of weaponry, the mayor of Haishur willingly stepped into the party struggle between the Sun and Zhao factions in Jing City. This deal was not a loss. The mayor of Haishur understood the intentions of the scarred man, but the reward of a portion of weapons was too tempting. In the current apocalypse, the law no longer restrained some people. To maintain order, sometimes a certain degree of force was necessary for suppression. The methods of Major General Zhao were indeed inhumane, and ultimately the mayor of Haishur nodded in agreement. Su Jingyan informed Su Ziyue of this news and revealed the troubles encountered on Major General Zhao's side. That night, she celebrated these two good pieces of news by eating an extra bowl of rice. After Su Ji's injuries healed, when the temperature rose to 48 or 49 degrees, Su Ziyue could clearly feel the cooling effect of the air conditioning declining. The safety base established in the air raid shelter officially began to open to survivors. The registration point was at the central square, and individuals needed to bring their identification documents. After registering, they were allowed to choose a room, and once registered, they could pack their luggage and move in. Su Ziyue, Su Jingyan, Zhao Zishu, Gao Qingwen, Wu Xuanyu, and Su Ge got up early and went to register together. After an hour of queuing, they each received room cards that were much simpler than those before the apocalypse, and they happily became neighbors. Next, they started packing their luggage to prepare for moving in. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan discussed and ultimately decided that each would bring a backpack and a suitcase. Chapter 46. Moving out, other supplies were stored in Su Ziyue's space. When Su Ge came out of the room, he saw the living room looking as if it had been ransacked. He paused for a moment, didn't ask much, and assumed they had organized the excess supplies and locked them away. The six of them quickly spent quite some time moving their respective luggage down, and everyone was drenched in sweat. Especially in such hot weather where just standing made one sweat. They hadn't bathed for several days. After all, drinking water might not be enough, and there was no extra water for other uses. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and then dried out, the accumulated smell of sweat almost overwhelming them. Zhao Zishu pinched his nose. I've never smelled this bad in my life. Gao Qingwen, with her oily hair, nodded vigorously while pinching her nose. Su Ziyue, who had just washed her hair last night, pressed down her hat and took out several sunscreen masks from her backpack, shaking them. Want a mask? Ah, Ziyue, I love you. Gao Qingwen was the first to grab a mask and put on. Although it couldn't completely block the smell, it could block some of it, which was good, and it also provided sun protection, two benefits in one. The others also thanked her and took masks. After resting for a while, the six of them continued on their way. With the flood receding, the speedboat was no longer usable, and the six could only walk. Halfway through, Su Ziyue felt like she was about to become a useless fish. At this moment, there happened to be a supermarket nearby, and Su Jingyan asked them to wait for him while walking inside, leaving everyone puzzled. In just a few minutes, he pushed out two extended shopping carts from inside. He pushed a shopping cart in front of Su Ziyue, picked her up from the corner where she was resting, and placed her on the shopping cart. Then he placed a suitcase at her feet, letting her hold on a backpack. He quickly put his own luggage on another shopping cart and pushed one cart in each hand forward. Zhao Zishu, Gao Qingwen, Su Ge, and Su Ziyue. She excitedly waved her hand while holding onto the edge of the shopping cart. Go Jingyan. Su Ziyue felt that Su Jingyan's boyfriend power was off the charts. Extra points, extra points, extra points. If Su Jingyan knew Su Ziyue's thoughts, he would probably be so happy he wouldn't know what to do with himself. Formalizing their relationship was just around the corner. Survivors passing by, also heading to the safety base, quickly followed suit. And soon all the shopping carts in the supermarket were snatched up. Su Ziyue didn't stay on the shopping cart the whole time. After getting her fill of fun, she got off to push it herself. The six of them arrived at the safety base before lunch. Soldiers at the entrance, carrying guns and wearing uniforms and hats, stood there, immediately instilling respect. Above them was a sign that read Hope Base. After the group had their identification and room cards checked by the staff, they finally entered the Hope Base. As soon as they entered, a cool breeze greeted them. So cool. The group quickly found their small rooms according to their room cards and settled in. The rooms were very small, with no beds or even bedboards. Just a piece of cardboard about 2 meters long on the floor. The rooms were separated only by fabric, providing little sense of security. Since they registered together, their rooms were connected. In their arrangement, Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen, the two girls, decided to sleep in the middle with the 4 men on either side. To Su Ziyue's left were Su Jingyan and Su Ge, and to her right were Gao Qingwen, Zhao Zishu, and Wu Xuanyu. As they were separating into rooms, survivors came in one after another, glancing at them. There was no other reason. Their looks were indeed quite striking. Even in the apocalypse, when everyone appeared gray, they stood out in the crowd. Su Ziyue and the others didn't want to attract too much attention, so they quickly dove into their rooms to organize their little nests. The noise outside grew increasingly chaotic, with most survivors having entered, and the air became murky, filled with a mix of various smells. After tidying up her room, Su Ziyue tapped on the fabric curtain towards Su Jingyan's side. After receiving a response, she lifted the curtain to reveal her head. She saw Su Jingyan smiling at her, and Su Ziyue smiled back, taking a couple of steps forward to enter Su Jingyan's room. This demonstrated how poor the security of the small rooms was. It's too unsafe here. Each room is only separated by a piece of fabric. I want to be able to sleep soundly at night. Su Ziyue pouted and quietly complained to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan removed Su Ziyue's hair tie. Her hair had become messy after the earlier activity, and he retied it into a bun. listening to Su Ziyue's words. He said calmly, "Then tonight, should I keep you company while you sleep?" Su Ziyue looked at Su Jingyan with a skeptical expression, as if to say, "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Su Jingyan touched the bun he had just tied, smiling, "It's just for sleeping. Don't think too much about it, Xiaoya." Su Ziyue retorted, "Who's thinking too much?" She looked at him with wide, sparkling eyes, resembling a puffed-up kitten. Su Jingyan skillfully patted her head. "It's me who's thinking too much. I wonder if I'll have the honor to coax you to sleep tonight?" Su Ziyue wanted to refuse with dignity, but in a strange place where the rooms were separated by fabric, she felt no sense of security. After a moment's hesitation, she put on a reluctant expression and said, "All right then, I'll give you the chance to coax this lady to sleep." "Good, it's my honor." Su Jingyan replied gently, and then went to take a look at Su Ziyue's room, seeing that she had only laid a blanket and a pillow on the cardboard. He frowned slightly. However, he didn't say anything. The two of them simply had a quick lunch. "What are you going out for?" Su Ziyue asked, tilting her head in confusion as she sat on the blanket. Su Jingyan, charmed by her cute head tilt, reached out to pat her hat. "I have things in my space." Su Ziyue looked puzzled. "We only brought a suitcase and a backpack when we came here. It's impossible to have a mattress. If I take it out and someone lifts the curtain one day and finds it, it would expose us to risk. We need to ensure these things can be used openly in the future." Su Jingyan explained patiently to Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue suddenly understood and nodded, clapping her hands as she stood up. "Then I should go with you. If you can't find it, I can still take things out from my space." Su Jingyan helplessly said, "All right, then don't complain about the heat. Wear your hat and do a good job with sun protection." Su Ziyue obediently nodded. Just then, Zhao Zishu and the others had the same idea, but they were also uneasy about leaving all their luggage and supplies here. Fortunately, they arrived early, and when they went out, many survivors had just come in. Chapter 47. Roadblock. During the flood period, many people collected supplies mainly consisting of food and water, and other items were hardly touched. They quickly found moisture-proof mats and inflatable mattresses in a supermarket, and also took 6 sets of sheets, pillows, and blankets. They grabbed some usable daily necessities that had not been soaked, and Su Jingyan also picked up some large wooden boards. The government had placed a loudspeaker at the entrance of the base to inform that items soaked in flood water should be disinfected before use. They even set up a tent where each person could collect disinfectant powder with their ID. Some people quickly took action after a glance, planning to follow suit. However, some intended to take advantage of the situation, especially since 2 of the 4 were young women with very nice looks. The 4 were stopped about 500 meters from a safe base. The leading man was tall and wore a thick gold chain around his neck, flanked by 5 men who blocked Su Ziyue and the others. "Leave those supplies and these 2 women. If you 2 don't want to get beaten, you better scram now," the man with the gold chain arrogantly told Su Jingyan and Zhao Zishu. More eyes lingered on Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen's faces and bodies, with narrowed eyes and lewd expressions revealing the filthy thoughts in his mind. Su Jingyan's face instantly turned cold as he stepped in front of Su Ziyue, darkly staring at the man with the gold chain. "Keep your eyes to yourself, or I can help you dig them out." The man with the gold chain frowned when he realized he couldn't see the beauty that was Su Ziyue. Hearing Su Jingyan's words, he wasn't too angry, as if he was used to it, and waved his hand to signal his men to act quickly, even reminding them not to hurt the 2 beauties. He looked confident of victory. Some truly thought he could act without fear of consequences. Seeing the man with the gold chain so arrogant, Zhao Zishu sneered and spoke. After exchanging a glance with Su Jingyan, they immediately assigned their opponents. Su Ziyue pushed the cart back to Gao Qingwen's side, telling her to watch carefully, and then excitedly charged forward. "Leave 1 for me." Su Jingyan faced the 3 on the left. Zhao Zishu took on the 2 on the right, leaving the remaining 1 for Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue looked at the man in front of her, eager to try her skills. After learning from Su Jingyan for so long, she finally had the chance to see the results. Su Jingyan swiftly took down the 3 men, thinking it would be a tough fight, but was surprised to find they were all just for show. He started instructing Su Ziyue on how to attack in the most efficient way to inflict the most pain. After taking care of his 2 opponents, Zhao Zishu watched the scene unfold. TSK. This is the first time I've seen Su Ziyue in action. I didn't expect my sister Ziyue to be so fierce. The man used as a training tool exclaimed, "Can you make it quick?" Zhao Zishu surveyed the area and saw the man with the gold chain attempting to escape, directly kicking him to the ground and stepping on his chest to keep him down. "I thought you were tough, but you're actually so weak. All that size is just for show." Zhao Zishu shook his head at the man with the gold chain beneath his foot, his disdainful tone igniting the man's fury. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, a lecherous scumbag," Gao Qingwen chimed in as she walked over and overheard the man. Noticing his eyes were still wandering, she kicked him twice in the groin, causing him to cry out in pain. Gao Qingwen felt relieved. How dare he look at them with such disgusting eyes? Seeing the man's initial bravado, it was clear this was his first time robbing supplies and women. Who knows how many girls he had harmed? Gao Qingwen kicked him a couple more times, and his cries grew even louder. Looking at his pained expression, she wondered if that area would be permanently damaged. Zhao Zishu remarked, "Truly, women's hearts can be the most ruthless. Although the man deserves it, I instinctively tighten my legs. Never provoke a woman. They can be so fierce." Su Ziyue also finished off her opponent and walked over, seeing the condition of the man with the gold chain. She guessed what had happened and high-fived Gao Qingwen. "Well done, Sister Wenwen." However, at this moment, the man began shouting, pointing at them with a face full of pain and anger. "I'm the only son of the vice mayor. How dare you treat me like this? I'll make sure my dad doesn't let you off." Su Ziyue pretended to be frightened. "Wow, the vice mayor is so powerful. I'm so scared." After saying that, she stepped on a man's raised hand on the ground and ground it down with a smile. "I hate it when people point at me." The man let out a pig-like squeal, but continued to threaten them. "You dare treat me like this? You will regret it. My dad won't let you go easily. And my uncle, General Bai, is my uncle. All the soldiers in Haishur are under his command. If you're smart, let me go, help me up, and then kneel and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I will let you go." Seeing him still spewing nonsense, Su Jing'an kicked him again. Hearing the cries of the vice mayor's son, passers-by avoided them from a distance, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. However, some people reported the situation to the soldiers on duty at the base entrance, and soon a team came rushing over. "We are the base security team. What happened here? I am the son of the vice mayor, the nephew of General Bai. These people attacked me for no reason in broad daylight. You need to arrest them." The vice mayor's son, seeing the security team, was as if he saw reinforcements and spoke excitedly. Su Ziyue exchanged a glance with Gao Qingwen, who signaled that she understood. The two separated the vice mayor's son from the security team and squeezed in front of them to begin their performance. Chapter 48. Vice Mayor, you finally arrived. We were just pushing our cart down the road when these people suddenly came out to block us. Not only did they want to rob us of the supplies we had worked hard to collect, but they also wanted to take me and my junior sister away. Gao Qingwen cried to the security team as if she had found a savior. Yes, if we hadn't learned a bit, they would have succeeded. This is a society governed by the rule of law. This person just now arrogantly claimed that his dad is the vice mayor and his uncle is General Bai, and that all the soldiers are under his command. Has the vice mayor and General Bai already taken over Haishur? Does everyone have to yield to him and give him their supplies? Can we still safely stay at the base? With the last two sentences, Su Ziyue noticed a crowd gathering to watch and deliberately raised her voice. Sure enough, the surrounding survivors began to whisper among themselves. The leader of the base security team looked at the increasing crowd and glanced at the few men on the ground moaning in pain, secretly sweating. However, seeing the vice mayor's son getting beaten like this brought relief to the security team. His uncle General Bai controlled a large portion of the military power in Haishur, while his father, the vice mayor, held decision-making power. Usually, he relied on his identity to bully and intimidate others. However, he knew his limits and specifically targeted those without identity or background to bully or vent his frustrations. The bullied individuals either dared not speak out due to his identity, silently enduring, or resisted in vain, suffering even worse consequences. The deputy mayor's son was blinded by beauty this time and didn't ask ahead before provoking someone. He didn't expect the person to be so powerful that even several bodyguards couldn't handle it, and he ended up getting beaten into a pulp. The captain of the security team recalled his superior's instructions, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "We will report this incident. The mayor is very concerned about such events." He specifically instructed us not to let go of anyone attempting to disrupt order. Once we verify the situation, we will certainly punish the main culprit severely. Susie wiped her non-existent tears and said emotionally, "Then I will rely on you, Captain. Otherwise, we won't feel safe staying at the base. I believe you will give us an explanation, and we also trust that the mayor will not let go of those who abuse their identity, right?" "Not necessarily," murmured a bystander, overheard by someone nearby. "Huh? Why?" That person began to explain to those who were still unaware. "I inquired before I came here, and that deputy mayor's son is a lecher. Almost all the survivors, girls who were rescued and resettled here after their homes were flooded, have been mistreated by him, and many of them have no background but look decent. Is he that rampant? Doesn't the mayor care? How could he? His uncle is General Bai, and half of the military in Haishur listens to him. The mayor tried to intervene a few times at first, but that brat threatened the families of those girls. The girls could only be forced to tell the mayor that they were willing. Did those girls just accept it? Without witnesses. The deputy mayor's wife caused a scene every day. At that time, a virus outbreak was happening, and the mayor was overwhelmed. That brat was released again. Moreover, he doesn't spare anyone who is good-looking, not even 12-year-old girls. What? He can even target such young kids? That's really twisted. Captain, you must not let them off so easily. Suddenly, someone shouted at the captain. He had a middle school daughter, and if they couldn't deal with that brat, he wouldn't dare let his daughter go out in the future. Yes, we saw it not far away. It was indeed that deputy mayor's son who started it. If you need witnesses, you can find me. We must not let them off. After the informed people explained, those with daughters or younger sisters no longer stood by. Otherwise, this scoundrel would sooner or later harm their families. Susie Yue and Gao Qingwen bowed to the person who just spoke. "Thank you for being willing to come forward and testify for us." An aunt said, "We're just stating the facts. Don't be afraid, young lady. Such people will definitely face retribution." Yes. Who doesn't have daughters or younger sisters at home? If we don't stand up to testify and bring him to justice now, then the women in our families won't dare to go out in the future. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and Susie Yue and the others pushed their cart toward the base. Upon returning to the base, the news had already spread, and many were watching to see how the mayor would respond. In the conference room, someone said, "Li, I advised you to manage your son well before, but you wouldn't listen. Now, look, things have escalated. I must give the public an explanation. Otherwise, how will this base continue?" Mayor Wang, a man with a square face, spoke with difficulty. General Bai coldly looked at Deputy Mayor Li. "You claimed before that Xian was wronged. Does that mean he's wronged every time? A good child has been ruined by you." Deputy Mayor Li frowned and complained, "Brother-in-law, Xian is the only bloodline left by your sister. I can't bear to hit or scold him. He's still young and doesn't understand. I will definitely toughen up and teach him properly in the future." Seeing that General Bai remained silent, Deputy Mayor Li said to Mayor Wang, "Brother Wang, my son was kicked in the groin. That area is ruined for him. What explanation do I need to give? It should be those who acted against him who owe me an explanation." Mayor Wang's son snorted coldly. "That's what he deserves. They were acting in self-defense. If your son hadn't provoked them, how would he have ended up in this situation?" Deputy Mayor Li, furious, shouted, "How can you speak like that?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a furious shout from Mayor Wang, who glared at his own son and scolded, "How do you talk to your Uncle Li?" Then Mayor Wang, looking embarrassed, said to Deputy Mayor Li, "Brother Li, my son is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him." Deputy Mayor Li was not going to let it go easily. Pointing at him, "Your son is still young? He's 20 years old, not older than your son, who is 21 and still doesn't understand. Is 20 years old not old enough? Is 21 still young? Is your son growing in reverse?" Mayor Wang was a bit troubled and pushed his son out to avoid him causing more trouble. Although he planned to take down Deputy Mayor Li, he was afraid that if he got desperate, this kid would hold a grudge, and that would be bad. Deputy Mayor Li shouted at Mayor Wang to take away and deal with the person who harmed his son, but Mayor Wang ignored him. Instead, he took out a report from his drawer and handed it to General Bai. "General Bai, please take a look at this report first." Chapter 49. No blood relation. Seeing General Bai's expression grow increasingly serious, Deputy Mayor Li's heart sank, fearing that Mayor Wang might have found some dirt on him. He never imagined that Mayor Wong would give General Bai 2 paternity test reports. These were prepared by Mayor Wong before the apocalypse, and he and Deputy Mayor Li were rivals. Although Mayor Wong was a rank higher than Deputy Mayor Li, Li relied on his sister's position as a general and looked down on Mayor Wong, who was not a pushover either. After being provoked multiple times, Mayor Wong had someone investigate Deputy Mayor Li. The investigation revealed something shocking. However, when the paternity test reports were obtained, the apocalypse struck, and Mayor Wong was busy salvaging supplies, rescuing survivors, and building the base, leaving him no time to present them. The report showed that there was no blood relation between the deputy mayor's son and General Bai. Instead, the paternity test results indicated a 99 blood relation between the deputy mayor's son and both Deputy Mayor Li and his wife. It was known that General Bai's sister died from complications after giving birth, and Deputy Mayor Li's current wife married him later. The Bai family was initially worried that Deputy Mayor Li's son might be mistreated by his stepmother and intended to take him in. However, seeing that Deputy Mayor Li's wife, although short-sighted and calculating, treated her husband's ex-wife's son as her own and often brought him to the Bai family as a guest. The Bai family noticed that Deputy Mayor Li's wife genuinely cared for the stepson. It turned out that the later wife treated her husband's ex-wife's son as her own because he was actually her own son. As Deputy Mayor Li's son grew up, the Bai family saw no resemblance between him and his mother, and his personality increasingly displeased them, assuming he only resembled his father. Now it seemed ridiculous. How could he possibly look similar if he wasn't biologically related? General Bai's anger flared as he grabbed Deputy Mayor Li by the neck, holding the paternity test report in front of him, and spoke with clear fury. "Where's my sister's child?" Deputy Mayor Li, struggling to breathe, still didn't understand why General Bai was treating him this way until he saw the paternity test report in front of him, and his pupils shrank sharply. Panic briefly crossed Deputy Mayor Li's face, but was quickly suppressed. He put on an angry expression and said, "This is simply absurd. Xian is your sister's child. Brother-in-law, don't be fooled by Mayor Wong. He has always wanted to bring me down. He might have fabricated a false report to sow discord between us." Major Bai had been observing Vice Mayor Li's expressions, taking in every reaction, and his heart sank completely. He threw 2 reports directly at Vice Mayor Li's face. "Is the military hospital's appraisal report fake? I'll ask again. Where's my sister's child?" Vice Mayor Li was still insisting that Xianer was his sister's child. Major Bai directly struck him a few punches, and the tooth that fell from Vice Mayor Li's mouth showed just how much force he had used. Vice Mayor Li cried out in pain, took a few more punches, and finally couldn't help but plead for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you." Major Bai stopped, looking at Vice Mayor Li with a deadpan gaze. "I have no patience to listen to your nonsense." Vice Mayor Li lay on the ground in a very embarrassed state, shivering under Major Bai's gaze. "Your sister suffered from a difficult birth and severe bleeding, insisting that I must save the child, but as soon as the child was born, there was no breath left. Vice Mayor Li couldn't continue. Major Bai gritted his teeth and added, "Coincidentally, your woman outside also gave birth to a son, so you replaced this child with my sister's child." Vice Mayor Li, filled with regret, begged for mercy. "Brother-in-law." Major Bai kicked Vice Mayor Li hard. "Don't call me that, it's disgusting." Major Bai no longer looked at him and said to Mayor Wong, who had been watching for a long time, "Thank you, Mayor Wong, for telling me the truth. The Bai family will no longer coexist with the Li family, and I ask that you leave this matter to me. I will give the public a satisfactory explanation." Mayor Wong nodded, agreeing to Major Bai's request. Major Bai bowed to Mayor Wong, saw that Vice Mayor Li was still howling, then pulled over a rag from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, dragging Vice Mayor Li out by his leg. Su Jingyan did not rush to make the bed, but instead took a wooden board outside. When he returned, the originally separate wooden boards had been assembled into a square shape with a top. One side was made into a door that could open and close, and the size perfectly matched the 2 small rooms. He borrowed someone else's cart to transport this small house over. On the way back, many people asked where he got this or how he made it. Su Jingyan truthfully said that he found materials and spent some resources to have a carpenter help him make it. Chapter 50. Becoming official when it came to resources. A large portion of people scoffed and left, while some who were temporarily not short on resources asked him about the carpenter's address, which Su Jingyan also truthfully provided. She jogged over to help Su Jingyan push and looked at him with admiration. "Brother Jingyan, did you make this yourself?" "No. I used 2 cans of meat as payment to have a carpenter make it." Gao Qingwen was somewhat tempted, but after asking Su Jingyan about the carpenter's price, the thought faded. Forget it. Since we all live together, it shouldn't be unsafe. Su Jingyan pushed the small wooden house into his and Su Ziyue's small room and began helping her tidy her bed. Su Ziyue sat on a stool taken from the space, sucking on a lollipop and swinging her little feet while watching Su Jingyan make the bed. "Xiaoyu, do you want me to keep you company tonight?" After making the bed, Su Jingyan asked with a hint of testing. You've already made it. What do you think?" Su Ziyue glanced at the bed Su Jingyan made, which was clearly the size for 2 people to sleep. "Okay, I got it." Su Ziyue huffed, sitting on the freshly made bed and turning her head to start playing on her phone. Su Jingyan was not angry. Instead, he looked at Su Ziyue with a doting and joyful expression. He liked her reliance on him, her being spoiled and throwing tantrums at him. He didn't want to see her too understanding, as that would make his heart ache. His little "you should be a princess" carefully cherished in someone's hands. After tidying up a bit, everyone went to the base's cafeteria to exchange some resources for several buckets of filtered water brought from the river, disinfecting and washing the bedding and then putting them out in the sun to dry. Thanks to the blazing sun, they quickly collected warm sheets and quilt covers that had been dried in the sun. After a busy day, as the sun set, the 6 of them finally finished setting up their little nest and fell asleep, exhausted. The temperature in the air raid shelter felt like it had built-in air conditioning, giving the survivors, who had already suffered from the heat, a chance to catch their breath. On the first night at the safe base, accompanied by voices, children's cries, and various noises, Su Ziyue slept peacefully in Su Jingyan's embrace with earplugs, having no dreams throughout the night. "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" After waking up refreshed, people began to chat with their neighbors. "It couldn't have been better. This was the best sleep I've had since the power went out." "Isn't that right? My child couldn't sleep at home because of the heat, and even when she finally fell asleep, she would wake up from the heat. Since coming to the base, she hasn't woken up since last night. The floor is a bit hard, making my back sore. Just find a few more mattresses to put on top, and it will be fine." Su Ziyue's earplugs had fallen out at some point, and she drowsily heard the voices outside. She frowned, half asleep, tugged the blanket over her head, and shrank into Su Jingyan's arms, as if that would block out the outside noise. Su Jingyan glanced at his watch. The hour hand pointed to 7 o'clock, and Su Ziyue wouldn't get up until at least 8. He gently tugged at Su Ziyue's blanket, pulling her little head out from under it, found the fallen earplugs, and put them back in her ears. Finally, Su Ziyue stopped moving around, and Su Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't a saint. The girl he liked was in his arms, and it was morning cough. He couldn't think too much. Su Jingyan woke up, but didn't move, just watching Su Ziyue sleep sweetly on his chest, feeling as if his heart was completely filled. When Su Ziyue woke up, she bumped into Su Jingyan's deep gaze, which seemed to have a whirlpool that captivated her, making it hard to look away. "Woke up?" Su Jingyan felt playful and sat up with her, his arm firmly wrapping around her tiny waist from behind, his head resting on her neck, and his nose nuzzling against her neck like a fluffy dog being affectionate. "What are you doing?" Su Ziyue pushed his face back, but couldn't budge him. Su Jingyan's voice was low and husky with laughter. "I want to hug you, Xiaoyu. Can I have a hug?" Hearing this, Su Ziyue made a couple of sounds, twisted her body, and then relaxed against Su Jingyan's embrace. "Just for a moment, okay?" After saying that, she closed her eyes, her ears automatically blocking out the outside noise, not thinking of anything, just enjoying this rare moment of warmth. At this moment, she felt like a cloud floating in the sky, or like she was soaking in warm spring water, temporarily casting aside everything from her past and present. After a long while, Su Ziyue opened her eyes, took Su Jingyan's large hand resting on her waist, and played with it, even comparing it to her own hand. Su Jingyan remained silent, allowing her to move, appearing as if he had fallen asleep. In reality, his body had just calmed down. "Brother Jingyan, the probation period is over. You are officially my boyfriend." Su Ziyue suddenly said this, leaving Su Jingyan dumbfounded. Xiaoyu, what did you say? Su Ziyue released his hand, pretending to stand up. As if she hadn't heard, Su Jingyan held her, making her face him, looking as if he had suddenly received a pie falling from the sky. His face still bearing disbelief, but his tone was very firm, as if afraid she would change her mind. He quickly said, Xiaoyu, I heard it. You said I am your boyfriend. Seeing his ecstatic expression, Su Ziyue smiled and leaned in to peck him on the corner of his mouth. Su Jingyan's smile froze for a moment, touching the corner of his mouth that had just been softly brushed, his eyes deepening, his voice husky. I am yours. As soon as the words fell, a large hand pressed down on Su Ziyue's head, and a warm sensation touched her lips. Su Jingyan didn't leave like Su Ziyue did after a quick touch. Instead, he lingered on her lips for a long time. Like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time, he bit into the meat and wouldn't let go. Xiaoyu breathe. Chapter 51. Enemies meet. Su Ziyue gasped for breath, and after finally managing to catch her breath, her lips were blocked again the next second. It wasn't until Su Ziyue's stomach growled that Su Jingyan reluctantly pecked her one last time and finally let her go. At this moment, Su Ziyue felt like a ripe peach, her entire face burning, and her lips slightly numb. Clearly, she hadn't exerted herself, yet her whole body felt weak. Softly leaning against Su Jingyan, if you do it for so long again, I won't let you kiss me. Su Ziyue finally caught her breath, covering her slightly swollen lips as she spoke to Su Jingyan. I was wrong. This time I was too happy and couldn't control the time. It won't happen again. Su Jingyan gently pulled Su Ziyue's hand away, seeing her lips slightly swollen, feeling guilty and heartbroken. All right, it doesn't hurt that much. Since it's your first offense, I'll forgive you. Smile. You look the best when you smile. I really like it. Su Ziyue couldn't bear to see her boyfriend, who had just been radiant, now looking gloomy. Her boyfriend looked best when he was smiling. By the time the two of them finished their breakfast, it was already quite late. It's so late. It must be hot outside. How can we go out? It's all your fault. Su Ziyue punched him lightly with a fist, which felt like a tickle to Su Jingyan. Yeah, it's my fault. Su Jingyan grabbed her hand and kissed it. Hey, Su Ziyue, with a tone of disdain, rubbed her hand on his clothes. But her eyes were filled with laughter, showing no signs of disgust. Zhao Zishu's voice came from outside the door, sounding like he was in front of Su Jingyan's room next door. Zhao Zishu planned to continue providing wake-up services when he saw Su Jingyan coming out of Su Ziyue's room. You. Zhao Zishu was stunned, stuttering. How did you come out of Ziyue's room? The small wooden house had two doors, one on the left and one on the right, and Zhao Zishu thought they were sleeping separately. Now that Su Jingyan had a title, he couldn't wait to tell everyone, especially to assert his claim over someone. He raised his eyebrows. Isn't it obvious? Seeing Su Jingyan glowing with happiness, Zhao Zishu caught the scent of gossip. He leaned closer to Su Jingyan and whispered, Are you providing sleepover services without a title, or are you coaxing your girlfriend to sleep as an official boyfriend? Su Jingyan didn't say anything, but his expression clearly indicated that the answer was the latter. Zhao Zishu patted Su Jingyan on the shoulder. Congratulations, bro, you finally got the beauty. Gao Qingwen, seeing Zhao Zishu and Su Jingyan with their arms around each other, walked over curiously and asked, What good news do you have? You look so happy. Su Ziyue came out just in time to hear Gao Qingwen's words and bounced over to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan caught her and tidied up her hair that had fallen over her forehead. Su Ziyue linked her arm with his, her eyes and brows curving into crescents, and said to the two, We're together now. Gao Qingwen was a bit surprised. I thought you two were together already. Su Ziyue smiled sweetly. Before it was a trial period, now it's official. Let's all have a meal together today, my treat. Wu Xuanyu also walked out of his room and paused when he saw Su Ziyue intimately leaning against Su Jingyan. Gao Qingwen, who was sharp-eyed, was the first to see him and called him over, smiling. Senior Xuanyu, Ziyue, and Su Jingyan are together now. They said they want to treat us to dinner tonight. Haha, congratulations. I won't be going. I have a minor surgery tonight. Wu Xuanyu still wore a gentle smile, but a fleeting, almost imperceptible loneliness crossed his eyes. This is our first gathering since we arrived here. It's a shame to miss you, but the surgery is important. There will be other opportunities. Zhao Zishu, knowing Wu Xuanyu's feelings for Su Ziyue, tried to smooth things over, thinking it was better for him not to come. If he came, seeing Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an, the new couple, interacting would be even more painful. Why be silly? If dinner doesn't work, lunch is fine, right, Ziyue? Gao Qingwen rolled her eyes at Zhao Zishu and then looked at Su Ziyue with a questioning gaze. Su Ziyue smiled and nodded, of course. It's almost noon, it's hot outside, and it's easy to get heat stroke. Su Jing'an disagreed, with Su Ziyue going out at this time. I'm not silly, I just want to stroll around inside. Not planning to go out. Su Ziyue hadn't let go of Su Jing'an's arm since they linked arms. She slid her hand down to hold his, their fingers intertwined, radiating the sweet scent of love. Su Jing'an looked at her tenderly, his fingers silently tightening, silently indulging her. When they reached the entrance, Su Ziyue found that several new announcements had been added to the bulletin board. Upon closer inspection, they were all recruiting for various skilled positions, such as electricians, architects, agriculture, medicine, and so on. Those with skills could apply, and after screening, they could be hired with food and accommodation provided. In addition to skilled workers, there were also simple, brainless physical labor jobs, but the conditions were much worse, only providing meals. However, most of the survivors were unable to perform skilled work. So physical labor was suitable for most people, at least they wouldn't starve. Next to the bulletin board, a commission board had also been added, displaying some private commission tasks, along with deposits and rewards for completing tasks. The client would pay the commission fee to the government, which would charge a fee, and after the task was completed, the commission fee would be given to the contractor. Of course, clients and contractors could also trade privately, but whether they'd get cheated was beyond the government's control. Su Ziyue's eyes lit up when she saw the commission board, and she immediately looked at Su Jing'an. Jing'an, can we commission someone to help us gather news about Dad and my sister in Jing City? Sure, but it also depends on whether the person we commission is reliable and capable. Let's have Brother Su oversee this matter. We should prepare our supplies first. Hey, isn't this Miss Su Air? You don't seem to be doing very well. Lin Xinting, what a narrow fate. I haven't seen you in so long. And your mouth is still so foul. Oh no, it's even worse now. Did you forget to brush your teeth before going out today? What else can you do besides talking back? I heard your sister died, and your dad ran away. If you can't get by, you can beg me. Considering we know each other, I can help you out. Chapter 52. Shirt Songyu Lin Xinting smiled at Su Ziyue with an air of superiority. My sister won't die because of you. Take care of yourself. If you have this kindness, you can donate supplies to the government. I'm sure many people will thank you. Mentioning Su Ziki, Su Ziyue's eyes turned sharp, causing Lin Xinting to feel a bit frightened and take a step back. Seeing Lin Xinting's reaction, Su Ziyue sneered. Not wanting to waste time talking nonsense with her, and pulled Su Jing'an away. Brother Jing'an? Lin Xinting hadn't noticed Su Jing'an standing behind Su Ziyue at first. When she heard that Su Ziyue's sister had left her a person, she assumed it was her bodyguard and didn't pay much attention. She didn't expect it to be Su Jing'an. Brother Jing'an, are you with Su Ziyue? Su Jing'an naturally wouldn't show any good face to Su Ziyue's nemesis. Miss Lin, please call me by my name. I'm not familiar with you. Lin Xinting stomped her foot, unwilling to give up Jing'an. Su Jing'an, we've grown up together since we were little. Why can Su Ziyue call you that, but I can't? Besides, apart from my family background being slightly inferior, where am I worse than her? Now that the head of the Su family is missing and the heir is gone, Su Ziyue can't help you and will only drag you down. The Ling family withdrew from the power struggle in the capital and moved to Haishu. The mayor and General Bai, the powerful figures in Haishu, treat my father with great respect. If you come here, you will be a guest of the Ling family. What happens with the Ling family is none of my business. I have no interest in it. But if you dare to speak disrespectfully to my girlfriend again, Su Jing'an didn't finish his sentence, but the threat in his tone was evident. Ling Xinting looked at Su Jing'an with an ugly expression, feeling that he was being ungrateful. Ling Xinting, he is my boyfriend now. What? Do you think that because my Su family has fallen and I have no backing, you can forcefully take my boyfriend? Is this the upbringing of the Ling family? Looking at what's in front of you while coveting what's behind? Your boyfriend behind you might be heartbroken. Hearing Su Ziyue mention the man behind her, Ling Xinting suddenly laughed. As if she had grasped some leverage against Su Ziyue, she roughly pulled him out from behind her, pinching his chin to make him look up. This is not my boyfriend. Someone like him is only fit to be my toy for entertainment. But I didn't expect Miss Sue to forget her ex-boyfriend so quickly. It seems that new love makes one forget old love. As the man looked up, a familiar face appeared to Suziua. Who else could it be but Shi Chongyu? But she didn't expect him to be with Ling Xinting. Are you mute? Say hello to your ex-girlfriend. Ling Xinting patted Shi Chongyu's face. Shi Chongyu forced a smile. Ziua, long time no see. Suziua looked at Shi Chongyu and noticed that though he seemed a bit haggard, he hadn't lost much weight overall, suggesting that he wasn't too unhappy with Ling Xinting. However, when Ling Xinting called him a toy, the smile on Shi Chongyu's face froze. Feeling Su Jingyan's grip on her hand tighten, Suziua immediately understood that Jingyan was worried about her feelings for Shi Chongyu. This won't do. It is her responsibility to protect Jingyan's sense of security. You said he was your ex-boyfriend. The best ex should be treated as if he were dead. My boyfriend is so handsome and charming. How could I remember some ugly guy? Just enjoy him yourself. Suziua, you're just a refugee now. Why do you have to talk to me like that? Do you believe I can have them throw you out? Seeing Su Jingyan's gaze towards Suziua becoming increasingly gentle after hearing her words, and glancing at Shi Chongyu beside her, Ling Xinting couldn't help but feel humiliated and angry. Her tone turning threatening. I'm so scared. If you can actually do that, then great, instead of just bragging and making threats. Suziua didn't plan to waste any more words on them, making a sarcastic remark before pulling Su Jingyan to leave. Before they left, Su Jingyan shot a cold glance at Shi Chongyu, making him feel a chill in his heart. Seeing Suziua and Su Jingyan completely disregard her, Ling Xinting slapped Shi Chongyu's face in anger. What a useless man. Are you still pining for your ex-girlfriend? You're usually so quick with your words. Why couldn't you say a single word just now? You need to understand who your benefactor is now. I think you're too well-fed. You aren't allowed to eat dinner tonight. Shi Chongyu lowered his head, covering his face, unable to express his anger. He could only suppress it and say nice things to please Ling Xinting. But he kept glancing at Suziua, reminiscing about the days he spent with her. She had a bad temper, but wouldn't hit him randomly and was easy to coax. Unlike Ling Xinting, who would slap him at the slightest provocation to vent her anger. However, with the Su family's downfall becoming a certainty, no matter how good Suziua was, she couldn't provide him with the carefree environment that Ling Xinting did. He had a limp, making survival difficult. He had to cling to Ling Xinting's thigh. However, that woman Suziua was truly heartless. He had looked at her so pitifully, yet she completely ignored him. He strongly suspected that the incident with his broken leg was a deliberate act of revenge by Suziua. If it weren't for the leg injury not being treated in time, causing him to walk with a limp, he wouldn't have to suffer Ling Xinting's humiliation. And Shi Chongyu, who clearly promised to stay together for life. He hadn't seen her since they had a fight over her sleeping with someone. Women are not good people. Just wait. He will make those who have humiliated him pay. However, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, canned meat, and canned fruit are also not bad, considering fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat are now scarce resources. Wishing Ziua and Su Jingyan a long-lasting love. Wishing Miss Su and young Master Jingyan happiness. Wishing Ziua and Su Jingyan a blissful life. After Zhao Zishu, Su Gu, and Gao Qingwen finished speaking, they looked at Wu Xuanyu, who hadn't spoken yet. Wu Xuanyu, I don't want to give blessings. I hope they break up soon. Be happy every day. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Wu Xuanyu uttered 4 words. The 6 of them had a lively lunch. Wu Xuanyu, not really, the liveliness has nothing to do with me. And Su Ziua and Su Jingyan received blessings from their friends. Not knowing if it was because she saw Shi Chongyu, Su Ziua dreamed about events from her past life that night. Chapter 53. Is it you? Su Ziua drank the water that Shi Chongyu handed her and soon slumped softly to the ground, her consciousness hazy before she heard Shi Chongyu say to her, "Don't blame me." When she regained consciousness, she saw the man she had only met once, but whose image was deeply etched in her mind, walking towards her with a lewd smile. Yet she had no strength to resist, only able to watch helplessly as his overweight body pressed down on her. No. Suziua opened her eyes and noticed someone lying next to her. She instinctively kicked out. Su Jingyan was awakened by Su Ziua's movements, turned on the bedside lamp, and saw her covered in sweat, her hair sticking to her face, still showing signs of fear. Su Jingyan pushed the damp hair from Suzy Yue's face and touched her cheek, asking, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Suzy Yue grabbed Su Jingyan's hand and pressed it against her face, muffling a response. Dreaming about that stupid ex-boyfriend in a pig's head late at night is really unlucky. Don't be afraid. It was just a dream. Dreams are always the opposite. Go to sleep. I'm right here beside you. After asking a few questions and seeing that Suzy Yue was unwilling to speak, Su Jingyan didn't press her. He kissed her forehead, humming a little tune and gently patting her back to help her fall asleep. Suzy Yue felt the reassuring presence of Su Jingyan and quickly fell asleep again. "Ziyue, are you awake?" It wasn't Su Jingyan. Suzy Yue rolled over a couple of times in annoyance and got up to open the door, poking her head out. "Sister Wen, where's Jingyan?" Gao Qingwen pressed down on Suzy Yue's hair that had stubbornly stuck up. Suzy Yue asked in confusion, "Getting water? Where to get water?" Gao Qingwen looked at Suzy Yue's hair sticking up again and pressed it down, explaining, "You might not know, but there's a reservoir near the base, and the government has confirmed that the water quality is fine. This morning, the base announced on the bulletin board that each person can go to a designated spot near the reservoir to fetch water every day." As soon as they heard the news, several of them went. It's better to go early when there are fewer people and it's not so hot. There's also good news. The base's bathhouse is finally finished, so we will have hot water for showers, although it requires contributions. As long as it's not every day, I think I can still save enough food for that. That's great. Although Suzy Yue has prepared hot bath water in her space, it's better to use the base's supply as much as possible. As for the contributions, she can use those things fished out from the water, although they are packaged. She doesn't really want to eat anything soaked in water unless she has no other food, which is perfect for trading. Hee. Seeing that there were indeed not many people outside, it seemed everyone had gone to get water. "Is it just the two of us left here?" Gao Qingwen smiled ambiguously at Suzy Yue. Suzy Yue mumbled, "Everyone has gone to fetch water. What's there to worry about?" She said this, but a hint of sweetness still rose in her heart. However, they had not walked far when they unexpectedly ran into three fierce-looking men. Suzy Yue sensed that they were coming for her and pulled Gao Qingwen to run in the opposite direction. Sure enough, when the three men saw them turn and run, they shouted for them not to run and chased after them. Gao Qingwen, still unaware of the situation, asked while running, "What's going on? Why are they chasing us?" "I don't know. They don't look friendly. Let's run first and find the guard team from another direction." Suzy Yue replied. The two of them ran, and the air raid shelter was eerily quiet, as almost everyone had gone to fetch water. Suzy Yue felt a bit disappointed, thinking that the people chasing them would hesitate upon seeing more people, but she wasn't surprised. Since the pursuers dared to confront them, they must have been prepared. She just didn't know what their intentions were. One of the burly men chasing them impatiently shouted some threats. "Otherwise, if my brothers get unhappy, who knows what they might do?" Suzy Yue rolled her eyes. Only a fool would stop. She didn't plan to waste her breath on them, as it would slow her down. The men behind them seemed surprised that the two girls could run so fast. They had already chased for over half a lap and still hadn't caught up. At this point, Gao Qingwen's stamina was reaching its limit. If Suzy Yue hadn't been pulling her along, and if she hadn't built up her stamina from climbing stairs in the apartment every day, she might not have been able to keep running. Fortunately, Suzy Yue had previously wandered around the air raid shelter a few times, and by relying on her memory to turn left and right, they managed to avoid being caught by the men, but stamina was ultimately their weak point. Seeing the two slow down, the burly men were pleased and quickened their pace, almost reaching out to grab them. Just as Gao Qingwen was about to collapse from exhaustion, Suzy Yue spotted the guard team and quickly called for help. Just as one of the burly men was about to grab the hem of Suzy Yue's clothes, he saw the guard team approaching, gritted his teeth, and kicked forward in frustration. Suzy Yue, unable to dodge while dragging the nearly collapsed Gao Qingwen, could only raise her arm to block. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through her, and a look of agony crossed her face. Fortunately, after kicking, the burly man saw the guard team closing in and quickly retreated without delivering another kick. Gao Qingwen gasped, seeing Suzy Yue hit in the arm. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she picked up a toy car that a child had dropped and threw it with all her might. It hit one of the burly men's right leg squarely, causing him to stumble and almost fall. just as he regained his balance. Su Ziyue stepped forward and kicked him in the left leg. The man cried out in pain, his knees buckling as he knelt down. The guard team quickly rushed forward to subdue the kneeling burly man to prevent his escape. As for the other two burly men, they had already vanished during the commotion. "Are you two okay?" The captain of the guard team asked with concern as he looked at them. Upon recognizing them, his expression changed to surprise as he focused on Su Ziyue. "Su Ziyue, is that you?" Chapter 54. Interrogation Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue looked at the captain of the guard team, scrutinizing him for a moment. His face was completely unfamiliar to her, and she didn't remember where she had seen him before. "I'm Gao Yuhao. We were classmates in the second year of high school. Do you remember?" Su Ziyue searched her memory for Gao Yuhao, finally associating the name with a round-faced boy. "Gao Yuhao, you've changed a lot," Su Ziyue remarked as she looked at the tall and thin man before her. He was like a different person compared to before. "I went to the police academy in college and lost a lot of weight. I was interning at the bureau before the heavy rain came. As the situation worsened, they needed more hands, so I got promoted early. Now I work in the guard team at the base." Su Ziyue just said one thing, and Gao Yuhao poured out all his recent circumstances. Su Ziyue twitched her lips, although his appearance had changed. His personality seemed to remain that of the chubby boy from high school. Now he wasn't fat anymore, but his carefree spirit hadn't changed at all. "That's good. You've landed a stable job. Your parents must be quite happy." Surprisingly, as soon as Su Ziyue finished speaking, Gao Yuhao's expression visibly darkened. They should be happy. But unfortunately, they didn't make it through the outbreak of the new virus. Now it's just me and my sister at home. I'm sorry for bringing up your painful memories. Su Ziyue hadn't expected to hit the nail on the head. "It's okay, it's all in the past. Look at me. I couldn't help but chat a bit more when I saw an old classmate and forgot the main issue. Seeing the burly man being restrained by his subordinates. Gao Yuhao slapped his forehead and then composed himself, looking at Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue recounted how they had been suddenly chased by several men while walking. How bold of them to dare act in the base. "Miss Su, Miss Gao, don't worry. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. My hand hurts." Su Ziyue leaned her hand against Su Jingin's chest, looking like a child who had been bullied, finally waiting for a parent to back her up. She raised her hand to show him, her pitiful expression making Su Jingin feel heartbroken. "I'm late." After understanding the situation, Su Jingin's expression darkened as he glared at the burly man left behind by his companions. He gently patted Su Ziyue in his arms, calming her down with soft pats, his voice carrying restrained anger. "I'll personally interrogate this guy. Don't worry. We won't let anyone who tries to disrupt the order of the base get away easily. We will get to the bottom of this and give you an explanation." Su Jingin didn't plan to make it difficult for the man and simply said, "You just need to report this matter." Gao Yuhao noticed his tone suggested he had someone backing him up, glanced at him, and asked for his name. Although he didn't seem to remember Su Jingin, Gao Yuhao didn't take him lightly and promised to report according to his instructions. "Junior, let me see your hand." Wu Xuanyu approached with concern. "Thank you, Senior. I've already been to the medical station. It's nothing serious." Su Ziyue had injured her left hand, but fortunately, there was no bone damage. The doctor initially diagnosed it as a soft tissue injury and applied some medicine. "Xiaoya, let Dr. Wu take another look." Su Jingin gently pulled up Su Ziyue's sleeve and saw the injury on her arm, his eyes filled with concern and anger towards the person behind the attack. "I wonder who was so anxious to come after me." Su Ziyue was self-aware. She had a bad temper and inevitably offended some petty individuals intentionally or unintentionally. In the past, they might have hesitated to act against her due to the Su family, but now that Su's father was missing, some people might think the Su family's downfall was imminent and couldn't help but act against her. "Xiaoya, no matter who it is, I will make them regret what they did today. It's also my fault. I shouldn't have left you two girls behind." Seeing Su Jingin's dark expression, Su Ziyue knew he was likely blaming himself. "It's not your fault. If someone wants to cause trouble, they will always find an opportunity. Besides, they didn't succeed, right? This is thanks to your training, Jingin." Seeing Su Jingin manage a faint smile, Su Ziyue understood her words had little effect, so she decided to change the subject. "Jingin, my hand hurts. I need a kiss and a hug to make it better." She knew that after the last time Su Jingin had kissed her and made her lips swell, She had forbidden him from kissing her again unless she agreed. So wah. Her lips were swollen again. After running away just now, Suzy was drenched in sweat, and now, as the sweat evaporated, she felt sticky all over. So she could only take out her small fan and blow it. Fortunately, the temperature in the bomb shelter was not high to begin with, and after a while, it gradually became cooler. Suzy pulled Su Jingin, who had been busy, to sit beside her and change the direction of the small fan to blow at him. Jingin, stop working and sit down to rest for a bit. Su Jingin was worried that her hand would get tired from holding the fan for too long. So he took the fan from her and turned it to blow towards her. Suzy felt a bit helpless and had to take out another small fan from her space to blow some wind for him, reminding him not to only care about her. Are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Suzy shook her head. I'm not tired. And I'm sticky all over, so I can't sleep comfortably. After all, just looking at Su Jingin's extraordinary demeanor and confident expression made her guess that this matter was likely to succeed. When Gao Yuhui came to inform Su Jingin of the results, Su Jingin had just coaxed Su Ziyue to sleep. The little girl, who said she wasn't sleepy, lay down under Su Jingin's humming and soon fell asleep. He gave Su Gu a few reminders before following Gao Yuhui to the interrogation room. By the time Su Jingin arrived, the guard team had already conducted a round of interrogation, but the big man was tight-lipped, and they hadn't gotten anything out of him. When Gao Yuhui sent Su Jingin inside, he saw his expression and cautiously reminded him, Mr. Su, be mindful of your approach. Extracting the person behind this still requires his testimony. Su Jingin nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside. Gao Yuhui felt uneasy, fearing that Su Jingin wouldn't control his emotions and would scare the person away. He would have a hard time reporting back to his superiors. Chapter 55. The Ling family. Gao Yuhui was puzzled. Was it done by the Ling family? Su Jingin handed the interrogation report to Gao Yuhui. Tell Mayor Wang exactly what I said. If he doesn't want to keep this position, there are plenty of people willing to take it. Hearing Su Jingin's bold and arrogant words, Gao Yuhui's hand shook, nearly dropping the interrogation report on the ground. After Su Jingin finished speaking, he clapped his hands and left, leaving Gao Yuhui too. Su Jingin walked to a corner where a man was standing. The man was one of the 6 bodyguards that Su Ziki had brought over, and he was the one Su Jingin had chosen to keep behind, named Wang Cheng. The reason he was the only one left was that his combat skills were the highest among the 6, but he wasn't very smart, making him unsuitable for field missions. After moving into the bomb shelter, Su Jingin had him separate from the others and hide in the shadows to protect Su Ziyue. Why didn't you show up today? Su Jingin looked at Wang Cheng with dissatisfaction. You said to only act when necessary and not to expose ourselves in front of people easily, right? I assessed that the second young lady could fight back. It wasn't time for me to act. Su Jingin felt his eyes sting at Wang Cheng's innocent and confused expression. From now on, if Xiaoyu is chased when she's alone, you go out and help her directly. Okay, the second young lady was with her friends today, so it doesn't count as being alone. Wang Cheng added an explanation for himself. As long as I'm not around her or Su Gu isn't with her, it's considered alone. If there are other people around, you can pretend to be a passerby and help her. You can always find an excuse, right? Wang Cheng weakly replied. I should be able to. Su Jingin said, remember, whether you expose yourself in front of people or not is not important. Xiaoyu's safety comes first. I don't want to see her get hurt, understand? Su Jingin suppressed his urge to curse and broke it down for Wang Cheng to understand. Understood. Su Jingin succinctly stated, the Ling family, to be precise, is Ling Xinting. Seeing Su Gu still looking a bit confused, Su Jingin added, the young lady from the Ling family who's not too bright. Su Ji's face first showed a look of realization, then turned to anger. That young lady from the Ling family has never gotten along with the second young lady since childhood. They used to have small fights, but our second young lady was magnanimous and didn't hold it against her. Now that the apocalypse has come, she still comes to trouble the second young lady over those minor issues. It's truly excessive. Yeah, she must not have experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. Su Jingin's dark eyes flashed with a cold light. When Mayor Wang received Su Jingin's message, General Bai was also present. He feigned a troubled expression, and General Bai looked at him curiously. Mayor Wang, you aren't actually scared by this young man's words, are you? Young people are ignorant, and you, old fox, can still be intimidated? Mayor Wong sighed. The person involved, Susie Yue's sister, recently donated a large batch of medical supplies to Haishur. The head of the Su family said she is missing. Who knows if she's hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Su Jing'an's parents. You know their status in both military and political circles. On the surface, he appears to be an orphan, but secretly, he has countless connections. General Bai came this time to finalize the handling results regarding Vice Mayor Li and others. For the sake of the base's long-term stability and for his sister and the nephew who did not survive, he had to impose severe penalties, using this incident as a warning to others. The more General Bai investigated in the past few days, the angrier he became. He didn't expect Vice Mayor Li and his nephew to do so many immoral things under his name, harming so many families. He could never tolerate those who relied on their connections to act recklessly, and especially after investigating Vice Mayor Li and others, he loathed them even more. The Ling family was just unlucky to run into this situation. General Bai thought it was just right to use these two incidents as typical cases to let those with ill intentions know that no matter their identity, they would face punishment for wrongdoing. Regardless of identity, once they entered the base, they had to follow the base's rules. Since the Ling family joined the base, they must act according to the base's rules. Mayor Wong was waiting for General Bai to say this, and he expressed his stance. If the Ling family remained unruly, he believed General Bai would also lend a hand. Mayor Wong, who had been frowning, suddenly broke into a smile. Brother Bai is right. The rules should be established at the beginning of the base. Thus, Ling Xinting, who was being served fruits by Shirt Songyu in a room, was taken away by soldiers in front of everyone. The soldiers showed their credentials to Ling Xinting. Miss Ling, we have found that you are related to a kidnapping case. Please cooperate with the investigation. What kidnapping case? It has nothing to do with me. You have the wrong person. Goodbye. Ling Xinting felt bewildered and began to issue a dismissal order. If you do not cooperate, we will have to take compulsory measures. The soldiers thought Ling Xinting was just pretending to be calm and acting dumb. You have quite the attitude. I don't know anything about any kidnapping case. Besides, who are you people? Under whose command are you working? Why should I cooperate with you? Hey, let go of me. Do you know who I am? You dare to lay hands on me. You fools. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and save me. I tell you, if you don't let me go, when my dad comes, you'll be in trouble. Chapter 56. Apology. The soldiers were indifferent to Ling Xinting's words. Seeing her uncooperative, they simply moved in and forcibly took her away. As for the bodyguards who looked big and strong, but only knew some basic skills, they were taken down in just a few moves under the soldiers' hands. On the day Ling Xinting was taken away, a young soldier informed Su Jing'an about it, while Su Ziyue was also present. Su Jing'an and Su Ziyue exchanged glances, and a shared name surfaced in their minds. Seeing Su Ziyue personally identify a different suspect, the young soldier said, Miss Su, you can tell me the name of the person you suspect. We will send someone to investigate. Su Ziyue then mentioned a name and added, you better act quickly. If you delay, he might run away. The young soldier nodded at them and then quickly ran off. At the interrogation room, Ling Xinting insisted that she had never engaged in any kidnapping activities and suspected that the other party was deliberately framing her, crying thief while stealing. The big man, seeing that Miss Ling from the Ling family had been caught, felt that his last glimmer of hope had vanished. Noticing that Ling Xinting refused to admit anything, he casually said, the person who contacted us said that Miss Su Air had angered their lady and wanted to teach her a lesson. To make this fallen phoenix recognize reality, he instructed us to tie up Miss Su and take her to a place, saying he wanted her to experience the taste of being ridden by thousands and slept upon by tens of thousands. The big man shrugged. That's all I've heard. Ling Xinting asked him, was the person who contacted you male or female? What do they look like? After hearing that it was a man who contacted them, she asserted, this has nothing to do with me. Someone must have used my name to kidnap Su Ziyue. You need to let me out quickly to find the real culprit. She banged on the door and shouted at the soldiers outside. Naturally, the soldiers wouldn't just release her based on her word. After listening to the conversation between Ling Xinting and the big man, they went to find Gao Yuhao. Gao Yuhao came to see Ling Xinting looking anxious and reassured her. Miss Ling, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. We will send someone to investigate thoroughly. If what you say is true, we will naturally release you. Until then, you'll have to stay here. What else is there to investigate? Is what I'm saying not clear enough? You bunch of fools. Let me out now. Gao Yuhao decisively led a team to the Ling family's location and caught Shi Tsonyu, who was packing his bags and preparing to flee, red-handed. Ling's father, who was negotiating on behalf of Ling Xinting in Mayor Wang's office, smiled at Mayor Wang upon hearing the news of Shi Tsonyu's capture and identification by the big man, saying, "I told you my daughter wouldn't have such malicious intentions. Even the Su family's girl knows this. Although they always argue, they still consider each other as friends. How could my daughter instruct someone to do such a thing? It's clear that someone is framing the Ling family using my daughter's name." Before he could finish speaking, Ling's father was interrupted and had to pause for the person to finish. After Ling's father finished, he glanced at him, feeling that the person's gaze was laden with meaning for some reason. The next moment, the person continued. Although Miss Ling has been wrongfully accused in the kidnapping of Miss Su during the investigation, we found that Miss Ling provided some materials to the head of the recruitment office, instructing them not to assign her any decent work tasks when Miss Su was looking for a job, but to find her the hardest and most laborious tasks with the least resources. Having just praised his daughter, Ling's father understood what the person's gaze meant. "Ting Ting, you really know how to drag your father down." Ling's father sighed inwardly and resigned himself to cleaning up his daughter's mess. He put on a smile and said, "Our Ting Ting is just having a temper tantrum with the Su family's girl. The Su family's girl has also suffered an undeserved disaster, and with her father missing. As someone who has watched her grow up, it pains me to see her, who has been spoiled since childhood, living in such a simple environment. I will provide resources to help her change to a safer and more private single room, along with some medicines and materials as compensation for her. I also apologize for causing trouble for the base this time. I heard that the base is in dire need of medical supplies, and since I have joined the base, I naturally want to contribute. I plan to donate some of the existing medical supplies. Mayor Wang, what do you think?" Mayor Wang patted Ling's father on the shoulder, who was feeling heartbroken, and smiled. "Brother, you have a kind heart. On behalf of the base, I thank you for your selfless donation. As for the compensation for Miss Su, we still need to ask the person concerned whether she is willing to accept it. After all, she is the victim, right?" Ling's father quickly nodded. Yes, that is absolutely right. I'll take Ting Ting to apologize to the Su family girl later." Ling's father brought Ling Xinting out of the interrogation room and told her about the need to apologize to Su Ziyue, fearing she might be unwilling. He had prepared to persuade her, but unexpectedly, Ling Xinting only paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. When they arrived at Su Ziyue's residence, she was having dinner and showed no interest in the single room offered by Ling's father. A single room may provide privacy away from the crowd, but it also makes it easier for others to take advantage. Those who could stay in a single room usually had people around to protect them, so the military's guard team there was not large. Blending in with the crowd indeed posed many inconveniences for her, as others could take advantage of the chaos, but correspondingly, the number and frequency of patrols had increased, making it less conspicuous. Compared to a single room, she preferred that Ling's father exchange it for resources. Seeing that Su Ziyue genuinely did not want it, Ling's father had to give up. He had prepared for both outcomes on the way and then proposed compensation and resources, which aligned perfectly with what Su Ziyue wanted. Although she had space, she could only sneak a taste when no one was around, unable to take things out in the open. Now that Ling's father had sent over this batch of resources, she could utilize them in many ways, and in the future, the resources she took from her space could use Ling's father's batch as a cover. After discussing the compensation, Ling's father nudged Ling Xinting. Ling Xinting stepped forward and awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, this time I owe you a favor." Su Ziyue's expression remained indifferent. "Your father has already made appropriate compensation, and I just don't want to let the real culprit go." Chapter 57. Punishment. Su Ziyue remained expressionless. "Thank you, but I currently have no difficulties." Ling Xinting, seeing that Su Ziyue was unresponsive, took the initiative to suggest, "Your living environment is not conducive to your recovery from injuries. Since you were hurt because of me, I can help you change it." Su Ziyue replied, "No need, thank you." Ling Xinting, feeling that Su Ziyue was being stubborn, stomped her foot, and huffed. "Then I won't care about you anymore." Su Ziyue said, "Take care." Ling Xingting was completely angered by Su Ziyue and left, while Ling's father cheerfully handed over a card containing 1,000 points. "Su family girl, Tingting is just like this. She actually cares about you. So come over to our house to play often." Su Ziyue politely nodded and accepted the points card. Recently, news had spread that the base was implementing a point system where survivors could earn points by taking on tasks or working for the government, as well as exchange resources for points. Seeing Su Ziyue accept the card, Ling's father exchanged a few more pleasantries before excusing himself abruptly. As for the real culprits, Shi Tsonyu and several hired big men were held in the interrogation room. Given that their actions had failed and the base was currently short-staffed during its construction, it was decided to make them contribute to the base's development. Of course, their treatment was not the same as ordinary workers. Ordinary workers received regular meals, while they had to complete a set amount of work to eat, and they only received 2 meals a day, putting them in a state of not starving but also not being full. This physical labor was still acceptable for the big men, but for Shi Tsonyu, it was a level of difficulty. The big men were quite resentful about Shi Tsonyu using the name of the Ling family's young lady to trick them into kidnapping Su Ziyue. They deliberately interrupted Shi Tsonyu's progress while working, making it so he could not complete his work quota and thus would not get to eat. Without food, he lacked strength. Shi Tsonyu became dizzy from hunger and accidentally dropped a brick on his previously uninjured leg while working, also injuring the hand of a big man who tried to come over to mock him. While being sent to the medical department, those carrying the stretcher accidentally dropped Shi Tsonyu, worsening his already painful condition. Before he passed out from pain after falling for the 3rd time, he finally understood that these 2 men were doing it on purpose. Unfortunately, it was too late. When he opened his eyes again, the doctor informed him that his leg was seriously injured, and due to a fracture, it had caused a local infection. Even after recovery, he would no longer be able to walk normally like before. Under the swift interrogation of Major General Bai, the results regarding the handling of Vice Mayor Li and others were quickly announced. Vice Mayor Li's son was sentenced to death for multiple crimes, including robbery, rape, and creating disturbances, effective immediately. Vice Mayor Li and his current wife, who served as the head nurse, abused their power for personal gain, accepted bribes, and sheltered their son's crimes, causing extremely negative consequences, and were also sentenced to death effective immediately. Additionally, there were announcements regarding the handling of others like Si Tsonyu for kidnapping and others for disrupting order at the base, who were sent to work as laborers at the base for a long time. Once the announcement was made, the survivors were all elated, especially those victims and their families who had suffered from the Li family's evil deeds. They were so excited that they hugged each other and wept. "My daughter, did you hear? That villain has been sentenced to death. He will definitely go to hell after he dies. That beast has received the punishment he deserves. Sister, it's all over now. We must live well in the future." Who said that having connections means one can act with impunity? I said that doing bad things will eventually lead to retribution. See, it has come. The discussions about the handling of these evildoers lasted for 2 days among the people at the base and then passed. Now, what was most important for them was to gather supplies to survive, and they had no time to gossip or watch the excitement. The weather was getting hotter, and the supplies outside were either looted or spoiled. However, since the base had just been established, many places needed manpower, and as long as they were willing to work, food and basic needs were not a problem. Su Ziyue's main goal for this outing was to find some entertainment items. Su Jingyan naturally supported her happiness, and they found a famous entertainment venue on the map. After confirming the location, Su Ziyue began preparing to go out. She put on a sun protection jacket, a sun protection mask, and a hat, which had a small fan attached. Now, only her eyes were exposed. She also wore sunglasses and had a sun umbrella in her backpack. When she looked up, Su Ziyue saw Su Jingyan staring at her blankly. She waved her hand in front of him. "What are you looking at?" Su Jingyan smiled and reminded her, "Xiaoyu's gear is very complete, but might be hot outside." Su Ziyue waved her hand dismissively. "This little heat is nothing compared to getting tanned." Soon, Su Ziyue was slapped in the face by her own words. As soon as she stepped outside, a wave of heat swept over her, and she could clearly feel the temperature rising again. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and the tip of her nose. Su Jingyan, holding the umbrella, walked beside her and asked, "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Su Ziyue pulled her mask down a bit to wipe her sweat and stubbornly said, "I'm fine." The entertainment venue was about 5 kilometers away from the safe base, which would take about 10 minutes by car, but walking would take about an hour. Having just earned 1,000 points, Su Ziyue certainly wouldn't choose to walk. She went directly to the Hope shop at the base to rent a car, which cost 10 points for a day. Now, 1 point could be exchanged for 2 steam buns or a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. 10 points was several days' worth of food expenses for an ordinary person. Chapter 58. Missing people and cars. However, this was nothing for Su Ziyue. She believed that what she had was hers, and it was better to spend points early, in case the harvest was poor later and food became scarcer. The points needed for the same items would definitely increase. To think more pessimistically, who knew when the Hope shop would close? By then, even if she had 10,000 points, she wouldn't have anywhere to spend them. She had space, and exchanging points for materials was the most cost-effective for her. Without points, she could still trade with goods. With this in mind, after pre-renting a car, Su Ziyue also bought some bok choy, corn, sweet potatoes, and steam buns. Except for Wu Xuanyu, who was busy at the medical office, Gao Qingwen, Zhao Zishu, and Su Gu also went out with them. Su Jingyan, sitting in the driver's seat, immediately turned on the air conditioning before everyone got in the car. Once everyone was on board, Su Ziyue waved her hand. "Let us go." He stepped on the gas, and the buildings on both sides quickly flashed past. 12 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The area around the entertainment venue was filled with food, drinks, and fun. As soon as they got out of the car, they split up to take action. Su Ziyue headed straight for the script-killing shop. Unfortunately, the playing cards for games like poker and Three Kingdoms Kill had been damaged by water, and the designs were somewhat unclear, but fortunately, the store still had a few boxes of waterproof plastic playing cards. The werewolf cards were also waterproof, and Su Ziyue even found 2 boxes of Ludo. The biggest surprise was finding several sets of mahjong in the mahjong room. The mahjong machine was broken, so she took out the dice from inside and packed the mahjong into her shopping cart. This trip was a bountiful harvest for Su Ziyue. The terrain here was relatively high, and the 3rd floor of the mall had not been submerged by floodwaters. So Zhao Zishu and the others also found some edible and usable supplies. Su Ziyue also went up to replenish her space with some snacks that were not filling but delicious. After regrouping on the 1st floor, Gao Qingwen saw that Su Ziyue's shopping cart was filled with mahjong, playing cards, and snacks like puffed foods, chicken feet, and duck necks, and looked at her disapprovingly. "Ziyue, why don't you find some filling food? Why are you only looking for these snacks that take a lot to fill you up? And this mahjong is so heavy. You might as well exchange it for a few bags of rice. We can't even move the rice over there." After saying that, she looked at Su Jingyan's shopping cart, which mostly contained daily necessities, 5 boxes of konjac snacks, and several large bags of spicy strips. It was clear that Su Ziyue's shopping cart couldn't hold everything, and she had stuffed some of it into Su Jingyan's cart. Looking at the empty shelves where the snacks were supposed to be, all the snacks that people had complained about not filling their stomachs had been swept into Su Ziyue's cart. Anything that couldn't fit in the shopping cart was put into her space. After all, she was the first to arrive at the snack area, and they didn't know how much was there at the beginning. Gao Qingwen just thought she was making excuses, so she shrugged it off and decided to make an effort herself, going to grab a bag of rice, thinking that as a senior, she couldn't just watch her junior go hungry. Su Gu also sighed silently, while looking at the shopping carts of this couple. Young Master Jingyan could never outsmart Mississippi. With that thought, he also went to grab another box of instant noodles. "Su Ziyue." Gao Qingwen patted her forehead and smiled awkwardly. "I'm used to walking. I forgot we have a car today." While joking, the group pushed their shopping carts out, only to be stunned. The small truck that should have been parked at the mall entrance, along with Zhao Zishu in the car, was nowhere to be seen. "Where are the people? Where's our big car? Could something have happened?" After waiting for a few minutes, they still didn't see any sign of people or the car, and they were almost baked into dried fish by the sun. 5 minutes later, instead of seeing Zhao Zishu, Su Ziyue and the others saw a group of people walking toward the mall. As the distance between the two parties closed, Su Ziyue observed that the newcomers were 6 robust adult men. Perhaps seeing the vigilance on their faces, The bald man at the forefront rubbed his smooth, hairless head and smiled warmly. Don't misunderstand, kids, we're not here to rob supplies. Are you waiting for someone? Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an exchanged glances, then looked at them without speaking, their wariness not diminishing at all, but rather increasing. The bald man's companions appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Big brother, since they don't believe us, let us not waste our warmth on cold shoulders. Shut up. Being cautious is a good thing. Besides, our sudden appearance is suspicious. The conversation between the two seemed to deliberately raise their voices, as if they were afraid that Su Ziyue and the others couldn't hear. The bald uncle scolded the complainers a few times, then turned back with a smile to say to Su Ziyue and the others, "We saw a vehicle over there. It's a small cargo truck, and there's a boy on it who is injured. Before he fell unconscious, he told us to come to the mall to find his friends to save him." Hearing about Zhao Zishu and his injury, Su Ziyue felt a bit anxious, but still sensed something strange and looked at Su Jing'an. Su Jing'an held Su Ziyue's hand, signaling her not to panic. He then slightly nodded to the bald uncle, seemingly believing his words, the vigilance in his eyes fading. "Then please take us over to have a look. That person might be our friend. No trouble at all. It's just a few steps." The bald uncle smiled upon seeing this, pointed in a direction, and led the way, indicating for them to follow. "Thank you. There aren't many good people like you in this world," Su Jing'an remarked, while his hand behind his back made a gesture that completely contradicted his words. "Stay alert." "Where do you live, uncle? If that really is our friend, you'll be his lifesaver, and I'll make sure he prepares a generous gift to thank you." Chapter 59, a bunch of noobs. Su Ziyue tried to extract some information from the bald uncle. "We live nearby. Why don't you go to the base? How are you managing to stay outside without air conditioning? The sun hardly reaches our place, so it's not as hot outside." "I see." The group followed the bald uncle from the wide road to a narrow path. He roughly assessed the combat strength of both sides. Although the bald uncle and his group were tall and strong, a few of them had wobbly steps, with the flesh on their arms and legs jiggling as they walked. Clearly they were out of shape. "Why did you stop? That boy is just ahead." Su Ziyue scoffed, no longer intending to play along. "Do you take us for fools? A cargo truck can't even fit down this narrow path. What's your real intention?" The bald uncle, seeing that they had seen through his plan, dropped the act and raised a sinister smile, completely different from his previous honest demeanor. "Intention? So many fat sheep delivered right to our doorstep. Wouldn't it be a waste not to butcher them thoroughly? Brothers, it's time to work. Same old rule. The men go to the cellar, the women to the pleasure house. It's rare to have such capable girls. Let the brothers have a taste. Thanks in advance, big brother." The bald uncle and his men spoke about these matters without a care in front of Su Ziyue and the others. After all, in their eyes, Su Ziyue's group was like meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. "Hey, bald guy, haven't tea brush your teeth in days? Your breath is something else. Stop wasting time with these idiots. Let us fight. Today, I'm going to turn your den upside down." With that, Su Ziyue kicked the nearest person. The person was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground, lying on his back in confusion. "What happened? Why am I on the ground?" Su Ziyue was also surprised by this person's very low combat ability. Were they really that weak? Or had she become stronger? Su Ziyue instantly felt energized and charged at the next target. "Noobs, here I come." Su Jing'an was quick to follow, taking down a man with yellow hair. In the blink of an eye, two men on their side were down, and the bald uncle looked at them with a dark expression. "Looks like I underestimated you. But this is where it ends. What are you all staring at? Get them." The remaining three rushed towards Su Ziyue at the bald uncle's command. Su Ziyue, Su Jing'an, and Su Gu each took one, while Gao Qingwen looked around and saw the two fallen men struggling as if trying to get up. So she quickly went over and kicked them again. The bald uncle had initially thought that his little brothers could handle these people, so he was just watching from the side. Unexpectedly, as he kept watching, his expression darkened like a bottomless pot. These useless things can't even handle these young people. The bald uncle clenched his fists, planning to join the fight. Although it was a remote area, it wouldn't end well if the sound of fighting attracted others. Su Jing'an had been keeping an eye on the bald uncle, and seeing him poised to attack, he didn't waste any more time with the little brother in front of him. He struck with significant force to the little brother's chest, making him feel like he might vomit blood any second. Su Jingyan deliberately led the person toward the bald uncle, who was considering whom to attack when he saw Su Jingyan getting hit and leaning toward him. The little brother, with a crooked mouth and squinty eyes, was signaling it hurt too much to control his expression, clearly wanting him to ambush from behind. He nodded to acknowledge, slowly lifting one leg. "Isn't he fond of kicking people? Today, I'll let this kid experience what it feels like to be kicked away." The next second, the bald uncle kicked heavily at Su Jingyan, a smile already on his face, as if he was envisioning Su Jingyan being kicked away. "Oh, big brother." With this scream, the bald uncle's smile froze on his face. He never expected that Su Jingyan would suddenly dodge to the side, as if he had eyes on his back, and his attack naturally landed on his own little brother. Taking advantage of the bald uncle's moment of confusion, Su Jingyan threw a punch at his stomach. The bald uncle quickly blocked with his arm, and Su Jingyan wasn't surprised. He seized his hand and executed a shoulder throw, then pounded the bald uncle's down body with 2 punches. The bald uncle seemed to see stars spinning above his head. A few minutes later, all 6 were on the ground. Su Ge stood on the bald uncle's arm, holding a brick aimed at his head, and fiercely asked, "Where did you take that boy?" The bald uncle never expected to fall into the hands of a group of young people one day, but luckily, he still had a hostage. Su Ge smashed the brick next to the bald uncle's head, sending brick fragments flying into his face. "If you don't talk, I'll make sure you don't see the sun again." "Su Ge, didn't you say you were done with killing?" Su Ziyue seemed frightened, shrinking her neck and cautiously speaking from behind Su Jingyan. "Yeah, what if the police find out like before?" Gao Qingwen quickly thought of her lines. "Su Ge, what's that?" Women are so timid. It's not like before now. The apocalypse is here, and dying in these little paths and alleys isn't anything unusual. The police don't have time to catch me now." The bald uncle initially thought this group of young people wouldn't dare to be ruthless with him, and most just threatening him, so he spoke confidently. He didn't expect that one of them had seen blood. Seeing Su Ge pick up another brick, the bald uncle hurriedly said, "Big brother, please be merciful. It's my fault for not recognizing the great mountain. I'll take you to find that little brother right now." You better not have any crooked thoughts, otherwise I guarantee that before we have an accident, your head will be the first to go." Su Ge intimidated the bald uncle once more, seeing him nodding in fear, repeatedly saying he wouldn't dare. Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen quietly exchanged a high five where the bald uncle couldn't see. The bald uncle propped himself up against the wall and got up, while Su Ge stood up with the brick, glaring at the bald uncle's head. Chapter 60. Lack of common sense. The bald uncle, under the threat of a brick to his head, didn't dare to act rashly. He limped and turned them around a few corners, and Su Ziyue and the others finally saw a few buildings ahead. As for those little brothers, they initially wanted to find a rope to tie them up, but after searching around and not finding one, they settled for stripping them of their clothes to use as ropes to bind their hands and feet. Su Jingyan told them to stop, and a few of them observed for a few minutes, discovering that there were quite a few people moving inside. Su Ge tugged at the bald uncle's collar and asked, "How many people are inside? Don't think about being clever, or else your head will roll." The bald uncle replied, "I dare not. We have a total of 16 people. Subtracting the few of us who have come out, there are 10 left inside." Su Ge menacingly raised a brick at the bald uncle and said, "There's more. Each building has a cellar, and the middle one is temporarily used to store the men or women we've kidnapped. Your friends are right there, while the other cellars hold supplies, and the keys are kept by Lin Lao. What about weapons?" The bald uncle grimaced. "We don't have any proper weapons. Just sticks and the like picked up from the roadside. The sharpest might be a kitchen knife. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go." After confirming that the bald uncle's value had been completely drained, Su Jingyan knocked him unconscious with a chop and dragged him to the corner to tie him up. Su Jingyan briefly explained that their personas for this mission were naive and foolish college students, then swaggered over with Su Ziyue and the others. Before they got close, someone came out from the building on the left, a woman in an apron. She stopped them and asked, Hey, stop. Where did you come from? What are you doing here?" Su Ziyue caught Su Jingyan's gaze and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "We were brought here by a bald uncle, who had to leave for something and told us there would be someone to receive us." She didn't know what excuse the bald uncle used. and adhering to the principle that the more one says, the more mistakes one makes. She didn't ask further and led Su Ziyue and the others into the house with a warm smile. You came to the right place. Our place is great. The benefits here are better than that lousy base. Aunt Tian. You must be tired from the journey. Wait here a moment while I get you some water. Aunt Tian invited them to sit down and went into the kitchen to pour a few cups of water with some additives and brought them out to serve. The group thanked her, but they had no intention of drinking immediately. Aunt Tian, do you live here alone? Su Ziyue picked up a cup, then put down and asked. Aunt Tian saw the girl was about to drink, but before her joy could rise, she saw her put down. Oh, I see. After Su Ziyue asked her question, she picked up the cup to drink, and Aunt Tian looked at her expectantly. But the next second, Su Jing'an spoke up. Aunt Tian, what do you usually eat? It can't be just steam buns like at the base, right? The bald uncle told us the food here is great. Otherwise, we would have walked so far in this heat. Su Ziyue seemed to care about this issue as well, and she put the cup back down again. Aunt Tian had never been on a roller coaster, but today her heart experienced a roller coaster of emotions, going up and down. Aunt Tian felt a bit impatient, thinking to herself, wasn't it said that water resources were scarce? Why aren't these little brats in front of them eager to drink after walking for so long when the water is right there? Seeing Aunt Tian silent, everyone's gaze fell on her, as if they were very concerned about the issue. Aunt Tian had to suppress her inner anxiety and, with a hint of pride in her tone, said with a smile, how could it be? We eat white rice and braised pork here. After all, if you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to work, right? Aunt Tian was not surprised to see the young people in front of her light up when they heard there was food and meat. Aunt Tian, we didn't eat lunch, you see. Aunt Tian seemed not to expect these young people to be so thick-skinned, wanting to eat as soon as they stepped in without even sitting down. But to keep the fat sheep stable, she could only grit her teeth and agree. With so many interruptions, Aunt Tian also forgot to make sure they drank the flavored water. Aunt Tian went out to cook for them and called over 2 men to entertain them before leaving. The 2 men appeared honest and simple, but the greed that was not well concealed in their eyes revealed their true nature. Brothers, can you take us around the area? Since we'll be living here for a long time, we want to get familiar with it. Gao Qingwen asked tentatively. It's very hot outside now. We'll take you after dinner. One of the men replied somewhat dismissively. We're not afraid of the heat. Aunt Tian just said you could take us to look around. You're not new here and don't know the way, are you? Forget it. We'll go find Aunt Tian. I think I just saw her go that way. Su Ziyue's mouth was like a machine gun, not giving the 2 men a chance to interject. After speaking, she beckoned her friends to get up. Seeing this group about to find Aunt Tian, they hurriedly blocked their way. What if Aunt Tian was preparing the drug and they saw it? No need to look for her. We'll take you to look around. The men complained in their hearts about how today, as young people, didn't know how to read the room, taking the polite words of newcomers seriously. However, thinking about how Aunt Tian told them this group had no cleverness and was tricked by the bald uncle in just 2 or 3 sentences, it wasn't too surprising. It's good to be naive. Naive people are easy to deceive. Chapter 61. Reverse tying. Sure. The 2 men Aunt Tian called to look after them were Damatzi, who had pockmarked skin, and Tian Pongzi, who was as round as a ball, and also Aunt Tian's son. Su Ziyue and her group were led around by Damatzi and Tian Pongzi. The places we just walked to are all our territory. Then where do we live? Su Ziyue raised her hand to ask. Damatzi and Tian Pongzi exchanged glances, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes when they noticed Su Ziyue raising her hand like a naive student. What do you want then? The 2 replied with some impatience. If it weren't to keep an eye on them, Damatzi and Tian Pongzi would have already gone to enjoy themselves at the pleasure house. Why would they want to accompany these young kids in such hot weather? However, these seemingly student-like eyes were simple-minded, but they were not bad-looking, especially the 2 girls. They looked fresh and clean, not comparable to the withered flowers and fallen willows from the pleasure house. Unfortunately, good goods are usually first tasted by the boss or given to important figures to build connections, and only after being tired of them might they be passed on to them. They heard that recently the boss had connected with an organization involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking, and these days he was scouring for good goods to offer. These 2 were likely to be used by the boss to do favors, so for now, they could only enjoy the view without daring to touch. Su Jingyan calmly blocked their disgusting gazes and pointed to the middle house. There's no one there. Let us go rest in that room. Whether it was a coincidence or if they knew something, why did they point to that room? After considering the various behaviors of the group since they arrived, Tianpongzi and Amatzi ultimately judged it to be a coincidence. They thought that given the naive and clueless appearance of these few people, they couldn't possibly be here to gather intelligence. Surely they would send a few smarter ones. Just then, Aunt Tian had finished cooking and called them to eat. After thinking it over, Tianpongzi and Amatzi agreed. Anyway, once they ate and passed out, they would be taken to the cellar. So it would save them the effort of moving them if they just collapsed in that room. Su Yangwei and the other three walked out with the food under Aunt Tian's gaze and went to the middle room. Aunt Tian and the other two followed them, seemingly waiting for them to finish eating before leaving. Su Yue picked up a piece of meat and then put it down, as if she wasn't used to being watched while eating. Aunt Tian, we will clean the bowls and wash the dishes after we finish eating. You don't need to wait here. It's hard for me to eat with you looking at us like this. Aunt Tian's expression darkened a bit. What did it mean that she couldn't eat while being watched? Was she some dirty thing? Yes, you guys should hurry and eat. No need to entertain us. Soon we will be a family, so there's no need to be so formal. Gao Qingwen, familiar with Aunt Tian, took her arm, trying to lead her outside. The three of them couldn't leave. They were originally waiting here to tie up these fat sheep when a medicine took effect. You youngsters don't need to wash dishes. Don't take away my job, as Aunt Tian. Everyone else had eaten and gone to sleep. Otherwise, they would definitely come over to meet the newcomers. Right now, it was just you few kids who hadn't eaten. Aunt Tian pulled her arm away and pushed Gao Qingwen to sit in a chair. They've all gone to sleep. We made such a noise just now. Did we wake them? Gao Qingwen asked a bit shyly. How could that be? Don't look at how old these houses are. They actually have good soundproofing. Once the door is closed, you can hardly hear any outside noise, and you can't hear any noise from outside either. Really? Looking at the mottled walls, disbelief appeared on their faces. TSK, you don't believe it? I'll shout outside, and you listen to see if you can hear me. Without heeding his mother's warning, the fat guy walked outside and closed the door. Su Yue and Su Jingyan got up, pretending to be curious, and leaned against the door crack, then exclaimed, I really can't hear the noise outside. Is Brother Tian shouting? Su Jingyan opened the door, and the fat guy's loud voice came into everyone's ears. Seeing their surprised and admiring looks, the fat guy's vanity was satisfied. He walked in, smiling proudly. Now you believe it, right? We believe it. Now we can finally rest assured. Su Jingyan closed the door. But the big guy felt something was off about his words and was about to ask when he saw the expressions of the few people in front of him change. They didn't even have time to react before they were taken down. The rope that was originally prepared to tie up Su Yue and the others was used on themselves. Suga looked around at their faces, and based on experience and intuition, he finally focused his gaze on the fat guy. Tell me, where's the boy you captured today? Suga tightened his grip on the fat guy's arm, his fingers pressing in. The fat guy felt the pain and quickly begged for mercy. I don't know any boy. The confusion on the fat guy's face didn't seem fake. Suga then shifted his gaze to Aunt Tian. He took out a dagger and pressed it against the fat guy's neck. You don't know? You should know. If you don't know either, useless people like you usually get sent to meet the king of hell. Aunt Tian, you better think clearly. If you ruin the boss's business, we won't be able to escape either. The big guy saw that Aunt Tian seemed to be wavering and quickly spoke up to dissuade her. I can make it so you can't escape right now. Suga knocked out the big guy who was trying to interfere with the hilt of the dagger and then pointed the cold blade at the fat guy's neck. Aunt Tian looked in horror at the dagger pressed against her son's neck and hurriedly spoke up. That boy was taken out by the boss. I don't know where they took him. Heroes, we are being forced to. If we don't listen to him, we will be beaten to death. What are you doing? Stop. Don't hurt my son. Aunt Tian wanted to argue a few more words, but saw the dagger pressed harder against the fat guy's neck. Blood immediately oozing out. It seems your mother doesn't care much about you. You're about to be killed, and you still want to tell the truth. You could have lived, but too bad your mother wanted to save you. Suga looked at the fat guy with a smile, somewhat regretfully. Chapter 62. Saving a person, Mom. Mom, hurry and tell them. I don't want to die. The fat guy cried out hoarsely. Seeing they were serious and hearing that the bald guy was already dead, Aunt Tian's heart dropped cold. She nodded vigorously. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Just put the knife down. Sugu moved the dagger a bit away and signaled her to look at Su Ziyue and the others who were searching for the cellar entrance inside the room. If they find the entrance first, you 1T have a chance to speak. Whether you can live depends on how fast you can talk. The entrance is in the storage room. It's that small room without windows. If you move the clutter pile there, you'll see a wooden door. That's the cellar entrance, and the boy is inside. Aunt Tian quickly finished speaking, fearing that if she delayed, Su Ziyue and the others would find the cellar entrance, and she and her son would have no chance of survival. Su Jingyan stood by the window, slightly lifting the curtain to look outside, to prevent someone from suddenly coming and them not knowing. Sugu, I'll keep watch here. You go down and take a look. Don't let Xiao Yu and the others go down, and don't say you're here to save people. Just bring Zishu up. There should be more than just Zishu in the cellar. Su Jingyan was worried that if the people inside saw someone coming to save them and started begging and making a fuss, Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen would soften. Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen also followed after hearing this, and the three of them moved the clutter stacked in the corner. Under the clutter, there was indeed a wooden door, just as Aunt Tian had said, but it was locked. Sugu took a hard object and violently smashed the lock open. Perhaps due to confidence in the cellar's concealment, the lock used to secure the cellar door was clearly quite old. Otherwise, Sugu wouldn't have been able to break it open so quickly. Sugu let Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen stay above to assist while he slowly went down the stairs. The cellar had no lights. Walking from the bright area to the dark area, Sugu closed his eyes for a moment, before his eyes could adapt to the dim light. He smelled a lot of unpleasant mixed odors. Among them, the most obvious was the smell of blood. Sugu took out a flashlight and quickened his pace down the stairs. After standing firm on the ground, he shone the flashlight around. There were at least 20 people being held in the cellar, all tied up with ropes, looking at Sugu in fear. Sugu ignored their gazes, searching around until he found Zhao Zishu, who was leaning against the corner with his eyes closed. Zhao Zishu had a wound on his forehead, and because it hadn't been stopped in time, blood was still seeping out little by little. Sugu hurried over in 3 steps, first checking Zhao Zishu's breath to confirm he was still alive, which finally eased his worried heart. Then he quickly pulled one of Zhao Zishu's arms over his shoulder, helping him to his feet to head for the stairs. Some people realized Sugu was not with the ball guys group. Although they were tied up and restricted in movement, their mouths were not sealed. Are you here to save people? Can you also help me? I just need you to untie the ropes. Someone spoke up, and the others looked at Sugu, a spark of hope igniting in their hearts. Please, save us. Just help us untie the ropes. Please. Sugu did not stop his steps because of their words. Zhao Zishu's injury needed to be treated quickly, and he didn't have time to stay there. Someone will come to save you soon. Leaving this sentence behind, Sugu and Zhao Zishu's figures disappeared from the crowd's sight. Is what he said true? Someone is coming to save us? Why doesn't he just help us untie the ropes? Then we could run out ourselves. He said it's so fast. Who knows when it will be? Yeah, what if he S-lined to us? But it seemed there was no other way now. All right, he wasn't obligated to save us. Just passing on a message is good enough. At least now we have hope, right? Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen were anxiously waiting at the entrance when they soon saw Sugu helping the unconscious Zhao Zishu approach. Upon seeing the injury on Zhao Zishu's forehead, Su Ziyue quickly reached into her small bag to take out a handkerchief and some gauze from her space. She first carefully wiped the blood off his forehead with the handkerchief, then pressed the gauze onto the wound and wrapped it. Time was of the essence, so she could only handle it this simply for now. Hurry up, Sugu urged as he helped Zhao Zishu after Su Ziyue finished. Su Jingyan, who was guarding by the window, saw them come out, pulled the curtains shut, walked up to Su Ziyue, and motioned for the others to follow him inside, quickly explaining, "Someone is coming out of the house towards this side. I just saw that this house has a back door, and it's not far from our car." Just as they stepped out the back door, someone opened the door to enter the house, and, upon seeing Aunt Tian and the others who were knocked out, hurriedly ran out shouting, "Something's wrong." Just then, 3 people came out of the house, and the man led them to the middle room. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car starting, and by the time they chased to the back door, Sugu had already driven off, leaving them with a cloud of exhaust. At the entrance of the base, aside from the driver Su Ge, the others felt a bit dazed and took a while to recover before quickly lifting Zhao Zishu out of the car. Su Ziyue handed Su Ge the points card marked with the Ling family emblem and said, "Su Ge, explain this to them and hurry to take them down." Okay. In the medical area, Wu Xuanyu had just finished treating a patient when he saw Su Jingyan running in with someone on his back, followed closely by Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen. He walked over and saw Zhao Zishu, who had been placed on a hospital bed, looking pale with a bandage wrapped around his forehead. What happened? Weren't you supposed to be out searching for supplies? Don't mention it. We had just secured our supplies and were about to leave when we realized that Zhao Zishu and the car had vanished. And then we ran into a group of people. If it weren't for our vigilance and the fact that they were all showy fighters, we would have been wiped out. When we found Zhao Zishu in the thieves' den, he was already unconscious. Seeing the doctor treating Zhao Zishu's wound, Su Ziyue explained to Wu Xuanyu. Hiss! Zhao Zishu finally woke up, seeing the dim yellow light above him, feeling a bit disoriented. Is this heaven? Su Jingyan and the others didn't find him. So can he see Qi? Zhao Zishu, you're finally awake. Gao Qingwen's voice pulled him back from his daze. Looking around, he realized this should be the medical area of the base. Zhao Zishu's wailing gradually faded under Su Jingyan's raised hand. This is outrageous. He's already in such bad shape. What's wrong with complaining a bit? He even wants to hit me. Stopping Zhao Zishu's wailing, Su Jingyan motioned for the doctor, who was unsure of what to do because of Zhao Zishu's commotion, to come forward and check. After asking a few questions, the doctor saw that Zhao Zishu had no symptoms like nausea or dizziness and said, "This gentleman has no serious issues. He should pay attention to the wound over the next few days to prevent inflammation, change the dressing on time, and it's best to rest in the base for a few days until the wound heals before going out." Su Jingyan thanked him and followed the doctor to pay the medical fee. Now tell me, how did you get captured? When it came to this topic, Zhao Zishu's face filled with anger. I was waiting in the car with the doors and windows closed, and not long after you went in, a bald man came over with a few people, carrying an unconscious person, saying that his brother had an emergency and needed to hitch a ride to the base medical area for treatment. And then you opened the door? Gao Qingwen interjected. Am I that stupid? Zhao Zishu rolled his eyes. Even before the apocalypse, I wouldn't have opened the door easily. After all, who knows if what they said is true? In such desolate times, being alone, I wouldn't dare gamble my luck. I intended to ignore them, but when they saw I wouldn't open the door, they pulled out knives and hammers hidden under their clothes, trying to smash the car windows and puncture the tires. That was it. I hurriedly started the car to leave, but they pushed someone in front of my car. As a decent young man, I couldn't just run someone over, so I slammed on the brakes. In just that moment, those people rushed up, smashed the glass, and hit me with a brick. I thought I was done for. Later, I vaguely felt someone feeding me water, and then I knew nothing until I opened my eyes here. You should have driven away as soon as you saw them. I was worried that if I drove away, they would focus on you guys. At least I could drive away any time from the car. Who knew they would be so unscrupulous? Even if you didn't drive away, they had already set their sights on us. After you were captured, that group still wanted to use you as an excuse to lure us over. What happened next? The bald guy's group couldn't handle us, and Su Ge has now taken people to raid their hideout, but I don't know if they will run away. At that time, we were worried about Zhao Zishu's injury, and we didn't know if there were really 10 of them, as the bald guy said. So we couldn't think too much. All right, we'll let you know once there's a result. Just focus on resting and recovering your health. Enjoying the treatment of a patient, Zhao Zishu felt incredibly pleased. The food Su Jingyan prepared was delicious. Su Ge, with the points card given by Su Ziyue, successfully met with the head of the guard team. Upon hearing that there was an organization outside robbing supplies and kidnapping people, the head immediately dispatched an elite team to go with Su Ge to the bald guy's hideout. Realizing they had brought help to settle the score, they hurriedly loaded the supplies and scrambled to escape. The head of the guard wouldn't let them slip away under his nose. With a command, all guns were raised and aimed at them. One car attempted to gamble that they were just scaring them and wouldn't actually shoot, wanted to quickly drive away before they reacted. His actions froze after a gunshot rang out, and under the furious shouts of the head, he raised his hands or crouched down covering his head. The head immediately sent someone to take the car keys and tied up that group of people. These people truly have the face of a human, but the heart of a beast. Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen, however, did not pay attention to his words, their eyes sparkling as they looked at the several shopping carts in the car. Sorry, Su Ge, please continue. I promise to listen attentively. Su Ziyue was in a good mood, actively admitting her mistake under the eager gaze of the great contributor Su Ge, who had no one to listen to him. Gao Qingwen nodded in agreement, putting on an attentive posture. The bald guy and his group used to be involved in human trafficking, and after the apocalypse, they became even more unscrupulous. The women they captured were locked up in a brothel-like room for their amusement. The men. Su Ge paused, a look of disgust appearing on his face. The men were locked in a cellar, used as bait to lure passers-by or as food storage. They hardly provided food for them, fearing they would lose weight and be less meaty. Generally, they wouldn't last more than 3 days before being disposed of. Su Ge couldn't bring himself to say the word slaughter. He didn't treat people as humans, but he didn't want to either, thinking for a moment he used disposed of instead. Treating fellow humans as food, is that still human? Just thinking about such scenes made Su Ziyue feel nauseous, and she quickly controlled her thoughts. No longer want to think about it. This is truly inhumane. What does the government plan to do with them? They can't just not sentence them to death, right? The captain said there would be results in a few days at the latest, and they will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. Su Ji's face was filled with righteous indignation as he clenched his fists all the way, restraining himself from beating up that group of scum. Chapter 64. The end point 3 days later. Not far from the base, the government cleared a piece of land, set up a platform, and the guard team formed a circle around it. Mayor Wang took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. A group of soldiers in military uniforms escorted a group of people up, including the bald man and his subordinates who were arrested a few days ago from the human trafficker's lair. Before the end of the world, Sun and others sought illegal profits, roaming in cities like Haishur and Jingshur, selecting suitable women and children for trafficking, and after successfully abducting them, they looked for buyers to profit, having trafficked a total of 15 children and 10 women. Mayor Yu read out their crimes, and behind every sentence and every crime was a shattered family they had caused. For these individuals, according to our country's laws, the death penalty is imposed. Due to the special circumstances, we cannot waste extra resources and manpower on them. I declare that the execution will be carried out immediately. After several gunshots, the bald man and others were executed according to the law. The crowd below fell silent for a moment after the gunshots, then erupted into thunderous applause. Well done. Murderers like these should be shot dead. Mayor Wang is decisive. We hope the base will get better and better under Mayor Wang's leadership. Mayor Wang smiled at the crowd below, and as they noticed he did not step down, they began to quiet down. Mayor Wang then continued to speak into the microphone, announcing that the technicians at the Science and Technology Institute had developed an intelligent terminal that can communicate. The terminal can accumulate and consume points, and to facilitate carrying, the Science and Technology Institute has made it in the form of a watch that can be worn on a wrist. The charging method is solar-powered. As long as there is sunlight, there is no need to worry about charging. Today, we are releasing 10 slots, requiring only 5 points, and the price will not change in the future. We have a dedicated after-sales department. If there are any issues during use, feel free to consult us. For those who didn't get it today, don't worry. We will speed up mass production, and if all goes well, we will launch a large quantity within a week, so please be patient. After Mayor Wang finished speaking, he left under the escort of the guard team, leaving behind a flurry of discussions in the audience. Really? Stop joking. If you want to know, just go buy it. It's only 5 points. And today there are only 10 slots. The earlier you buy, the earlier you enjoy it. If you go late, it will be gone. Hurry up. Others also reacted, no longer discussing in place, and hurried to the place where Mayor Wang mentioned the sale of the intelligent terminal. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue walked slowly at the end of the crowd, feeling out of place among the hurried people. Su Ziyue is a key focus and protection target of Mayor Wang, and he has dealt with Su Ziyue's old father, the head of the Su family. He does not believe that Old Fox has been secretly dealt with by the Yang family, as people outside say. Even if he really fell, He would definitely leave a way out for his precious daughter. So long before the intelligent terminal was developed, he had sent her two as a favor. The two have not made a big deal about it, and usually keep them in their pockets. Moreover, they know that this intelligent terminal is bound to their own terminal. ID number, appearance, and name. If there's a criminal record after the apocalypse, it will be permanently bound to their account and cannot be erased for life. Based on their crimes, there will be restrictions on redeeming supplies or grabbing rare materials. Mayor Wong said that Jingshi and several other cities have already begun to popularize intelligent terminals, and soon, communication between cities will be established. In Jingshi, Major General Zhao threw a book, hitting the person reporting on the forehead. A group of useless people. After searching for so long, not only have we not found any clues about the mastermind behind the scenes, but we have also continuously lost 3 warehouses to those crafty citizens. Are the guns in your hands just for show? Major General, we also don't know how those crafty citizens found out the location of the warehouses. They seem to know the positions of the guards as well, knocking them out before each operation. The reporter said with a bitter face, seeing Major General Zhao's displeased expression. He added, according to the rules, the location of the warehouses and the distribution of guards are confidential. Could it be that there are spies among us? Major General Zhao pondered for a moment and felt that this possibility could not be ruled out. He slammed the table. Investigate this matter for me. If it turns out that there are traitors among my subordinates, kill them on the spot. Don't leave any survivors. Let us see if we can find out who is behind those crafty citizens. I don't believe they could plan so many things by themselves. It is likely that someone is pointing them from behind. Yes, just as the subordinates were about to leave, Major General Zhao called them back. What is Zhixing doing lately? The young master has been staying at home a lot and rarely goes out. Major General Zhao frowned. Recalling the earlier incident when Zhao Zhixing suggested distributing basic supplies to those crafty citizens, even daring to confront him about it, feeling a headache as he pinched the bridge of his nose. This child doesn't know if he takes after his mother with a kind heart. Unable to bear the suffering of the world, maybe he is still sulking at me. As long as he doesn't drag me down, let him do as he pleases. The young master is intelligent and will one day understand your hardships, Major General. His subordinate consoled. Let us hope so. Major General Zhao only has one son. When he gets old, this huge family business will have to be handed over to Zhao Zhixing. What movements are there from the Yang family? The Yang family had previously sent more personnel to search for the whereabouts of the old fox from the Su family, but there has been no good news. Recently, it is said that they have changed targets and are going to Haishur to find the old fox's youngest daughter, Su Ziyue, planning to kidnap her to force the old fox to appear. The Yang family really hates the Su family to the bone. Let them fight out. We just need to sit back and watch the show, reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Major General Zhao is wise. In the Yang family, mother, I don't like Miss Zhao. In a villa, a man stood up and yelled at the noblewoman on the sofa. Xinyu, you must understand, in the Yang family, whether you like it or not is not important. What matters is whether she can bring benefits to our family. The noblewoman, Madame Yang, ignored Xinyu's anger, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, Mother, I don't understand. When I was young, you clearly said that you had no choice but to marry into the Yang family for benefits. But now you said I only need to choose what I like. Why has that changed? Xinyu looked at Madame Yang in confusion. At that time, I didn't think it through. Madame Yang seemed to think of something. Her expression twisted for a moment, but quickly returned to her elegance and composure. Also, Su Ziki is already dead. Don't think about her anymore. Chapter 65. The young lady has awoken. If it weren't for Chun Yu's constant gaze, he would have suspected he saw it wrong. He couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with that sentence. Why did his mother react so strongly? And how did she know he liked Su Ziki? Chun Yu, you must know that Major General Zhao does not fully trust your father right now. But as long as you marry Miss Zhao, our cooperative relationship can be tightly bound together. Madame Yang saw that Chun Yu's expression did not change and secretly cursed in her heart. On the surface, she remained calm and continued. Chun Yu, if our Yang family falls, it doesn't matter for your father and me, but your sister is still young. She has always been weak and cannot withstand turmoil. Chun Yu certainly cares for his little sister, but he still cannot understand his mother's actions. and he does not agree with his father's decision to side with Major General Zhao at that time. Mother, can't you see? The outside world is in chaos now, and Major General Zhao has lost the people's support. Our Yang family can still withdraw from the conflict between Major General Zhao and General Sunday Naive. At this point, do you think we can withdraw just because we want to? Cutting off the tail to survive is not a bad idea, Chinyu said calmly. But the angry Madame Yang could not take it in at all, and Chinyu felt somewhat exhausted. Just then, he received a message on his terminal. Young master, Dr. Chun said the young lady has woken up. Yang Chinyu's face immediately showed a look of surprise and excitement. I'll go over now. He grabbed the coat from the sofa and turned to leave, completely ignoring Yang Foreign's frantic calls from behind. After going out to collect a bunch of board games that day, Su Ziyue rented 2 rooms from the government. When it came to rent, Mayor Wang said the rooms were sitting idle anyway, and since they had made contributions to combating crime gangs, he wouldn't charge a rent. He also mentioned that he would have the security team patrol there more often to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Speaking of this, Su Ziyue, who had been half asleep listening to Mayor Wang's emotional appeal, suddenly felt wide awake. Since my friends also participated in combating crime gangs, should they be rewarded as well? Mayor Wang's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. The smile that had faded from Mayor Wang's face shifted to Su Ziyue's, and she beamed. Thank you. My dear Wang. The heavily bleeding Mayor Wang couldn't continue with the emotional appeal, fearing that if he stayed longer, he would be butchered again. So he hurriedly wrapped up and left. To be fair, Mayor Wang's actions were quite swift. Not long after he left, someone came to find Su Ziyue to invite her to see the 2 rooms she rented. In stark contrast to the heartbroken Mayor Wang, Su Ziyue hummed a song while inspecting the 2 rooms. The rooms were spacious and very clean, with dirt yellow walls, resembling an unfinished shell of a house. Since Mayor Wang said he would have the security team patrol more often, Su Ziyue decided not to continue living in a crowded place. She thought of sharing one room with Su Jingyan and using the other to open a shop. Tomorrow, she would look for plain-colored wall coverings. The dirt yellow walls were still somewhat unsightly, and Su Ziyue, who valued aesthetics and beauty, thought this way. Given the conditions, she didn't want to compromise her eyes. Su Ziyue shared her thoughts with Su Jingyan all at once. Seeing the sparkle in Su Ziyue's eyes, Su Jingyan rubbed her head. Little you, just do what you want to do. That night, Su Ziyue excitedly rolled around in Su Jingyan's arms. Su Jingyan pressed her down, speaking in a low voice. Little you, aren't you going to sleep? Su Ziyue raised her little face and smiled. I can't sleep. I'm so happy. After moving tomorrow or the day after, I can drink milk tea and eat hot pot. Finally, I can have my own independent space. Living in a crowd, she didn't dare to take out some of her familiar snacks to eat. Fortunately, she had some snacks like spicy strips, duck necks, and chicken feet that she had collected earlier to satisfy her cravings. However, the smell was a bit strong, and some kids would always catch a whiff. And as soon as she opened the door, she would see several pairs of eager eyes looking at her. Some parents even had the audacity to ask Su Ziyue to share some snacks with their children as an older sister. Su Ziyue completely ignored them, and when they started to speak in a sarcastic tone, she took out earplugs from her pocket and put them in her ears right in front of them, then pulled out a pack of spicy strips to eat. While eating, she provocatively looked at them, saying, I can't hear you. It makes you crave. Su Ziyue's provocative behavior naturally attracted some petty thieves. When they went out, some children tried to sneak in to steal snacks, but couldn't open Su Ziyue's little wooden house and were caught on the spot. Su Ziyue reported it directly to the security team, who came over to warn and educate the child's parents and the child, stating that if they committed the offense again, it wouldn't just be a verbal warning. However, that family didn't take it seriously, while the child couldn't get into Su Ziyue's house. The houses of Gao Wen and Zhao Zishu next to her were only separated by cloth. The ones left behind, Gao Qingwen and Su Ge, were distracted by another little girl, allowing the child to sneak in and take 2 bags of instant noodles and 3 buns from Zhao Zishu. The boy had been lingering in front of their room the whole time. Zhao Zishu reported it to the security team, and coincidentally, the same captain from last time came to handle it. The boy's parents initially refused to admit it, and Su Ziyue gave a candy to the little girl who had distracted Gao Qingwen and Su Ge. The little girl was unhappy because she didn't receive the promised reward from the boy, so she turned on him. She revealed that the boy had told her to attract the attention of the older brothers and sisters while he sneaked into their room to steal snacks. And if he succeeded, he would share half of it with her. Now, the security team stated that if the boy's parents didn't hand over the snacks, they would have to search the place. But that wasn't what hurt them the most. When the security team stated that their future point exchange rate would be 11-1, meaning they would have to earn 10 more points than others to exchange for supplies, it blew up. They shouted, loudly asking why, and argued that the child was still young and didn't understand. But their endless bickering couldn't make the security team withdraw their punishment. The security team also told the onlookers that this was a new rule from the base. If a relative at home disturbed the order of the base, the first time would be a verbal warning, the second time would lower the point exchange rate, and the third time. The captain of the security team smiled with righteousness. I believe you wouldn't want to know. He also indicated that this punishment would be bound to their terminal, and even if they changed bases, it couldn't be erased. Thinking of this, Su Ziyue felt a sense of satisfaction and rolled around for another 2 times. Su Jingyan finally couldn't help but pressed Su Ziyue in his arms and kissed her until she felt a bit of pain in her mouth before letting her go. Looking at her with a warning, sleep well, don't move around. Chapter 66. Changes in space. Su Ziyue blinked her eyes, feeling Su Jingyan's spirit somewhere, obediently nodded, closed her eyes, and intentionally made a few small snoring sounds to indicate that she was already asleep. Such a coward. It's hot. If I cover up, I won't get hugs. Su Ziyue was already hot lying next to Su Jingyan, this big furnace, and he even covered her with a blanket. She pulled off the blanket that was on her and muttered unhappily. Su Ziyue woke up very early the next day, or more accurately, woke up from the heat. Su Jingyan was still asleep, his cold and handsome eyes closed, but his arm firmly held her in his embrace. Su Ziyue thought for a moment, tentatively moved a bit, but found she couldn't break free. All right, I'll just lie down. Su Ziyue projected her consciousness into the space to see what breakfast she would have today, only to find that the space seemed to have expanded a bit again. Su Ziyue's consciousness wandered around the space, trying to brainstorm, but ultimately couldn't come up with any reasoning. So she gave up. Forget it. As long as it hasn't shrunk, she'll pay more attention in the future. As for now, she should let her brain rest. Little you. While Su Ziyue's consciousness was wandering in the space, she felt a kiss on her forehead. Jingyan, you're awake. Let me go. Su Ziyue immediately pushed away the arm around her waist and piled all the blankets that had trapped her onto Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan, who had just woken up and was preparing to kiss his girlfriend, had his head covered by Su Ziyue's blanket, and everything went dark. Su Jingyan pulled off the blanket from his head and looked at Su Ziyue's flushed face. At this moment, he didn't dare to think it was shyness. Little Yu was mostly hot, and a part of her was angry with him. Su Jingyan touched his nose sheepishly, honestly went to coax his girlfriend, and promised that he would never again assume she was cold. Su Ziyue reluctantly calmed down, mainly because whenever Su Jingyan saw her not speaking, he would kiss her, asking a question and kissing again. This was basically a reward for him. Pushing away the sticky Su Jingyan, 2 bottles of milk, a steamer of dumplings, and 2 bowls of noodles appear beside them. These were made by Su Jingyan while there was no water or electricity for a few days. He had basically not stopped during that time and had been in the kitchen fiddling with various foods. After finishing breakfast, Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue went out to look for the things they needed for their move, watching her points gradually decrease without any increase. Su Ziyue was not worried at all. Once her shop opened, she would soon have points coming in. She found a store specialized in renovations on the map, where she picked out some linen-colored wall fabric. After taking enough wall fabric, Su Ziyue went to the furniture city and selected 3 sets of identical tables and chairs to put in her space, planning to use them as mahjong tables. Thinking about the several sets of tabletop game cards she had, and estimating the size of the room, Su Ziyue also took 2 smaller sets and a set of porcelain white tables and chairs that she intended to use for herself. Finally, she settled for a smaller table to serve as a cash register, making do with it. All right, she also needed a bed. She didn't want to sleep on the floor anymore, even with a mattress. Being so close to the floor still made her feel like she was sleeping on the ground. However, due to space limitations, she had to compromise and chose a full-length mirror instead. After selecting the furniture for the room, Suzy wandered around the furniture city again, collecting all the items she liked to save for future moving. Suzy suddenly noticed something was off. Didn't she just managed to collect that cabinet without touching it? Previously, she had to touch things to collect them into her space. Suzy took the cabinet out, stepped back about 2 steps to stand roughly 1 meter away, and mentally recited the command to collect it into her space. The next second, the cabinet disappeared before her eyes. Suzy took the cabinet out again, this time stepping back 2 meters and trying again. But this time, the cabinet remained there unchanged. Suzy moved half a meter closer, and this time, the cabinet was successfully collected into her space. Wow, this space can be upgraded too. But what are the triggering conditions? Suzy shared this discovery with Su Jingyan, who pondered for a moment, having a vague guess in his mind, but not daring to be certain. They couldn't determine the exact conditions for upgrading the space just yet. If there were any new changes, she would let him know. As for now, if they couldn't figure it out, then there was no need to think about it. As long as the space was upgrading in a positive direction, that was enough. All right, after gathering the necessary items, Suzy pulled Su Jingyan to find a room on the 2nd floor, closed the door, and then took out a solar-powered portable generator and a mobile air conditioner from her space to cool the air down. She also set out 2 bowls of fully loaded snail rice noodles, 2 bottles of soda, and side dishes like marinated eggs and duck feet. Jingyan, let us have snail rice noodles for lunch. Suzy looked at Su Jingyan expectantly. At the base, she had never dared to take them out to eat. The smell was simply too strong. Now that they were outside and with no one else around, Suzy could finally eat in peace. Su Jingyan saw the eager look in Suzy's eyes and couldn't refuse. Although he didn't understand what was so delicious about snail rice noodles, he would accompany her because she liked it. After finishing the snail rice noodles, Suzy took out a plate of durian and a pair of disposable gloves. The durian had been frozen in the refrigerator for a while before being put into her space, and now it was taken out, still emitting cold air, perfect for eating in this hot weather. These delicious yet pungent foods were something Suzy could only look at but not eat at the base. And now that she had the chance, she was going to enjoy them to the fullest. Before getting out of the car, Suzy took the furniture she needed from her space and placed it in the trunk, then asked 2 strong men to help carry the items inside in exchange for 2 packs of instant noodles. After moving the furniture into the corresponding rooms, Suzy closed the door and used her space to rearrange the furniture to her desired positions. Chapter 67. The shop opening suddenly. Suzy slapped her forehead. I forgot to put up the wall fabric first. Suzy stored the arranged furniture back in her space, then opened the door to call Su Jingyan. Jingyan, come quickly, I need you. Yes, she didn't know how to paste it. Su Jingyan was fiddling in another room. Upon hearing Suzy's voice, he immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. Xiaoyu, what is wrong? Suzy pointed at the wall fabric, and Su Jingyan smiled knowingly, immediately getting to work. Finally, the wall fabric was pasted up, and the entire room instantly transformed, going from a mud house to a finely decorated room. Well, saying it was a finely decorated room might be an exaggeration, but it was much better than before. Suzy gave Su Jingyan a shoulder massage, tilted her head, and pecked him on the cheek, smiling sweetly. Jingyan, you've worked hard. Take a break. Su Jingyan looked at his little girlfriend's smiling face, received her sweet kiss, and felt all his fatigue vanish. Filled with renewed energy, he went to another room to continue pasting the wall fabric. After sending off the diligent Su Jingyan, Suzy took the furniture out from her space. Looking at the bed with only a mattress, Suzy rummaged through her bedding set and attempted to put on the bed cover. After a moment of surprise, she praised herself. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Having succeeded on her first try, Suzy humbly waved her hand, indicating it was just a small matter. After getting her own room sorted out, Suzy went to the next room. Upon entering, she found the reception area, with 3 sets of tables and chairs neatly arranged. Suzy placed the mahjong sets she had gathered earlier on top, then hung up a somewhat simple sign. After a simple arrangement, Suzy clapped her hands, looked at her results, and nodded in satisfaction, now just waiting for the opening tomorrow. Susie Yue washed up early and went to bed, preparing for a big day ahead. The next day arrived quickly. Susie Yue pressed the horn and played a recorded message in a loop. Happy Mahjong Hall grand opening. Half price for the first 3 days. Only 5 points per person for a whole day of fun. Since the apocalypse, with the power and internet outages, mobile phones had become worthless. The new smart terminal developed by the base also lacked an entertainment mode. Previously, due to the floods, people were busy searching for food to survive, leaving them no time to think about anything else. Now that they had joined the base, as long as one wasn't too lazy, they wouldn't starve. With a bit of effort and a quick mind, they could even have some surplus. Additionally, news had spread that new types of vegetables had been preliminarily cultivated successfully and would soon be sold in limited quantities. Life was gradually stabilizing, and they were no longer as anxious and pressured as before. There was finally hope for the future, now that Su Ziyue's Happy Mahjong Hall was opening. The food situation was relatively sufficient, and the bored people who could only pass the time by sleeping at the base had their eyes shining with excitement. Moreover, the key point was half price. Su Ziyue's Mahjong tables quickly filled up, with each person costing 5 points for people per table and 3 tables for Mahjong, bringing in 60 points. 2 additional tables couldn't fit in the room, so she set them outside. Su Ziyue initially thought of taking them back in if no one played, to avoid taking up space, but unexpectedly, they were filled up shortly after being set out, with some people even running over. One table was for playing poker, bringing in 15 points, and another table was for playing werewolf, bringing in 35 points. On the first day of opening, she earned a total of 110 points, greatly boosting Su Ziyue's mood. Once the tables were full, Su Ziyue put up a fully booked sign. Those who didn't manage to get a seat watched enviously from the side. Some, unwilling to miss out or unable to play all day, teamed up with others to share a table, each paying half the points. As for whether real money was bet on the mahjong tables, Su Ziyue didn't impose any restrictions. She simply put up a sign stating that teams could be formed freely with self-defined rules, and that her shop only provided the venue and entertainment props, taking no responsibility for anything else. With points in her pocket, Su Ziyue wanted to spend them. Unfortunately, Su Jingyan had gone out on errands, and she had to watch the shop, so she could only wait until another day. Su Ziyue rested her head on her hand, idly watching the people play mahjong. "Sister, I'm here." A girl around 16 years old bounced over to Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue handed her a box of Ludo, saying, "Yusin is here, just in time to play with me." "Great, great." The girl clapped her hands happily. This little girl was Gao Yusin, rescued from the bald man's lair. And by coincidence, she was also the sister of Gao Yuhao. Gao Yuhong is usually busy with work, and he is worried about Gao Yusin being home alone. Previously, he always relied on the neighbor aunt to take care of her. But who would have thought that the kind neighbor aunt would deceive Gao Yusin for her own selfish reasons and sell her to the bald man? The purpose is even more absurd to Gao Yuhong. The neighbor aunt wants to match her own daughter with Gao Yuhong, but she considers Gao Yusin a burden. If her daughter is with Gao Yuhong, she would have to share food with Gao Yusin, who can do nothing, which she finds unworthy. When Su Gu and the others rescued her, she had already been there for a day. Fortunately, due to Gao Yusin's fierce resistance, the bald man and his subordinates decided to throw her in the basement for 2 days to starve her, planning to take action once she is too weak. Therefore, apart from being hungry and suffering some minor injuries from fighting with the bald man, Gao Yusin did not suffer any other mental harm. Meanwhile, Gao Yuhong was almost going crazy, taking leave to search for his missing sister at the place the neighbor aunt mentioned, and despite the heat making him feel faint, he still couldn't find his sister. He took his sister to find the neighbor aunt, who shamelessly tried to argue that his sister lied and ran away out of fear of his scolding. Compared to outsiders, Gao Yuhong is more willing to believe his sister. He arrested the neighbor aunt for the crime of trafficking minors and being an accomplice to the bald man. His sister is his Achilles heel, his only family in this world. Regardless of whether the charges against the neighbor aunt are true or not, Gao Yuhong is determined to hold her accountable. Always kind and easy to talk to, Gao Yuhong ignored the neighbor aunt's cries of injustice and the curses she shouted after being locked up for a while. He also disregarded the neighbor aunt's daughter's pleas, threatening the woman who attempted to play the fool that if she didn't leave, he would charge her and her mother with obstruction of justice. You must have worked hard for this job, right? Chapter 68. Sister. Gao Yuhong left a threatening remark. Satisfied to see the woman's panicked and fearful expression and her promise not to disturb them again. After Gao Yuhong heard that Su Ziyue was opening a mahjong parlor, he consulted Su Ziyue's opinion and sent his sister over. 5 points a day, bringing her lunch, allowing his sister to stay with her until he got off work. Su Ziyue didn't mind the points and told Gao Yuhong to just send his sister over, but Gao Yuhong insisted on giving them. After some back and forth, Su Ziyue finally decided that points weren't necessary, as long as the guard team increased patrols around the area to prevent any trouble. With Gao Yusin coming over, it was a perfect opportunity to play Ludo with her, but unfortunately, Su Jingyan wasn't there. Otherwise, the three of them could have played poker together. After a few rounds of Ludo, Su Ziyue lost interest. Boss, business is good, huh? Just as Su Ziyue was thinking about what else they could play, a group of unruly people walked in. Su Ziyue and Gao Yusin put down their Ludo game and looked up at them without saying a word. Oh, the boss is two beautiful ladies. We're here to help you attract some customers. How about giving us a few points? Said the leading man with a grin. Are you blind? Can't you see we're already full? We don't need your help to attract customers. Hurry up and leave, or the guards will come and make you regret it, Gao Yusin said rudely as she saw them shamelessly trying to get points. The little girl has a sharp tongue. We just want to have a good discussion with the boss. After all, you don't want to close down right after opening, do you? Also, the guard just left. They won't be back so soon, so don't think you can stall. As the man spoke, he raised his hand to touch Su Ziyue's face. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Ziyue kicked him out. The customers in the shop had stopped playing as soon as that group entered, watching the situation and preparing to slip away if things went south. At this moment, seeing the man being kicked out, they looked at the delicate Su Ziyue and then at the burly man, mouths agape. Sister Ziyue is awesome. Take them down. Gao Yusin cheered from behind, clapping enthusiastically. Su Ziyue perfectly demonstrated what it means to be fierce and say little. The 5 men came in standing tall and left horizontally. They were eventually dragged away by the guards who arrived. At this time, Su Jingyan, whom Su Ziyue had been thinking about, was in the mayor's office. Mayor Wang smiled at the uninvited Su Jingyan. Jingyan, what brings you here to Uncle Wang? Su Jingyan returned a businesslike smile. It's nothing much. Just that Xiaoye is a bit worried about her father. Uncle Wang should have contacted General Sun, right? Do you have any news about Uncle Su from the capital? What are General Sun's plans after receiving the arms? Mayor Wang looked at the young man before him, who was not much younger than his own son. Yet he didn't dare to regard him with the same gaze he had for his son. He suspected that the several survivor operations in the capital led by Major General Zhao had something to do with this young man. Furthermore, he is the son of the military king. After all, many people have been saved by him in the past, and his mother is also a prominent figure in politics. If it weren't for, alas, the heavens are jealous of talent. Mayor Wang did not underestimate or dismiss the 2 remaining sons of those 2 individuals. Jingyan, I can understand Xiaoye's feelings. The Su family has helped General Sun a lot, and General Sun has been sending people to look for President Su's whereabouts. But unfortunately, there has been no news of him. However, sometimes no news is the best news. Tell Xiaoye to relax and also have faith in President Su. With his abilities, I believe he won't be taken down so easily. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wang. No need to be so polite with me. I held you when you were a baby. If you and Xiaoye encounter any problems at the base that you can't solve, don't hesitate to come find Uncle Wang, okay? Mayor Wang said kindly. All right, I'll take my leave. Wait a minute. Mayor Wang hesitated and called him back. Under Su Jingyan's puzzled gaze, he quickly handed him a box, saying, I know you and Xiaoye are together and living together. Since your parents are not around, let me say a word. In this current world, medical resources are scarce, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. It's tough for adults to live. As Su Jingyan's confusion deepened, Mayor Wang finally got to the point, cough, cough. Just be careful not to cause any fatalities. Even in peacetime, pregnancy and childbirth can be deadly. The current environment is not suitable for having children. It's hard for little ones to survive. After speaking, the red-faced Mayor Wang hurriedly sent Su Jingyan away. Standing outside, Su Jingyan looked at the item in his hand, realizing belatedly that his face was turning red with embarrassment and helplessness. Did he really look like that kind of person? Back at Su Ziyue's cheerful mahjong parlor, Su Ziyue was bored watching the customers play mahjong and cards. Gao Yusin, the treasure girl, had gone off to eat with Gao Yuhong. When she saw Su Jingyan, Su Ziyue's eyes lit up, and she ran over to hug his arm. Silly, did you forget about Su Ge? Su Ge, being quite capable, had applied to be an external staff member of the base's supply team since Su Ziyue opened a shop and had Su Jingyan with her. Whenever Su Ziyue was not at the base, Su Ge would accompany the supply team on missions. All right, Su Ziyue slapped her forehead. Why look for someone else when I have someone right here? But first, she needed to ask Su Ji's opinion. While they were chatting, Gao Yusin bounced in, with 2 bulging pockets filled with something. What are you so happy about? Su Ziyue smiled at the bouncing Gao Yusin. Sister Ziyue, my brother gave out 2 apples today. 1 for me and 1 for you. Gao Yusin took out 2 apples from her pocket and handed 1 to Su Ziyue. Thank you, Yusin, but no need. You can eat it yourself. Gao Yusin pushed the apple over, clasped her hands together, and looked at her eagerly. Su Jingyan, who was watching coldly, squinted his eyes. This little brat knew that Xiaoya was soft-hearted and was deliberately putting on this act. Chapter 69. Shopping. Then I'll thank Captain Gao for your kindness. Xiaoya, didn't you say you had a can of fruit that's about to expire? Su Jingyan took the apple and asked Su Ziyue. Yes. Su Ziyue suddenly realized and took out a can of yellow peaches from her space, stuffing it into Gao Yusin's hands. Yusin, I'm not very fond of this flavor, so please help me finish it. Don't refuse. You just said not to be polite. Gao Yusin had no choice but to accept the can of yellow peaches, making it seem like a trade. Brother, your opponent is a bit strong. It's hard for my sister-in-law to compete. Su Ge, do you have any tasks tomorrow? If not, could you help us watch the mahjong parlor? Of course. Is someone bullying the second miss? Seeing the urgent look in Su Ziyue's eyes, Su Ge asked with concern. Seeing Su Ge misunderstanding, Su Ziyue quickly waved her hands. No, it's just that I was a bit bored watching the shop today, and I wanted to go out for a stroll, but couldn't. Su Ge smiled when he heard this reason, looking at Su Ziyue like an elder watching a playful child. Don't worry about going out. I'll keep an eye on a mahjong parlor and guarantee not a single playing card will go missing. Great. Su Ge, don't worry. I want to make you watch all the time. Once I find someone suitable in the next couple of days, you won't need to keep an eye on the shop anymore. This mahjong parlor was to be opened by Su Ziyue, and she couldn't let it bind Su Ge. But as soon as these words came out, Su Ge became displeased, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Second miss, are you tired of me? Su Ziyue was surprised that Su Ge would think this way. How could that be? I just worry that you'll find it boring watching the shop. Besides, you still need to help me find someone to go to Jing City to look for Dad. Su Ge spoke earnestly. It was President Su who brought me out of the orphanage. Everything I have is given by the Su family. My task and goal are to protect the second miss. As long as it's something the second miss asked me to do, I won't find it boring. As for the candidates, I currently have a few targets, but they still need further evaluation. However, there's no need to keep a constant watch. I can't stay idle. Going to the supply team is also to earn a living for myself, so I don't have to be a burden to the second miss. Second miss, leave the shop watching to me. There is no need to waste resources looking for someone else. Su Ziyue looked at Su Ge, feeling a mix of gratitude and helplessness. Su Ge, you don't have to do this. You grew up in the Su family. You're not just our bodyguard, but also our family. You can go do what you like. You should know the income from my mahjong parlor. You don't need to worry about becoming a burden. You're not a burden. On the contrary, you're my support. Thank you, second miss. I just like helping the second miss watch the shop. Seeing Su Ge say this, Su Ziyue had no choice but to agree to let him watch the shop. All right, then thank you very much, second Mississippi. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan sent off the last table of guests, and just as they finished cleaning the mahjong parlor and were about to close, Zhao Zishu, Gao Qingwen, and Wu Xuanyu walked in. Zhao Zishu held a box of flour cakes and smiled. Annie made flour cakes today, and since I don't have anything good, this is fresh, so I can only bring this to celebrate Sister Ziyue's store opening. Wishing the mahjong parlor abundant wealth. Su Ziyue was not polite and smiled as she accepted it. Thank you, Zishu Ge. Zhao Zishu studied computer science in college and tried many jobs after coming to the base, but couldn't stick to any. Later, when the base recruited technical staff, with his solid professional knowledge, Zhao Zishu was successfully hired and became a public servant in the technical department. Wu Xuanyu and Gao Qingwen also handed over their gifts, saying some auspicious words. Wu Xuanyu now works at the Research Institute in the base. He is transformed from a small doctor when he first arrived at the base to an elite researcher leading his own research team now. His talent has amazed many experts. Gao Qingwen initially followed Wu Xuanyu to do some nursing work in the medical team. After Wu Xuanyu went to the Research Institute, Gao Qingwen signed up for the base's training class, learned some basic knowledge, and successfully entered the Research Institute to become Wu Xuanyu's assistant. Although she could only do some trivial work for Gao Qingwen, being with Wu Xuanyu was enough. The few of them had dinner together, and upon learning that Su Ziyue was going shopping tomorrow, Gao Qingwen looked at Wu Xuanyu. "Senior, we've finally got a day off. Let's go out together?" Wu Xuanyu observed the affectionate interactions between Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan, a hint of an ambiguous expression flashing in his eyes. Hearing Gao Qingwen's invitation, he raised his eyes and replied apologetically, "I have a patient who needs a follow-up tomorrow." Seeing Gao Qingwen's disappointed expression, Su Ziyue advised, "Senior, a follow-up doesn't take all day. Since it's a rare day off, don't always think about work. I heard there's a swapping street now, where everyone brings out things they don't need to exchange. We can go check it out tomorrow." "Okay." Wu Xuanyu hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. Su Ziyue shot a knowing glance at Gao Qingwen. Gao Qingwen returned a look that said, "Of course. She is my good sister." The overlooked Zhao Zishu said gloomily, "Aren't you going to ask me anything?" Su Jingyan glanced at him and retorted, "Are you on leave too?" Zhao Zishu, who had to work tomorrow, choked and closed his mouth under Su Jingyan's watchful eyes. The next day, Su Ziyue was gently pushed awake by Su Jingyan. Her eyes struggled to open for a second before closing again. "Sleepy, let me sleep a bit more." Su Ziyue buried her head in Su Jingyan's chest, rubbing against him like a spoiled child. Su Jingyan looked at Su Ziyue with a mix of helplessness and affection. Lying with her for another 10 minutes until he remembered she said last night to wake her up on time to avoid being late. He gently pushed Su Ziyue's little head away from his embrace, kissed the corner of her mouth, and softly called in her ear, "Xiaoya, it's time to get up. You're going to be late." Su Ziyue wanted to burrow back into his arms, but Su Jingyan held her and helped her sit up. She leaned on Su Jingyan's shoulder and continued to sleep. Su Jingyan took a comb to smooth her hair and helped her put on a headband for washing her face. Su Ziyue kept her eyes closed the whole time, allowing him to do so until he carried her from the bed to the sink. Only then did Su Ziyue open her eyes and take out water from her space, accepting the toothbrush with toothpaste that Su Jingyan handed over, leaning against him with her eyes closed while brushing her teeth. After washing up, Su Ziyue woke up. Looking at the terminal on her wrist, it was 8:20. They had 10 minutes left until their agreed departure time. Su Ziyue took out 2 servings of rice rolls from her space, and seeing the size of the bowl, she estimated that Su Jingyan wouldn't have enough to eat, so she took out some steamed dumplings and buns as well. After finishing 1 serving of rice rolls, Su Ziyue was almost full, and after eating 1 steamed dumpling, she put down her chopsticks. Su Jingyan had already finished the buns and rice rolls. After confirming Su Ziyue was full, he quickly polished off the remaining steamed dumplings. The two walked out of the room, and Wu Xuanyu and Gao Qingwen were already there. Su Ziyue let go of Su Jingyan, walked over to greet Wu Xuanyu, and then hooked her arm around Gao Qingwen's as they moved forward. The 2 girls chatted enthusiastically in the front, while Wu Xuanyu and Su Jingyan silently followed behind. Chapter 70. Gold and silver. Su Jingyan watched Su Ziyue holding Gao Qingwen's arm, feeling a bit petty and thinking, girls can be quite annoying sometimes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Wu Xuanyu looking at Su Ziyue, which added to his annoyance. Both guys and girls were trying to compete for Xiaoya. It was infuriating. A few people quickly arrived at Exchange Street. There were quite a few vendors, most of whom laid out a cloth on the ground to display the items they wanted to exchange. Those who were more particular had set up wooden tables, and the more refined ones even had tablecloths. Su Ziyue walked up to a stall where the vendor was a woman who looked to be around 30 years old. In front of her were some pieces of jewelry, including gold, silver, and jade. From Su Ziyue's experience, the most ordinary items here would have cost at least 5 figures before the apocalypse. She noticed a jade bracelet and a gemstone necklace that were somewhat old-fashioned, but the quality of the jade was excellent. Suzy pointed to the two items and asked the vendor, "Sister, how much for these two?" The vendor smiled and began to flatter her. "You have a good eye, little girl. These are the best pieces I have among my jewelry. They've been passed down since my grandmother's generation, only to be given to women. After I got married, my mother handed them to me. If they're so important, why are you exchanging them? Don't you have other jewelry?" Suzy asked, noticing the vendor's reluctance. The vendor smiled wryly. "No matter how important they are, they can't compare to life. We're barely surviving. After death, we can't take them with us. It's better to exchange them for something more practical. What do you want? My daughter is only 5 months old and can't eat solid food. Do you have any formula?" The vendor had been at her stall for 2 days, and although many people had asked, none had successfully traded with her. As her breast milk dwindled and her daughter's cries grew weaker, she was getting anxious. "Formula?" Suzy was surprised by the vendor's request. Well, she just happened to have 3 cans of formula from her previous scavenging trips, as she had taken whatever she found without being picky. The vendor fell silent after hearing Suzy's words, looking at the young people around. She thought that even if they saw the formula, they wouldn't want to trade for it, but rather for food that could fill their stomachs. Disappointment washed over her as she lowered her gaze. "If you don't have it, that's fine. I know some people find it hard to help. I have exactly 3 cans of formula, but they're not here. You'll need to come with me to get them," Suzy said simultaneously with the vendor. Upon hearing Suzy's words, the vendor's previously dim eyes lit up. "Great. Where do you live?" Seeing the vendor's eagerness to pack up and leave with her, Suzy quickly stopped her. "All right, you all continue browsing. I'll wait for you here," the vendor said, putting away the jade bracelet and necklace from her stall, packing them in a bag while waiting to exchange with Suzy. "Sister, these 2 items would have sold for at least 6 figures before. Now you're only trading them for 3 cans of formula. Are you really willing to do that?" Suzy confirmed, looking into the vendor's eyes. "I used to think these were very important, but when I see my daughter growing weaker from hunger, unable to even cry properly, I realize there's nothing worth holding on to. The past is the past. Now I just want my family to survive peacefully. Nothing else matters as much as that." Seeing the relief on the vendor's face, Suzy was sure that this transaction wouldn't lead to any future complications. She smiled at her and added a little more to the deal, agreeing on a time before continuing to browse. Suzy walked through the entire street and found that most people were exchanging their gold, silver, and luxury items for food or medicine. A small number of people were showcasing their crafts, and she saw some selling bamboo baskets, straw shoes, and hats, as well as simple tables and chairs made by carpenters. Indeed, mastering a skill is very important. Suzy exchanged some gold and jade jewelry, and for some reason, she felt a strong urge to trade for certain pieces of jade or gold jewelry when she saw them. By the time she finished browsing the street, people already knew there was someone specifically collecting gold and jade items. Just after Suzy finished a transaction at one stall, someone approached her, holding up their jewelry and asking if she wanted to trade. She accepted most items with high purity and good quality. Gao Qingwen watched as Suzy's backpack full of food was quickly traded away for shiny but inedible gold and jade jewelry, feeling anxious for her. "Ziyue, this could have fed both of you for at least a week. You're just giving it away? These things are pretty, but they can't be eaten." Suzy understood that Gao Qingwen didn't know they had food stored in their space and was worried they wouldn't have enough later. Although Gao Qingwen still disapproved, she didn't say anything further, just gestured to Su Jingyan, hoping he would talk some sense into her. However, Su Jingyan had no intention of stopping Suzy. The food belonged to her, and she could use it however she wanted. It didn't matter if they ran out. He would never let her go hungry. Back in the room, Suzy took out the 3 cans of formula and a few bags of powdered milk she had collected, putting them into a black bag. Thinking of the vendor's emaciated face, she added some milk and other food items before handing them to Su Jingyan for their agreed exchange. Then she pulled out the meal she had packed from the restaurant and headed to the mahjong parlor. The sky was still early, and the mahjong parlor was bustling. When someone saw her, they greeted her with a smile. "The boss is here." Suzy nodded and replied with a smile, "Have fun." Seeing the person's rosy complexion, it seemed they were having a good day and winning a lot. The person at the same table complained, "I'm not playing with you tomorrow." I've lost more than I've won for 2 days straight. It's no fun. The other person urged, come on, you might turn your luck around tomorrow. He didn't want to lose his playing partner. He had already let them win several times, yet they still weren't performing well. You said the same thing yesterday. Suzy Yue handed the meal box to Sugu, her head turned towards that table, finding their banter quite amusing. Sugu opened the meal box while saying, that person remembers the cards. The other three haven't figured out what he's doing before he wins. The times he lost were intentional. Their family had enough food. So they weren't concerned about the money. They were just looking for some fun. As Suzy Yue chatted with Sugu about some interesting stories from the customers, a girl walked in. I heard you're so broke you're opening a store to make money. So I'll do you a favor and take care of your business. A girl strode in confidently, followed by 2 bodyguards. Suzy Yue frowned. Without even looking, she could tell by the voice that it was that annoying Ling Xinyan. Ling Xinyan slammed a points card on the table and said to Suzy Yue, no need for half-price discounts. This is 90 points. Starting tomorrow, save a mahjong table for me. Chapter 71. Add a friend. A fool who doesn't earn money is a bastard. Suzy Yue took the points card and said to Sugu, starting tomorrow, save a spot for Miss Ling. Let us make it 10 days. Sugu nodded, swallowing the food in his mouth and stopping eating. His eyes fixed on Ling Xinyan and her 2 bodyguards, worried they would bully their weak second young lady. Seeing Suzy Yue agree immediately without trading barbs with her, Ling Xinyan felt a bit unaccustomed. Noticing Ling Xinyan still standing there, Suzy Yue raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Ling Xinyan shyly raised her wrist terminal. I might bring friends in the future. The points card is cumbersome. Let us be friends so I could transfer directly to you. You have friends? Are you sure they're not just using you as a cash cow? Suzy Yue kindly reminded her. After all, during high school, the people around Ling Xinyan treated her like an ATM. When Ling Xinyan upset her father and her bank card was frozen, making her unable to pay, she thought her friends would cover for her. But when she later had money to pay them back, they made excuses. Some people coldly mocked and doubted whether she was really wealthy and was deliberately withholding money from them, the poor. Others, under the influence of this person, also changed their attitudes and began to criticize her, telling her to stop pretending. Ling Xinyan looked at her friends, who seemed to have turned into a group of people, and for the first time understood what it felt like to be heartbroken. True heartbreak is not about loud arguments. Suzy Yue suddenly appeared out of nowhere and provided a voiceover for Ling Xinyan. With Suzy Yue's interruption, Ling Xinyan calmed down and reflected on the ugly faces of the people across from her, recalling that every time they went out, it was always her who paid. And they had never contributed a single cent previously. She thought it was fine since she had money, and a meal didn't cost much, so there was no need for them to pay. Now, she realized that she had been a fool, a cash machine. On that day, when Suzy Yue helped her pay, Ling Xinyan cut off all ties with that group of fake friends. Where her so-called friends learned that Ling Xinyan really didn't have money that day, they regretted it immensely and began to blame each other for losing a cash machine. Later, when she went to university, Ling Xinyan hid her identity as a rich second generation and intended to integrate into her roommate's world, hoping to make a few close friends, but ultimately failed due to her inadequate disguise. However, she did manage to gain a few superficial friendships, enough to chat about gossip and eat together. Suzy Yue brought her terminal over, and after successfully adding each other as friends, Ling Xinyan clapped her hands, and the bodyguard behind her placed a black bag in front of Suzy Yue. Suzy Yue took it down and looked inside. It contained some food and drinks. Don't say I'm being rude. This is a gift for you to open your shop. After saying that, Ling Xinyan held her head high and left with her 2 bodyguards. Suzy Yue guessed it must have been Ling's father who reminded her to bring it. Otherwise, how could that clueless girl have thought of this? Even if you gave her 5 more years, she wouldn't have thought of it. What's wrong? Was this trip unsuccessful? Suzy Yue asked, ran into Ling Xinyan acting up. Su Jingyan simply replied. And Suzy Yue realized that Ling Xinyan must have said something to Su Jingyan that he didn't want to hear. You said she was acting up. Let us not argue with a patient. Suzy Yue kissed Su Jingyan's face and ruffled his hair in comfort. One kiss is not enough. Suzy Yue's kiss had a significant soothing effect. Su Jingyan instantly pushed Ling Xinyan out of his mind and tried to seek more benefits for himself. Suzy Yue swatted away his face as he leaned in, ignoring the resentful look he shot her way, and glared at him. Brother Su is still here. Brother Su, you can pretend I don't exist. Smiley face. Ling Xinyan seemed to treat Su Ziyue's mahjong parlor as a work clock-in point, arriving punctually every day to report to the happy mahjong parlor. As for the friends she mentioned, not a single one had been seen brought along. Su Ziyue was worried that Ling Xinyan would cause trouble, so she specifically kept an eye on her for 2 days in the parlor. Seeing her honestly playing mahjong without any intention of causing a scene, she finally felt relieved. Confused, Su Ziyue came to the mahjong parlor and asked Ling Xinyan what was going on. Ling Xinyan rambled on without making any sense. Su Ziyue slapped the table, startling Ling Xinyan. Ling Xinyan, after behaving well for a few days, do you want to cause trouble for me again? Ling Xinyan looked pitiful. I didn't tea. Under Su Ziyue's skeptical gaze, Ling Xinyan reluctantly continued. My dad asked me to spend more time with you. You saved me last time, so I begrudgingly give you a chance to be my friend. Su Ziyue didn't hold back and gave her a light smack on the head. Miss Ling doesn't need to be so reluctant. I don't want to be friends with you either. Just play mahjong honestly in the future. And don't create so many problems for me. Otherwise, I'll return your points and you can go play elsewhere. Ling Xinyan covered her forehead, looking at Su Ziyue with an expression of accusation. How could you hit someone? Su Ziyue rolled her eyes. All right, don't give me that look. I didn't use much force. Stop trying to provoke me. Okay, it really doesn't hurt that much, Ling Xinyan said, lowering her hand from her forehead. I'll just play here with you. No need to force it. My little mahjong parlor doesn't dare to inconvenience Miss Ling, the Buddha. Su Ziyue saw Ling Xinyan still wearing that pitiful and reluctant expression and said irritably, but my dad won't let me go out to play. Are you going out tomorrow? Can you take me with you? If I'm with you, my dad might agree. Ling Xinyan looked at Su Ziyue eagerly. Su Ziyue, with a heart of iron, refused without hesitation. All right then, come over to keep me company for mahjong when you have time. I want to play with you. Not all forcing you. Ling Xinyan straightened her attitude and said pitifully. Okay. Chapter 72. Acquaintances. Su Ziyue took out some of the plush toys from the claw machine to free up space for packaged instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and bread, then put them back into the machine. The price was 2 points to grab once, and if no items were grabbed after 10 points. A pack of instant noodles would be given. If 20 points were spent without grabbing anything, a kim would be given. The food inside was all of Su Ziyue's least favorite flavors, and they were all found outside for free. The points earned could be exchanged for things she needed, making a no-loss business for her. Fortunately, most of the official power supply equipment now used solar generators, so buying a bit of electricity from the official source for the claw machine was still feasible. She also asked Brother Su to pay attention to any valuable information about other places, especially about the capital, that guests might casually reveal during conversations. If it turned out that a guest knew more valuable information, they could exchange it for goods. Brother Su nodded, indicating that he would keep an eye out. A few days later, Brother Su told Su Ziyue that someone had approached him, claiming to know news from the south of the capital. However, the condition was that Su Ziyue had to go alone with supplies to a deserted health center a few kilometers away from the base to trade, in an apparent attempt to ensure she believed him. The person also disclosed that the location of General Zhao's warehouse in the south of the capital had frequently been exposed and looted. Moreover, the recent house-stealing activities were actually being orchestrated by the same person, who called himself Mr. Shun. Listening with her chin resting on her hand, Su Ziyue straightened up when she heard the name Mr. Shun. She was afraid she misheard and uncertainly asked Brother Su, "Did you just say Mr. Shun?" Brother Su nodded. "Yes, I suspect that Mr. Shun is actually President Su." Su Ziyue thought so too. Her late mother's surname was Shun, and after her grandparents passed away, only her mother was left in the Shun family. However, the surname Shun was not uncommon. It could also be a bait, but even if there were traps ahead, she had to go at least once. After all, it was hard to come by news of Su Qingsong, and Brother Su understood that Su Ziyue wouldn't miss this opportunity, though he looked at her with concern. "I'll bring a few people to follow you closely. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't get discovered." Su Ziyue nodded, looking at Su Jingyan, who had been quietly listening without speaking. Su Jingyan ruffled her hair and flashed a reassuring smile. "Go ahead. I won't let you get into danger." Su Ziyue knew that Su Jingyan was preparing to take action. He didn't stop her from going alone. and she wouldn't stop him either. Even if this move might alert that person and cause her to miss the news. Susie Yue couldn't hold on and fell asleep on the bed. In a daze, she felt the mattress sinking beside her. Her hand instinctively reached out, skillfully slipping under the hem of his clothes, and when she touched his firm abdominal muscles, her sleepiness faded away. As she opened her eyes, she saw Su Jingyan with a slight smile, looking down at her. Little rascal, planning to run after doing something bad? Susie Yue felt a bit shy being looked at like that, but then retorted, "What's wrong with touching my boyfriend's abs? If you don't let me touch, who else will that stinky rascal get to touch?" Seeing Su Ziyue turn the tables, Su Jingyan's eyes deepened as her hand under his clothes struggled to touch a few more times. Su Ziyue felt a sudden darkness in front of her, and then her lips were pried open by someone, swallowing the words she hadn't spoken yet. As she was kissed into a daze, she suddenly felt a chill at her waist. After a while, the now soft and limp Su Ziyue glared fiercely at Su Jingyan, who was filled with satisfaction, and angrily bit him several times on the neck. Su Jingyan, however, didn't mind at all. He indulgently pressed her against his neck, smoothing her somewhat messy hair, and kindly advised her, "Xiaoye, if you're afraid of pain, don't provoke me at night." This time, brother held back, but next time, who knows? With her eyelids still wet, Su Ziyue looked up at Su Jingyan in disbelief. "Are you still the Jingyan brother I know?" "Yes, but before I was your brother. Now I'm your boyfriend. Xiaoye should get used to it soon." Su Ziyue pouted in a little temper, rolled away from Su Jingyan's embrace, and pulled the blanket to sleep against the wall. Su Jingyan didn't mind. He patiently waited for her to fall asleep, then wrapped his arm around her waist. Su Ziyue skillfully turned over and nestled into his arms, affectionately rubbing against him. Su Jingyan kissed her forehead and contentedly closed his eyes, holding his girlfriend. The next morning, Su Ziyue reached out her hand to the side and touched the blanket that had no warmth. She sat up and looked around the room, spotting a note on the bedside. At the same time, her terminal vibrated, and she received a message from the person who had arranged to meet her at the clinic. "The time has been moved up by an hour. Latecomers will not be waited for." Su Ziyue frowned, glanced at the time, and estimated that she should head to the clinic after breakfast. She picked up a pen from the table and wrote a note below it, then took out some soup dumplings to eat. While having breakfast, Su Ziyue informed Su Gu through the terminal about the sudden change in time, so he could prepare in advance. After thinking for a moment, she sent an identical message to Su Jingyan, reasoning that he might not see the note, so it was better to text him. At the same time, she changed into convenient clothes, wearing a bulletproof vest underneath, thanks to her sister's gift. She also gathered a shield, smoke bombs, and the crossbow she had traded for a few days ago from the exchange street, though with a gun, it seemed unnecessary. It could serve as a backup. With everything ready, Su Ziyue rented a car and drove out of the base, only to suddenly notice something was different. The car window slowly rolled down, and a breeze blew in. Unlike the previous heat, it carried a hint of coolness. Su Ziyue looked at the temperature data that updated daily on her terminal, and was surprised to find the temperature was only 38 degrees. Knowing that Haishur had been maintaining above 40 degrees for days, seeing a number above 30 in the daytime felt surreal. Shaking her head, she thought it wasn't the time to ponder such things. She pressed the gas pedal and arrived at the clinic 5 minutes later. Stepping out of the car, the scene of the crumbling walls and overgrown weeds came into view. Su Ziyue pushed open the creaky door and walked slowly inside. To her right was the infusion hall, and to her left was the guidance desk. Her gaze finally stopped at a soft leather sofa that seemed out of place in the current setting, and on it sat a familiar face. Chapter 73, Betrayal. Mr. Li. Mr. Li was playing with a fan in his hand, clearly pleased to see the surprise on Su Ziyue's face. He closed the fan and took a few steps toward her. "Long time no see, Miss Su. I wonder if you're satisfied with those kayaks I provided?" "Of course, and I must thank Mr. Li for his generous assistance back then. The car outside is full of supplies. I wonder if Mr. Li can bring me equally valuable information." Su Ziyue was disinclined to engage in pleasantries with Mr. Li and went straight to the point. "Miss Su, don't be anxious. I will naturally inform you once my people have verified the goods." Mr. Li waved his hand, and the two bodyguards behind him rushed to check the supplies in the car, nodding to Mr. Li afterward. "Can you tell me now?" Su Ziyue looked at Mr. Li, who was sitting on the sofa and fanning himself. Miss Su, don't rush me, I'll say it now. You should know that there's a Mr. Shun to the south of Jing City. He is instigating the survivors over there to seize General Zhao's supply depot. Mr. Shun is very mysterious. Even when communicating with the survivors, he wears a mask, and no one has seen his true face. However, General Zhao has speculated that this Mr. Shun is the suddenly disappeared Mr. Su, who is also Miss Su's father. General Zhao has already issued an order. Better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go, and he must find Mr. Shun, regardless of life or death. Saying this, Mr. Li paused and waved his hand to signal for water. One of his subordinates immediately handed him a bottle of water. Miss Su, I've said too much and got a bit thirsty. Do you mind if I take a break and drink some water? Without waiting for Su Ziyue to respond, he began to drink. Su Ziyue curled her lips into a mocking smile. Such little tricks might have elicited a reaction from her in the past. But now, she simply watched Mr. Li drink water quietly. Unfortunately, Mr. Shun is hiding too deeply. After General Zhao issued the order, he seemed to have vanished from the world, no longer appearing in front of anyone. However, the activities of the survivors' Haven Tea ceased. My father works under General Zhao, and he told me that General Zhao has decided to invite you to his residence as a guest. As soon as those words fell, Su Ziyue saw Mr. Li make a gesture. Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? Are you going against the Su family? Su Ziyue tentatively asked, noticing Mr. Li's demeanor had changed drastically since their first meeting. Mr. Li, seeing that Su Ziyue was trying to evade, was not disappointed. One could escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Surrounded by his people, Su Ziyue would eventually fall into his hands. Dream on. While dodging, Su Ziyue reached for her waist, discreetly taking out her handgun from her space and with lightning speed, shot at the man who was continuously firing a tranquilizer gun at her. The bullet struck the man's head and blood splattered. It was her first time killing someone. Su Ziyue rolled to the side to avoid a man attempting to sneak up on her from behind and picked up the tranquilizer gun that had fallen to the ground, firing back at the man who had chased her. 1 second, 2 seconds. The drug took effect quickly, and the man collapsed to the ground by the time Su Ziyue counted to 3. Oh, this works quite well. Su Ziyue aimed the gun at Mr. Li. Mr. Li, you're being unreasonable. Unreasonable? Miss Su, you're a bit naive. I'm a businessman. Whoever can provide me with greater profit, I'll be generous to them. These two wasteful men can be considered an appetizer for you. As he finished speaking, a group of men dressed in black combat uniforms rushed in. With Mr. Li's smile deepening, Su Ziyue found herself surrounded tightly by these men. Su Ziyue, holding the gun and planning to find a way out, was taken aback when the black-clad men suddenly turned on each other, with half of them opening fire on the other half. The latter was caught completely off guard by the sudden attack from their comrades and was shot down, leaving this beautiful world. Mr. Li's smile hadn't even had time to fade before he found a gun pressed against his head. Your Li family truly has short-sightedness and dares to court death. Who gave you the courage to move against the Su family? Su Jingyan walked in, waved his hand, and the half of the black-clad men retreated behind him, leaving only 2 holding guns aimed at Mr. Li. As Su Ziyue quickly moved to a location with cover during the black-clad men's betrayal, she couldn't determine whether these people were friends or foes. It wasn't until Su Jingyan entered and she saw he could directly command them that she felt relieved and stepped out. Su Jingyan quickly walked towards Su Ziyue upon seeing her, breathing heavily and clearly anxious from worrying as he rushed over. He held her shoulders and looked her up and down, confirming that she wasn't hurt, before letting out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fact that I had already arranged for backup, having them ambush among the fools that guy brought, you wouldn't even know if you could leave today unscathed. We can inquire about the news again. It's just going to take more time. If something happened to you, what do you want me to do? Amid Su Jingyan's repeated questioning, Su Gu rushed in with his men. Miss, I'm here. Are you okay? As soon as Su Gu entered, he met Su Jingyan's slightly reddened eyes, filled with urgency and fear, as well as displeasure of being interrupted and dissatisfaction at his tardiness. Su Gu lowered his head in self-reproach. Who knew that person would suddenly change the time? He had spent some time looking for someone, and this time he truly hadn't thought it through. Knowing that the visitor meant no good, he should have been fully prepared. When he looked up to ask for punishment, he met the pleading gaze of his young lady. Seeing Su Jingyan He instantly understood that she had been reprimanded. As long as the young lady is fine, I'll go down to receive my punishment first. Chapter 74. Anger. I'm sorry, miss. Young Master Jing'an is also thinking of your safety. Even Su Ge can't withstand his anger. Su Jing'an, interrupted, had no mood to continue. He said to the lead man in black, "Take him down and see if you can pry any useful information from him." After leaving this sentence, Su Jing'an pulled Su Ziyue into the car. The wind from outside blew in, making Su Ziyue, who was wearing only a thin long-sleeved shirt, shiver. Feeling the temperature outside, Su Ziyue began to doubt whether she had spent several months in the health station otherwise. Why was it still summer when she went in, but suddenly autumn when she came out? Before she could figure it out, a cold voice came from beside her. "Get a jacket from the space and put it on." At the same time, Su Jing'an slowly controlled the car window to close. Su Ziyue obediently took out a jacket and put it on. She also took out a jacket in Su Jing'an's size, looking at him eagerly as he drove seriously. "Jing'an Ge, do you want to wear a jacket too?" "I'm not cold." Su Jing'an said this, but his body honestly found a spot to stop the car. Su Ziyue hurriedly draped the jacket over Su Jing'an, even helping him roll up the sleeves for him to wear it. After Su Jing'an put on the clothes, Su Ziyue wanted to hold his hand and act cute, but he dodged. Su Jing'an decided to teach Su Ziyue a lesson and didn't plan to let her easily charm him. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Su Jing'an didn't look at her, fearing he would soften, and turned his head toward the window, speaking in a deep voice. "I shouldn't have acted without your knowledge. But he said he wouldn't wait, So you rushed over to deliver food, all by yourself? If you had been caught, do you think that Mr. Shun would show up for you if he really was your uncle?" Su Jing'an firmly interrupted Su Ziyue's words. "It's hard to come by news about Dad, and I don't want to miss it. I have weapons ready in my space. I can use them anytime. I also wore a bulletproof vest. Unless he plans to die together, I won't easily be in life-threatening danger." Su Jing'an said nothing, as if he was mesmerized by the scenery outside the window. Su Ziyue couldn't bear the oppressive silence anymore. "Jing'an Ge, do you see me as someone who always causes trouble for you? Someone who always makes you clean up the mess? I just want to know about my dad. You always make me wait, tell me to prioritize my safety, and hide under your wings. But I'm no longer that girl who could be easily deceived, who couldn't bear any burdens. I have died once. I just want my dad, my sister, you, and Su Ge. I just want my family to live well." Su Ziyue turned her head away from Su Jing'an, quickly wiping her face. "I comfort myself. You all told me that until we see the body, they could still be alive. I won't think about the possibility that they have already left me. You all do things without telling me your plans, make me guess everything, hide everything from me, thinking I can't help and might cause more trouble. I just desperately want to know about them, even just a little bit. Sometimes I wonder why it was me who was reborn, why not you or my sister, or my dad, but me, who knows nothing and understands nothing. I can't change anything. If I have to relive it and still bear the loss of loved ones, then I might as well die. Su Ziyue, are you trying to drive me crazy?" Su Jing'an unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled Su Ziyue from the passenger seat. When he saw her turn her face away from him, he turned her face to face him and found her eyes already red from crying. Su Jing'an's anger instantly turned into helplessness and heartache. "Xiaoyu, baby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so harsh on you. It's my fault. But I need to correct you. You're not useless, and you haven't caused us any trouble. You're our little princess. You're smart, brave, and kind. As long as it's something you want to do, I believe you can do it. But we selfishly want you not to suffer so much, to prepare everything for you. It may seem like you need us, but in reality, we need you. We hope to be needed by you. We have blindly imposed our thoughts on you. You are not at fault. The fault lies with us, the self-righteous protectors. Baby, don't ever say that word again. I can't bear to hear it." Su Ziyue sobbed uncontrollably in Su Jing'an's arms, and he used a tissue to wipe her tears. She lowered her head, her voice hoarse from crying. But her tone was firm as she said, "I want to find Dad. Okay, even if you don't allow me, I will go. What about that guy in black, just now?" Su Ziyue, who thought Su Jing'an wouldn't agree and was ready to argue, was instantly deflated and quickly changed the subject. "He was my former bodyguard captain, Zhang Jiajin." Chapter 75. Leaving before the apocalypse, he was working in the capital. After the apocalypse, I contacted him. He happened to be under General Zhao's jurisdiction, so I had him find a way to infiltrate General Zhao's team. After getting the terminal, I kept in touch with him. He has good skills and soon became a squad leader. When I heard that General Zhao was going to send someone to capture you, I had him take on this task voluntarily. What about the others? Did they get convinced by Zhang Jiajin? Su Ziyue's thoughts wandered. No, they were bought off with supplies. The people under General Zhao are used to corruption. The supplies issued to the soldiers below have been exploited layer by layer. By the time they reach the bottom soldiers, they only have a few meager rations left, enough to not starve but not enough to be full. Plus, General Zhao's attitude toward the survivors has truly disheartened them. And General Zhao's approach to the wavering military morale is to suppress and threaten them. Some volunteered, while others were tricked into General Zhao's camp under the guise of missions. Even if they accept them, it's not sincere. They will definitely be wary in secret. There are also those who ignore their nonsense and insist on leaving. But they're all shot on the spot as a warning to the remaining people. Betrayers only have death as their outcome. On the surface, they all submitted. Behind the scenes, their desire to leave grew stronger, as the warehouse was successfully attacked by survivors time and again. And with Su Jingyan's people mixed in to stir up sentiments, many began to have thoughts of their own. Moreover, they weren't just making empty promises. They were genuinely bringing out supplies. On one side is a commander who doesn't feed them enough and uses threats and intimidation, while on the other side are comrades who ensure they are well fed and even find ways to help them leave. Even a fool knows which side to choose. Back at the base, as soon as Su Ziyue got out of the car, the cold wind hit her, making her feel truly chilled to the bone. Ashu. Su Ziyue zipped up her jacket and glanced at Su Jingyan, who was returning the vehicle. She jogged to a sheltered spot by the door to wait for him. Su Jingyan quickly came over, seeing her shivering in place, and hurriedly wrapped his arms around her as they went inside. Xiaoye, it's cold outside. Why didn't you go in? What if you catch a cold? Su Jingyan held Su Ziyue's hand, which felt ice cold to him. I wanted to wait for you to go in together. We're both wearing the same thin clothes, so why are you so warm? Su Ziyue leaned against Su Jingyan, feeling like she was snuggling with a giant warm water bottle. Su Jingyan didn't say anything, stuffed her hand into his pocket, touched her forehead, and then took off his jacket and put it on Su Ziyue. We're almost in the room. You don't need it, right? Su Ziyue declined. Su Jingyan ignored her words and wrapped her in his jacket. All right then, there's a kind of cold that makes your boyfriend think you're cold. Finally reaching the room, after closing the door, Su Ziyue took out a thick coat. This sudden drop in temperature was really too abrupt, and it wasn't a gradual decline, but a steep drop. This weather is really abnormal, right? It didn't even give us a transition period. Su Ziyue looked at the terminal, and the outside temperature had already dropped to 16 degrees. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Su Jingyan went to open it. It was Su Gu. Seeing Su Ziyue in the room, Su Gu breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the two with a pitiful expression. Su Ziyue glanced at the terminal, which showed that Su Gu had sent a message 10 minutes ago. She handed him a jacket, while looking for her own jacket earlier. She had also taken out a jacket that would likely fit her companions, all in larger sizes. Su Gu, how did it go with the people you were assessing? My dad should be south of the capital. I'm preparing to go over. The batch I brought today consists of people who are either orphans or have lost their loved ones, so they have no attachments. One person is full, and the whole family is not hungry. They have no concerns about going to the capital with us. All right. Su Ziyue nodded and spent 2 days sorting out the matters at the base. Meanwhile, the outside temperature gradually stabilized between 10 and 16 degrees. Zhao Zishu initially wanted to go with them, but Su Ziyue didn't want to involve him, so she declined. As for Gao Qingwen and Wu Xuanyu, she found out when looking for them at the research institute that they were conducting an important experiment and couldn't be disturbed, so she left them 2 letters. Gao Yusin looked at Su Ziyue with tears in her eyes, reluctant to part. Initially, Gao Yusin wanted to get closer to Su Ziyue because of her brother's intentions to woo her, but as they spent more time together, she grew to like this sister more and more. She noticed every little detail of Su Jingyan's interactions with Su Ziyue, and her thoughts of wooing faded day by day. Forget it. Her brother isn't worthy of Sister Ziyue. Who knows? Su Ziyue patted the little girl's head. Aren't there terminals? If you miss me, just send me a message. Okay. Gao Yusin saw Gao Yuhao standing nearby like a mute, unable to say a word, and poked him in frustration. indicating he should say a few words. Don't let Sister Ziyue think she has a rude brother. Ziyue, safe travels. If there's anything I can help with, just contact me. Gao Yuhao vaguely understood Su Ziyue's purpose for this trip, so he could only wish her safety. Su Ziyue smiled and waved to the two siblings before getting into the car. Su Ziyue spent all her accumulated points to exchange for a small RV and a medium RV, along with some supplies. Additionally, a few days ago, she accidentally discovered a warehouse filled with all kinds of canned foods, such as 8 treasure porridge, fruit cans, lunch and meat cans, tuna cans, and so on. It seemed to be a transit station for a canned food processing factory, as Su Jingyan put it. This was like a windfall for Su Ziyue. The windfall here came from Su Jingyan's generosity, which gave her a lot more confidence with ample supplies. She had the capital to negotiate with others. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan got into the small RV, while Su Ge and the 5 people he recruited went into the medium RV. After waiting for a while in the car, they still didn't see Zhao Zishu. This guy, he wouldn't be sulking and not coming after we rejected him, would he? Chapter 76. Hail, Su Ziyue sighed, wrapped her points card in an envelope, and asked Gao Yuhao to pass it to Zhao Zishu before saying to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan nodded, took out the walkie-talkie, and told Su Ge they were setting off, then stepped on the gas. The 2 RVs first went to a gas station as guided by the map. The nearby or smaller gas stations had been stripped clean, and their destination was a large gas station located in the suburbs, which was also a necessary stop on the way to the capital. An hour later, Su Ziyue and the others arrived at the gas station. Fortunately, as expected, the gas station still had supplies. Everyone parked, got out, filled both vehicles with gas, and then took out prepared gas cans, filling them up one by one and placing them in the car. Su Ziyue took advantage of the situation, secretly emptying the filled gas cans when others weren't paying attention and then casually refilling them. Su Jingyan covered for her, and in the end, they drained the gas station of every last drop before leaving leisurely. The number of gas cans we prepared is just right. Before leaving, Su Ge said with a smile, maybe others have already taken some before us. Su Jingyan casually remarked, and Su Ge nodded, not thinking much of it. Su Ziyue just smiled, keeping her achievements to herself. I remember there's a villa area ahead. One of the supply points my sister set up is there. Jingyan, let's go there and collect the supplies first. Su Ziyue suddenly remembered while looking at the map and excitedly said to Su Jingyan, okay. Su Jingyan handed the walkie-talkie to Su Ziyue, signaling her to tell Su Ge that they were going to the villa area to get some things. Speaking of which, this walkie-talkie was the first time they were using it since buying it, since the terminal couldn't send voice messages. It was more convenient to use the walkie-talkie when they were close by. Su Ge didn't ask why and simply said okay. The RV quickly arrived at the villa area. Su Ziyue had never been here. She only knew that the house number was 66, a very auspicious number. Su Jingyan slowed down, carefully looking for the house number, and after some effort, finally found villa number 66. However, when they arrived at the door, Su Ziyue suddenly realized she didn't know the password and couldn't get in without a key. She fumbled at the doorbell, found the facial recognition option, and thought, I'll try anything, clicked it, and surprisingly, it recognized her successfully. Su Ziyue pushed the door open, and it was clear that no one had lived there for a long time. A musty smell wafted out. Su Ge instructed Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan to wait outside, while he took the 5-man team inside to investigate. Hi, a voice broke the silence, and Su Jingyan shielded Su Ziyue behind him, looking towards the source of the voice. A thin man with a scholarly appearance and glasses waved to them from a distance. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. I'm the neighbor from number 65. I heard some noise next door and came to check it out. Seeing Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue's wariness, the man briefly introduced himself and then asked, Are you the owners of number 66? You must have a lot to do since you just arrived, so I won't disturb you. I'll come back another day. The man waved and turned to leave briskly. Jingyan, that person is strange. Don't mind him. Everything is fine inside, except for a window on the 2nd floor that has been broken. The other doors and windows are closed, and we have temporarily blocked the broken window with a cabinet. Su Ge has worked hard, so let us eat first and take a break before continuing our journey. Su Ziyue walked to the RV, took out self-heating rice, canned meat, and water from the space, and asked Su-gu to divide it. Su-gu, you guys eat first. I'll go look for the things my sister left for me. Okay. Su-gu divided the self-heating rice and canned meat among the 5 people, also giving each person a bottle of water. The 5 of them swallowed hard. Having eaten compressed biscuits or steam buns for a long time at the base, they had no idea how long it had been since they had rice and meat. Previously, when they went out with the supply team, all the good stuff was taken by the captain, and they could only drink some soup. Since following Su-gu, they could have meat. One young man in his 20s cheered, stuffing the warm meat into his mouth. It's only because you're following my lady that you get to eat meat. Su-gu corrected him with a serious expression. All right. It's because we're following Miss Su that we get to eat meat. The other 4 were wolfing down their food, afraid that the meat would fly away before they could eat it. What they could get into their stomachs was theirs. Meanwhile, Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan had arrived at the basement. Pushing open the heavy door, they were met with another large door. Su Ziyue studied it for a moment. This door, like the villa's main entrance, could be opened with facial recognition. The facial recognition succeeded, and with a click, the door opened. Su Ziyue pushed the door open and saw various supplies neatly arranged inside. There were barrels of water, bottled water, various canned goods, compressed dry food, as well as daily necessities and medicines like tissues, sanitary pads, cold medicine, and antibiotics. What shocked Su Ziyue even more was that there were guns here. There weren't many bullets, but enough for 2 people to protect themselves. The box containing the weapons also came with detailed instructions. The familiar handwriting made Su Ziyue's eyes well up. Su Jingyan rubbed Su Ziyue's hair, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. Forget it, it's still uncertain. So it's better not to mention it to avoid getting their hopes up for nothing. Su Ziyue hugged Su Jingyan for a moment to calm her emotions before putting all the supplies in this room into the space. The 2 left the basement, quickly finished lunch, and were about to leave when they heard a tapping sound from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw small hailstones the size of fingertips falling from the sky, occasionally mixed with some grape-sized ones. Chapter 77. Strong convection. The hail fell on the ground, the windows, and the cars. The small ones melted upon hitting the ground, while the larger ones rolled around. In no time, a layer of ice crystals covered the ground. Su-gu quickly took the people to drive the 2 vehicles into the underground garage. It seemed they would have to rest here for the night. Looking outside at the hail that had been falling for half an hour with a crackling sound, Su-gu sighed and said, "Just right, let us have a hot pot tonight." Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue took out the electric cooker, generator, bowls, chopsticks, and ingredients from the vehicle. After boiling the water, they added the hot pot base, and soon the rich aroma of spicy beef oil wafted through the air. The 5-person team, slurping sounds. They first cut the luncheon meat into slices and put them in, scooping out a pot full to share. Then added the family-sized egg noodles found in the supermarket, and finally the bok choy and corn bought at the base. These were all foods available at the base, and Su Ziyue wasn't too worried they would suspect anything. There weren't many ingredients, but everyone was satisfied. There was only so much meat and vegetables, but the noodles were unlimited, and Su Ziyue encouraged them to eat until full. The 5-person team ate contentedly, even finishing the soup. The hail outside had stopped falling, replaced by gusts of wind, and the temperature had dropped. Everyone changed into thicker outerwear, and knowing that someone lived next door in Villa 65, Su-gu organized them into pairs to take turns keeping watch, to prevent anyone from approaching without them knowing. In the early morning, a loud rumble echoed as lightning split the darkness, the sound seeming to tear the sky apart. Su Ziyue was startled awake, listening to the continuous thunder outside. She buried her head in the blanket. A few seconds later, Su Ziyue felt something was off. She opened her tightly shut eyes and reached over to where Su Jingyan should have been, finding the space empty. She took out a flashlight from the space and looked around the room, but didn't see anyone. She got up and went to the window, pulling back the curtain to see the large tree outside swaying in the wind, with some lightweight objects flying in the air. Su Ziyue opened the door and saw a light in the living room on the first floor. She turned off the flashlight and slowly approached the light source. "What are you all doing here?" Seeing Su Jingyan, Su-gu, and the 5-person team sitting neatly on the sofa in the living room, Su Ziyue asked. "I went to the bathroom." "What is up? Did you get woken up?" Su Jingyan saw that Su Ziyue had come down in her pajamas and pulled her to sit beside him, feeling her somewhat cold hands and draping his coat over her. I was woken up by the thunder and found you weren't here. Su Ziyue leaned against Su Jingyan's shoulder, her tone a bit aggrieved. When Su Jingyan went to pull Su Ziyue, Su Ge had already told everyone to go do what they needed to do. Su Jingyan picked up Su Ziyue and walked back to the room while softly comforting her. Su Ziyue put earplugs in for herself and Su Jingyan and fell back asleep. Su Jingyan gently patted the newly asleep Su Ziyue and sent a message to Su Ge. Su Ge, throw them out. When Su Ziyue woke up, she received a severe weather warning. Jaime Meteorological Bureau reminds you, recently, some areas of Jaime will experience heavy rain and localized torrential rain, accompanied by 8-level winds, localized short bursts of 10-level winds, and localized small hail, among other strong convective weather. Citizens are advised to be cautious of strong precipitation, mountain floods, landslides, mudslides, urban and rural flooding, and flooding of small rivers and streams. Residents building on slopes during heavy rainfall should avoid staying below, stay above, and not clear ditches or mud after the rain. Strengthen precautions against lightning, short-term heavy precipitation, strong winds, and other severe weather. Su Jingyan was already up. Su Ziyue took off her earplugs, pulled back the curtain, and just in time saw a smaller tree being uprooted by the wind, successfully taking flight. Su Ziyue, Xiao Yu, why aren't you wearing shoes? Su Jingyan opened the door and came in, seeing Su Ziyue standing barefoot by the window. Quickly picked her up and put her back on the bed to put on her shoes. Brother Jingyan, just now a tree was blown up into the sky. Yes, the wind outside is very strong now. We'll have to stay here for a few days. The temperature may drop, so shall you. Be sure to keep warm and don't catch a cold. Okay. Su Ziyue nodded obediently. For breakfast, they simply had a few pieces of bread before scattering to do their own things. Last night, they thought they would just stay for one night. But Su Ge and the others mainly explored the first floor where they were staying. They hadn't thoroughly checked the other floors. Now, with the sudden strong convective weather, they needed to recheck all the doors and windows for damage. Fortunately, the villa was of good quality, with thickened doors and windows that looked very secure. The broken window on the second floor was also boarded up by Su Ge with a piece of wood using a hammer. Su Ziyue was sitting on the sofa, reading a novel, while Su Jingyan sat beside her, transmitting information through his terminal. The Morse code, or other code she had seen earlier, made her eyes hurt. She had originally thought that no one would dare to go out in such weather. But it turned out there were indeed some brave souls. At 10 in the morning, Villa 66 welcomed a visitor from neighbor Villa 65. Not a good sign. Su Ziyue watched as the man who had just knocked on the door with a loud bang was the same man she and Su Jingyan had encountered yesterday. However, the smile had vanished from his face. Su Jingyan opened the window and inquired about his intentions. The man first looked around inside through the window and, seeing only Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan, spoke in a questioning and disappointed tone. I sent a few brothers to deliver a gift to the new neighbors yesterday. If those blind fools offended you, I apologize on their behalf. But holding someone hostage is a bit excessive, isn't it? Chapter 78, Demanding People. Brother Su, who was bringing people to inspect the house, heard the commotion and rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he heard these words and immediately shouted angrily. Who held back your so-called brothers? We haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you're already turning the tables? Who sends a gift to the neighbors at midnight and climbs onto the balcony to blow smoke? I thought it was some bandit. Turns out it's our good neighbors. I'll send you a gift tonight. Will you accept it? How dare you come knocking? Truly shameless. We caught the people and threw them out. Whether you shout thief or those useless fools ran away out of fear of punishment, they're simply not here. Also, you need to explain what your people did last night. Brother Su unleashed his fury, rambling on before opening the door and stepping forward with a 5-man team, glaring at them. The desire to hit someone was clearly written on their faces. Is this true? The man was shocked, his eyes widening, seemingly unaware of what Brother Su was talking about. His surprise was genuine, but it was because he thought there were only Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan in Villa 66. He didn't expect 6 tall, strong men to suddenly appear. I absolutely did not instruct them to blow smoke. I had them bring gifts this afternoon. I really didn't expect. I truly didn't expect they would do such a thing. I misjudged people and almost caused you trouble. The man pretended to be heartbroken, pounding his chest and speaking emotionally. After a few seconds of silence, seeing no one spoke, he cleared his throat awkwardly and continued. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Today, I also didn't understand the situation and wronged you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My surname is Yi. I am a professor at the university, and they all call me Professor Yi. I wonder if you could give me a chance to properly apologize? What do you mean by apologize? Brother Su was silent for a moment, seeing that neither Su Jing'an nor Su Ziyue intended to speak. The smile on the man named Ye's face grew increasingly stiff, prompting him to ask. A few days ago, we happened to find a wild boar on the mountain, and Haven Tea had the chance to kill it yet. I wonder if we have the honor of inviting you to taste a whole pig feast tonight? Professor, you put on a warm smile again, sincerely asking. He didn't believe anyone could resist the temptation of pork. Do any of you know how to kill a pig? Su Ziyue couldn't help but ask. Su Ziyue didn't fall for Professor Ye's tricks as he had anticipated. However, Professor Yi regarded her as a naive student seeking attention and did not intend to continue the conversation with her. He turned and focused his gaze on Brother Su, clearly treating him as their leader. The little girl is indeed naive and should be warned properly. She should know what kind of occasion it is to speak. Brother Su was unaware of Professor Ye's assumptions. He was using his eyes to seek the opinions of the two. Su Jing'an subtly nodded, and Brother Su turned, speaking to Professor Yi in a neutral tone. If the weather is better tonight, we'll come over to take a look. Seeing that he agreed, Professor Yi was overjoyed, not caring about his tone, and said a few more pleasant words before leaving. Zhang Qi, watching their difficult retreating figures before closing the door, turned to Brother Su and asked, aren't they afraid of being blown away? Severe convective weather is no joke, just now. We heard Su Ziyue say a tree was uprooted by the wind. Brother Su glanced at the backs of Professor Yi and the others, snorted coldly. Who knows what they are up to? If the wind doesn't stop tonight, we won't go over. Don't joke with your life. Su Jing'an nodded exactly, and, judging by his demeanor, even if we don't go this time, he will still come knocking. Shouldn't you explain what happened last night? Su Ziyue had been holding back for a long time. Finally, the group left, and seeing that Brother Su and the others had no intention of explaining, she took the initiative to ask. Su Jing'an succinctly explained. And then? You just let them go? Of course not. We interrogated them thoroughly first to confirm they had no value before letting them go. Zhang Qi quickly chimed in. He then felt a cold gaze land on him. Zhang Qi. Oh no, I spoke too much. What valuable information did they confess? Miss, they still have matters to attend to. Young Master Jing'an knows the situation, so let him explain it to you. After speaking, Brother Su quickly left the scene with the 5 men. Seeing Su Ziyue's gaze return to him, Su Jing'an smiled faintly. Villa 65 is a small organization, seemingly established before the apocalypse. The 3 people from last night were added later, eager to achieve results and volunteered to come for reconnaissance. Apart from the 3, there are 10 others. Professor Yi acts as a strategist there, while the leader of the organization is someone else. Did they say why they came to us? Su Ziyue was puzzled. Judging by the attire of Professor Yi and his group, they seem to be doing well, and Wu and Ti just robbed someone out of the blue, right? They seem to be certain we have supplies. Before we arrived, they had also come here to search, but didn't find what their leader wanted. Chapter 79, Drugging Su Ziyue frowned. Since they are convinced we have what they want, even if we don't go tonight, they won't give up easily. Let them come. The anxious ones are them. Su Jing'an reassured Su Ziyue, chuckling. The sky, which had been gloomy all day, was finally awakened by a loud thunder in the evening, followed by heavy rain pouring down, and a strong wind howled, slamming the rain against the windows and the ground. Su Ziyue and the others had finished dinner and were sitting on the sofa, playing werewolf. At 7 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Su Ziyue put away the cards, Brother Su nodded, and the person at the door opened it. What greeted them was Professor Ye's smiling face. Dear neighbors, sorry for keeping you waiting. However, given this weather, we didn't consider it well. Please forgive us. We specially packed the dishes and brought them over, still hot. Hurry and taste our chef's skills. Professor Yi, you've worked hard, braving the wind and rain to deliver food to us. We are truly undeserving, Zhang Qi said in a deliberately high-pitched voice with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Not hard, not hard, it's just a few steps. As each dish's lid was opened, Professor Yi announced the names of the dishes one by one. This is stir-fried pork tripe, and this is braised pig's trotter with spicy kidney. Eat while it's hot. It should all taste good. Su Jingyan had been observing Professor Yi and noticed that during the introduction of the dishes, he had surveyed the entire living room. His actions were very natural, achieving his goal inadvertently. Professor Yi probably hasn't eaten yet. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat with us. No need. We have enough on our side. These are specially served for you. Professor Yi waved his hand to decline. Are you going to stand there watching us eat? That would be too embarrassing. Hurry up, don't be polite. Brother Su pulled Professor Yi to sit down, disregarding his refusal, placing a bowl of rice in front of them and adding a large piece of braised meat into his bowl. You must have worked hard all day. Come. Quickly taste your chef skills. All right, you all eat too. Professor Yi held the bowl, but had no intention of eating, continually urging them to eat quickly. Hey, those brothers. Don't just stand there. Come sit and eat together. You're welcome. We have small appetites and can't eat that much. Just consider it a favor to us. Otherwise, wasting food would be a sin. Professor Yi, why aren't you eating? Don't be polite. If the dishes get cold, they won't taste good. Come on, I'll feed you. Seeing that Professor Yi was still not picking up his chopsticks, Su Ge directly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Professor Ye's mouth. Professor Yi never expected Su Ge to be so bold as to feed him meat directly. When the meat reached his mouth, he thought about the ingredients inside and immediately spat it out. Zhang Qi and the others imitated Su Ge and fed the meat into Professor Ye's mouth, learning from experience to cover his mouth afterward to prevent him from spitting it out. What do you mean by this? I was about to ask you the same thing. Here I am, kindly feeding you a piece of meat, and you act as if you've eaten poison and spit it out. What, did you drug it? Su Ge threw down his chopsticks and retorted. Professor Yi, already feeling guilty, immediately shouted back. How could that be? This is good meat that we usually wouldn't even spare. We specifically saved it to entertain esteemed guests. Then why don't you eat it? It's already in your mouth, and if others can't eat it, are you saying you'd rather throw it away than eat it? Su Zue watched as Professor Yi spat into the bowl a couple of times, looking like he was trying to avoid it, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Professor Yi looked around and saw that none of Su Zue's group were eating the food. Finally realizing they must have guessed there was something wrong with the meal and were intentionally on guard against them. After forcing them to eat the pork, Su Ge tied them up and set them aside, waiting for the drug to take effect. 10 minutes later, Professor Yi and his subordinates all had red faces, and the redness spread to their necks. Finally, Su Zue and the others looked expressionlessly at Professor Yi and his group, who were curled up on the ground like little shrimps that had been cooked, twisting and turning, making some indescribable sounds. A large-scale reveal. I thought it was a drug, but it turned out to be this kind of drug. Is that it? I thought they had some big trick up their sleeves. Zhang Qi crossed his arms, looking at them and complaining to his companions. But the meat really did smell good. If I weren't full, I might not have been able to resist the temptation and would have eaten some. A companion sniffed the lingering aroma of meat in the air. Su Zue's view was blocked by Su Jingyan as soon as Professor Ye's group started to twist around, and he pulled her away from the scene. Su Zue obediently let Su Jingyan lead her away. To be honest, seeing a few old men making those lewd movements was quite an eyesore. Su Ge not only found it an eyesore, but also a nuisance to his ears. He quickly called for the team to gag their mouths with cloth to prevent them from dirtying the ears of his innocent second young miss. After confirming that the group couldn't cause any more trouble, Su Ge had them clean up the dining table. One person looked at the table full of food and, while cleaning up, lamented, "What a waste of such good meat. Then you should eat it?" A companion brought the meat to him, smiling, saying, "After all, it's just one night of discomfort. No way. Who knows what side effects there might be?" Even though he craved meat, he valued his life more. It seems someone is coming. Chapter 80. Nightmare broke in. The person stationed at the door shouted at them. The group quickly rushed to the window and saw 5 or 6 figures rushing through the rain toward them. They just won't quit. What is it about us that draws them in? Zhang Qi complained while picking up his stick. Xiao Yu, they might have guns. Take out your gun. Su Jingyan whispered to Su Zue. Okay, Su Ziyue took the gun out from her space. She had given Su Jingyan his gun after leaving the base. Su Ge, open the door. Seeing Su Jingyan's calm demeanor and confident look, he nodded and opened the door. Su Ziyue raised her gun, aiming at the approaching group, ready to fire. A minute later, they could see the faces of the newcomers, and Su Ziyue's gun nearly went off. It was him, Go Yuqian. Su Ziyue's eyes were filled with intense hatred as she looked at the fat and big-eared man who had reached the door. Who are you? What are you doing here? Su Ge aimed his crossbow at the leading Go Yuqian. Go Yuqian stopped, looking at the people in the hall who were supposed to be down and who were now all armed, while Professor Yi and his group were tied up on the side, realizing the plan had failed. Useless. Why ask when you already know? Go Yuqian glanced disdainfully at Professor Yi and the others, shaking the gun in his hand, laughing wildly. I advise you not to refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. Hand over your supplies and women, and if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, my gun doesn't have eyes. Zhang Qi and the others, seeing the other party had guns, dared not act recklessly and all looked to Su Ge. Aside from a brief flash of surprise, Su Ge showed no other emotions. So you think you can become the boss just because you have a gun? Su Ge suddenly laughed. Stop wasting time. Do you want supplies, or do you want to live? I'll give you 5 seconds. Go Yuqian knew all too well that villains often died from talking too much, especially since his previous boss had been taken out by arriving reinforcements due to excessive chatter. After successfully taking over, he learned his lesson and refused to be a talkative villain, not giving the other party a chance to stall for time while waiting for rescue. While Su Ge was in a standoff with the man, Su Ziyue raised her gun again, aiming at the man's forehead. Her mind was filled with 3 words, kill him. But her hands trembled uncontrollably due to the intense emotions, making it impossible to aim. Su Ziyue's other hand also gripped the gun, trying to steady her shaking hands. But it was futile. Suddenly, Su Jingyan's dry and warm hand covered hers. Xiaoyu, focus on him. He is your target. Su Jingyan said in the tone he used during training. Su Ziyue slowly steadied her hand, re-aiming at the man's head and pulling the trigger. 5, 4, 3, 2. Go Yuqian began the countdown. Bang! Just as Go Yuqian was about to pull the trigger, he heard the gunshot, thinking it was his own gun. But the other party stood there unharmed. The next second, Go Yuqian felt liquid flowing down his head. He raised his hand to touch it and brought it to his eyes. He widened his eyes, unwilling to fall as his last impression was of a sea of red. Get him! Su Ge shouted loudly, pulling his hand out of his pocket. Someone was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, but secretly creeping toward Go Yuqian to grab the gun from his hand, only to have their hand stepped on by Su Ge. He watched helplessly as Su Ge picked up the gun and then gave him a knock on the head, sending him to meet the king of hell. Xiaoyu, you did great, a perfect shot. Su Ziyue looked up and met Su Jingyan's smiling eyes, feeling as if everything she concealed was exposed in front of him. Jingyan Ge, it's okay. Xiaoyu only kills bad people. They don't know how many lives are on their hands. You're doing a service to the people. Su Ziyue sensed that Su Jingyan's words seemed to stem from concern that she would be haunted by having killed someone. Seemingly not suspecting her abnormal reaction upon seeing Go Yuqian, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She buried her head in his embrace, responding muffledly. Looking down, Su Ziyue missed the intense emotions in Su Jingyan's eyes. Xiaoyu didn't want him to know, so he pretended not to. Go Yuqian, a nightmare-like presence in her life, had finally disappeared from her world. Su Ziyue silently smiled in Su Jingyan's embrace, and as she smiled, tears welled up in her eyes. She had revealed everything about her past life, except for the fact that she had been schemed against by Shirt, Song Yu, and given to Go Yuqian. She knew Su Jingyan's character. If he found out, who knows what he might do? Revenge was necessary, but the priority was still to live together with her family. Su Jingyan felt the dampness on his chest as he watched Go Yuqian being carried out by Su Ge and the others, feeling that it was still too lenient for him. Su Jingyan had known about Go Yuqian's whereabouts for a long time, but when he saw Su Ziyue frequently having nightmares due to shadows from her past life, he changed his mind about letting Go Yuqian die in torment. Nightmares must be broken by oneself in order to be completely freed from them. Once Su Ge and the others finished tidying up and binding the people, the sound of rain outside gradually stopped. Although most of the big forces from Villa number 65 should be here, It was still possible that there were fish that slipped through the net. Fortunately, the rain had stopped and the wind was not as strong, so they seized the opportunity to take down their lair directly. This way, if there were really any fish that slipped through the net, they wouldn't cause any new troubles later on. Su Ziyue noticed a wet spot on Su Jingen's shirt and wiped it nervously. Under Su Jingen's smiling gaze, Su Ziyue, feeling embarrassed and angry, pretended to be fierce and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at my cute little kitten at home, with red eyes and tear-streaked cheeks." Su Ziyue, in Su Jingen's eyes, was just a little kitten showing its claws. He wiped the tears from her cheeks and kissed her nose. "Shall you? Do you want to go check out number 65? Let's go." Su Ziyue's feelings of shame and anger were successfully softened by Su Jingen, leaving only embarrassment. Su Ge checked the ropes of the few people and confirmed that they had no sharp objects that could cut the ropes before knocking out Professor Yi, who had been chattering nonstop. This was to avoid disturbing their morale. After leaving 2 people to guard them, he opened an umbrella and headed toward Villa number 65. From a distance, he saw light inside Villa number 65 and instructed everyone else to turn off their flashlights and stay close behind him. He adjusted the brightness of his flashlight just enough to see the road clearly. The group walked slowly and arrived at the door. Su Ge took out the key he found in Go Youqian's pocket. After opening the door, he did not go in immediately, but stood at the entrance and looked around inside. He saw a woman sitting on the sofa with several candles lit on the table. Upon seeing someone enter, she immediately stood up to greet them, only to see a group of unfamiliar faces. The woman did not recognize Su Ge, but Su Ge remembered her face very clearly. Chapter 81. Reunion with old friends. A few seconds later, Shanshan's late companions tied her up tightly with ropes and tossed her aside. "Is there anyone else in this house?" Zhang Qi kicked Shi Songyu, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "Oh, so impressive? Is your boyfriend named Go Youqian?" Hua Ge was the one who dragged Go Youqian's corpse over, and according to Su Jingen, it was a case of leaves returning to their roots, which was the beautified version. Hua Ge responded and dragged Go Youqian over, throwing him in front of Shi Songyu. "Ah!" Shi Songyu screamed in terror at his horrifying appearance. Shi Songyu, in a daze. Shi Songyu heard someone calling her name and instinctively looked up, only to see Go Youqian's face. Not yet processing it, she thought it was Go Youqian calling her, and screamed again. Then she rolled sideways with all her might, distancing herself from Go Youqian, suddenly realizing that the voice just now seemed to be a woman's. She slowly raised her head and saw Su Ziyue not far away. Shi Songyu's face was still filled with lingering fear. While Su Ziyue had a faint sarcasm on her face, the corners of her lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. "Clap, clap, clap." Su Ziyue applauded and stepped closer to her. Zhang Qi stood aside with wide eyes, not daring to blink for fear of missing a single expression, feeling excited inside. Wow, there's drama to watch. This silly girl, didn't she see Su Jingen's gaze glancing over? Even Su Ge consciously moved away to sweep elsewhere. And she still wanted to watch the drama? Shi Songyu, long time no see. This scene of you being chased is really exciting. No, Su Ziyue, I was wrong. That last gift wasn't my idea. It was all Li Gongzi's doing. And Go Youqian, I didn't know he meant you guys buy fat sheep. I was completely unaware. Su Ziyue, I was bewitched and let down our sisterhood, but now I know that men are all crap, and sisters are the most important. Ziyue, can we start over? What do you think? Stop dreaming unrealistic dreams. You know, I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. Su Ziyue looked at Shi Songyu with a half smile. Shi Songyu was not discouraged and kept flattering Su Ziyue. The central idea was that everything was forced by others, and she only did those things out of necessity for survival. You're talking nonsense. I've never seen such a vicious woman as you. This was what the woman they found in a locked room said. In the room, 3 women lay on the ground, barely clothed, their bodies covered in bruises. When they put on their clothes and opened the door voluntarily, Su Ge briefly explained their purpose. The leading woman saw that the few people's eyes were clear, and their gazes held neither disdain nor lust. Her eyes burned slightly. How long had it been since they were looked at with normal people's eyes? Ever since they were deceived into this place, they had become tools for the men in this villa to relieve their desires, and no one treated them like humans. The real culprit was Shi Songyu. She exploited people's kindness, luring women in for men to use, and then men lured in to rob resources and kill them afterward. At first, they had a chance to escape, but they misjudged the person, thinking Shi Tsung-yu was forced by Go Yochien's group to deceive them, and wanted to take her along when they fled. As a result, Shi Tsung-yu directly told Go Yochien about their escape plan, and Go Yochien tortured the sister who proposed the escape plan in front of them for an entire night, ultimately forcing them to watch her die. And Go Yochien's group of insane people showed no mercy even after she died. They only threw the women out after they had their fun. If they're essay next time, you will end up like them. Go Yochien's words made the others dare not have any thoughts of escaping again. After that, their supervision became stricter, and even if they had thoughts, they couldn't find opportunities. After Su-gu and the others listened to the woman's words, they all looked furious. These beasts, they simply do not deserve to be human. And Su Ziyue learned about Shi Tsung-yu's deeds here and knew that the aphrodisiac issue also had Shi Tsung-yu's hand in it. Originally, Go Yochien and the others planned to use a drug, but after Shi Tsung-yu heard there were women on that side, with malicious intent, she made Go Yochien switch to an aphrodisiac. Aren't there a bunch of randy animals over there? Since it was her idea, let her enjoy the results. As soon as Su Ziyue finished speaking, Shi Tsung-yu was shaking her head madly. Chapter 82. Eating the consequences, she worked so hard to find women for Go Yochien's group, because they were too rough in bed and had many tricks. At that time, when she had just joined Go Yochien's team and hadn't won him over yet, she was the team's public toilet. Group activities made her suffer greatly, and their playful tricks were particularly torturous. So, she couldn't wait to deceive a few more women to share her pressure. Now that those people were drugged, with so many of them, Shi Tsung-yu couldn't imagine whether she would still see the sun tomorrow after spending a night with them. Ziyue, I beg you, Su Ziyue. Shi Tsung-yu still wanted to plead, but Su Ziyue had already walked far away, her mouth stuffed with cloth, her hands bound by ropes. And she was thrown into a room. 10 minutes later, one after another, drug men were thrown into the room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shi Tsung-yu looked at them in terror as they instinctively approached her. She pushed against the floor with her legs, constantly retreating, until her back hit the wall, with no way to escape. She could only watch helplessly as they tore off her covering and did as they pleased on her while her hands were tied. And her legs were held by 2 men, unable to escape even a little. Su Jingyan didn't let Su Ziyue know about the later matters to avoid dirtying her ears. Miss Su, what's wrong? Perhaps realizing he had been too perfunctory, he added, be careful. Miss Su's shooting skills are really impressive. A headshot. Can I touch your gun? Zhang Qi's eyes sparkled with admiration for Su Ziyue and a boyish love for guns. Sure. Su Ziyue was cautious and took out an unloaded gun for him. Thank you. Miss Su, this is the first time I've touched a real gun. What did you go to Miss Su for just now? Itached a gun. What are you two chatting about here? Hurry up and move the supplies. Coming. Brother Hua, how did you know I touched a gun? You little rascal, showing off. Huh? How did you know I touched a gun? Young Master Jingyan, how should we handle this? Su Go pointed to the body of Go Yochien and asked. Hang him at the door of that room. Su Jingyan pointed to the room where a group activity was taking place. Got it. Su Go called 2 people to bring a rope and hang Go Yochien at the door, facing inside, ensuring that the first person to open the door tomorrow would get a big surprise. After they moved all the supplies away, Su Jingyan said, You don't need to come tomorrow. Someone will handle it here. Okay. Su Ge nodded, didn't he ask more, and left with his men. A minute later, Zhang Jiajin came in with his team. Boss, these people are yours. The one at the door, chop him up and feed him to the beasts inside. I don't want to see that woman again. Keep the valuable man. Su Jingyan patted Zhang Jiajin on the shoulder, and after he nodded, he left. Xiaoya, do you feel any changes in the space? Su Jingyan stood in front of the bed and covered Su Ziyue's belly with a blanket. Hearing this, Su Ziyue paused and sank her consciousness into the space for a round. The next second, a box of instant noodles appeared 2 meters away from Su Ziyue. And with a thought, the noodles disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the space. I can now place items from the space within 2 meters at any position. And I can also take items within 2 meters into the space without touching them. Further away doesn't work. Su Ziyue tried a few times and reached a conclusion. I haven't done much recently. The biggest thing was just dealing with that scum, Go Yuqian. The common link between the two events was that the people being executed were all heinous scum. So, doing good can upgrade the space? Su Ziyue hesitated to voice her guess. It should be, or you could say it's clearing the world's tumors. After all, if they were still alive, more people would die at their hands. Su Ziyue suddenly recalled her previous life, when she was sent to Go Yuqian's side. He was already the leader of small base. Based on his style, his achievements must have been built on layers of bones. In this life, she encountered Go Yuqian a bit earlier. Before he had the chance to develop and grow, she had completely crushed him in the cradle. Su Ziyue remembered being driven by a strange belief to collect gold, silver, and jade. She looked at the place in the space where she stored the gold, silver, and jade, and wondered if it was just her illusion, but those jewels seemed a bit dull, especially in contrast to the gold and jade jewelry she had just found in Go Yuqian's villa and put into the space. It was as if their essence had been secretly drawn away. "Hello, is anyone there? Can you hear me?" Su Ziyue's consciousness shouted in the space. Chapter 83. Ex-boyfriend seeks reconciliation. She exited the space and told Su Jing'an about this matter. Su Jing'an pondered for a moment and said, "Currently, the space is beneficial for you and poses no harm. Let's see if we pass by any gold and jewelry stores on the road. If there are, we'll go in and collect some and see if reaching a certain quantity will produce any new changes." Okay. In the morning, amidst a storm of thunder and rain, Su Ziyue and her group finished breakfast. Given the weather outside, they dared not risk traveling and stayed at the villa for 2 more days until the sun came out and the leaves stopped shaking, finally allowing them to set out again. The 3 women they had rescued initially wanted to follow them, but upon being refused and pointed towards the Hope base, they felt disappointed but did not press further. Go Yuqian had a car, and after Suga learned that some of them could drive, he gave them the car keys, allowing them to take away the supplies that originally belonged to them, which Go Yuqian had taken, and informed them of the route to the base. "Can't I stay? I can do anything. There is only one woman here, and she looks like she can't do anything. You should be short on hands, right?" Before leaving, one woman weakly spoke up. Last night, she observed that Su Ziyue only needed to prepare food and didn't he have to do anything else, which made her a bit tempted, but was stopped by another woman. Now, as they were about to leave, she still felt unwilling and asked, "Don't listen to her nonsense. We are leaving now. Thank you." One woman covered the weak woman's mouth and forcibly dragged her into the car, while another woman in the driver's seat started the car and left as soon as they got in. Those with sense knew that the only girl in the team held a considerable position. Didn't they see her bossing around? This woman is out of her mind. She still dares to step on others. Sugu, looking through the car window, saw the woman pulling someone into the car slap the weak woman on the head, and his expression finally eased. At least there's only one idiot. The other 2 are still somewhat clear-headed. Luckily, the second miss didn't come. She didn't hear this annoying talk. Is she sick or something? Zhangqi made a face, as if he had seen something dirty. Suga chuckled, "You kid. You're still young. You'll learn that there are many oddballs in the world. You just haven't encountered them yet. Yang family. Let me go." Su Ziki looked expressionlessly at Yang Chenyu across from her. "Ziki, why? I've been so good to you, even defying my father's orders. Why do you still want to leave me?" Yang Chenyu immediately put on a mask of pain. "If you really cared about me, you would send me away from here. Not let me be discovered by your father at any moment. He hates the Su family to the bone. Will I have a good end then?" Su Ziki asked coldly. "I won't let you be discovered by my father. Even if he does find out, I will protect you." Yang Chenyu promised, trying to hold her hand. "Your promise has no credibility. You have no power to resist on your father's turf. What can you use to protect me?" Su Ziki slapped away Yang Chenyu's outstretched hand, not believing his words at all. When they first met, she might have believed him, but after spending time together, she realized he only spoke sweetly, but few things he could actually do. "Young master, your father is looking for you." Just as Yang Chenyu was about to defend himself, he was interrupted by someone outside the door. "Ziki, I will prove it to you." After leaving this sentence, Yang Chenyu hurriedly left. "Who wants to see that? Damn it. A typical mediocre man." Su Ziki angrily cursed at the door. After waking up, she had been trapped in this room. According to Yang Chenyu's words, she had been rescued from a bomb at the risk of his life. But it was his subordinates who saved her. What life-threatening risk did he take? Initially, when she woke up, Su Ziki was very grateful to Yang Chenyu. They had also gotten along well for a few days. When he said it was inconvenient to send her away, she understood. After all, they were in an antagonistic relationship. But later, when Yang Chenyu wanted to reconcile with her, seeking to repay her kindness by wanting her to be his girlfriend and even attempting to get physical, Su Ziki couldn't take it anymore. Su Ziki and Yang Chenyu were born in the same year and were heirs of the Yang and Su families. By fate, they were in the same class since elementary school, and due to their families' relationships, the two often clashed and were compared in every aspect. To outsiders, they would argue at the slightest provocation, always competing to outdo each other. However, after an accidental collaboration, they discovered their values aligned well and gradually began to appreciate each other. Their feelings took root in their hearts, and by the time they realized it, they were already deeply involved. But due to their family ties, their relationship couldn't be openly displayed. In fact, Su Ziki and Yang Chenyu had analyzed the composition and development of both companies' industries, and a partnership between the Yang and Su families was feasible, potentially leading to a win-win situation. They agreed that after graduating from university and officially entering the companies, they would find ways to promote cooperation between the two families, showing their elders the viability of such collaboration. However, when Su Ziki decided to go against public opinion to collaborate with the Yang family, Yang Chenyu broke the agreement. In a drunken state, he revealed their plans and relationship, and his subordinate informed Yang's father. The collaboration was declared a failure before it even began, and Yang's father had him confined at home. Chapter 84. The planned Su Qingsong was well informed and knew the details before Yang's father called. Every clause in the contract was mutually beneficial, especially since the collaboration with the overseas company was almost guaranteed success for the Su family, allowing them to reap all the benefits. Collaborating with the Yang family meant splitting the profits, which was a big advantage for them. Your useless son deceived my daughter's feelings and even made her give concessions to the Yang family in the contract. Now you want to turn the tables? I've never seen such shamelessness. The two group leaders exchanged heated words over the phone, ultimately ending with Su Qingsong's victory, as the Yang family was clearly in the wrong. Su Qingsong did not blame Su Ziki, but advised her to learn a lesson. One should not judge a person by their appearance. Whether someone is reliable and capable can only be seen when they are in action. Although he did not state it directly, his words subtly mocked Yang Chenyu's ineffectiveness. Su Ziki gave him 3 days. If he couldn't provide a satisfactory solution, their relationship would end, and there would be no need to discuss cooperation further. As the daughter of the Su family and heir to the Su group, she had plenty of young talents in the capital to choose from. Why should she hang on to one tree? Yang Chenyu ultimately disappointed her. If you insist on getting involved with Su Qingsong's daughter, then just consider me your father no more. Go be a son-in-law for the Su family. At that time, Mrs. Yang happened to be 7 months pregnant, and Yang Chenyu did not dare gamble on whether his father would truly abandon him to cultivate the child in Mrs. Yang's womb. He was reluctant to give up his status as the eldest son and heir of the Yang family. Su Ziki understood this. If the roles were reversed, and he had to abandon his father and sister just to be with Yang Chenyu, she wouldn't be happy either. After all, their feelings had not yet deepened to that extent. A man can always be found again, Su Ziki thought to herself. After they separated, Yang Chenyu's father quickly arranged a blind date for him within a month. A week after the blind date, they confirmed their relationship and even showcased their affection on social media, posting kissing photos. We're just putting on a show. The photos were taken from awkward angles. Faced with Yang Chenyu's feigned affection, Su Ziki replied, "But you're not in my heart." Yang Chenyu, frustrated by Su Ziki's indifference, attempted to force a kiss against her will, but Su Ziki's strength suppressed him. "Su Ziki, you have no heart." "You're right." When Yang Chenyu stormed out once again, Su Ziki's calm facade crumbled, replaced by anxiety. She learned from maid that Su Qingsong was missing and that Yang's father wanted to kidnap Su Ziyue to lure Su Qingsong out. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to find a way out. Unfortunately, despite Yang Chenyu's sweet words, he was still wary of her, and she couldn't touch any electronic devices. Even when he said he was bored, Yang Xinyu only brought her some books or tabletop games to play with the maid. Fortunately, Su Ziki gathered some information from the maid who played games with her and used the small gifts Yang Xinyu gave her and her saved rations to win over the maid. Life was not easy for the maid and the Yang family. The masters were difficult to serve. In the past, the high salary at least provided some comfort, but now the supplies offered by the masters were barely enough to survive, and there was nothing more. Moreover, General Zhao's way of handling affairs was quite unpleasant. After learning about Su Ziki's identity and that General Sun's army was attacking General Zhao, the maid naturally sought a new opportunity for herself. Su Ziki was currently in the basement of Yang Qinyu's villa, with 2 guards at the entrance. She sketched a rough layout of the Yang family's villa in her mind based on what the maid told her. In the following days, Su Ziki made up excuses to ask Yang Xinyu for some cosmetics. Seeing Su Ziki's attitude toward him improve and her actively asking for things, Yang Xinyu thought she had come to her senses and happily brought her the items himself. I didn't think this through. You girls like skincare and makeup. If you need anything else, just let me know. Su Ziki responded perfunctorily, and when Yang Xinyu held her hand to express his feelings, she suppressed her disgust and said, "If I were with you, your father would still oppose it. Do you expect me to be your underground girlfriend in this hidden place forever? Do you want to live your life according to your father's wishes, being his obedient son? Yes. Does he want to be obedient to his father forever?" Su Ziki, who had already mastered half of the Su group before the apocalypse at her age, saw Yang Xinyu struggling to keep up with his father's decisions. Seeing his internal struggle, Su Ziki delivered her final blow. "There's something I'm not sure about, but I still want to mention it. I suspect that Mrs. Yang is not your biological mother." Chapter 85. Aunt, where are you? Su Jingyan, currently at the villa, suddenly received a message from Zhao Zishu in the Buev villa area in the suburbs. After reporting his location, Su Jingyan suddenly thought of a possibility. "Did you leave the base?" "No. Didn't you all say not to let me go?" Through the terminal, he could sense Zhao Zishu's grievances. "You would be that honest?" Su Jingyan, who knew Zhao Zishu's character well, was not easily fooled by his few words. "All right, I did come out." Zhao Zishu had no intention of hiding it from Su Jingyan. He hadn't gone to see Su Jingyan and the others off that day because he was sorting supplies and packing his luggage. Long before they decided to leave the base to search for family in the capital, he had purposefully started looking for suitable contracts. The base's contract list was compiled and registered by specialized personnel, and his goal was to find those who were looking for relatives in the capital but were afraid of the journey's dangers and needed escorts. Using his position, he quickly identified his target, confirmed the departure date, and negotiated the amount of supplies before hitching a ride to the capital on the same afternoon. Su Jingyan and the others left. "Where are you now?" Looking at the weather outside, Su Jingyan felt worried. "I'm in a place called Happy Farm." Zhao Zishu looked at the window, swaying precariously in the wind, sighed, and said to the person next to him, "If this wind keeps blowing, this house will eventually fall apart. We need to prepare to go to the cellar. Is the heavens afraid we'll survive? First, there were floods, then viruses followed by high temperatures, and now we have strong convection bringing hail and a sudden drop in temperature. What's next? A meteor striking the earth to wipe us out completely?" The employer complained with a furrowed brow. "All right, maybe we'll get better in a couple of days. Don't be so pessimistic." Zhao Zishu patted his shoulder and casually asked what they would have for dinner to change the subject. Su Jingyan looked at the map and noted that the Bisui Villa area was quite close to the Happy Farm, where Zhao Zishu was. "Probably just a little over a kilometer away. I'll send someone to pick you up when the weather is better." Looking at the relentless wind outside, Su Jingyan could only wait for it to stop before setting out, even though he was worried about his friend. "No need, your target is too big. It's more convenient for me to act alone." Zhao Zishu stated that he was no longer the man who had shamelessly insisted on joining them a few days ago. Now, he wanted to be a lone ranger. "Be careful." Su Jingyan didn't press the issue. Zhao Zishu had a point. "A bunch of useless people." Major General Zhao has been facing a series of misfortunes lately. Since the supplies warehouse was robbed, bad news has been coming in one after another. The plan to capture the youngest daughter of the Su family in Haishur was declared a failure, and General Sun suddenly received a large batch of weapons, launching an attack on him under the pretext of reclaiming lost territory and capturing traitors. At this critical moment, a portion of soldiers defected to General Sun's side, while Mr. Shun, whom Major General Zhao believed to be the culprit, seemed to have vanished without a trace. Major General Zhao calmed down. This might not be a bad thing after all. It's better to let these disloyal soldiers leave now than to have them turn against him in battle. Yes, yes. It saves us quite a bit of rations, right? Major General Zhao temporarily brushed aside the topic. General Sun was pressing hard now. Do you have any good strategies? Major General, aren't the people on General Sun's side claiming to save innocent survivors? We could capture a few survivors and use their lives as leverage. If they give in, we can take this opportunity to put forth our demands. If they don't, their hypocritical faces will be exposed in front of all the survivors in the capital. No matter the situation, it would be advantageous for them. Someone felt it was inappropriate. How is this different from the criminals we've captured before? It could easily incite a riot among the survivors. Then you tell me, what other methods are there? Wait for General Sun to come to our doorstep and execute us traitors one by one? The person fell silent again. That tiny bit of kindness could be sacrificed at any moment for their own safety. All right, let's try it your way. Major General Zhao slapped the table and, after they quieted down, made the decision. The Yang family. He struggled to maintain a calm exterior while a storm was raging inside him. According to Su Ziki, the current Mrs. Yang is his aunt, and the aunt who passed away from a sudden illness when he was 12 was his biological mother. How could this be possible? Everything has to start from over 20 years ago. Yang Qinyu's biological mother had a twin sister. The two looked exactly alike, and it was hard for unfamiliar people to tell who was the elder and who was the younger. In their early romantic years, at a banquet, the two sisters met Yang's father. A simple act of heroism sparked romantic feelings in Yang Qinyu's aunt. Yang Qinyu's aunt was obsessive and, after repeatedly hitting walls with Yang's father, decided to take matters into her own hands. At another banquet, she even attempted to drug him to make things happen. Unfortunately, that day, Yang Qinyu's biological mother happened to come looking for her sister and was mistakenly led into the room by a waiter, resulting in a romantic encounter between Yang's father and mother. Chapter 86. Chaos. Yang's father didn't like the younger sister's personality, but he didn't resist the gentle and lovely elder sister, so the two families were united under Yang's father's suggestion. No matter how much Yang Qinyu's aunt went crazy at home, it couldn't change that decision. Yang Qinyu's aunt even wanted to replace her sister at the wedding, but was locked in a room by her grandfather, who knew his younger daughter's temperament. Marrying into the Yang family was already a high match for their daughter. It wasn't until the wedding was over that Yang Qinyu's aunt was released. The most innocent in this marriage was Yang Qinyu's mother. She didn't love Yang's father at all, but he had taken a liking to her. The younger sister loved him madly, but couldn't have him. Yang Qinyu's mother resisted Yang's father's advances, but she didn't expect that banquet would lead to her becoming pregnant with Yang Qinyu. When Yang Qinyu's aunt found out, she directly impersonated Yang Qinyu's mother and brazenly entered the Yang family. At the dinner table, she used the same trick again, drugging the food, and by the time Yang's father noticed something was wrong, it was too late. Under the influence of the drug, Yang's father treated Yang Qinyu's aunt as his wife, having been kept outside by his wife since their marriage. After the drug wore off, Yang's father looked at his sister-in-law covered in bruises and learned of his wife's pregnancy. Under the half-threat, half-plea of his sister-in-law, he reluctantly agreed to her request to be his secret lover. This lasted for more than 10 years. The sister-in-law never married, and Yang Qinyu's mother treated him with indifference, maintaining a respectful distance. Over time, Yang's father began to be moved by his deeply rooted feelings for his sister-in-law. Later, when Yang Qinyu was 12, his mother discovered the situation, and the sisters had a confrontation. Yang Qinyu's mother was furious at her sister for being her husband's lover, unaware that her sister had long harbored resentment against her. She hated her sister for occupying the position of Mrs. Yang, hated that her sister could openly be by Yang's father's side, and resented that her sister did not love Yang's father. Yet he always had different feelings for her sister. In the end, during the argument, the younger sister accidentally pushed the elder sister down the stairs. The elder sister bled profusely and gradually lost her breath. Upon learning this, Yang's father directly allowed the sister-in-law to take the place of his wife. Their son had grown up, and Yang's father didn't want him to harbor resentment because of his mother's issues. He publicly declared that his sister-in-law had died from a sudden illness, while his wife, in her grief, had hurt her health and went abroad for 2 years to recuperate. In reality, she was studying and mimicking her sister's every move so that her family, especially Yang Chenyu, wouldn't notice any flaws. There was also the faint hostility she had toward him during her pregnancy. Yang Chenyu was unwilling to believe this, but the fragments of memory flashing in his mind were proving that what Su Ziki said was true. Why? If all this is true, then Yang's father, as the catalyst, must bear 90% of the responsibility. If he hadn't shown softness to someone he shouldn't have, accepted his sister-in-law, and allowed her to harbor fantasies about him, his mother wouldn't have been pushed down by his sister-in-law. Yang Chenyu was not willing to give up. At a family banquet, he brought up his aunt from childhood. Observing the expressions on his mother, no, his aunt, and father's faces, Yang Chenyu immediately felt disheartened, while they were still forcing him to accept Miss Zhao. When Su Ziki saw Yang Chenyu's dejected face again, she smiled with satisfaction. Yang Chenyu, your mother died so pitifully. Your aunt has occupied your position for so many years. And your father is straddling both sisters. Do you not want to do something? Su Ziki's words were like a devil's whisper, intensifying the hatred in Yang Chenyu's heart. If your mother knew that the sister who killed her was living happily by stealing her identity and husband, and that her son recognized a thief as his mother, she would surely be furious, right? Thus, Yang Chenyu drugged the drinks of Yang's father and Mrs. Yang. The drug had a delayed effect, taking 6 hours to kick in, and once it did, it would immediately be fatal with no cure. Mr. Yang and Mrs. Yang died at night and were discovered by the servants the next day. Su Ziki didn't expect Yang Chenyu to be so ruthless, directly using poison. It's ironic that Yang Chenyu's aunt and Mr. Yang met because of drugging each other, and now they're both going to the afterlife due to poisoning. Can this be considered living and dying together? Yang Chenyu successfully took over his father's power, while Su Ziki took advantage of the chaos to escape. When Yang Chenyu was consolidating his power, she applied makeup for herself and the maid, knocked out the 2 people at the door, and changed into their clothes. However, due to differences in body shape, Su Ziki could only take advantage of the bodyguard's moment of inattention to deal with him. The fight inevitably made some noise, and the maid nervously watched the door, going over to lock it, fearing someone might suddenly come in. Fortunately, due to the sudden death of Mr. and Mrs. Yang, most of the manpower had gathered at that villa, leaving few people around Su Ziki, allowing her and the maid to escape successfully. Chapter 87. Arriving in the South District, Major General Zhao's decision must have already been known to young Master Zhao. We both know that continuing on will involve more innocent people. I wonder if young Master Zhao has thought about my previous suggestion. Can you really guarantee that my father will survive without being held accountable by General Sun? I can only ensure he doesn't die, but he must live under surveillance for the rest of his life, as long as he can survive. Su Ziyue and her group also successfully arrived at the central base established by General Sun in the capital. Su Ziyue first visited General Sun, delivering a warehouse full of supplies and explaining her intentions. General Sun was troubled by the lack of incoming food, and Su Ziyue's supplies temporarily alleviated his anxiety. Coincidentally, there was a team preparing to infiltrate Major General Zhao's side, so General Sun let them accompany that team to the South District. The night before departure, the temperature dropped below zero. In less than a month, the weather changed from midsummer to deep winter. Fortunately, the temperature drop occurred around 10 o'clock at night, when people were not yet deeply asleep. The military quickly took action, driving around the base with loudspeakers for 3 laps, reminding the base residents of the temperature drop. As for warm clothing, the central base began to put some warm clothing and quilts on the point store as the temperature dropped, and also reminded the residents to prepare warm supplies if they had the means. Therefore, this wave of cold did not cause casualties at the base. It started to snow. Snowflakes floated down from the sky, landing on the soldiers' heads and shoulders. Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan received blankets and coats sent by General Sun, and after thanking him, they divided the warm supplies, and after a bit of fuss, it was nearly midnight. Not too late, everyone should go to sleep. It snowed all night, and those who got up early could see staff sweeping the snow from the roads. after confirming that their itinerary remained unchanged. Suzy Yue and her group had breakfast and set off with the team. This team had about 30 to 40 people, led by Lieutenant Lin. Approaching the South District, Lieutenant Lin divided the team into 3 small groups to take different routes to the South District. They took mountain roads, and the higher they went, the colder it became. Suzy Yue focused on the toes of the person in front, trudging forward with her hands stuffed in her pockets, while Su Jingyan occasionally brushed off the snow that landed on her. Lieutenant Lin initially thought he would need to slow down for Suzy Yue and Su Jingyan, but unexpectedly, both of them persevered throughout without complaining of fatigue. Miss Su, Student Su, please be careful. We'll leave you here. If anything happens, contact us. Thank you. After Lieutenant Lin's team left, Suzy Yue and Su Jingyan entered a nearby residential house, took out a sofa from their space, and collapsed onto it. I'm so tired. I feel like my legs are going to give out. Su Jingyan chuckled at the contrast of Suzy Yue's expressions, crouching down to massage her legs. I was just worried about delaying their schedule. Suzy Yue took out a few heat packs to stick on her legs, and gave Su Jingyan a few as well. After resting for a while and confirming that there was no one around, Suzy Yue took out the car from her space. Let's go. We need to head to the survivor base first. According to the latest location sent by Su Jingyan's contacts within the survivors, the survivor base was currently located in the basement of a mall, and Su Jingyan drove towards that direction while looking at the map. They deliberately avoided the central area where Major General Zhao and his troops were located. Upon seeing soldiers in military uniforms from a distance, they immediately changed direction to avoid direct confrontation. If anyone curious insisted on chasing them, Su Jingyan could only regretfully invite them to have some peanuts. By the time they reached the vicinity of the survivor base, it was already dark. Su Jingyan did not take Suzy Yue directly into the survivor base. He first sent someone to scout the area and only entered after confirming that it was safe. When it came to Suzy Yue's safety, Su Jingyan could not be too cautious. Suzy Yue and Su Jingyan planned to spend the night in a clothing store outside the base. The doors of the row of shops had all been violently broken open, so Suzy Yue and Su Jingyan entered a relatively intact clothing store, closed the door, and then used a wardrobe and tea table from their space to block the entrance, ensuring that the wind could not enter and no one could push in. They piled the shelves and remaining clothes in a corner, then put a bed in the open space. Since it was cold, they didn't need a shower every day. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, the exhausted pair quickly fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Suzy Yue woke up in shock. Chapter 88. Survivor Base Xiaoya. Did you have a nightmare? Su Jingyan, sensing her rapid breathing, asked with concern. I dreamed of my sister. She can't eat enough, can't stay warm, and is being chased by someone. Suzy Yue fell a bit down. There was still a trace of her father, but there was no news of her sister, as if she had truly disappeared from this world. Xiaoya. Su Jingyan hesitated for a moment, looking at the sorrow in Suzy Yue's eyes, then pressed his forehead against hers and kissed her. Maybe you two will meet soon. Huh? What do you mean? Jingyan, is my sister here too? Did she really get captured by the Yang family? Suzy Yue realized there was more to Su Jingyan's words and grabbed his hand, urgently asking. He had quarreled with his parents several times over the marriage between the Yang and Zhao families, and once even declared that he had someone he liked. But he had never had any inappropriate interactions with any women. After his parents suddenly fell ill and passed away, he sent several groups of people to search for a woman. It's my sister. Suzy Yue jumped up, and with a thought, all their belongings entered her space. She grabbed Su Jingyan's hand and started to run outside. Xiaoya, don't be anxious. Eat breakfast first. Suzy Yue finished her breakfast in a few minutes, then dragged Su Jingyan, who was still trying to put gloves on her, outside. We need to hurry to the survivor base. There are many people there. We can blend in. My sister might be there. At the survivor base. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Seeing Suzy Yue and Su Jingyan suddenly walk in, the guard at the door raised his baton and shouted. Su Jingyan had already contacted someone the night before, and after explaining to the guard, a man dressed in a black cotton coat quickly came out. He patted the guard on the shoulder and smiled. This is my elder brother and sister-in-law. They're one of us. The guard looked at the two again. Although he found it suspicious, the man in front of him was the second in command of the base, Fan Wenchuan. And with him vouching, it should be fine. Brother, long time no see. Fan Wenxuan immediately gave Su Jing'an a big hug. Long time no see. You've worked hard. Su Jing'an patted his shoulder, showing a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, this isn't the place to talk. Let me take you inside first. Fan Wenxuan smiled at Su Ziyue and beckoned. The two followed Fan Wenxuan into the base. The entire underground level is the range of the survivor base. Due to several previous capture operations by General Zhao, they have changed their base multiple times. The underground level consists of various shops for food and entertainment, as well as a large department store. The survivors of the base are sitting in small groups on chairs or the ground, with backpacks or cloth bags beside them, which are all their belongings. In case soldiers arrive, they can grab them and run at a moment's notice. Those who are more particular have laid-down mats, while the simpler ones have just spread a piece of cloth, which should be where they sleep at night. Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an walked through, attracting many curious glances. They made their way through the crowd and arrived at a coffee shop, which seems to be where the base's leaders hold meetings, with someone on guard at the entrance. Big brother, this is the leader of the survivor base, Zhou Yinfeng. Brother Feng, this is my big brother Su Jing'an. Zhou Yinfeng stood up to shake hands with Su Jing'an, saying, this is my fiancé, Su Ziyue. Zhou Yinfeng stood up to shake hands with Su Jing'an again. I've heard a lot about you, and I must thank Mr. Su for his help to our base. That Mr. Zhou has thanked the wrong person. All those supplies were provided by my fiancé, Su Ziyue. I wouldn't dare take credit. Su Ziyue? What happened? Miss Su is very generous. Everyone in our base is grateful for Miss Su's kindness. A bewildered Su Ziyue met Zhou Yunfeng's grateful gaze and immediately forced a polite smile in response, twisting a bit of soft flesh at Su Jing'an's waist behind her back. Mr. Zhou, please don't say that, or we won't feel comfortable asking for your help. Su Jing'an gave Su Ziyue a reassuring look and smiled at Zhou Yinfeng. Haha, Miss Su and Mr. Su, if there's anything you need help with, just let us know. We will do our best. Zhou Yinfeng invited them to sit down and talk slowly instead of standing at the door. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has met Mr. Shun? I heard he has contributed a lot in opposing General Zhao's actions. I have met him, but only that once, and Mr. Shun was wearing a mask. The meeting was at night. May I ask what you need to see Mr. Shun for? Zhou Yunfeng's eyes held curiosity and a subtle wariness as he looked at the two. Chapter 89. Survivor Base 2. Mr. Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Our elder went missing suddenly a month ago, and based on the information we've gathered, Mr. Shun might be our missing elder. We came as time to confirm. Su Jing'an smiled as if he was unaware of the wariness in Zhou Yunfeng's eyes and explained. I see. However, aside from the first meeting, we have only been in contact with Mr. Shun online since then. I will inform him about this matter shortly. Whether he is willing to meet with you depends on his willingness. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Su Jing'an paused and continued. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has heard any news. I received information that General Zhao is preparing to capture survivors and use their lives to threaten General Sun into withdrawing troops. What? Zhou Yinfeng suddenly stood up, then realized he had lost composure and sat back down, calming himself before saying, I apologize, I was just too shocked by this news. It's all right, I can understand. I was also startled when I received the news. That old dog Zhao is simply unworthy of his military rank. Zhou Yinfeng slammed the table in anger. Mr. Zhou, instead of hiding, why not take the initiative? Su Jing'an looked at Zhou Yinfeng and suggested, I understand the reasoning, but that old dog Zhao has guns under his command, and they are now even more vigilant. They won't easily go solo, making it hard for us survivors to find opportunities. You can rest assured, we don't need the survivors to get close. They just need to act as bait, making the soldiers see them from afar and chase after them. My people will handle the rest. Su Jing'an smiled. Zhou Yinfeng and Su Jing'an happily reached an agreement. Zhou Yinfeng noticed that Su Jing'an and Fan Wenxuan had something to discuss, so he took the initiative to contact Mr. Shun and left with the person at the door, giving them space. Wenxuan, have there been 2 women joining the base recently? After Zhou Yinfeng left, Su Jing'an asked Fan Wenxuan. No, regardless of gender. Can you take us to see the recently joined people? Su Ziyue understood Su Ziqi's disguise skills. Her sister might disguise herself as a man to avoid capture. There haven't been many new arrivals, and there are more than 1 pair of people who join together. They have all been arranged at the north gate. I will take you to see. Soon, they arrived at the north gate of the base. Fan Wenxuan checked the list and found a few people, claiming he was looking for relatives. Su Ziyue looked them over one by one, but shook her head, feeling a bit disheartened. None of them. What about the other two? Su Dajie and Xiao Cuihua. Where did they go? Just as Su Jingyan was comforting Su Ziyue by patting her head, she suddenly perked up at the mention of Su Dajie. When they were young, the two sisters played games, and Su Ziki had used the name Su Dajie. I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I was next to them. Su Dajie and Xiao Cuihua went out early. Can you tell me about their situation? Su Ziyue took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits and handed them to him. They just arrived not long ago and are a couple. The person hadn't expected that a casual remark could exchange for food, and he immediately perked up, trying hard to describe what he saw. Su Ziyue suddenly hesitated and looked at Fan Wenxuan. After Fan Wenxuan provided the address, Su Ziyue thanked him and gave him bread. The person nodded repeatedly in response, looking enviously at the others. Fan Wenxuan took them to their residence, which was a milk tea shop. Although the place was a bit small, at least it had a door and private space, unlike lying on the ground outside to sleep. Su Ziyue took out milk, biscuits, chocolate, and beef jerky from her backpack and stuffed them into Fan Wenxuan's hands, her eyes filled with sisterly love. Wenxuan, thank you so much. Fan Wenxuan stood awkwardly in place, forced to accept the affection from his sister-in-law, and when his hands were full, Su Ziyue still wanted to stuff things into his pockets. Just as Fan Wenxuan thought of stepping back, he saw Su Ziyue being held by Su Jingyan, who took the chocolate from her hand and stuffed it into Fan Wenxuan's pocket, then looked at Fan Wenxuan's hands. Fan Wenxuan, I understand. I'm leaving now. After thanking them, Fan Wenxuan quickly slipped away, thinking that his brother was being a bit too jealous. It was just that his sister-in-law accidentally touched his hand while giving him things, right? His hand didn't have any viruses. Why did he look at him with that kind of expression, as if he were some stinky toad? Why did he feel like he was escaping for his life? Su Ziyue looked at Fan Wenxuan's back, puzzled. Maybe he has something urgent to handle. Su Jingyan closed the door, cutting off Su Ziyue's view of Fan Wenxuan, and smiled as he said, Chapter 90, Mr. Shun, all right. Now let's talk about when I delivered supplies to the survivor base. Su Ziyue revealed a smile similar to Su Jingyan's. That was some time ago, when Mr. Shun led the survivors to raid General Zhao's warehouse. I had Fan Wenxuan add some fuel to the fire. Fan Wenxuan is my junior. Most of the supplies he obtained were donated to the survivor base, which also gave him a voice in the base. As for why I said they were from you, I just didn't want them to underestimate you too much. In the apocalypse, for women to have a good life, they either need to have skills or rely on others. Compared to the former, most people tend to prefer the latter. Su Jingyan did not miss the subtle neglect and disdain Zhou Yunfeng showed towards Su Ziyue. Mr. Zhou has sent a message. Su Jingyan didn't want to elaborate further, just as Zhou Yunfeng's message came through. Su Ziyue was quickly distracted by Su Jingyan's words. She leaned over and rested her head on Su Jingyan's shoulder, looking at the message sent by Zhou Yunfeng together with him. Mr. Shun said he can cooperate with us from the inside and outside. Also, this is his terminal number, and he wants you to contact him. Su Ziyue hurriedly opened her terminal, input the number, and saved it. Then she made a call. The other party answered in just a second, as if they had been waiting for her. After the connection, neither side spoke immediately. Mr. Shun? Su Ziyue wanted to call him Dad, but she wasn't sure if Mr. Shun was Su Qingsong. Miss Su, do you remember the birthday gift I gave you when you were 10 years old? A deep male voice sounded. After confirming that Mr. Shun was indeed Su Qingsong, Su Ziyue complained, Woo, Dad, I was almost scared to death when I heard about your disappearance. Su Qingsong's gentle and smiling voice came through. So when can we meet, Dad? I'm so worried about you, and I miss you so much. Su Ziyue softly expressed her worries and longing to Su Qingsong. Soon, yeah. Be good and stay at the base. Don't run around. Wait for Dad to come pick you up. And my sister. Dad, I found my sister. She was locked up by Yang Xiaogo, and she escaped from a Yang family a few days ago. She is also at the survivor base. Sister even changed her name to Su Dajie, and I knew it was her as soon as I heard it. Unfortunately, she went out early, and I haven't seen her yet. Yeah is really smart. How many people did you bring here? Is there enough manpower? Do you want Dad to send a few people over? Dad, Su Gu and the others are all here. No need to send anyone over. I'm not going anywhere. So I don't need any manpower. Su Ziyue chatted with Su Qingsong for a while longer. Yeah. Dad has some things to discuss with Jing'an. Okay. Su Ziyue handed the terminal to Su Jing'an and then leaned on his shoulder to listen together. Su Jing'an felt the weight on his shoulder and worried that she might be uncomfortable like that. So while responding to Su Qingsong, he moved her to sit on his lap. Su Ziyue let out a small gasp and immediately covered her mouth. There was a brief pause on Su Qingsong's end, and then he continued the previous topic without asking anything. But Su Jing'an felt that Su Qingsong's words were somewhat gritted. After everything was settled, Su Qingsong meaningfully left the sentence. Yaya is not sensible. Jing'an, you need to take care of her more and not let her do whatever she wants. Su Ziyue, what did I do that was reckless? Dad, don't hang up, clarify. Ziki might have something outside to eat, just like we usually go out. All right. Su Ziyue sat down and began to eat lunch without any appetite. Did something happen to my sister? After Su Ziki escaped from the Yang family amidst the chaos, she and the maid, Molly, disguised themselves as a couple and quietly gathered information. Su Ziki, who was 7 meters tall, didn't have to worry about her Adam's apple being visible since the cold weather meant she wore more clothes that covered her neck. Plus, it wasn't her first time dressing as a boy, and she was very adept at mimicking a male voice. Soon, Su Ziki learned about Mr. Shen and combined it with the news of Su Qingsong's disappearance that Yang Chenyu had mentioned. She reasonably suspected that this Mr. Shen was her father. Using a fabricated tragic background, Su Ziki and Molly successfully arrived at the survivor base headquarters. Su Ziki was cautious and did not act rashly, even though Mr. Shen was always strategizing for the survivor base. She wasn't sure about the relationship between the base leader and Mr. Shen. After obtaining Molly's terminal, she secretly studied it, and in addition to the equipment she had taken from the bodyguard when escaping from the Yang family, she created corresponding signal transmitters based on her current terminal and placed them in several locations in the southern district. As long as others approached within a certain range, their terminals would receive a message. This message could only be understood by members of the Su family or those who were close to the Su family, as they would know which symbols corresponded to which words. On the day Su Ziyue arrived, Su Ziki had just finished making several signal transmitters to release. Chapter 91. Sisters meet. Now Su Ziki could only spread the signal transmitters widely to see if she could find her people. Why is this kid here? Su Ziki confirmed that the person she was talking to was Zhao Zishu after asking a few questions through a friend. She then informed him of a nearby location. Zhao Zishu rushed over but didn't see anyone. Just as he was getting anxious and about to pace around, he saw Su Ziki and Molly walking out from a nearby house. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zishu realized that Su Ziki did not fully trust him, and a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes, but soon he suppressed that feeling with overwhelming joy and excitement. Zhao Zishu dashed over and tightly hugged Su Ziki. Chi-Chi, I knew it. With your cleverness, you won't be taken by the King of Hell until you're 100. Su Ziki was taken aback, and then unceremoniously slapped Zhao Zishu. Who has too many tricks? I call that being cautious. All right, you can let go now. Don't cling to me like a little girl. Zhao Zishu wiped away the tears that had escaped his eyes and exaggeratedly shouted as he covered his chest. TSK, stop acting, I hit your back. Why are you covering your chest? Su Ziki slapped him again, interrupting his theatrics. Su Ziki and Zhao Zishu exchanged their recent experiences. Su Gu, Zhang Jiajin, and the others, who were ignored, looked at Su Ziki and Zhao Zishu, who were happily chatting with smiles. Can you guess why we aren't laughing? The team following Su Gu was discovered by the patrolling soldiers of General Zhao, and they scattered when they fled, separating from Lieutenant Lin's soldiers. Su Jing'an confirmed their location after inquiring about the landmark buildings nearby and had Zhang Jiajin drive over to pick him up since he was close by. As for why he had a car, Zhang Jiajin had come to the southern district in his capacity as the task force leader. On the day young Master Li met with Su Ziyue, he was captured, had all his belongings confiscated, and was locked in a cellar. Zhang Jiajin conveyed the news of young Master Li's betrayal to General Zhao, and he managed to escape and hide, looking for another opportunity. Initially, General Zhao would check in every now and then for updates, but later, as General Sun launched an attack on General Zhao, he lost interest in this matter. Thus, Zhang Jiajin successfully brought his team and Zhao Zishu into the southern district. Su Jingyan couldn't let go of Zhao Zishu and sent Zhang Jiajin to bring him over. Su Ziki had already escaped, and she would definitely find a way to contact her people. The survivor base had several small stations in addition to the underground mall on the first floor. Su Jingyan instructed them to scout around that area to see if they would encounter any surprises. As a result, they indeed ran into Su Ziki first. Su Jingyan received messages from Zhang Jiajin and Su Ge, and he stopped Su Ziyue, who wanted to go out looking. Xiao Yu, don't worry. Su Ge and the others have encountered her sister, and they are on their way to the base. When Su Ziyue saw the message on Su Jingyan's terminal, there were also 2 sentences sent by Su Ziki through Su Ji's terminal. Su Ziyue finally felt relieved. From the tone, it was definitely her sister. How could she be running around? She is so well-behaved. Su Ziyue obediently sat down, cradled her face, and looked up at Su Jingyan with a sweet smile. Jingyan Ge, I never thought of going out. I'm very well-behaved. Su Jingyan chuckled, pinching Su Ziyue's little face with a mix of helplessness and indulgence. Yes, my little Yu is the most well-behaved. Su Ziyue, I'm going to eat now. Su Ziyue said to Su Jingyan, who looked gentle, word by word. Xiao Yu is really well-behaved. Ignoring Su Ziyue's reluctance, Su Jingyan placed the food in front of her. If she knew that she hadn't eaten anything while waiting for her, she would definitely scold her fiercely. After quickly finishing dinner, Su Ziyue sat in a chair, staring at the door, anxiously waiting. 8:25. The door was knocked, and a familiar figure appeared. Sister. Su Ziyue dashed toward Su Ziki like a little firecracker. Chapter 92. The little tail Su Ziki opened her arms to catch her younger sister. Su Ziyue looked up. Her eyes had turned red without her noticing, tears swirling in her eyes. She could still remember the feeling she had when she heard about the explosion of Su Ziki's cruise ship that day. I'm sorry, sister. I apologize. Be good. Yeah. Don't cry. But you really are something? I told you to stay in Haishur, and you ran to Jing City, and even dared to come to the South District. After wiping Su Ziyue's tears, Su Ziki was gentle for only 3 seconds before she lightly pinched Su Ziyue's ear and pretended to be angry. You broke your promise first. Before Su Ziyue could list Su Ziki's transgressions, Su Ziki pinched Su Ziyue's mouth, forcibly interrupting her. We're even now, and from now on, no one is allowed to bring up old accounts. After Su Ziyue nodded, Su Ziki let go of her hand and carefully examined Su Ziyue, finally concluding, you've lost weight. Su Ziki had a little tail. Su Ziyue, who had to stick close to her while sleeping, eating, and walking, even wanting to feed her. But she also had to follow her to the bathroom, calling out sister every minute. After enduring for 2 days, Su Ziki couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, don't test your sister's patience. Su Ziki said expressionlessly to Su Ziyue, who had followed her again. I'm sorry, sister, I'm just scared. Scared that all of this is just a dream. After a half-minute eye contact with Su Ziyue, who looked like she could burst into tears at any moment, Su Ziki was the first to give in, expressionlessly wiping away her tears and making a concession. You can follow me, but don't call me. Okay. When they got back, Su Ziki was met with 2 pairs of resentful eyes. Since Su Ziki arrived, Su Jingyan hadn't cuddled or kissed his girlfriend for 2 nights, let alone sleep with her. Zhao Zishu finally saw his crush, and after meeting Su Ziki that day, he abandoned his previous slow approach. No one knew which would come first, tomorrow, or an accident. He directly expressed his feelings to Su Ziki. Su Ziki was only slightly surprised for a moment, but she wasn't in the mood to consider these things right now. Zhao Zishu understood and just wanted her to know he liked her. He had planned to show more of himself in their future interactions to earn extra points, but he didn't expect the obstacle he faced wasn't other men, but the clingy Su Ziyue. He couldn't find a chance to be alone with Su Ziki. Su Ziki turned her head to look at her clingy little sister, giving Su Jingyan a disdainful look, as if to say he couldn't even manage his own girlfriend. Su Jingyan said, Little you, your sister and mister. There's no need to discuss some matters. It might take a while and sounds quite boring. How about we go watch a movie or play some games? Su Ziyue glanced at the approaching Zhou Yunfeng, nodded obediently, and after greeting Su Ziki, was pulled out by Su Jingyan. Su Ziki thought that with Su Ziyue's clinginess, she would pout and refuse to leave. But unexpectedly, she was easily taken away by Su Jingyan after just a few words. Although she pretended to be disdainful, Su Ziki actually enjoyed her sister's clinginess. The small issues were just sweet troubles for her. With Su Ziyue gone, she felt somewhat unaccustomed. Before leaving, Su Jingyan gave Zhao Zishu a glance. The opportunity has come. Zhao Zishu successfully understood and walked over to Su Ziki to discuss tonight's coordinated plan. Zhao Yunfeng, who had approached, quickly sat down to join in. Outside the door, Su Ziyue paused the movie and asked Su Jingyan, "Can't sister just issue commands from the back? Does she really have to go? Want to be dangerous? I want to go too." Su Jingyan had let slip, giving Su Ziki another chance to scold him. Su Jingyan patiently explained to Su Ziyue, trying to dissuade her from wanting to go along. "Since it's very safe, it won't matter if I go too." During the conversation, Su Jingyan kept trying to persuade Su Ziyue to stay at the base, but her determination only grew stronger. "I want to go." "Jingyan, don't say anything. You said it's safe, so it's fine." Su Ziyue pecked Su Jingyan on the cheek and then hugged him, acting cute. Unable to resist her charm, Su Jingyan had no choice but to agree. So when Su Ziki and the others finished their discussion and came out, they heard the news. Su Ziki exclaimed, "What the hell, Su Jingyan, you really are something." Su Ziki gritted her teeth as she looked at Su Jingyan. Chapter 93. Shot? Okay, go. Su Ziki felt that if she didn't agree soon, Su Ziyue would shake her to pieces. "Let us make this clear. When we get there, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go east, don't go west. If I tell you to retreat, you retreat. Do you hear me?" Su Ziki first gave Su Ziyue a warning. Although she was relatively safe in the rear compared to the front lines, the battlefield was ever-changing, and no one could guarantee that nothing would happen. "Okay, I will definitely listen to sister." Su Ziyue nodded repeatedly in assurance. "All right, go play. Just seeing you gives me a headache." Su Ziki sat back in her chair, rubbing her temples. "I'll help sister massage." Su Ziyue volunteered to come over to be helpful, but was beaten to it by Zhao Zishu. Su Ziki felt the pressure on her head was just right. Closing her eyes and pretending not to see the look Su Ziyue was giving her, Su Ziyue shot an annoyed glare at the smug Zhao Zishu, sulking as she sat beside them. Su Jingyan was busy rearranging personnel, sending everyone who was supposed to stay at the base to follow Su Ziyue and the others. Night quickly fell. The nighttime temperature was lower than during the day, and Su Ziyue wrapped herself up tightly, getting into the car as fast as she could, closing the door, but still shivering. "I told you not to come. You can still back out now. It's warm and comfortable lying in the base. Why follow me out here to suffer the cold?" Su Ziki looked at the curled-up Su Ziyue in Su Jingyan's arms. "I'm not cold. Everyone's here. Hurry up and drive. Don't waste time," Su Ziyue urged. The three cars set off into the night, stopping at a 5-story building, and the group quickly took their things to the rooftop. After setting up the tent, Su Ziki and Zhou Yunfeng used binoculars to look at the location of General Zhao's base, observing the situation. There were no unexpected developments. General Zhao quickly fell under the attack of General Sun, Su Qingcong, Su Jingyan, and the survivor base. General Zhao's army had already become a sieve, and as the situation turned against him, he had no choice but to retreat, knowing that as long as he had the mountains, he wouldn't worry about firewood. However, when General Zhao was about to go to his son's room to take him away, he was captured on the spot by those inside. General Zhao looked at Su Qingcong and the man beside him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why, Zhao Zixing, you actually teamed up with outsiders to harm your father?" The betrayal of his subordinates didn't shock him the most. What shocked him most was that his son had also betrayed him. He had been harboring Su Qingcong, who was opposed to him under the guise of Mr. Shun, hiding him in his home. No wonder he couldn't find his men. Who would think to look for them in his son's house? The most dangerous place was indeed the safest place, and Su Qingcong embodied this saying. Zhao Zixing averted his gaze. "I just want you to live well. Don't worry, General Sun has promised that as long as you don't cause trouble, you can enjoy a comfortable old age." Su Qingcong smiled at Zhao Zixing. General Zhao in his prime. "You, the foul-mouthed General Zhao, were dragged away with your mouth covered." Seeing the outcome, Su Ziki felt relieved and called everyone to pack up and leave. From now on, the survivors would be able to live a good life under General Sun's leadership. Zhou Yunfeng said with a smile, reaching behind him. Suzuki didn't look at Zhou Yunfeng. She helped pack up and merely nodded in response to his words. Su Ziyue felt something strange in Zhou Yunfeng's tone, a mix of happiness and excitement. She looked at Zhou Yunfeng and saw him pull out a gun from behind, aiming it at Suzuki's head. "Sister, be careful," Sophia exclaimed, anxiously. Everything around her seemed to slow down. She watched as Zhou Yunfeng pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew towards Suzuki. Without thinking, her body reacted faster than her brain, and she lunged forward. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, then a scream erupted. Everyone heard the gunshot, saw Zhou Yunfeng pointing the gun at Suzuki, and witnessed Su Ziyue diving toward her sister. "Xiaoya, yeah." Su Jingyan rushed forward, kicking Zhou Yunfeng down, interrupting his attempt to fire a second shot, and confiscating his gun. After shooting at Zhou Yunfeng's gun-wielding hand, he resisted the urge to kill him on the spot and tossed the gun to Su Gu, who had rushed over. "Leave him alive." As soon as he said that, Su Jingyan was already at Su Ziyue's side, wanting to help her, but afraid of accidentally touching her injury. He could only carefully observe while asking Suzuki, "How is Xiaoya?" Su Jingyan's eyes were red, as if he could cry at any moment. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you come. Xiaoya, hold on. I'll get you to a doctor right away." Chapter 94. Space, calm down. Your hands are shaking and you want to hold my sister. Don't drop her. Suzuki swatted Su Jingyan's hand away, turning her back to everyone, the anxious look on her face fading. Just as the bullet was getting closer, in a flash, she focused her mind. The bullet disappeared in front of her, and a bullet appeared in her space. So, Su Ziyue was not hit. Su Jingyan thought the pallor on her face was from pain, but in reality, it was from fear. Suzuki had already checked Su Ziyue from head to toe, while Su Jingyan was dealing with Zhou Yunfeng, and fortunately, she found no wounds. Then came confusion. Everyone saw the bullet shooting towards Su Ziyue. "You little girl, you knew to wear a bulletproof vest? I thought you didn't care about your life." Suzuki raised her hand high, wanting to give her little head a wake-up slap, but in the end, it gently fell. "You scared your sister to death." Suzuki tightly hugged Su Ziyue. That feeling of having lost and found again was too much for her heart to bear. Su Ziyue knew Suzuki was covering for her. She hadn't actually worn a bulletproof vest, but still followed her lead, holding her chest. "Sister, woo, it hurts so much." Normally, a bullet can penetrate a bulletproof vest at close range, and if lucky, it won't penetrate, but the impact can still cause injury. So, to cooperate with the reason her sister had given her, Su Ziyue pretended to cry out in pain while giving Su Jingyan a look that indicated she was fine. Seeing Suzuki holding onto Su Ziyue without letting go, Su Jingyan glanced at the others present. Most people had already packed up and left the rooftop, leaving only the two sisters, Su Jingyan, Su Gu, Zhao Zishu, and that damn Zhou Yunfeng. "Zhou Yunfeng, do you have anything to say?" Su Jingyan walked over to the bruised Zhou Yunfeng, looking down at him. No one present could have anticipated that Zhou Yunfeng would suddenly turn hostile, nor could they fathom his motive. "How is that possible? I clearly saw the bullet." Zhou Yunfeng seemed not to hear Su Jingyan's words, staring at Su Ziyue and Suzuki with disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, Su Jingyan kicked him. "Shut up. I don't want to hear any of that bad luck talk." Su Jingyan interrupted Zhou Yunfeng in time, afraid he would mention the bullet disappearing in a thin air and say something he shouldn't. "Who sent you? Why did you target Suzuki? The Yang family? The Zhao general? The Sun general? The Ling family? The Li family? It seems none of them." Su Jingyan listed all the families related to the Su family, pausing after each name to observe Zhou Yunfeng's reaction, but his expression remained unchanged. Su Jingyan was worried that there were still backup plans left by Zhou Yunfeng in the base. As the base leader, he had the easiest access to set things up. "Good. By the time we get in the car," Suzuki had already spoken to Su Qingsong. "We're going to my dad's place." The people Zhou Yunfeng brought were all controlled by Su Jingyan's team and were tied up one by one. Su Qingsong was still at Zhao Zhixing's villa. Upon receiving Suzuki's call, he quickly arranged for a doctor and cleared a room. When Suzuki and the others arrived, they brought the prepared stretcher for Su Ziyue to lie down on and carried her into the prepared room. The doctor was waiting in the room and immediately came over when Su Ziyue was brought in. "What is the patient's condition now?" he said, reaching to pull back the blanket to check the wound. But just as his hand reached out, Su Jingyan grabbed him and pulled him outside. Xiaoya was hit by a bullet while wearing a bulletproof vest. There was no bleeding, but the area where she was hit is painful. It's inconvenient for you to see the wound. Please use your experience to determine how to treat it. The doctor was taken aback, then said disapprovingly, in this situation, the damage varies according to distance, different bullets, and the part that was hit. I need to see the wound to better determine the treatment plan. Moreover, in our eyes as doctors, patients are not divided by gender. Please, Mr. Su, do not take it too personally. Miss Su's injury is serious. But no matter what the doctor said, Su Jingyan refused to relent. So the doctor went to find Su Ziki and Su Qingsong. Having thought they would stop Su Jingyan's disregard for the patient's injury as Su Ziyue's sister and father, they surprisingly agreed with Su Jingyan's approach. Chapter 95. Believers of God, my sister is precious. Her body is not something a mere mortal like you can look at. Didn't Tiangshin you say you have extensive experience treating gunshot wounds? Then use your experience to heal my sister's injury. Su Ziki said domineeringly, looking like she wouldn't take no for an answer. The doctor looked pale and turned his last hope, Su Qingsong. To his surprise, Su Qingsong nodded in agreement with Su Ziki's words, just do as they say. The doctor nearly lost control of his expression. If he encountered such patients in a hospital, he would have scolded them thoroughly. But now, forced by the situation, he lowered his head, agreed, and went out to get the medicine. With no outsiders left in the room, Su Qingsong looked at Su Jingyan. Earlier, out of trust in Su Jingyan, he hadn't intervened. But now he needed a reasonable explanation for himself. Su Jingyan closed the door and windows, ensuring there was no one around and no monitoring devices before coming to Su Ziyue. Xiaoya, was the bullet in the space? Su Ziyue sat up, no longer lying down, and jumped to the ground, spinning around in front of them. Don't worry, I'm completely fine. I stored the bullet in my space. Su Jingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Su Qingsong and Su Ziki looked a bit bewildered. What space? Su Ziyue explained her space and its functions. Dad's sister, you don't have to worry about food anymore. I'll take care of you. Look at how capable you are. Have you considered what if your ability suddenly fails or if you lose control? Your life could be in danger. Su Ziki tapped Su Ziyue's head and said irritably, but I succeeded. I can't just watch you get into trouble right in front of me. Su Ziyue covered her head with a bit of grievance. Okay, it's Dad's fault for not investigating who Zhou Yunfeng is. Chi-Chi, Yi is also worried about you. Now that both of you are safe, that's the best outcome. Don't entertain any negative thoughts. After stopping the argument that was about to start between the two, Su Qingsong looked at Su Ziyue and asked, yeah, does using the space harm you in any way? Does anyone else know about your space? No. Besides you guys, no one knows about it. I'm not stupid. I wouldn't tell anyone. That's good. Yeah, don't tell a fourth person about this. You should stay in your room and rest for the next few days. Okay. Su Qingsong and Su Jingyan's team removed all of Zhou Yunfeng's minions from the survivor base. But unfortunately, their mouths were exceptionally tight-lipped and revealed nothing. On the same night, after the interrogation, Zhou Yunfeng committed suicide. Su Jingyan discovered that Zhou Yunfeng and his men all had a strangely shaped red mark on the left side of their backs. The mark seemed to be embedded in their flesh, impossible to wipe or wash off, and it was unclear how it got there. It likely belonged to some organization. However, this mark led Su Jingyan to uncover the last two hidden spies of this unknown organization within the military. Big Brother. They said that mark is only given to those loyal to the god. Only such believers would receive the mark and blessings. It's a symbol of honor. Believers of the god? This reminded Su Jingyan of the emerging cult organization in Haishur shortly after the apocalypse began, which acted in the name of God. This organization stirred up some trouble, but was quickly suppressed by the military. However, Su Jingyan remembered that a leader called the Messenger of God was the only one to escape Haishur. Could this Messenger of God have been silently brainwashing people and gathering a wave of gullible followers? But why would he target Su Ziki? A lot of questions swirled in his mind, and Su Jingyan asked Fan Wenxuan, "Can we extract more information?" Fan Wenxuan shook his head. Looking grim, they bit their tongues and committed suicide after saying that. This is undoubtedly a blow to Fan Wenxuan, who excels in interrogation. He personally extracted such little information and still let someone die. He really didn't know how that messenger of God brainwashed these fools. Su Jingyan patted the somewhat dejected Fan Wenxuan, urging him to go rest. Meanwhile, Su Ziyue, who was stuck in her room and unable to go anywhere, was getting restless after watching movies and reading novels all day. Su Jingyan, Su Ziki, and Su Qingsong were all busy wrapping up work in the Southern District and had no time to accompany her. Su Yue opened the door slightly to look outside, and Zhang Jiajin immediately looked over. "Second miss, is there something you need?" Su Yue didn't expect Zhang Jiajin to be so perceptive. However, having heard Su Jingyan say that Zhang Jiajin had been working for him in the Southern District, Su Yue felt a bit curious. "Captain Zhang, can you tell me what you've been doing here? I'm so bored lying down." Zhang Jiajin paused for a moment, then nodded expressionlessly, starting to recount from before the apocalypse. "That day, Mr. Su suddenly asked me to buy a large amount of supplies to be delivered to various warehouses in batches. Then he assigned me here, giving me a batch of supplies, saying I should recruit talent and find opportunities to rise up. Wait a minute. Chapter 96. I'm also reborn." Su Ziyue felt increasingly uneasy. "When did Brother Jingyan ask you to buy supplies?" Suppressing her shock, Su Ziyue found an excuse that she was feeling unwell and needed a rest, sending Zhang Jiajin away and declining his suggestion to call a doctor. After closing the door, her head felt like it was filled with exclamation marks and question marks. Why did Jingyan start buying supplies in large quantities a week before the storm? How could he arrive by her side so quickly in this life? Did he also, like her, experience rebirth? As this thought emerged, memories from the past flashed through Su Ziyue's mind, supporting this guess. After Su Ziyue closed the door, Zhang Jiajin went to find Su Jingyan and recounted what had just happened. "Mr. Su, you said not to hide anything from Miss Su, so I told her, but did I say something wrong that made Miss Su angry and uncomfortable?" He was worried about whether Miss Su's injury was all right since she wouldn't see a doctor. "It's fine, you didn't say anything wrong. Just answer whatever she asks in the future. She should be upset that I kept it from her. I'll go check on Yaya and comfort her." Su Jingyan guessed that Su Ziyue might have figured out that he was also reborn. He walked to the door, feeling a bit anxious, and knocked. "Yaya, it's me. Can I come in?" There was no response from inside. Su Jingyan didn't rush and patiently waited for a moment. A minute later, the door opened from the inside, and Su Jingyan quickly entered and closed the door. Su Ziyue was sitting on the sofa with her back to him. Su Jingyan sat down beside her and glanced at her expression. He tentatively reached out to hold her hand and, feeling no resistance, let out a slight sigh of relief. "I know you don't want others to see you in a vulnerable state." When Su Ziyue talked about her previous life to Su Jingyan, she downplayed her experiences and only mentioned what disasters would occur later and what supplies were needed. Regarding her death, she simply summarized it with, "I met the wrong people and didn't recognize them well." Su Jingyan understood that Su Ziyue did this not only to spare him from feeling heartbroken, but also because she didn't want anyone to know about her past struggles. However, Su Jingyan didn't plan to keep it a secret forever. There are no walls that don't let the wind through. Rather than have Ye find out the truth from someone else later, he might as well tell her himself. "Yeah, I'm like you. I'm also reborn. I just had a few more days to plan than you." Fortunately, the tragedies from his past life did not occur in this life. "Yeah, it's so good to have you by my side." Su Jingyan held Su Ziyue's hand against his face. Seeing her silent, he further wrapped his arms around her waist. "Yeah, you can hit me or scold me. Just don't ignore me." Su Jingyan looked at Su Ziyue's profile, his tone pleading. "Brother Jingyan, you don't need to apologize to me." Su Ziyue turned to look at Su Jingyan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Everything you do is to help me and the Su family. I should be thanking you. What reason do I have to be angry with you? If anyone should apologize, it should be me. If I hadn't acted recklessly, it wouldn't have happened." Su Ziyue cupped Su Jingyan's face, looking guilty. Yeah, don't say that. We're family. Families don't need to say thank you to each other, and you don't need to apologize to me. It's my fault for knowing that those two siblings had bad intentions and still allowing them to be around you. In any case, when something happens, look for reasons in others first. Don't deny yourself. You're the best. Su Ziki closed the door and, while sizing up Su Ziyue, shot Su Jingyan a glare. "Is this the kind of ideology you usually instill in my sister? Sister, when did you arrive?" With a glance from Su Ziki, Su Ziyue obediently came to her side. After confirming that Su Ziyue was fine, she said, "I just arrived. I knocked on the door, but you didn't respond. I thought something had happened." Su Ziyue exchanged a guilty glance with Su Jingyan and turned her head to meet her sister's "you better give me an explanation" gaze. She forced a smile, pulled Su Ziki down to sit, and then came behind her to massage her shoulders. "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. You know I wasn't hurt at all. You should listen to Su Jingyan less. Look at your limp arms. They feel like tickling." Su Ziki squeezed Su Ziyue's arm, a bit disdainfully. Chapter 97. Getting back on track. Since you have nothing to do, you could train your muscles here. I have some instructional videos. You need to practice for 2 hours every day and then spar with me in the evening. Su Ziki ignored Su Ziyue's dissatisfied gaze and directly assigned her tasks. "Su Jingyan, you still haven't sorted out your matters over there. Stop always coming to find my sister." Su Ziki pulled Su Jingyan away, reminding Su Ziyue to start training quickly and not to slack off before closing the door. Su Ziyue thought to herself, "This is simply a disaster from the heavens." By the time they returned to the central base, it was already evening. Major General Sun personally came out to greet them. "Brother Su, you are a great contributor to our central base." Major General Sun warmly shook hands with Su Qingsong. "I have prepared a banquet to welcome you." Yes. I'm just too happy. You all have worked hard. I've arranged your accommodations, and we'll have someone take you there." Major General Sun had his vice general personally escort Su Qingsong and the others to their lodgings. Su Ziyue nodded, gave Su Ziki some heat packs, took out a heater, and then laid down under the blanket. "Sister, please turn off the light. I need to sleep for a while." Su Ziyue, being a patient, was excused from attending Major General Sun's celebration banquet. But Su Ziki and Su Jingyan had to accompany Su Qingsong to make an appearance in front of Major General Sun Day. The temperature outside had already dropped to below -10 degrees. When Su Qingsong led Su Ziki and Su Jingyan into the banquet hall, a wave of warm air greeted them. Shortly after sitting down, a cup of hot tea was placed in their hands. "It's cold outside, Brother Su. Quickly drink some hot tea to warm up. How is her little niece? Do you need to call a doctor to check on her?" "No need. Her injuries need time to heal. Just let her rest more." Su Qingsong called Su Jingyan over and introduced him to Major General Sun. "This is his son, Su Jingyan." Major General Sun and Su Qingsong's father grew up together, and their previous generation were comrades in arms. Aside from Su Qingsong, who went into business, the other two followed in their father's footsteps and joined the military. "He really looks like you. You were originally accepted into the military academy. If it weren't for your parents' accident, you have already made a career by now. Since the culprits who harmed your parents have all been caught, young man, have you considered re-enlisting?" Su Jingyan declined without much thought. "Thank you for your kindness, Major General Sun, but I have no such plans." Although Major General Sun felt regretful, he respected Su Jingyan's wishes, and Su Qingsong timely shifted the topic to divert Major General Sun's attention. Once Su Ziyue's injuries healed, she resumed her old profession and continued running the mahjong parlor. Su Jingyan formed a mercenary squad with his people, usually taking on missions released by the central base and occasionally accepting private jobs. Zhao Zishu passed the assessment from the technical department and became a technician again. Su Ziki used the Su family's financial resources to establish a studio, developing some electronic devices related to emergency contact and various bizarre positioning devices. The products were sold through the base's official channels, and she just needed to wait to receive her share of the profits. Gao Qingwen and Wu Xuanyu also arrived at the central base shortly after. "Ziyue, a long time no see." Gao Qingwen's parents were also at the central base. After settling down with her parents, she immediately went to find Su Ziyue and gave her a big hug upon seeing her. Su Ziyue hugged Gao Qingwen tightly as well, and after they separated, she pulled Gao Qingwen to sit down and chat about each other's recent situations. "I'm doing well, and it seems that the senior is gradually starting to accept me." Gao Qingwen smiled, holding her face, looking love-struck. "Wow, that's great." Su Ziyue was happy for her. However, since he came to the central base, he's become so busy that I hardly see him. Every time I ask him what he's busy with, he says it's confidential experiments. Gao Qingwen looked a bit troubled. Their common topics were too few, and every time she finished speaking, it seemed they had nothing else to talk about. Chapter 98. Meeting old classmates. Aren't you his assistant? By rights, Gao Qingwen should have been busy alongside Wu Xuanyu, since he was so busy. Don't mention it. The senior found some male assistant from somewhere, and ever since he came, my work has decreased significantly. Although the senior says he doesn't want me to work too hard and got someone to help share the load, this has also reduced the time I spend with him. Alas, enough about that. Let's talk about you. How are things between you and Su Jing'an? Gao Qingwen looked at Su Ziyue, leaning in curiously. What else? Same as always. Su Ziyue expressed that she had nothing interesting to share with Gao Qingwen. I heard you were shot before. Are you healed now? Gao Qingwen suddenly remembered this and quickly asked with concern. I'm fine now. I'm stronger than ever. Su Ziyue shook her fist. After Su Ziqi's rigorous training, she felt full of strength and could easily take down a strong man. Gao Qingwen was puzzled and thought she was joking. After responding a bit, they moved on to the next topic. With Wu Xuanyu's birthday approaching, Su Ziyue also thought about going out to buy some gold and jade accessories. Although she still hadn't discovered any effects these had on her space, what if they really could lead to a qualitative change due to quantitative accumulation? Anyway, her mahjong parlor was making profits every day, and she had opened a second branch, so she wasn't just relying on her savings. If worse came to worst, there were still Su Qingcang and the others. Thus, Su Ziyue and Gao Qingwen went to a commercial street that had been specially planned out in the central base to browse. Perhaps because they didn't check the calendar before going out, not long after they started shopping, they were stopped in their tracks. Yeah, can you help me meet your sister? Seeing Yang Chenyu suddenly appear in front of her, Su Ziyue rolled her eyes expressionlessly. After poisoning his father and aunt, Yang Chenyu quickly surrendered to Major General Sun when he saw that Zhao Zhongjiang had no hope. He offered up most of the Yang family's wealth and assisted the military in capturing Zhao Zhongjiang to save his own life. Now, relying on what little assets he had left, he opened a shop on the commercial street. Although his life couldn't be as extravagant as before, he was at least able to make ends meet. No, since my sister doesn't want to see you, you should know better than to disturb her. Also, don't call me that. We aren't close. Su Ziyue had never liked Yang Chenyu. When Su Ziqi was dating him, she always detested how he monopolized her sister. Moreover, Su Ziqi had always compromised for Yang Chenyu, only for him to ultimately betray her sincere feelings. Wait, Miss Su, I'm not looking to discuss matters of the heart with your sister. I want to collaborate with her, but she has been avoiding me. Could you please help me introduce her? Hearing that Su Ziyue was about to leave, Yang Chenyu immediately stopped her, explaining his intentions and presenting his sincerity. I heard you like collecting gold and jade accessories. These are for my Yang family, purchased from various auction houses. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Su Ziyue glanced at the box filled with jewelry, which was indeed not ordinary. But so what? How could a mere collection of accessories compare to her sister? No need. I don't like any of them. If you want to discuss collaboration, go through the normal channels. It's useless to come to me. However, I want to remind you that even if you saved my sister, your Yang family's involvement in that explosion means you can only be considered as making amends. So don't think you can use the guise of a lifesaver to bind my sister to you. Just a friendly reminder, my dad doesn't like you at all. If you go and provoke him, well, the consequences are yours to bear. With that, Su Ziyue took Gao Qingwen's hand and quickly left. Although their mood was affected, at least the trip wasn't in vain, as they both managed to buy what they wanted. On the way back, the two of them parted ways as they lived in different places that were not on the same route. Su Ziyue was stopped by someone when she passed by a bungalow. Su Ziyue, Gao Yuhao, what are you doing here? Looking at his place. It was the cheapest room in the central base, filled with all kinds of people. If it weren't for Su Ziyue having a bodyguard with her, she wouldn't have passed by here alone. My sister is sick, and the doctors in Haishur can't cure her, so I brought her here for treatment. But I haven't found a way yet, Gao Yuhao explained with a bitter smile. What illness does Yusin have? Do you need my help? Su Ziyue immediately asked with concern. If it's possible, I would be very grateful. I really have no other way. I will work hard to pay you back for the medical expenses with interest. The tall man's eyes turned red, and he bowed deeply to Su Ziyue. Chapter 99. Finding a doctor, Su Ziyue helped Gao Yuhao up. Is Yusin inside? Is it convenient for me to visit? Of course, Yusin will be very happy to see you. Gao Yuhao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and led Su Ziyue into the house. Yusin, look who is here. Gao Yuhao paused at the door, adjusted his expression, and forced a smile as he opened the door. Cough, cough, brother, it's ZU's sister. Cough, 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 cough. Gao Yuhao quickly went over to pat Gao Yusin's back to help her breathe. Gao Yusin had lost all her baby fat, looking emaciated and pale, and began coughing before finishing her sentence. Su Ziyue looked around. The room was very simple, with just a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Yusin, it's me. Don't get too excited. Seeing the teapot on the table, she quickly poured a cup of water and handed it to Gao Yuhao, urging him to slowly feed it to Gao Yusin. Sister Ziyue, I didn't expect the first friend I would meet after coming to Jing City to be you. That's great, but I look terrible now. I might scare you. How could that be? Yusin is still so cute, just a bit thinner, not ugly at all. Once you get better, I'll take you shopping. There's still many fun things outside. We can go play together then. After chatting for a while, seeing Gao Yusin's spirits were low, Su Ziyue suggested leaving. Gao Yuhao escorted her out, gratefully smiling. Thank you. I'll have someone send a batch of supplies later. So don't rush to find work. What Yusin needs most now is family companionship. Gao Yuhao nodded, thanking her again. And the gloom that had been buried in his eyes for many days finally revealed a glimmer of light. As Su Ziyue approached her residence, she saw Su Jing'an. He was walking out, seemingly looking for her. They chatted for a bit after running into an old classmate. Su Ziyue told him about Gao Yuhao and his sister. Su Jing'an wrapped his arm around Su Ziyue's shoulder as they walked home, nodding after hearing her story. If you can help, then help. It might even be beneficial for your space upgrade. I hadn't thought that much about it. I just felt it was a small effort, and it concerns a life. So there's no reason to refuse. But Yusin's illness came so suddenly and strangely. The doctors in Haishur couldn't even diagnose it. Su Jing'an rubbed her head. No matter if it can be cured or not, that's the doctor's business. Don't put psychological pressure on yourself. Su Ziyue frowned. Just thinking about Gao Yusin's illness possibly being incurable made her uncomfortable. Su Jing'an gently pinched Su Ziyue's small face, reminding her not to burden herself mentally. Yet she still seemed to be overthinking. Forget it. I'll contact the doctors. You don't need to get involved. I'll tell you when there's news. Oh, fine. I won't think about it anymore. I know you're busy, Jing'an, but I don't want you to be so tired. Let us not trouble you with this matter. Su Ziyue shook Su Jing'an's arm, and seeing he didn't respond, she continued to act cute. Okay? Is that all right? Brother Jing'an. Seeing Su Jing'an unmoved, Su Ziyue wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and pecked his lips, tilting her head to observe his expression. Then tentatively kissed him again. Su Jing'an ultimately couldn't hold back, pressing Su Ziyue's head and giving her a passionate French kiss. Fortunately, they had already reached the room, which might be why Su Jing'an was a bit more reckless. In the end, Su Ziyue slapped his handsome cheek after her lips got cut. How am I supposed to go down for dinner like this? Dad and sister will definitely notice. Su Ziyue got angrier and slapped his other cheek for symmetry. Su Jing'an held her hand against his face. Her strength wasn't much, and it didn't hurt, but this little tantrum made him find her extremely cute. I'll bring it up for you. I'll make excuses to your dad and sister. If you're still angry, just hit me a couple more times to vent. Don't hold it in. Su Jing'an even leaned in closer, making it easier for Su Ziyue to hit him. Su Ziyue thought, when did her boyfriend become like this? Why did he look like he was being rewarded when she hit him? Get out. Su Ziyue pushed Su Jing'an out of the room, telling him to go get the food. After dinner, Su Jing'an said seriously, Xiao Yu, try not to go out recently. If you do, make sure to take your bodyguard with you. Don't go out alone. Chapter 100. Suicide? Why the sudden warning? Su Ziyue asked, puzzled. The people behind Zhou Yunfeng haven't been caught yet. Today, 2 people with red marks on their backs were found in the laboratory on General Sun's side. The captors lacked experience and allowed them to find an opportunity to commit suicide. They should be making moves soon, so we need to be cautious until we understand their intentions. I don't mind not going out, but you and dad and sister need to be especially careful. Especially sister. The reason Zhou Yunfeng targeted her last time is still unclear, and we don't know if they will come again. Su Ziyue looked worried. Don't worry. We take plenty of people with us when we go out. We need to be your backup. We won't let anything happen to ourselves easily. Su Jing'an gently patted her head, reassuring her. What he didn't say was that a few days ago, both Su Ziyuk and he had been attacked. but the assailants were not skilled, and their people successfully captured them. However, just like before, they committed suicide before they could be interrogated, leaving only a few words: God cult, divine envoy, longevity. Su Jingyan found it strange that these cult followers would commit suicide the moment they were captured. No matter how brainwashed, they shouldn't all act so decisively. He proposed to the Research Institute to dissect these cult followers' bodies, and sure enough, a chip had been implanted in their bodies. The chip had self-destructed, and no information could be detected. Su Jingyan speculated that their suicide was likely related to this chip, or that they might have been controlled by it. Currently, they were trying to capture a few cult followers, hoping to retrieve the chips before they committed suicide, but this idea had yet to see a successful case. Su Ziyue contacted the doctors at the central base and arranged for Gao Yuhao to take Gao Yusin there on time. She originally wanted to accompany them, but Su Jingyan advised her to go out less, so she gave up that thought. Although she had confidence in her bodyguards, that cult seemed a bit sinister, and she didn't want to test her luck. However, while she was going out, someone came looking for her. Su Ziyue, you left without saying a word. Are we still friends? Ling Xinhong stormed in, questioning her. No, aren't we sworn enemies? Su Ziyue blinked innocently and retorted. After all, who would want a friend who could only share good times and not hardships? General Sun wasn't a fool. He wouldn't have any grudges against Ling's father. However, this didn't affect Ling Xinhong. Her father wouldn't let her be exposed to those people's disdain. I thought we had turned enemies into friends. Ling Xinhong looked at Su Ziyue with a bit of grievance. Oh, really? When? How come I didn't know? Su Ziyue still had that innocent look, tilting her head in confusion as she asked. Okay, then let me ask you now. Do you want to be my friend? Ling Xinhong stared intently at Su Ziyue. I might not be worthy of being Miss Ling's friend. Su Ziyue continued to tease her. That was just me talking nonsense before. It was a joke. Anyway, the past doesn't count. If you feel uncomfortable, I apologize. I'm asking you very seriously now. Can we be friends? If you could talk normally every time and change your habit of speaking arrogantly, then yes. Ling Xinhong raised her hand and swore. I promise to speak properly in the future. So, during the days when Suzy wouldn't go out, Ling Xinhong almost came to her house every day. At first, they played mahjong together, and when there weren't enough people, they had 2 bodyguards fill in. Later, after losing almost every game, she suggested playing Ludo instead. Eventually, Su Ziyue refused to play games with her, saying it was too easy to win and that playing with Ling Xinhong gave her no sense of achievement. Ling Xinhong could only accompany Su Ziyue to watch movies with a pout, but she didn't stop chatting, continuously critiquing the characters in the film. Shut up. Su Ziyue couldn't hold it in anymore. Don't you have other friends? You come to my house every day. Ling Xinhong looked down and pinched her fingers. They only play with me for resources. After taking my supplies, they talk bad about me behind my back. I don't want to play with them. Su Ziyue wondered, did this person suddenly become smart? In the past, my family had a lot, so it didn't matter. It was just spending money to buy happiness. Now that Dad is earning points hard, I can't waste his points anymore. Ziyue, are you tired of me? Ling Xinhong looked at Su Ziyue cautiously. No, the male lead is out. Stop talking. Let us watch the movie. Ling Xinhong's fragile little eyes made it hard for Su Ziyue to say anything else to dismiss her. Chapter 101. The Swarm of Locusts. The next day, Ling's father brought Ling Xinhong over for a visit, saying he wanted to discuss a collaboration with Su Qingzong. Ziyue, I'm leaving my Xinhong in your care. She has a simple mind and can't stay idle at home. I'm worried she might get tricked elsewhere, but I'm completely at ease leaving her with you. Of course, Ling's father said this while avoiding Ling Xinhong, worried that she might explode with anger if she heard it. Su Ziyue looked at the box of shiny jewelry on the floor, which was of good quality and clarity, and smiled as she exchanged pleasantries with Ling's father, accepting the task of keeping an eye on his daughter during her free time. During this time, the rare illness of Gao Yusin left the doctors at the central base helpless. She could no longer eat. Any food forced into her would come back up, and she could only sustain her life through nutritional injections. Strangely, her cough and fever symptoms had disappeared. Moreover, as time passed, her memory was also deteriorating. Fortunately, although it couldn't be cured, the doctors could effectively slow the progress of Gao Yusin's deterioration with medication. Gao Yusin's condition caught the attention of a certain researcher in the institute who was studying a drug related to the regeneration of human cells. Gao Yusin's illness was a perfect research subject for him. However, human living research is illegal, and his drug was still in the process of being perfected. The results from animal testing had not been ideal. So, he merely observed quietly, not rushing to contact Gao Yuhui, as it wasn't the right time yet. As the temperature slowly dropped, Su Ziyue completely became a homebody. The Point Redemption Center at the central base had started to restrict purchases, and the variety of items was decreasing. Besides cold-resistant crops like coriander, spinach, and potatoes, other limited vegetables were grown in greenhouses, requiring a lot of points with few quantities available for sale. Once they hit the shelves, they were sold out within seconds. Staple foods mainly consisted of steamed buns and flatbreads, with occasional noodle supplies. But if one wasn't quick enough, they wouldn't even see a trace of noodle soup. It's worth mentioning that the central base set up a point mall where food and other supplies could be pre-purchased from home through terminals, with options for self-pickup or delivery. However, delivery came with extra charges, and even in the face of heavy snow and inconvenient travel, most people opted for self-pickup, as saving even a little was worth it. Su Ziyue had donated most of her food during the war between General Sun and General Zhao, which caused her to feel a significant lack of security. Therefore, after arriving at the central base, she spent all the points she earned immediately on food and various supplies. Never saving points, Su Qingtsong and Su Ziki, knowing that Su Ziyue had space, occasionally transferred points to her for stockpiling supplies. Su Jingyan's point card had long been handed over to Su Ziyue, as she frequently made purchases and placed orders, leading to considerable delivery costs. Su Ziyue set aside some emergency supplies in the basement of the villa, along with their RV and some vehicles belonging to Su Qingtsong and others for unforeseen circumstances. So, when the Point Redemption Center limited purchases, Su Ziyue had enough supplies and was not worried at all. The mahjong parlor's business was somewhat affected and wasn't as good as before, but they were still earning points daily. Su Ziyue didn't mind the small amounts. She bought whatever she could, ensuring that her points wouldn't carry over to the next day. An unexpected event happened a few days after the snow stopped. The soldiers guarding the city noticed a large dark cloud in the sky, approaching rapidly. The soldiers immediately grabbed their binoculars for a closer look, and their faces changed instantly. This was no cloud, but a swarm of locusts. He sounded the alarm and reported to his superiors via intercom. A large swarm of locusts is approaching. At the moment the alarm rang throughout the base, everyone stopped their work. Although they didn't understand the situation, they hurried home as fast as they could. The planting personnel felt the most heartbroken. When locusts passed through, nothing would survive. The crops they had worked so hard to grow were about to be destroyed by this sudden swarm of locusts. Chapter 102. When the parents are not home, Su Ziyue was anxious and called them. Su Jingyan was almost home. Su Ziki was in the studio with Zhao Zishu. And Su Qingtsong was with General Sunday. Except for Su Jing and the Su family father and daughter were already indoors. Su Ziyue was running to close the windows and block the ventilation while calling them. After learning about the situation of the three, she immediately looked out the window, trying to find Su Jingyan's figure. Not seeing the familiar silhouette made Su Ziyue a bit anxious. She paced back and forth at the door, while the bodyguard stood at the entrance, keeping a vigilant eye on her, afraid she might run out. Fortunately, a minute later, Su Jingyan appeared within their line of sight, followed by a dark cloud of locusts in the sky. Su Ziyue quickly opened the door, and as soon as Su Jingyan ran in, she shut the door behind him. A few seconds later, there was a banging sound on the door and windows. Su Jingyan ruffled Su Ziyue's hair. Su Ziyue hugged Su Jingyan, her heartbeat gradually calming down. Joking, "It feels like we're playing a life or death game." They approached the window and opened the curtains a little. Outside was pitch black, with not a sliver of light coming in. It had still been bright before they closed the door. Soon, they realized that the locust bodies had covered the windows. Su Ziyue observed that these locusts were much larger than what she remembered. Basically, every locust was over 20 centimeters long, and she could see their sharp mouth parts even through the window. Su Jingyan pulled the curtains shut, covering up these disgusting creatures. "Are all the ventilation openings blocked?" Su Ziyue nodded. Thinking of their size, she said, but with their size now, it might be hard for them to squeeze in. Just in case. Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue checked again, especially the bathroom, adding several layers of protective measures to ensure nothing was missed. Once they confirmed that the locusts couldn't break the glass windows, they finally felt relieved. Su Ziyue contacted her family and friends one by one, confirming that they were all safe indoors before starting to eat. Originally, their family planned to have hot pot tonight. It was the best time to gather around and enjoy hot pot in the middle of winter. Unfortunately, due to the incident, Su Ziyue lost her appetite for hot pot. Now that you're reassured, let us eat quickly before it cools down. Okay. Before going to bed, the noise outside had subsided a bit. Just as Su Ziyue was about to lie down, she heard a knock on the door. Xiaoyu, are you asleep? It was Su Jingyan's voice. No, Jingyan, you can come in. Su Jingyan pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing him holding a pillow, Su Ziyue understood everything. Since finding Su Ziki, Su Jingyan had lost the chance to sleep with his girlfriend. After arriving at the central base, under Su Qinsong's watchful eyes, Su Jingyan had even less opportunity and dared not entertain that thought. Now, with both Su Qinsong and Su Ziki not home, Su Jingyan naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Su Ziyue initially thought about teasing Su Jingyan, but considering his increasingly thick skin, she decided against it. The current Su Jingyan was no longer the innocent young man he used to be. Su Ziyue sighed, Jingyan, I miss the days when you would blush just from holding hands. As she said this, Su Jingyan had already instinctively placed the pillow next to Su Ziyue's. While speaking, his hand took hold of Su Ziyue's, their fingers interlocking, and his face quickly turned red. He glanced at Su Ziyue and then swiftly looked away, acting like a shy little gentleman. Su Ziyue felt a thrill from his gaze and used her free hand to lift Su Jingyan's chin, their heads slowly drawing closer. Like tasting jelly, Su Ziyue first licked, then gently bit a small piece, savoring the flavor. Su Jingyan felt an unnamed fire surge within him. The pure-hearted boy could no longer maintain his composure and turned into a hungry wolf, pouncing on the girl. After some playful antics, Su Ziyue's lips looked as if they had been coated with lipstick, alluring and dripping, making Su Jingyan's eyes darken even more. However, Su Ziyue was already tired. She pushed away from his approaching face and yawned. Jingyan, I'm going to sleep. Su Jingyan could only forcibly suppress his desires, pulling Su Ziyue into his embrace and kissing her forehead. Sleep well, my darling. Su Ziyue woke up in a warm embrace, still not fully conscious, and habitually rolled and snuggled against Su Jingyan as if he were her toy. Before she could wonder why today's touch felt less soft than before, she received her boyfriend's not-so-gentle good morning kiss. The awakening service ended with Su Jingyan being kicked out of bed. Su Ziyue opened the curtains, and the light from outside streamed in. At the same moment, everyone's terminal received a message from the base. Chapter 103. Extermination. The base repeated this message 3 times, essentially stating that the locust swarm had left, and the small number of locusts remaining at the base had begun to be captured. However, these locusts seemed to have mutated, being larger than normal locusts and exhibiting extreme aggression towards humans. Residents were advised to stay indoors and secure their doors and windows, only going out after receiving a notification that the danger had been eliminated. Unfortunately, the remains of some residents were found, their flesh completely eaten away, leaving behind only bones, which sent chills down the spines of the soldiers who discovered them. Locusts actually eat people. After the first skeleton was found, a second and a third quickly followed. General Sun directly issued a command to exterminate the locusts and their eggs, to prevent further casualties among residents. The base issued a stay-at-home notice, and residents whose homes had been invaded by locusts were required to report to the military. General Sun did not hide the fact that locusts could eat people. He needed the residents to understand the severity of the threat to better prevent casualties. Of course, not everyone was cooperative. Some harbored a sense of luck or thought the military was overreacting. Shortly after issuing the stay-at-home notice, General Sun released another notification. Residents who complied with the base's management and stayed at home without causing trouble would be rewarded with points that could be used to purchase a day's worth of food and water, effectively compensating them for their forced work stoppage. To prevent some residents from running out of supplies at home, The military also thoughtfully offered a door-to-door delivery service for food, although a delivery fee of 1 point was charged. This extermination operation lasted a day and a half, during which residents could see many soldiers in protective suits spraying special solutions outside through their windows. Once it was confirmed that the base was free of locusts, General Sun lifted the stay-at-home order, allowing residents to go outside. The entire central base seemed to be soaked in disinfectant. After one night, residents still smelled the strong scent of disinfectant when they stepped outside, although they had already glimpsed the general situation through the windows. It was only when they truly stepped outside that they realized the extent of the devastation left by the locusts, where not a single blade of grass remained. In the cold weather and the onslaught of snow and wind, trees and plants that had survived were now gone, leaving behind a barren landscape devoid of all greenery. A large portion of the livestock in the base's breeding farm was also killed, with only those that the caretakers risked their safety to drag indoors surviving. Although they had taken precautions before rushing out, many had wounds on their hands and faces. As for the planted fields, the locust swarm had left not a single blade of grass behind. Fortunately, the vegetables in the greenhouses were saved through the efforts of the staff. The locust swarm had only stayed for less than a day, yet it dealt a significant blow to the central base. Residents who were bitten by locusts generally experienced fever and swollen wounds. Those who had been exposed to the swarm for too long and had larger wounds even experienced continuous bleeding. Fortunately, they were promptly sent for medical treatment by the military, temporarily saving their lives. Experts could not explain why locust swarms, usually active in summer, appeared in large numbers during the cold winter, ultimately attributing it to abnormal weather causing changes in biological behavior. When the locust swarm arrived, Gao Yahao was in the hospital accompanying Gao Yusin. Confined to a hospital bed and relying on intravenous fluids to sustain her life, she felt her body deteriorating day by day, counting down to death, a painful experience for Gao Yusin. After hearing the nurses discussing how the hospital was overwhelmed with locust bite patients, leading to a shortage of staff and wards, she pondered for a night and finally made a decision. Gao Yahao looked at Gao Yusin in shock. Xin, what are you saying? But if you leave here, you might. Gao Yahao couldn't finish that sentence, looking at Gao Yusin with pleading eyes. Xin, can you hold on a little longer? Maybe the doctors will find a solution in a few days. You're my only family left. Xin. For me, please don't give up on treatment, okay? Brother, we both know that I'm just passing the time here. It's just a matter of a few more days or fewer days. I don't want my last memories to be the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. Brother, I beg you. Facing his sister's pleading gaze, Gao Yahao turned his back, covering his face and holding back his tears. Let me think about it. Making this decision was painful for Gao Yusin as well. Most people are afraid of death, and she was no exception. However, she didn't want her brother to be burdened with overwhelming debt because of her hopeless illness. Chapter 104. Test long pain is worse than short pain. She knew that her treatment costs these days were being covered by Sister Ziyue, and she knew Sister Ziyue wouldn't rush her, but she had to repay what she owed. Under Gao Yusin's persistent requests, Gao Yuhao finally agreed to her decision. Upon learning about Gao Yusin's discharge from the hospital, Su Ziyue immediately contacted Gao Yuhao. Take Yusin out for a nice walk, and if you need any help, contact me. Su Ziyue transferred some points to Gao Yuhao's account. Thank you. Aside from these two words, Gao Yuhao didn't know what else to say. A week after leaving the hospital, Gao Yusin suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed without any warning. During that week, Gao Yuhao rented a car and took Gao Yusin around the area. Unfortunately, due to floods, high temperatures, and locust plagues, the once prosperous capital had become a thing of the past. Gao Yuhao provided Gao Yusin with the best food he could find, and she always ate happily and contentedly, showing significant improvement in her mental state. However, unbeknownst to him, most of what she consumed only stayed in her body for a short while before being quietly expelled. Holding Gao Yusin's hand, Gao Yuhao couldn't fathom how someone so vibrant just yesterday could collapse so suddenly. Clearly, her condition had improved a lot, and Gao Yuhao had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope, only to see it shattered so quickly. The patient may only have a couple of days left. Given her physical condition, it's hard for her to regain consciousness. Family members need to be mentally prepared. After the doctor left, Gao Yuhao held Gao Yusin's hand and wept bitterly. Xin, please don't leave your brother. Don't leave him alone. As night fell, a man in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses entered the ward. Mr. Gao, have you made a decision? Miss Gao doesn't have much time left, does she? This person was Zhang Chongqi, a researcher studying human cell regeneration. He had contacted Gao Yuhao a few days earlier to explain his purpose. At that time, seeing Gao Yusin in good spirits, Gao Yuhao had just begun to feel hopeful. How could he agree to Zhang Chongqi's request to let his sister receive an untested injection? Rather than let Miss Gao lie in bed waiting to die, it would be better to take a chance with my regeneration serum. Although I can't guarantee that she will recover, it certainly won't be worse than her current condition. Gao Yuhao tightened his grip on his sister's hand. Yes, it couldn't be worse than now. What are your conditions? Gao Yuhao asked Zhang Chongqi. I just need Miss Gao to cooperate with me in testing the effects of the regeneration serum. During the treatment process, you can observe the entire process. However, during this time, no matter what I do, for the safety of Miss Gao's life, I ask you, Mr. Gao, to keep your hands to yourself. Every step in testing the serum is crucial. If this serum can be successfully applied to humans without significant side effects, it would be a tremendous blessing for humanity. Zhang Chongqi appeared like an enthusiastic researcher, and after observing him for a while, Gao Yuhao finally nodded under Zhang Chongqi's gaze. When the nurse came for a routine check, she found that both the patient and family member were missing and hurriedly contacted the doctor. When the doctor reached Su Ziyue, she was about to head out to visit Gao Yusin. Unable to get through to Su Ziyue, she was about to send someone out to look for them when a message popped up. Once I settle Xin, I will repay the points I owe you in batches. Please don't refuse. You know I don't like owing others. I hope you and your family stay safe. Goodbye. Although Su Ziyue hadn't spent much time with Gao Yusin, she really liked the lively and adorable girl. Thinking that she would never see her again made Su Ziyue slump against the sofa. This incident left Su Ziyue feeling down for several days until news of a new infectious disease emerged from the hospital. Chapter 105. Success patients who had been bitten by locusts and showed no fever but had red and swollen wounds had been discharged after recovery. But those with fever symptoms showed no signs of improvement. Initially, there was a decrease in appetite, and when they could no longer eat, the fever symptoms disappeared. However, older individuals or those with weaker immune systems began to show symptoms of memory decline. It seemed like some virus was eroding the brain's organs. A death case had already occurred, where the patient had suddenly looked radiant a few days before passing away, and their body metrics showed no signs of continuous decline. Just when a medical staff thought the patient's condition was improving, they suddenly died one night. The expression on their face was peaceful, ignoring the visibly emaciated body, as if they were merely asleep. Soon, several nurses who had been in close contact with the patient began to develop fevers, initially believing it was just a cold. When their symptoms did not improve and they heard about the patient's death, they began to consider the possibility of infection. The hospital quickly isolated all doctors and nurses who had come into contact with the patient, but the transmission route of the virus remained unknown. However, doctors discovered that this virus could cause human cells to gradually perish, as if triggering a self-destruct program. Therefore, they named this virus the necrosis virus. Dr. Chun, the medical expert who had treated Gao Yusin, quickly associated the necrosis virus with her upon learning about it. Her symptoms were particularly similar to those of the current batch of patients. However, the virus carried by these patients was highly contagious, with infected individuals showing symptoms within 7 days. But Gao Yusin's illness was not contagious. At least he himself, the medical staff around her, and Miss Su, who had been in contact with Gao Yusin for more than 7 days, had not been infected by the virus. To confirm his judgment, Dr. Chun conducted tests on himself and the medical staff who had come into contact with Gao Yusin. The results confirmed his suspicions. None of them carried any virus. After all, some minor wounds may have healed without the individual realizing it. Even though Dr. Chun had many speculations in his mind, it was of no use because when Gao Yusin was taken away from the hospital by Gao Yuhao, he had already sentenced her to death in his mind. In his eyes, Gao Yusin was already gone. The necrosis virus and its high contagion rate caused panic among the residents of the central base. This made them avoid those patients who had been bitten by locusts and had red and swollen wounds, even after they had been treated and discharged. To calm the residents' emotions and to prevent the discharged patients from being ostracized, the hospital conducted detailed examinations on them. And the final report confirmed that they did not carry the necrosis virus. The base also issued an announcement stating that anyone who incited public opinion or maliciously speculated about others, causing panic and disrupting the order of the base, would be forcibly taken to the hospital as volunteers, and the point exchange rate would be increased. Once this announcement was made, the gossip within the base diminished significantly. In the research institute, Zhang Chongqi looked at the data on the instruments, excitedly recording it in his notebook. It worked. My serum was successful. Gao Yuhao, who had been in the lab the whole time, stood up and looked at Gao Yusin, who was lying on the bed with various devices attached to her. His voice trembled. Xin can wake up? After recording the data, Zhang Chongqi finally turned to Gao Yuhao. If all goes well, she should wake up tomorrow. But we still need to monitor for any potential aftereffects. Of course, I think that surviving is more important than any minor aftereffects. Thank you, Researcher Zhang. Gao Yuhao was overwhelmed with joy and bowed to Zhang Chongqi. No need to thank me. We're just making a deal. Zhang Chongqi patted his lab coat. For the sake of the serum, he had only slept 3 or 4 hours a day, and now he could finally get a good night's sleep. After checking the equipment one last time, he left. The next day, Zhang Chongqi, still in a deep sleep, was awakened by knocking at his door. He frowned as he opened the door and saw a worried Gao Yuhao. Researcher Zhang, come quickly. Xin has woken up. Waking up is waking up. Zhang Chongqi yawned and saw Gao Yuhao's happy expression, which indicated that Gao Yusin was probably doing well. He waved his hand and continued. You two siblings stay here for now. I'll catch up on my sleep and come over later. Just as he was about to close the door, Gao Yuhao pressed it open, and Zhang Chongqi looked at him with some displeasure. Researcher Zhang, can Xin eat anything after she wakes up? She said she's hungry. Zhang Chongqi replied, fine, I'll go over once. I'll wait outside. He closed the door, changed his clothes, and walked to the laboratory. He saw Gao Yusin sitting on the bed hugging her knees and went over to ask, what else do you feel besides hunger? Chapter 106, Restart Agent Xin. Can you tell Researcher Zhang if you have any other feelings? Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Gao Yusin looked towards Gao Yuhao, following the sound, and after a moment, added, I'm fine, just hungry. Zhang Chongqi examined her and found no other issues. Then said to Gao Yuhao, so far, besides being slow to react, there are no other problems. You take this card, get her whatever she wants to eat. But she can't leave here, and the instruments on her body can't be removed. We need to observe her for a few more days. A week later, after confirming that Gao Yusin had no other issues besides being slower to respond when speaking and walking, Zhang Chongqi told them they could leave. The next day, news spread that the Research Institute invented the Restart agent that could cure the necrotic virus. However, Zhang Chongqi stated publicly that the Restart agent had not yet been tested on humans, and its effectiveness could not be guaranteed, so they were looking for volunteers. Immediately, healthcare workers who were infected and in the late stages applied to be volunteers for the injection, accepting either success or failure. If it failed, at least it would eliminate a wrong option for those who came later, making the death somewhat worthwhile. Days passed, and the first batch of volunteers began to recover. Once it was confirmed that the Restart agent could indeed cure, the hospital had all patients injected with the agent. Meanwhile, Su Ziyue, at home, received good news from Gao Yuhao. Learning that Gao Yusin miraculously held on until the agent was successfully developed and was treated as a volunteer for the Restart agent. Because of this, Su Ziyue was so happy that she ate 2 extra bowls of rice that day. However, Su Ziki raised a question. What a coincidence. Didn't they say she was beyond saving when she left the hospital? Did she just happen to hold on until the agent was developed to become a first batch volunteer? So this is a miracle. No matter what happened, at least she survived. In fact, Su Ziyue also knew there were doubts, and Gao Yuhao was hiding something from her. However, no matter what the cost, as long as she could survive, there was hope. Just keep in mind, although we now have the agent, it's still safer to wait until all the viruses in the base are eliminated before we go out. Also, about your friend, why is the virus on her not contagious? Is it a mutation or something else? You need to be more careful and not always be so naive. Also, when you visit your friend, let me know. I'll go with you. When Suzuki first learned that Suzu's friend had symptoms similar to those infected with the necrotic virus, and that Suzu had been in contact with her, she was almost scared to death. Although they checked and found no infection, Suzu was scolded by Suzuki for being too lax and doubled her daily exercise. Since that day, Suzu was ordered not to go out. Suzu, but not wanting to go out and being forbidden to go out are still different. Suzu expressed her dissatisfaction and demanded that Suzuki stay home like her, as well as Su Jingyan and Su Qingsong. Thus, after donating a batch of supplies to the base in the name of the Su family, Suzu and her family stayed holed up at home for nearly half a month without going out. When Su Qingsong delivered the supplies, General Sun joked, "You cry poor to me every day. How come you're willing to give out so many supplies this time?" Su Qingsong took the opportunity to mention Suzu to boost her reputation. "Maya has a kind heart. She suffered in Haishur before and felt insecure. So every day, she hoarded food at home like a hamster, and we just let her be." Hearing that most of the patients infected with the necrotic virus were bitten by locusts while trying to harvest food from the base, she was afraid that the base would face food shortages due to the locust swarm, and those patients and healthcare workers wouldn't have enough to eat, asking me to hurry and send supplies over. Su Qingsong also found a reason for Suzu to buy supplies batch by batch at the points exchange, although there were so many orders at the points exchange daily that not many would notice. Su Qingsong knew that many were envious of his and General Sun's relationship and wanted to secretly trip him up. "Ha ha ha. Your little daughter is just like your sister-in-law. Kind-hearted and easily soft-hearted, unlike you, this old fox." Indeed, the base's supplies suffered a loss due to the locust swarm, but before the apocalypse, the military had preserved a large portion of the grain storage in the capital city. The base still had some stored grain, and there were reports that a new high-yield crop was about to be cultivated successfully. Su Qingsong knew some of this, but was merely using supplies to improve the impression of old friends. After all, Suzu's past reputation was not good. Those girls said she was a spoiled, arrogant young lady. Although it was all rumors, sometimes when many people say something, it becomes true. Chapter 107. Competitors? Patients who were injected with the restart agent successfully discharged after a week, upon hearing that there was an agent to save lives from the necrotic virus. Those who had been hiding and refusing to go to the hospital emerged one after another. The hospital accepted all, and the restart agent was gradually injected into the patients. Suzu never expected that Gao Qingwen had also been infected. She had said she was fine when Suzu asked her before. "I was just afraid you'd worry." After the agent came out and it was tested on volunteers without issues, the senior took me to get injected. "I'm fine now, don't worry." "That's good. But I heard that people injected with the agent may have a slower reaction." "How you feel, Sister Wenwen?" "I don't feel that way. Maybe it varies from person to person." After ending the call with Gao Qingwen, Suzu inquired about Gao Yusin's condition with Gao Yuhao. Dr. Chen stated that the recovery period after the injection was about a week, during which their reactions would be slower. However, after a week, they would return to normal, with no differences from before the infection. Could it be that Gao Yusin's virus was not the same as the one from the locust bites? That's why the recovery period was different? Suzu temporarily suppressed these doubts. The virus crisis in the base had finally passed, and her mahjong parlor could finally reopen. Although the overall reduction was not much, the sudden absence of a perfectly stacked supply felt like a small hole in a big pie, and she just wanted to quickly fill that hole. Under the treatment of the restart agent, the residents of the base ended their home isolation. Those who needed to work returned to work, and those who needed to go to school went back to school. As the virus disappeared, the temperature slowly rose to 5 degrees above zero, and meteorological experts predicted that spring was not far off. Has that cult follower organization emerged recently? Suzu suddenly remembered to ask at the dining table. Su Jingyan shook his head, stating that they hadn't captured any cult followers since the locust swarm, and it was unclear whether they were no longer in the central base or were lurking in the shadows. Oh, Suzu silently decided to double the number of bodyguards. She was going out today to check on the mahjong parlor. She heard that a new mahjong parlor called Happy Mahjong Parlor opened across from her joyful mahjong parlor. offering a 40 discount for the first 3 days, then returning to the original price of 8 points. This is 2 points less than Suzy Yue's 10 points in a day, clearly intending to lower prices to snatch business from the Happy Mahjong Hall. After Suzy Yue arrived at the commercial street, she marched into the Happy Mahjong Hall with a group of bodyguards. This scene made the employees of the Happy Mahjong Hall across the street look at each other uncertainly and ask their colleague, "Is the boss going to cause trouble?" It shouldn't be, right? Causing trouble would get them caught by the base's security team. The boss isn't that foolish, maybe just scouting the enemy? Another person looked at the bodyguard behind Suzy Yue and said uncertainly. At this point, Suzy Yue had already entered the Happy Mahjong Hall. The staff welcomed her with smiles, but their smiles froze upon seeing Suzy Yue and her bodyguards. "Miss, are you here to play mahjong?" A staff member asked cautiously, while internally screaming, "No way, no way. Someone is causing trouble on the first day of work? What else can you do here besides play mahjong?" Suzy Yue looked around the interior of the Happy Mahjong Hall and then asked the staff, "Currently, there is only mahjong available." "Oh, I see. Then I'm relieved. I won't disturb your business. I'm leaving." "Okay, miss, take care, and we look forward to your next visit." The staff politely watched Suzy Yue leave at the door, then stared in disbelief as she walked into the Happy Mahjong Hall across the street. Staff. The previous Happy Mahjong Hall in Haishur only had 3 types of entertainment due to space limitations: mahjong, poker, and werewolf. After arriving in Jingshi, she rented a bigger space and displayed all the board games she had found outside. Now, in addition to the previous 3 types, the Happy Mahjong Hall also added games like Who is the Undercover, Ludo, Monopoly, and German Heart Attack. Playing for a day at the Happy Mahjong Hall costs 10 points. Regardless of the game type, self-formed teams are allowed, and pre-depositing 100 points grants an extra day of gaming. Although the Happy Mahjong Hall across the street has cheaper point costs, its target customers only play mahjong, and they might not have enough equipment, only setting up 3 tables. Therefore, Suzy Yue's business would not be significantly affected. After checking out the Mahjong Hall, Suzy Yue happily went shopping, bought some interesting trinkets, and also acquired a batch of jade ornaments. When she returned home, she looked around to confirm that she was the only one there, and somewhat guiltily placed the trinkets in Su Jingen's room. Chapter 108. Little cat Suzy Yue completed her workout for the day and called Su Jingen. "I bought a set of clothes today and put it in your room. I wanted to try it on and see if it fits. I don't know if you'll like it or if you'll find it distasteful." Suzy Yue tapped the pattern on the clothes, her tone inexplicably tense. Hearing Suzy Yue's nervous voice, Su Jingen hurried to reassure her, promising, "You said it, no complaints, you have to wear it." "Okay, I promise." When Su Jingen saw the outfit on the bed, the smile on his face instantly vanished, and he performed a disappearing smile act. He was stunned. What did Su Jingen see? He saw furry ears and a tail, along with a collar with a bell. This was a cat outfit, adult version. At this moment, Su Jingen finally realized that Suzy Yue's earlier call was a trap, making him guarantee that he would wear this outfit. Just as he was struggling internally while staring at the outfit on the bed, he heard Suzy Yue's urging voice from outside the door. "Jingen, are you done changing? Don't be shy, you promised me. Let me know when you're done so I can come in and see how it looks." After finishing her sentence, Suzy Yue let out a mischievous laugh. Su Jingen had no choice but to slowly put on the outfit. "Xiaoya, I'm ready." Almost as soon as Su Jingen finished speaking, Suzy Yue impatiently opened the door, slipped in, and quickly closed it. Jingen's image was under her protection. After closing the door and turning around to see Su Jingen, Suzy Yue couldn't help but pounce on him. "Little kitty, I'm here." Suzy Yue grabbed one ear with one hand and the tail with the other, inspecting the little kitty from top to bottom, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Jingen, who was sprawled on the bed, looking lifeless. Suzy Yue kissed his Adam's apple, and Su Jingen instinctively swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Suzy Yue found it amusing, gently biting it as if not letting it move, then ran her hand over his abs. So nice. She finally understood why those men online liked to play dress-up so much. It was indeed wonderful. "Had enough fun?" Su Jingen asked when Suzy Yue stopped moving, his voice somewhat hoarse, possibly due to not drinking water for too long. "Hee, not yet, but I'm tired." "Jingen, do you think I'm heavy on you?" Before Suzy Yue finished her last word, she and Su Jingen switched positions. "Xiaoya has had enough fun. Now I should collect some interest. Su Jingyan smirked, and with the cat ears on his head, Su Ziyue felt a mix of cuteness and wildness. However, she soon lost interest in such thoughts. The aroused Su Jingyan urgently needed her to cool him down. After a while, heavy breathing filled the room, followed by hurried footsteps and the sound of water after the bathroom door closed. Jingyan stops at the last step every time. Is he not capable? Su Ziyue thought she might have guessed the truth and quickly covered her mouth, afraid she would shout out. When Su Jingyan came out, he saw Su Ziyue's strange gaze. Su Jingyan? Is there something on my face or body? Su Ziyue shook her head. No, I just think, Jingyan, you're really handsome. I can't get enough of looking at you. Afraid of being exposed, Su Ziyue quickly showered him with compliments. Ah, Jingyan, my space has changed. Su Ziyue seemed to sense something, and, as her consciousness sank into the space, she noticed the area she had cleared for placing gold and jade ornaments was empty. Not far away, there was a small pond with very clear water and nothing else. After listening to Su Ziyue's description, Su Jingyan asked her to get a container to scoop out some water, emphasizing not to touch it directly with her hands. After all, who knows what effects that water might have and whether it could harm body. Su Ziyue nodded and complied, placing the cup filled with pond water on the table, then observing it through the glass for 2 minutes. No change. Is this just ordinary water? But it absorbs so many of my gold and jade ornaments. It shouldn't be, right? Could it be the spiritual spring water mentioned in novels? My overdue golden finger has arrived? Su Ziyue pondered, then suddenly thought of bringing in a flower pot with green onions and watering the soil with the pond water. Chapter 109. Finding test subjects. All right, let's wait until tomorrow to see if there are any changes. Now let's go eat. I'm hungry. Su Jingyan thought for a moment and also had Su Ziyue fill a cup with half of the pond water, then asked her to put a few seeds in the cup. Just leave it there. Let's go eat. Su Jingyan placed the cup and flower pot on the windowsill, wrapping his arm around Su Ziyue's shoulders as they headed to the dining room to fill their stomachs. After a day, the two of them returned to the windowsill, only to find that the green onions in the flower pot and the seeds in the cup showed no signs of change. Could it be that the time isn't enough? Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan waited for a few more days, watering the flower pot with water from the space pond every day. However, they regrettably discovered that the green onions in the pot still grew at a normal rate, while the seeds in the cup did sprout. But even switching to a cup of ordinary water yielded the same result. So, is this just water? But that's fine. At least we won't run out of water. Su Ziyue said optimistically. We need to test it further. Su Jingyan asked Su Ziyue to take out a few buckets of water. Logically speaking, the pool wasn't big, so after taking out a few buckets, the water level should have lowered. However, Su Ziyue noticed that the water in the pool remained the same, seemingly endless. The buckets were somewhat full, and Su Jingyan put the lids on them, asking Fan Wenxuan to drive over and take them away. Brother Jingyan, how are you going to test it? Su Ziyue curiously watched the car disappear into the distance and asked, We'll hire a few people from the West District to help. The West District could be described as a poverty-stricken area, a place where the old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant gathered. Scenes of death, robbery, beating, and shouting occurred here daily. Fan Wenxuan brought a group of brothers to the West District, observed for a while, and found his targets. He approached a young couple and a middle-aged couple. Let me emphasize again, this potion is colorless and tasteless. It's a new product we've developed, but the effects are unstable. And in severe cases, it could be life-threatening. If you change your mind, now is still the time. If you can accept it, we'll sign a contract. During the cooperation period, we will provide food and accommodation, and after the cooperation ends, you will receive a generous reward. You will need to use and drink the potion daily and cooperate with our tests. After Fan Wenxuan finished speaking, he looked at the 4 people, waiting for their answers. Sir, we have no choice. If we don't accept it, given our situation, we will eventually starve to death or be beaten to death. The husband of the middle-aged couple looked at his limp leg and said with a bitter smile, The base does not discriminate against people with disabilities and tries to find suitable jobs for them. But those people still can't change their ways after coming out and hold grudges against him, causing trouble every day. They even said that if he dared to report them to the guard team, it didn't matter if they went in, but the other brothers outside wouldn't let them off. So, they had nothing to fear. They were just living on borrowed time. The young couple nodded in agreement and shared their own experiences. After hearing what they said, Fan Wenxuan frowned and remembered this matter. "Boss, you're here." Zhang Jiajin was in the office playing with a bird. When he saw Su Jing'an enter, he greeted him with a smile. "This bird of yours." Zhang Jiajin immediately said, "Boss, isn't my bird cute? A few days ago, while I was driving, this bird suddenly flew into my car and knocked itself out, so I got a bargain. I originally wanted to roast it, but it's so skinny that I need to raise it for a while before I can eat it, otherwise it wouldn't even be enough to fill my teeth." The little bird in the cage seemed to understand Zhang Jiajin's words, and it started chirping nonstop instead of just sitting quietly in the cage. "I want this bird." "Boss, what do you want this bird for? You don't need this little bit of meat, do you?" Zhang Jiajin said with a hint of reluctance. "Look at you. You seem like you haven't eaten meat in a year. Did I cut your salary? I'll transfer you points. Go buy some meat yourself." Zhang Jiajin's terminal vibrated, and when he opened it, he found that his account had an extra 100 points. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Jiajin immediately handed over the birdcage, his tone eager. "Return what belongs to its owner. This bird should be with you, boss." "Brother Jing'an, where did you get this little bird?" Su Ziyue put down her tablet and ran over, crouching next to the birdcage and wiggling her fingers. The little bird, with eyes the size of soybeans, stared at Su Ziyue's finger as it approached, its head swaying with the movement. As Su Ziyue wiggled her finger faster, the little bird couldn't keep up and just stopped moving its little head. Zhang Jiajin caught it. "I bought it. We found subjects for testing plants and people, but we still need animals." Su Jing'an changed his shoes, picked up the birdcage in one hand, and pulled Su Ziyue toward the sofa. Just as they sat down, he saw the tablet on the table freeze on the scene of the male, lead taking off his shirt, with his 8-pack abs especially eye-catching. Chapter 110. Is the little bird better or the little cat? You have a ready-made one. Why not watch that? Why keep looking at the screen? Or is what I have not enough to satisfy you? Su Jing'an leaned in, enveloping Su Ziyue in his arms, his gaze dangerously fixed on her. Su Ziyue immediately denied it. "I didn't. I'm very satisfied. If the director wants to shoot it this way, that's not my fault. I'm just watching the show normally. The male lead belongs to the female lead, and you belong to me." The weather had already risen to double digits, and Su Jing'an was only wearing 2 pieces of clothing. He had taken off his outer jacket when he entered, and now he was only wearing a sweatshirt. Su Ziyue's hand slid to his waist, slipping under the hem of his shirt, pressing against his abs, proving how much she liked him with her actions. She was still restless, wrapping her other hand around his neck, standing on tiptoe to nibble at his Adam's apple. During the cat game that day, Su Ziyue discovered that Su Jing'an's Adam's apple was quite sensitive. Su Jing'an's voice was low, carrying a warning. "Little you, don't provoke me." "Then do you believe me now?" Su Ziyue looked at his moving Adam's apple and couldn't help but bite it again, even sticking out her little tongue, which ignited the fire. Su Jing'an picked her up and headed upstairs. Su Ziyue immediately panicked. "Brother Jing'an, I was wrong. Shouldn't that little bird have some water? Hurry up and put me down. Don't let it get thirsty. Let it be thirsty." "The little bird, you're so noble. You're amazing." Su Jing'an lowered his head, biting Su Ziyue's lip and rubbing it. "Don't move, or we'll do it right here." "Su Ziyue, I'll be good." Su Jing'an carried Su Ziyue into the room. Seeing her bury her head in his chest like a little quail, the corners of his mouth curled up in a helpless smile. He gently placed her on the sofa opposite the bed. Su Ziyue took a pillow from the sofa to shield her chest, looking at Su Jing'an with an innocent face, as if the one who ignited the fire earlier wasn't her at all. No more messing around. Wenxuan found people in the West District. They have already used a bucket of water to wash their hands and faces, and so far, there are no abnormal conditions. Su Jing'an squeezed into the gap between Su Ziyue and the armrest of the sofa, and when Su Ziyue emphasized that this was a single sofa, he lifted her onto his lap. Single sofa, just right. Su Ziyue, try to get up. You sit. I'll go give a little bird some water. Which is cuter, the little bird or the little cat? Su Jing'an asked softly from behind. Forget it. Let's feed the little bird first. Su Ziyue. Just as Su Ziyue was feeling a little anxious, Su Jing'an decisively left, just to feed the little bird water. Su Jing'an opened the small door of the birdcage, placed a cup of water inside, and also broke off some of the steamed bun crumbs that Zhang Jiajin had generously given for the bird's food. The little bird had probably gotten used to being fed these days. It stayed obediently in the cage and didn't fly around. It only went to eat and drink after Su Jingyan finished and closed the door. Su Jingyan carried the birdcage upstairs and placed it on the balcony on the second floor. As he turned around, he met Su Ziyue's gaze, who was standing at the door of the room looking at him. In fact, Su Jingyan had noticed Su Ziyue watching him from the doorway when he went upstairs, but he pretended not to see. Su Ziyue repeatedly ignited the fire without extinguishing it. Su Jingyan, rarely petty, wanted Su Ziyue to also experience the feeling of being hung in midair and not being able to come down, while also letting her remember not to tease him all the time. After all, his self-control was weakening in front of Su Ziyue, and he was afraid that a few more times he would directly take her. The little bird has food and water. When will my little cat come? Su Ziyue saw that Su Jingyan wasn't speaking, so she took the initiative to strike. Today, she had to see her little cat. Su Jingyan pondered for a moment. Another day, a day that S not chosen is better than a day that S just right. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I will go to the mountain. Su Ziyue directly pulled Su Jingyan to his room, found the cat outfit at the very bottom of his wardrobe, excitedly took it out, and stuffed it into his arms. Brother Jingyan, go change it, please, I love you the most. Under Su Ziyue's coaxing attack, Su Jingyan almost loosened his resolve, but he didn't forget his purpose and maintained his last bit of rationality to put forward his request. Come to my room tonight, and I'll wear it for you, but my sister will check my room at night. Su Ziyue looked a bit troubled. Su Ziki and Zhao Zishu's relationship is steadily improving. To pursue the girl he loves, Zhao Zishu decisively switched jobs to join Su Ziki's studio. Recently, the new positioning device they have been developing is about to succeed, and Zhao Zishu informed him that they will both be working late tonight. How do you know? My sister hasn't texted me. Did Zhao Zishu tell you? Su Ziyue also knew that Zhao Zishu had been pursuing her sister and quickly guessed the reason. Su Jingyan nodded. Chapter 111. Results. Su Jingyan opened his eyes and saw his girlfriend looking angry. After calming her down and finishing breakfast, Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan went to the balcony to watch the little birds. The birds were lively, and there was still half a cup of water left. Brother Jingyan, this cup is too tall. The birds can't reach the water at the bottom. As if to echo Su Ziyue's words, a bird poked its head into the glass to drink, but its beak stopped at the middle of the cup and couldn't reach the water below. Su Jingyan immediately replaced it with a cup that was only half the height. Su Ziyue used her mind to control the water from the spatial pool into the cup. If anyone were there, they would be amazed to see a stream of water appearing out of nowhere above the cup, as if there were an invisible faucet. The bird flew around the water stream, chirping nonstop as if trying to find out where the water was coming from. After filling the cup to 9/10 full, Su Ziyue stopped, and the bird flew a few times before landing on the cup to drink. After filling its food box, the two of them left. Next to the bird cage was a pot of green onions and a flower pot with tender sprouts. A month later, Fan Wenxuan came to deliver the experimental report. Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue flipped through it together. The two couples have been using the water from Su Ziyue's spatial pool as drinking and living water for the past month. On the fourth day of the experiment, the middle-aged couple felt uncomfortable and began to vomit, with a massive black substance among the food remnants. They took this black substance for testing, but it couldn't be identified, although it was speculated to be a type of soft-bodied worm. Did you get bitten and infected with a necrosis virus? The middle-aged couple nodded. Fan Wenxuan guessed that this might be the result of worm eggs hatching in the middle-aged couple's bodies. But if there were worm eggs in the body, the hospital should have been able to detect them. Later, after Fan Wenxuan conducted tests, the results showed that their physical condition was even better than when they first arrived. The younger couple had shown no abnormalities throughout. Comparing the last test results of the four with the first set of results revealed that their physical data had clearly improved significantly over the month, and their spirits were different. Big brother, what kind of tonic is this? Which genius invented it? Fan Wenxuan expressed that a colorless and tasteless tonic that is as beneficial as drinking water could be his. Meanwhile, the little birds on the balcony had grown a bit, and the green onions in the flower pot showed no unusual changes, but they all looked very healthy. from a low-key and honest genius who refuses to reveal their name. They're socially anxious and entrusted me as their spokesperson. Anyway, just mind your own business with the genius stuff. Su Ziyue, relying on the space's lack of consciousness, spoke nonsense seriously. Fan Wenxuan excitedly extended his hand. Thank you, sister, my only sister. I really need this. Su Jingyan unceremoniously slapped his outstretched hand away, saying, Call me brother-in-law. Your sister doesn't have a younger brother as big as you. If you have something to say it. If not, get lost. I'm too excited. Thank you, sister-in-law. I think I have something else. Let me think. Su Jingyan looked at him regretfully, thinking that at such a young age, his memory was already poor. Right, the matter in the West District has results. Su Jingyan raised his eyebrows. Tell me. When Fan Wenxuan learned about the situation in the West District, he informed Su Jingyan, who sent someone disguised as a new resident to investigate, and found that the facts were not far from what the two couples had said. After collecting the paper evidence, Su Jingyan handed it directly to General Sun to handle. If the West District continued to be ignored, it would gradually become a black zone, making it even harder to manage later. So, since they discovered something was wrong, they needed to nip it in the bud. The military arrested all the robbers on the list we submitted, and some who escaped were also exposed during interrogation and were arrested together. They weren't very bold and confessed everything within a few days. They had robbed, beaten, threatened, and intimidated others, and in their den, they found a 13-year-old girl, whom they had used for raping and imprisoning minors, and they were just short of murder. The base directly restricted their personal freedom, but it was impossible for them to eat for free. They had to work for the base, with sentences ranging from 3 to 10 years, depending on their performance for reduced sentences. They also had to convert the food they stole into points and pay off their debts through labor. Meals were distributed daily according to work completed, and they weren't allowed to eat until they finished their work. In short, now that the West District was rid of them, the air was much fresher, and the spirits of the people there were different. That's good. Is there anything else? Su Jingyan nodded and then smiled as he asked. Fan Wenxuan shook his head and quickly left. Chapter 112. Instructions. Su Ziyue read the report again and then looked at Su Jingyan, proposing her guess. Brother Jingyan, could that black substance suspected of being worm eggs be a virus that remained in the body and was expelled after drinking this water? That's a possibility. Now that it's confirmed that the water from the space has no harm to the human body and can strengthen it, Gao Qingwen and Gao Yusin were both infected with the virus, right? Perhaps we can verify your hypothesis. Su Jingyan suggested. But is this water really without side effects? After all, the experimental period has only been about a month so far. Su Ziyue was still a bit worried, as there were no instructions for this space, and everything relied on their exploration. What if there were delayed effects? Then should we find some volunteers who have been infected with the virus to try it? Just as Su Jingyan finished speaking, he saw Su Ziyue sway slightly, as if she were about to fall. Xiaoya. Su Jingyan was right next to her and quickly supported her, letting her sit on the sofa. Su Ziyue felt a wave of dizziness, and then her consciousness was pulled into the space, where a light screen appeared in front of her. Personal space, soul-bound version, current capacity, unlimited initial function. Everything in the space is in a state of stillness. Unlock function. Note, drinking spiritual pool water has no side effects on the human body. Su Ziyue? Xiaoya, don't scare me. What do you feel uncomfortable? Seeing that Su Ziyue did not respond to his words, Su Jingyan's tone gradually became anxious. When Su Ziyue came out of the space, she saw the anxiety and worry on Su Jingyan's face and hurriedly told him about the changes in the space. I'm fine, Brother Jingyan. Just wait a moment. I'll go back and check. Su Ziyue entered the space again. Hello. My little space elf, are you there? This latest change made Su Ziyue once again suspect that the space had consciousness. But why didn't it show itself? Was it unable to? Or did it not want to? Su Ziyue's call seemed to sink into a still pond, not stirring a single ripple. Then I'll take your silence as consent. Is your space explanation reliable? I've drunk this spiritual pool water. By the way, if I die, do you just disappear, or can you find another host to bind with? Respond to me, even if you just type something. Su Ziyue babbled a lot, but the space remained silent. All right, I understand that you're naturally not talkative. I get it. I'll take some spiritual pool water to drink and bring some for my friends. I'm leaving now. Won't disturb you. Please give me more hints in the future. Bye-bye, dear. After coming out of the space again, Su Ziyue shrugged at Su Jing'an, indicating that it didn't respond to her. No problem. At least we know the effect of the spirit pool water. Yes. Now we can use it with peace of mind. Su Ziyue filled a few bottles of water for Su Jing'an to deliver to Fan Wenxuan tomorrow, and then contacted Gao Qingwen through the terminal. While waiting, Su Ziyue also inquired about Gao Yuhao's sister, and Gao Yuhao mentioned that Gao Yusin had almost fully recovered, allowing him to confidently leave her at home while he went out to earn points and pay off debts. Su Ziyue, that's great. When would it be convenient for me to visit Yusin? Would she be bored at home alone? She can come to my house or play at the mahjong parlor. I have a day off the day after tomorrow. I'll take Yusin to your house to play then. Odd, is Wenwen busy? Su Ziyue arranged her schedule, hosting Gao Yusin in the morning and accompanying Gao Qingwen shopping in the afternoon. No problem. 2 days quickly passed, and Su Jing'an was supposed to stay home with Su Ziyue to see how Gao Yusin and Gao Qingwen would react after drinking the spirit pool water. However, plans changed unexpectedly when he received news that one of his team members had gone missing after leaving to address a physiological issue during a mission. So he had to go out. Shortly after Su Jing'an left, Gao Yuhao brought Gao Yusin over. Sister Ziyue, long time no see. I missed you so much. As soon as Gao Yusin saw Su Ziyue, she ran over and hugged her. Gao Yuhao, stop standing there, come in and sit. Su Ziyue greeted Gao Yuhao, who was standing at the door. After everyone sat down on the sofa, Su Ziyue poured out the spirit pool water from the teapot. Have some water. This is a functional water developed by someone. They say it strengthens the body without exercise, and it's colorless and tasteless just like drinking water. You two try it. Watching them drink, Su Ziyue handed them a few bottles of spirit pool water she had prepared earlier. That person cooperated with our family and sent us a lot for free. We can't drink it all, so take a few bottles. No refusing, otherwise it would be disrespectful to me. Gao Yuhao and Gao Yusin had no choice but to accept. Sister Ziyue, this is a sachet I made myself while I was bored at home. I hope you stay safe. Gao Yusin took out a pink sachet embroidered with a flower and the character for peace, with a faint fragrance. Thank you, Yusin. You're so skilled. This sachet is really beautiful. Su Ziyue praised without holding back as she took the sachet. I'm glad you like it. Seeing Su Ziyue sniff the sachet, Gao Yusin's smile deepened. I put in some herbs. It can repel insects. It smells pretty good. The two siblings chatted about their recent situations and mentioned that Gao Yusin wanted to find a job to help her brother share the burden. Su Ziyue thought for a moment and said, Yusin can work as a staff member in my mahjong parlor. One of the employees at the branch said they want to resign, and you could take their place. Sister Ziyue, you've already helped us so much. I don't want to trouble you with finding a job. It's no trouble. If I don't look for you, I'll look for someone else. And it's better to find you. I trust you more. You can help keep an eye out for any false accounting or someone skimming off the top. Su Ziyue patted Gao Yusin, looking as if she was entrusting her with an important task. Then I'll give it a try. Thank you, Sister Ziyue. Approaching noon, the siblings said their goodbyes, refusing Su Ziyue's offer to stay for lunch. Yusin, when did you make the sachet? I don't remember seeing you make it. Gao Yuhao asked with some confusion on the way home. Gao Yusin looked up in confusion. What sachet? What are you talking about, brother? Don't you remember? Your memory is so hit or miss. Shortly after lunch, Gao Qingwen came over. Sister Wenwen, you're here. Come in. Senior, you're here too. Are you not busy lately? Su Ziyue looked at Wu Xuanyu, who followed Gao Qingwen, with some surprise, then smiled and asked, I just happened to be on leave. Wenwen said she wanted to come find you, so I came with her. Wu Xuanyu entered, holding Gao Qingwen's hand as Su Ziyue welcomed them. Seeing their intimate gestures, Su Ziyue shot Gao Qingwen a teasing glance, but when she met Gao Qingwen's gaze, she froze. Gao Qingwen wore a perfectly measured smile, and the curve of her lips hadn't changed at all since she entered. What truly caught Su Ziyue's attention was the look Gao Qingwen had for Wu Xuanyu. It lacked the fervent admiration from before. Did they have a fight? Watching Wu Xuanyu, who was laughing and joking, Su Ziyue suppressed her doubts. Sister Wenwen, what do you want to buy later? Su Ziyue remembered that Gao Qingwen had come to invite her shopping. I want to buy a gift. Gao Qingwen smiled. Okay, you must be thirsty after walking here. Have some water. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get a bag. Su Ziyue handed 2 cups of water to them and got up to go upstairs. Reaching the corner of the stairs, Su Ziyue looked down at the two. Gao Qingwen finished her cup of water, while Wu Xuanyu hadn't touched his. Su Ziyue frowned but remembered that the purpose of this visit was for Gao Qingwen to drink the spirit pool water. As for Wu Xuanyu, it seemed unimportant. The tightness in her brow relaxed. When Su Ziyue came downstairs with her bag, she saw both cups of water on the table had been emptied. She smiled and linked her arm with Gao Qingwen's. Sister Wenwen, Senior, let us set off. Okay. Upon arriving at the shopping street, the two began browsing from the street corner, passing several shops, until Gao Qingwen stopped in front of a perfume shop. When did they start selling perfume here? Su Ziyue picked up a bottle of perfume and casually remarked, I found this outside the base yesterday. I just put it out today. Miss, take a sniff and see if you like any. The vendor swallowed nervously, lowering his head to avoid giving himself away. Su Ziyue nodded and sniffed the scent of the perfume in her hand, wrinkling her brow. This scent. Su Ziyue glanced at the bottle. She had previously bought the same scent from this brand, but this time the scent was completely different. Could it be expired? Su Ziyue suddenly felt a bit dizzy, and as she was about to call for someone, a scream erupted around her. She turned her head and found a group of people had appeared out of nowhere, seemingly high on drugs, running around, and even biting others. Look, this is divine punishment. Everything is the will of the gods. If you do not worship our God, you will inevitably end up like them. A strangely robed man was proclaiming some divine message. Chapter 114. Capture the gods will protect their believers. Those abandoned by the gods cannot harm those who believe in them. The robed man walked leisurely through the chaotic crowd, even extending his hand toward the bizarre individuals. But they showed no reaction and instead lunged at the people beside him. Su Ziyue saw one of the bizarre individuals tackle a scrawny man, biting down hard on his arm. She heard the weak man scream and saw blood flowing from the wound. The man biting him lifted his head, chewing on the flesh he had bitten off. Su Ziyue noticed that the whites of his eyes were completely covered in black. Before she could observe anything else, a figure blocked her view. Ziyue, we need to leave here first. Wu Xuanyu grabbed Gao Qingwen with one hand and pulled Su Ziyue along with the other, escaping the chaotic crowd under the cover of the bodyguards. Su Ziyue's head grew increasingly dizzy, and by the end, she was almost being half-supported, half-carried by Wu Xuanyu. She looked around and noticed that none of the bodyguards had followed them. They were all entangled with the bizarre individuals, leaving only Wu Xuanyu and Gao Qingwen by her side. She felt a bit uneasy, looked ahead to discern the direction. But before she could bite herself a few more times, her vision went black, and she collapsed. You wait here until we got separated. Seeing Su Ziyue had already fainted, Wu Xuanyu completely dropped his facade, coldly telling Gao Qingwen before picking up Su Ziyue and heading down another path. Gao Qingwen had no expression on her face, standing in place with a somewhat vacant gaze, like a puppet that had lost its soul. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when Su Ziyue's bodyguards arrived, that she finally came to life, with an anxious look on her face. I got separated from them in the crowd, and don't know where they went. I can't reach them on the terminal. You need to hurry and look for them. Wu Xuanyu brought Su Ziyue to a basement and laid her on the bed. Yeah, it's finally just the two of us. No one will disturb us anymore. Wu Xuanyu turned to the table, opened a box, put on gloves, and took out a syringe and medication inside. A minute later, Wu Xuanyu walked towards the bed with the syringe filled with medication. Su Ziyue had taken a sip of the spiritual pool water amidst the chaos, and now the protest from her bladder woke her from her stupor. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Wu Xuanyu holding the syringe ready to inject her. Senior, what are you doing? Su Ziyue instinctively leaned back against the wall and asked. I saw you unconscious for a long time, so I wanted to inject you. Since you're awake now, there's no need for it. After explaining with a smile, Wu Xuanyu threw the syringe into the trash can, while feeling puzzled. How could she wake up so quickly? Senior, is this your home? Is there a bathroom? Su Ziyue held her stomach as she got up, already suspecting that something was off with Wu Xuanyu, but all that could wait until she resolved her physiological issue. Wu Xuanyu pointed to the door on the right. It's right there. Su Ziyue hurriedly walked over, closed the door, and, just as she was about to pull down her pants, suddenly thought about whether there might be surveillance here. But surely no one would be perverted enough to install cameras in the bathroom, right? Just in case. Su Ziyue held her breath and checked around, confirming there were no surveillance devices before quickly taking care of her physiological needs. Strange, she hadn't drunk that much water. So why the sudden urgency? Suddenly, she remembered the sip of spiritual pool water she had taken and thought of that couple's reaction. So, the only ways to expel harmful substances are vomiting or diarrhea. But that couple reacted days after drinking the spiritual pool water, while she... Could it be that the sooner one drinks the spiritual pool water, the faster harmful substances can be expelled? The next moment, Su Ziyue saw that a new line had been added to the description on the light screen. Su Ziyue. There wasn't much time for her to be speechless, and she quickly began to ponder again. That perfume must be something similar to a drug, but both Gao Qingwen and Wu Xuanyu had smelled it. Why was she the only one who fainted? Su Ziyue quickly took a few more sips of the spiritual pool water to calm herself. There should be signal jamming equipment here, as the terminal was unusable. She organized the weapons in the space before finally walking out. How are you? Feeling better? As soon as she stepped out, Wu Xuanyu asked with concern. Much better, senior. Is this your home? How do we escape? Where did Wenwen go? This is a hideout for that group of cult followers. I held them off and let Wenwen escape. That medication was also given to me by them. They said you'd wake up after the injection. I was still worried about the medication as authenticity and hesitated on whether to inject you. When you woke up, Wu Xuanyu spoke the lies without hesitation, as if reading from script. That's good. It's my fault for getting caught and dragging you into this. I don't even know what kind of drug they used to knock us out so quickly. I also don't know their purpose for capturing us and those strange people. I saw them eating human flesh. As Su Ziyue spoke, a look of fear appeared on her face. Wu Xuanyu hurriedly comforted her. Shouldn't we find a way to escape? Did you see what this place is when you were brought in? Are we still in Jing City? Su Ziyue looked at Wu Xuanyu hopefully, but deep down, she held no real expectation. She just hoped her acting skills would hold up, and that Wu Xuanyu wouldn't notice anything unusual, raising his vigilance, allowing her to buy time for rescue. As expected, Wu Xuanyu shook his head. No. But we should still be in Jing City. They didn't take us far. As for escaping, Ziyue, we shouldn't entertain such thoughts. The outside is full of those strange people. We are unarmed and have no way to escape. It's best to stay here and wait for rescue. All right, it can only be this way then. Senior, I still feel a bit dizzy. Let me rest for a while. If anything happens, call me. Su Ziyue pretended to be disappointed, lowering her eyes. After saying that, fearing Wu Xuanyu would tell her to sleep on the bed, she quickly laid her head on the table, letting her consciousness sink into the space. She was afraid her acting skills wouldn't hold up, so once her consciousness entered the space, her body remained in the state it was in before entering, breathing evenly enough that even a stopwatch wouldn't detect any discrepancy. She could also hear the sounds outside. It was better to be sitting up and ready to react than lying down. Not long after Su Ziyue laid down, she heard Wu Xuanyu calling her name. After calling her twice, he stopped. What Su Ziyue didn't see was that Wu Xuanyu walked in front of her, leaned his head closer, their distance only a few centimeters apart, and maintained that position for a while. About 2 minutes later, Su Ziyue heard him gently pull out the chair and sit down across from her. Then there was silence. Su Ziyue patiently waited, and about 10 minutes later, she heard him softly speak, unsure if he was talking to himself or on the phone. The drug's effect hadn't worn off, but if there was a strong physiological reaction, it could cause the drug person to wake up midway. After holding out for 10 minutes, he continued to sleep. This was an uncertain factor. It seemed further improvements were necessary. It really is him. Su Ziyue screamed in the space like a groundhog. That bastard harmed me. After venting her shock, she began to wonder why Wu Xuanyu wanted to capture her. What was his relationship with the cult? Was he a cult follower? Or part of the management? And those strange people? These questions were temporarily set aside by Su Ziyue. The most important thing now was to escape. The bodyguards immediately contacted Su Jingyan after realizing Su Ziyue was missing, and soon Su Ziki and Su Qingcong also learned the news. Su Jingyan had already found the missing team member, who had been tied up, looking at his pair of pitch-black eyes. Su Jingyan knew that the strange people described by the bodyguards were likely the same as the team member before him. Wen Xian, have someone take him to the hospital. The rest follow me. Where's Xiaoya? Su Jingyan asked before Wang Cheng could speak. In a shop on Commercial Street. The young lady fainted. There are monsters outside, and some inside as well. They're tough to deal with. I can't rescue the young lady by myself. I'm sorry, young master. It's my negligence. That group of strange people was stronger than usual, and they seemed to lack pain and reason, driven only by hunger, pouncing on someone to take a bite. Wang Chung had initially thought his strength was more than enough to protect Su Ziyue, but now he regretted his arrogance, realizing he couldn't protect the young lady at a critical moment. Wang Chung, don't be impulsive. Going up alone is seeking death. Stay outside and keep an eye on things. Report to me immediately if anything happens. After rescuing Xiaoya, you can come to me for punishment. Having just fought with the team member who had turned into a monster, Su Jingyan knew their strength. 1 or 2 would be manageable, but a group charging in would be like delivering meat to them. Yes. After hanging up Wang Cheng's call, Su Jingyan immediately called Su Ziki. Check Xiaoya's activity track. She's currently trapped in a room on Commercial Street, surrounded by a group of monsters. She was in a faint state before going in. Check your positioning system. Hearing Su Jingyan's urgency, Su Ziki didn't ask what was going on and quickly opened the device to check Su Ziyue's location, confirming that her last known position was indeed on Commercial Street. After looking at her movement trajectory, Su Ziki said to Su Jingyan, she should be awake now and is moving, but not much. She must be trapped in a room. Chapter 116. Divine Messenger Su Ziyue's earring is a miniature locator. Su Ziki has prepared several for everyone in the family. It is not affected by any shielding devices currently available on the market. Moreover, this locator is for family use only and is not sold to the public, to prevent anyone from researching a shield against this locator. All right, I'm heading over there now. Xiaoya went shopping with Gao Qingwen today and encountered an attack from cult followers on the way. Xiaoya was taken away. Keep a close watch on Xiaoya's location, and tell me immediately if she moves to another location. Okay. Su Ziki didn't waste time and immediately stopped her work, keeping an eye on the tracking system while calling people. After confirming that Su Ziyue was at the location where Wang Chung was, Su Jingyan called Wang Chung again. Wang Chung, can you tell me specifically how Xiaoya was captured? Who was with her? Wang Chung immediately said. After the young lady fainted, she was carried by Dr. Wu. I don't know what he said to Miss Gao, but after Miss Gao stopped, he took another path. When I shook them off and caught up, I saw Dr. Wu carrying the young lady into a shop, followed by a group of strange people. All right, I understand. Keep watching. The Su family's bodyguard have already gone over, and the military should be arriving soon. When the time comes, go in with them and bring Xiaoya out at all costs. Don't worry about anything else. Yes. After hanging up, Su Jingyan thought about calling Su Qingsong, but worried it would delay him in mobilizing personnel. After considering it, he decided to send him a message with the information and speculation he knew. Move quickly. The chaos in the Commercial Street was suppressed by the arriving base guard team. But when the guard team arrived, they could only capture 4 strange people due to their limited actions. The cult followers who had been stirring up trouble in the crowd managed to escape under the cover of the remaining strange people. The reason for their limited action was that when they were about to execute a strange person who had eaten human flesh, a woman rushed out and stood in front of that strange person. Don't kill my husband. He's just sick. He wouldn't even hurt an ant normally. He's like this now because he's sick. However, the woman was quickly knocked down by the strange person, who, devoid of reason, viciously bit a piece of flesh from her face. The guard team members, who had hesitated, immediately raised their guns, but the screaming woman still desperately blocked her husband. Don't. He's just sick. He won't bite anyone once he is full. The other strange people were also identified by the local residents as their family, friends, and neighbors, with some people, like the woman, standing in front of their loved ones. After all, they had shown no signs of abnormality just the day before. Maybe, as the woman said, they were just sick. However, if one had to say there was something strange, it was that they always talked about wanting to eat meat. Who doesn't want to eat meat? They also wanted to eat. Who would have thought that just a day later, they would turn into monsters that devour their own kind? After sending them to the hospital, a careful nurse discovered a common point among these strange people. They had all been infected with the necrotizing virus. Now back to Su Ziyue. After Wu Xuanyu said that sentence, there was another silence. Not knowing what information he had seen, he chuckled softly. Found out, huh? Then let us retreat. Not knowing what Wu Xuanyu had done, There was a loud bang, and Suzy Yue felt herself being picked up, followed by the sound of footsteps. Divine Messenger, everything is arranged. We will definitely give them a big surprise. Suzy Yue recognized this voice. Wasn't he from the cult followers that appeared during that chaos? What did he call Wu Xuanyu? Divine Messenger? The leader of the cult. Oh my goodness, Wu Xuanyu was hiding so deeply? So, the virus during the flood was created by him, and then he staged the whole thing to help? And that group of strange people. Wu Xuanyu actually turned normal people into monsters that only knew how to gnaw on the flesh and blood of their own kind. What exactly does he want to do? Is it the virus or the monsters? Does he want to destroy the world? Suzy Yue's heart was filled with rage, wishing she could go out and shoot him right now. However, before that, she needed to figure out Wu Xuanyu's purpose. When the Su family's bodyguards rushed over, Su Ziki saw that Suzy Yue's locator was moving quickly. When Wang Cheng saw the strange people around the shop suddenly walking inside, he guessed that they might be relocating. Just then, the bodyguard team arrived, and they went in together, finding the entrance to the basement. Along the way, Wang Cheng tried his best to avoid a direct confrontation with the strange people, quickly dodging attacks and rushing inside. Chapter 117. Unfortunately, he was still late. When he reached the room where Suzy Yue and Wu Xuanyu had stayed, he only saw a bomb with a 1-minute countdown and a slowly closing tunnel entrance. Where's the young lady? The young lady was taken away by them. They left through the tunnel. While speaking, Wang Cheng threw a strange person away, which happened to crash into another strange person that was about to pounce. When they escaped the strange people and left the basement, the bomb entered a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Along with the explosion, several surrounding shops collapsed. Wang Cheng and the bodyguards quickly lay down, and only after the noise ended did they get up. Bring Gao Qingwen to the interrogation room. Hearing the news that Suzy Yue had been transferred after the rescue failed, Su Ziki stood up and said to someone beside her, "Yes." Su Ziki then instructed Zhao Zishu beside her, "Zishu, as soon as Yeye stops moving, have someone keep an eye on her surroundings." "Okay, don't worry." When Su Ziki arrived at the interrogation room, she saw that the warning lights were on, indicating that the person inside had monitoring or listening devices. "Miss, we searched her entire body and found no electronic devices." Su Ziki approached Gao Qingwen, who was looking down, and pinched her chin. Gao Qingwen's originally dazed expression immediately turned to anger. "Su Ziki, what are you doing? Shouldn't you hurry to find Ziyue instead of suspecting me? Isn't it obvious?" Su Ziki smiled, then said to her subordinate, "Call the coroner over. If nothing was found on her, maybe it's hidden inside her body." Senior brother is a cult member? Isn't there some misunderstanding? He has been in the research institute doing experiments, rarely interacting with the outside world. I really don't know anything. If I did, I would definitely say it. Ziyue is my good friend, and I'm also very worried about her. Gao Qingwen's shocked expression didn't seem fake, but Su Ziki remained unmoved. The senior brother's birthday is coming up, and I want to pick a gift for him. I still say, apart from the research institute, he rarely goes to the dormitory and spends all day in the lab with Assistant John. Su Ziki's patience ran out. She threw the instrument to the coroner and said, "Scan her entire body. Wherever it lights up red, cut there." The coroner took the instrument and nodded to Su Ziki. The coroner scanned Gao Qingwen from top to bottom, and the instrument finally stopped at her head. "Miss, should we proceed with the operation now?" The blade glinted coldly, and Gao Qingwen felt a chill running from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, making her shiver involuntarily. "Do you know? The cult followers we captured before would commit suicide within 2 days. After we dissected their corpses, we found that they had a chip in their heads. Do you think you can withstand it when the chip is taken out?" Su Ziki had been smiling while asking Gao Qingwen a question, but in the next second, her expression completely disappeared. "Let us proceed with the operation." "No, Sister Chi-Chi, I really don't know. Instead of wasting time, you should think about how to quickly rescue Ziyue. Just give me 10 minutes. I will definitely think carefully this time." Seeing that the coroner had not received the order from Su Ziki to stop, and the knife was getting closer, Gao Qingwen shouted loudly. Su Ziki looked at her expressionlessly, showing no intention of stopping. Gao Qingwen seemed to have already felt the coldness of the knife tip touching her skin, and she shortened the time. 8 minutes. "Just give me 8 minutes. 7 minutes. 5 minutes. Su Ziki calmly spoke. "Stop. She took out a watch and looked at Gao Qingwen. You only have 5 minutes. This is your last chance. 5 minutes quickly passed. I. Gao Qingwen couldn't think of any useful information. After all, from her perspective, Wu Xuanyu couldn't possibly be a bad person, let alone one of those crazy cult followers. Just continue. Let me know when you have results. After saying that, Suzuki stood up and walked towards the door. Number 404, Shrimp Tail Alley, West District. As Suzuki reached the door, Gao Qingwen shouted loudly. Chapter 118. The larvae. Once, I delivered food to my senior and overheard him on the phone asking someone to deliver something to this address. I waited for him to finish the call before going in. As soon as I entered, he immediately asked when I had arrived. I knew he was afraid I had overheard their conversation, so I lied and said I had just arrived. Seeing Suzuki stop at her tracks, Gao Qingwen quickly added. Suzuki left the sentence and did not linger. Indeed, love is the most elusive thing. Only when it is completely in your own hands will it never betray you. When your promise should be fulfilled. Wu Xuanyu suddenly stopped while walking in the tunnel and blurted out that sentence. Just as others were puzzled, Wu Xuanyu continued moving forward. Others did not dare to ask and followed along. What's wrong with me? That knife. You were just holding the knife and wanted to commit suicide. How is that possible? I was just. Gao Qingwen's words came to a halt when she saw the surveillance video the coroner had pulled up. In the video, she was originally sitting in a chair, suddenly staring blankly, standing up to grab the knife the coroner had casually placed in a box, then pointing the knife tip at herself. Then, the scene showed the coroner rushing in, knocking the knife away, and tying Gao Qingwen up. Gao Qingwen thought of Suzuki's words, her face pale as she covered her head, thinking, could there really be a chip in here? Ha! It turns out you were all lying to me. There was no love. It was all about using me. I was so foolish. Gao Qingwen suddenly burst into laughter, and as she laughed, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She remembered the day before those disgusting things were injected into her body when Wu Xuanyu suddenly asked her. Some say that loving someone means you can do anything for them, including giving your own life. You say you love me. Can you do that? Of course, senior. I could do anything you ask. Wu Xuanyu injected her with a modified larval agent, which would consume her flesh and blood to grow. These larvae were nurtured by the mother bug, and the larvae were its offspring. The carriers of the mother bug could control the thoughts and actions of those parasitized by the larvae. During the control period, the parasitized person was essentially a puppet of the mother bug's carrier, executing the commands given by the mother bug at any cost. This madman Wu Xuanyu, in order to better control the mother bug and to be able to control those parasitized by the larvae at any time, even voluntarily allowed the mother bug to drill into his own body. It is known that both the mother bug and the larvae, once inside a person's body, will uncontrollably gnaw at the host's flesh and blood. Although there are drugs that can keep the mother bug in a dormant state, except when controlling the larval hosts, it is still an unstable factor, and generally, no one would be that insane. Moreover, the chip in her head had listening capabilities. If the people behind it heard or judged that she might leak important information, they would immediately execute a self-destruct program, causing the chip to explode in her brain, taking her along with it. The locust swarm was also created by Wu Xuanyu. A person's energy is limited, and after her, only a few key figures in the cult were injected with the larval agent. Those bizarre people were the second generation of larval hosts. The locusts carrying the second generation of larvae attacked the base, and anyone bitten by the locusts or who consumed food and water that had been crawled over by locusts would be parasitized by the larvae. The second generation of larvae could also reproduce themselves and had a strong infectious nature. To facilitate control, those ultimately parasitized by the second generation of larvae would become bloodthirsty, carnivorous beasts, losing their rationality, with no self-awareness, only obeying the mother bug and its carrier. This information was disclosed by Wu Xuanyu during his conversations with several small leaders of the cult, while Gao Qingwen was under control. Damn, are you okay? Do you want to bite your tongue to death? The coroner looked at the blood dripping from Gao Qingwen's mouth and quickly grabbed a cloth to stuff it in her mouth. If this person died under his watch, he wouldn't be able to explain to the young lady. Gao Qingwen looked at the wriggling larvae on the ground, realizing she had vomited them out, which meant Wu Xuanyu could no longer control her. Gao Qingwen didn't know if Wu Xuanyu could sense the larvae had detached from the host. Then she thought of the chip in her head and the pain in her heart. Her time was running out. Wu Xuanyu, what you want? I won't let you have it. MMM. Gao Qingwen made a sound, and when she saw the coroner squatting on the ground, studying the larvae look over, she glanced at the paper and pen on the table and moved her bound hands. Chapter 119. The goddess the coroner only untied the ropes on Gao Qingwen's hands. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gao Qingwen extend a finger to her lips, signaling him not to speak. Then she pointed to her head and wrote the words listening on the paper handed over by the coroner. Seeing that he understood, Gao Qingwen did not waste time. The chip in her head could explode at any moment, and her internal organs could also be eroded by the larvae. She needed to write down all the information she knew in the shortest amount of time. After saying that, Wu Xuanyu first used the mother bug to control the larvae in Gao Qingwen's body to devour her flesh and blood, then intended to activate the chip's self-destruct program. At the same time, Su Ziyue, who was aware in the space, felt something was wrong upon hearing Wu Xuanyu's words and immediately left the space. Senior, where are we going? Su Ziyue opened her eyes and asked in confusion. Ziyue, you're awake. Is your head still dizzy? Wu Xuanyu, seeing Su Ziyue suddenly open her eyes, was surprised for a moment before putting on a smile and asking. Not dizzy anymore. Senior, please put me down. Senior, where is this? Where are we going? Wu Xuanyu noticed Su Ziyue's little movements. He smiled gently and patted her head for comfort. Don't be afraid. They won't hurt us for now. Su Ziyue resisted the impulse to pull away and nodded. After walking a few steps, she looked back at the cult followers in robes and whispered to Wu Xuanyu. Senior, can you talk to me? I'm a bit scared. Of course. Wu Xuanyu gladly accepted her display of dependence. It should be like this. Ye only needs to see me. With permission, Su Ziyue's voice didn't stop along the way, as if she wanted to mask her fear through conversation. The robe cult follower quickly walked a few steps ahead of them, skillfully climbed the stairs, and opened the door above to climb up. A minute later, confirming there were no issues, he poked his head out from above. Everything is fine up here, God. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come up. The cult follower initially wanted to respectfully invite the emissary up, but was startled awake by a glance from the emissary, recalling that Wu Xuanyu was playing the role of the hostage they had captured. He quickly turned his words around and reprimanded. Dusting off his hands, Su Ziyue surveyed the room. It was essentially a small laboratory, with rows of agents placed on the table. What do you want to do with us by bringing us here? If it's supplies you need, just contact my family, and they will definitely provide for you. Su Ziyue said to the cultist. Miss Su, there's no need to worry. We won't harm you. The cultist opened the door, revealing a vast space resembling a church, with a statue prominently displayed in the center. Behind the statue was a group of cultists dressed in uniform attire, kneeling on the ground in prayer. Everyone, the goddess has been found. Now we need to escort her away. The cultist who brought them here seemed to hold a high position, as Su Ziyue heard them refer to him as the divine attendant. However, the goddess mentioned by this divine attendant couldn't possibly be her, could it? Do they have some kind of serious illness? I'm not a goddess. You have the wrong person. I am an atheist and a successor of socialism. The cultists looked at the divine attendant, their eyes filled with confusion. The goddess is a descendant of the divine, and the deity has erased her memory so that she can undergo trials in the mortal world. She hasn't regained her memory yet and cannot accept her identity. Everyone, please don't be alarmed. The divine messenger has received the will of our deity, instructing us to escort the goddess away from the base to accept the legacy of our deity. This group of cultists seemed to be thoroughly brainwashed, completely believing the words of the divine attendant, their gazes towards Su Ziyue filled with reverence. Su Ziyue, you believe such absurd things? The goddess need not be anxious. Once we leave the base, your memory will be restored. The divine attendant respectfully bowed to her, completely abandoning the scolding tone from before. A cultist said to the divine attendant, Divine attendant, we just received news that all the gates of the base have been closed to entry and exit. How could it be so fast? The divine attendant exclaimed, then realized his outburst and steadied his emotions, asking, which gate has the weakest guard? The east gate. The divine attendant discreetly glanced at Wu Xuanyu, and after seeing him nod slightly, he said, prepare to go to the east gate. Let those monsters clear the way for us. Yes. As Su Jingin's car drove into the base, he saw the gates closed, with everyone prohibited from entering or exiting. Chapter 120. Escape. Gao Qingwen wrote down all the information she knew about the cult's stronghold in the central base and handed it to the anatomist. Then she rubbed her head, puzzled as to why there had been no movement for so long. Could it be that Wu Xuanyu was held up by something? Regardless, her head was temporarily safe. In fact, Wu Xuanyu had been chatting with Su Ziyue, momentarily forgetting about this matter. The anatomist retied Gao Qingwen and then sent this information to Su Ziki. Su Ziki quickly confirmed Su Ziyue's location and shared the location and information with Su Jingin and Su Qingsong before speeding towards the West District. Soon, a military unit was also heading towards the West District. Meanwhile, Su Ziyue was forcibly seated in an off-road vehicle, with only her, Wu Xuanyu, and a driver divine attendant inside. Both she and Wu Xuanyu were bound hand and foot. Is this the treatment of a goddess? Su Ziyue scoffed. The divine attendant ignored her and focused on driving. Su Ziyue glanced at the similarly bound Wu Xuanyu, who smiled gently at her when he noticed her looking over. Ziyue, it's okay, don't be afraid. Su Ziyue managed a faint smile, rolling her eyes internally, wondering how long Wu Xuanyu could keep up the act while also contemplating the possibility of jumping out of the car to escape. However, seeing the cultists surrounding the off-road vehicle and other cars, she silently gave up on that idea. She searched her space for something sharp and soon found half a box of nails, which seemed to have been confiscated from a villa owned by someone wealthy. Su Ziyue immediately placed the nails under the car, spreading them as evenly as possible within a 2-meter radius around her. 1 minute later, the nails were all scattered. Damn it, how could there be nails on the road? Soon, Su Ziyue heard complaints. Unfortunately, the vehicle could still move in the short term and before the tires burst. It would be enough for them to drive out of the base. Although the cult's convoy was making noise due to the strange people, it still caught the attention of some observant individuals. The guard team blocked their vehicle in front, forcing the cult's convoy to stop. The base is under lockdown. What are you doing? One person knocked on the window of Su Ziyue's vehicle and asked, "Brother, you finally came? We were just minding our own business at home when those strange people suddenly broke in. It took us a lot of effort to escape in the car. We are all neighbors. Our homes have been destroyed. Hurry up and catch those strange people." The divine attendant rolled down the car window and spilled his grievances. Seeing Wu Xuanyu also looking out the window, Su Ziyue seized the opportunity to take out a dagger from her space, hid it behind her back, and cut the ropes binding her. The restraints on her feet were quickly freed as well. Then, she crawled from the central armrest of the front seat to the passenger seat, placing the knife against the divine attendant's neck. "Don't move." Su Ziyue found the car door lock switch in the driver's seat, unlocked the door, and knocked the divine attendant down with a swift motion, quickly opening the passenger door and getting out of the car. The entire process was completed in less than a minute. They're cultists, and those strange people were released by them. I'm the second young lady of the Su family. They want to kidnap me out of the base. If you don't believe me, look, they're the ropes I just cut. Seeing the guard team members pointing their weapons at him, Su Ziyue quickly explained. When she passed by him and saw him trying to reach out to stop her, Su Ziyue directly snatched the gun from his hand. "Hurry and run." After pinning him down and taking his gun, Su Ziyue kindly reminded him. Wu Xuanyu noticed that Su Ziyue was solely focused on her own escape, seemingly forgetting about him entirely, and his face, which had initially held a hint of a smile, darkened in an instant. Su Ziyue saw the strange people closing in on her and noticed that the guard team was not moving. She raised the gun in her hand and shot one of the strange people's thighs while shouting at them. "Do you see? The moment I leave them, they drive these strange people to catch me. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action." As she spoke, Su Ziyue dodged an attack from a strange person, which delayed her, allowing the cult's convoy to turn around and chase after them. The guard team finally reacted and raised their guns to shoot at the tires of the convoy. "Ziyue, get in the car." The leading vehicle was Wu Xuanyu's. He had somehow also freed himself from his restraints and was sitting in the driver's seat. With strange people in front and the convoy behind, the guard team followed behind, shooting at the tires of the convoy. Su Ziyue saw that the strange person she had shot in the thigh was unaffected and continued to charge at her. Su Ziyue gritted her teeth and flipped over to climb onto the roof of Wu Xuanyu's car. It was impossible to get inside. Wu Xuanyu was the divine messenger. What good intentions could he possibly have? However, he didn't know why he was acting as a hostage in front of her. To buy time, Su Ziyue could only grit her teeth and play along, thinking that she could still jump out of the car if the situation turned bad on the roof. Wu Xuanyu noticed Su Ziyue climbing onto the roof, his expression darkening slightly, but he said nothing and quickly started the car. The strange people saw the vehicle charging towards them and hurriedly moved aside in fear of being hit. Su Ziyue scoffed, thinking that the act was quite convincing. Chapter 121. Everyone will become a monster. Good, but I don't remember the way. They won't catch up for now. Ziyue, hurry down and sit in the car to point the way for me. It's not safe up there. Wu Xuanyu slowly stopped the car and said to Su Ziyue, who was lying on the roof, as if I would believe you. Su Ziyue considered the possibility of tying Wu Xuanyu up to hijack the car, but thought of his various potions. Who knows if he has a syringe hidden in his pocket that he could use to inject her when she wasn't paying attention. Never mind. Su Ziyue touched the ear stud on her ear, surrounded by rows of simple houses. She found a target and jumped out of the car, passing through an alley and turning, only to find it was a dead end. The hurried footsteps were getting closer. Su Ziyue looked up and saw a balcony above. She briefly observed her surroundings, saw that no one was around, and took out cabinets and boxes from her space, stacking them together to form a makeshift staircase to climb onto the balcony. She quickly stored everything back in her space, turned around, and walked inside quietly. Pushing open the balcony door, she saw a simple bedroom, and then paused, somewhat surprised to see the two people in front of her. Who are you? How did you get in? What do you want? The middle-aged couple, standing by the window, looking outside, regarded Su Ziyue with caution. I am Su Ziyue, one of the investors in the Vitality Potion. I've seen your information, and I'm very grateful for the data you provided us. You should have seen outside just now. There are those strange people everywhere. I was chased here by them and had no choice but to climb up from the balcony. Please let me hide in your home for a while. I will repay you handsomely afterward. My bodyguards are on their way and can take you with them. After all, it's not safe here, is it? Su Ziyue locked the balcony door behind her and said with a smile. The woman glanced at her husband, unsure whether to agree, while the man thought for a moment and asked, since you've seen our information, can you tell us what happened during the experiment? You and your wife expelled a lump of black, unknown substance on the 4th day of the experiment. We initially judged it to be some kind of insect egg, remnants of a necrotizing virus. Since expelling that lump, your health has improved daily. Have you experienced any discomfort since leaving the laboratory? The couple exchanged glances, finally relaxing some of their vigilance. With the subsidies you provided, we rented this little house, and our lives finally seemed to have hope. Who knew? Miss Su, it's best if you keep your distance from us, or bind us up. Soon, we might also become like those strange people. The man said with a bitter smile. Why do you say that? Su Ziyue, seeing the couple looking well, didn't quite understand the man's words. Many of those strange people were once our neighbors and friends. Their commonality is that they all contracted the necrotizing virus. The restart potion is completely ineffective. We will all eventually turn into man-eating beasts. The man covered his face. His voice choked, while his wife turned her head in silence, tears falling. Can you tell me if your neighbors exhibited any unusual changes in the days leading up to their transformation into strange people? Su Ziyue suppressed the turmoil inside her, took a few deep breaths, and calmly asked. There were no unusual changes. They just kept mumbling about wanting to eat meat for those few days. What about you? Did you have any urges to eat meat? Su Ziyue continued to ask. The man and woman exchanged glances and then shook their heads. That's right. The cause of their transformation into strange people should be the insect eggs you expelled at that time. Since you don't have any insect eggs in your bodies and don't have the urge to eat meat, it means you won't turn into those strange people. The realization that the restart potion couldn't cure the necrotizing virus sent a chill down Su Ziyue's spine when she thought about the number of people infected with the necrotizing virus at the base. However, fortunately, her spirit pool water could expel the insect eggs from the human body, which was undoubtedly good news. Really? We won't become those kinds of monsters? After calming the couple, Su Ziyue added, Can you lend me your terminal? Mine was stolen on the way. Of course, you may use it. The man decisively took off his terminal and handed it over with both hands. Susie waited for a moment before the call connected. Hello. Chapter 122. Pervert's Sister. I'm at 609, Iris Lane. Wu Xuanyu is a divine messenger who can control the monsters outside. I just shook him off. After receiving the terminal, Susie Yue asked the couple for their location, and as soon as the call connected, she didn't waste any time on small talk. Wait 5 minutes. A series of gunshots came from Susie Yue's sister's side, followed by the sound of vehicles driving. Her calm voice concealed a hint of urgency. Yeah, protect yourself. I'll be there soon. Okay, I'll wait for sister. After returning the terminal to the man, Susie stood by the window and suddenly saw a familiar vehicle enter her line of sight. It was the SUV driven by Wu Xuanyu. Why is he like a sticky plaster? Susie Yue cursed inwardly, then instructed the middle-aged couple to stay inside and not show themselves while she raised her gun and quickly went downstairs. The windows on the first floor were covered with curtains. Susie Yue approached a window, parted the curtains slightly, and looked outside. Wu Xuanyu had already gotten out of the car and was standing a few steps away from the door. He seemed to sense something, and just before Susie Yue could lower the curtain, he turned his head to look. Hello, have you seen a girl in a blue outfit? She asked my friend, and we got separated. Susie Yue stood beside the door and overheard Wu Xuanyu speaking this to someone. No, I haven't seen her. You should look elsewhere. Just as Susie Yue was pondering who Wu Xuanyu was talking to, she heard the woman's voice from upstairs a few seconds later. Susie Yue, dumb. Andy, look. That group of monsters is coming over. My car is out of gas. Could you let me in a hide for a bit? Not very convenient, young man. You should hurry and run. How did he notice me the moment I peeked out? The woman knew she was in the wrong and fell silent under the man's glare. Downstairs, Susie Yue heard Wu Xuanyu's footsteps getting closer to the door and tightened her grip on the gun. Found you, Ziyue. Wu Xuanyu suddenly laughed. It turns out you never believe my words. Susie Yue was startled by his sudden laughter and didn't plan to respond. Secretly cursing Wu Xuanyu for sounding like a horror movie character trying to scare her. My people have arrived. Come out, Ziyue. Don't struggle needlessly, or it might hurt the innocent. If you continue to run, those two upstairs might suffer some consequences. Wu Xuanyu's voice was gentle, as if he were coaxing a disobedient child. Susie bit her lip, glanced at the time, and realized 3 minutes had passed. She just needed to stall a little longer. Break down the door. Wait, what do you want to do by grabbing me? After asking, Susie Yue stepped away from the door, holding her gun toward the door's direction. Wu Xuanyu seemed to guess her intention to buy time and didn't stop. Soon, the sound of crashing against the door echoed. Then, the glass window was shattered, and the cloth covering the window was yanked down, letting the sunlight pour in. Next, the wooden door was also smashed open, and the monster that broke in was controlled to retreat to the side. Wu Xuanyu walked in slowly, and when he saw Su Ziyue stepping back, he stopped, extending his hand with a smile. Yeah, be good and come here. I like you and want to be with you. But your eyes can only see Su Jing'an, so I have to resort to this. Wu Xuanyu looked at Su Ziyue with a helpless expression, as if all his actions were forced. The several assassination attempts my sister encountered were all orchestrated by you, right? That base leader Zhou is also your person? Why are you doing this? Su Ziyue truly couldn't understand. To like her, did he have to kill her family? Such affection was unbearable for her. They are very important to you and take up too much of your time and attention. I thought if I kill them all, would you look at me more? Without those annoying people, would you slowly accept me in my company? Unfortunately, this plan didn't succeed. Wu Xuanyu shook his head with regret. Are you sick? What did I do in my past life to deserve your obsession in this life? Just to capture me and be with me. You want to turn living people into mindless beasts? How can you be so insane? As long as the goal can be achieved, nothing is off the table. I still have a batch of insect eggs in my hand, enough to turn the entire base into monsters. Chapter 123. The Savior has arrived. Speaking of this, Wu Xuanyu deliberately paused, seeing the change in Su Ziyue's expression. He smiled and continued. Yeah, I know you're kind. As long as you are with me, I will never harm anyone again. I will also find a way to restore them to their original state. If you have any questions, we can talk about it slowly in the car. Yeah. Do you want to come over by yourself? Or should I come over to hug you? Mom, I've encountered a lunatic. Seeing Wu Xuanyu coming over, Su Ziyue, knowing when to be wise, reluctantly and slowly walked over. Sister, my dear sister, help. Your beloved sister is about to be captured by a pervert. Su Ziyue screamed in her heart. As she passed by Wu Xuanyu, he grabbed her hand, and Su Ziyue quickly aimed the gun at his head. If you don't want her head to bloom, then let them back off. Su Ziyue stared at Wu Xuanyu with fierce eyes. Yeah, you really make me sad. But being able to die with you is also good. Go ahead and shoot, yeah. Under Wu Xuanyu's control, the monsters did not retreat, but advanced. And he was not worried at all about whether his head would bloom. You lunatic. Su Ziyue took 2 steps back, pushing Wu Xuanyu toward the approaching monsters, and pulled the trigger, hitting him, but at the same time, she felt a sharp pain in her arm. That shot lost its accuracy and barely hit his leg. Where did the tranquilizer come from? Despite all precautions, Su Ziyue did not expect Wu Xuanyu to hide the syringe on the monster. She quickly darted under a table and took out a small bottle of spirit water she had prepared earlier, drinking it down swiftly. I don't even know if this will work. How can the medicine take effect so quickly? Su Ziyue supported herself against the table leg and pinched her thigh hard, trying to dispel the dizziness. Yeah, you are really heartless. Wu Xuanyu stood up with the help of the monsters. My potent tranquilizer can take someone down in a minute. Don't worry, once we leave the base and are alone, you will only have me to choose. As Su Ziyue saw Wu Xuanyu's figure become blurry, a wave of nausea suddenly surged, and she quickly turned her head to the side, vomiting up some water, which cleared her mind considerably. At that moment, Wu Xuanyu also approached Su Ziyue. Seeing her suddenly vomit, he worriedly patted her back and took out a handkerchief to wipe her. Why are there symptoms of vomiting? Could it be that the drug is malfunctioning? Su Ziyue stood up, holding onto the table, her body swaying as if she might fall at any moment. Wu Xuanyu reached out to support Su Ziyue, but she slapped his hand away. He paused, thinking if softness wouldn't work, then he would be forceful. Wu Xuanyu forcibly pulled Su Ziyue over, even though his foot was still bleeding. He insisted on supporting her and made the 2 monsters that were originally supporting him stand further away. I don't need your help. I can walk by myself. The effects of the tranquilizer had not completely worn off. Although Su Ziyue was no longer dizzy, her limbs had no strength. Her struggles were forcibly suppressed by Wu Xuanyu, and her gun had long been taken away. When getting into the car, Su Ziyue used all her strength to cling to the car door, refusing to get in. Wu Xuanyu was afraid of hurting her and did not dare to force her, so the 2 were at a standstill for a while. Have you forgotten them? You will only see me and accept me? Wu Xuanyu took out a syringe from his pocket. Su Ziyue recognized that this syringe seemed to be the same one Wu Xuanyu had prepared to inject her with when she first woke up in that basement. Did he mean that after the injection, she would lose her memory? Even if I lose my memory, I still won't like you. Su Ziyue didn't care about hiding her space anymore. She was about to turn into a memory-loss fool. With a thought, the syringe in Wu Xuanyu's hand was transferred into her space. Wu Xuanyu froze, suddenly looking at Su Ziyue. It's you. What have you researched again? Can you even make things disappear out of thin air? It can't be an inhalation type, can it? Su Ziyue accused first, interrupting Wu Xuanyu before he finished speaking. Biting back, Wu Xuanyu fell in a deep thought. At that moment, Su Ziyue finally saw her savior and kicked the unguarded Wu Xuanyu into the car. Then she ran towards Su Ziki like a swallow returning home. Seeing the little ancestor running forward without care, staggering and almost falling, Su Ziki noticed the monsters behind her were about to pounce. Su Ziki raised her gun and shot the monster in the heart. With the first gunshot, her bodyguards also raised their guns and began shooting at the monsters. The hospital had already detected that the brain nerves of these monsters were dead, and their flesh, especially the internal organs, had been almost entirely eaten away by the larvae inside them. To put it cruelly, they were beyond saving. Therefore, Su Ziki shot one without mercy and quickly stepped forward to catch Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue successfully fell into her embrace. Chapter 124, The End. Sister, why did you come so late? It's been more than 5 minutes. I almost got captured again by that pervert Wu Xuanyu. Su Ziyue felt completely relaxed in Su Ziki's arms, whining as she hugged her waist. A group of monsters suddenly appeared on the way, and it took some time to deal with them. I'll help you get revenge later. Suzy baited Su Ziyue's head, explaining. That lunatic Wu Xuanyu wanted to inject me with a drug, saying he would make me forget you all, and he even injected me with a tranquilizer. I'm feeling a bit weak now. She continued. He also said if I didn't agree to be with him, he would let everyone in the base get infected with the necrotic virus and make me die with him. Su Ziyue began to complain, and finally leaned in close to Su Ziqi's ear and whispered. I collected that memory-erasing drug into my space right in front of him. Although I didn't directly touch it, I don't know if you'll guess anything. Su Ziqi's face grew colder with Su Ziyue's words. Her gaze toward Wu Xuanyu was as if she were looking at a dead person. Wu Xuanyu ignored the murderous look Su Ziqi cast at him, only staring intently at Su Ziyue, observing her expressions and actions towards Su Ziqi. The kind of reliance and closeness she showed to her family was something he had never possessed. It was truly enviable. Since he could not have it, he would destroy it all. Miss, another group of monsters is coming. When Su Jingyan arrived a few minutes late, he saw hundreds of monsters rushing towards the Su family and gradually surrounding them. These monsters, after knocking people down, no longer tore at their flesh, but instead went for each other's throats. A bodyguard, in the midst of changing bullets, was pulled closer by a monster. When he raised his hand to block, that monster actually bypassed his arm and went straight for his throat. If it weren't for a teammate kicking it away, that bodyguard would have lost his life. When Su Jingyan arrived, he saw Su Ziyue and her sister surrounded by hundreds of monsters. Su Ziqi had hastily gathered only over 30 bodyguards. At this moment, relying on firepower suppression, not many were injured, but every time they took down a group, more monsters would replace them, making it impossible to break through. Su Ziyue's aim was off, and she had no strength. So seeing that the ammunition brought by Su Ziqi was running low, she secretly moved bullets from her space to replenish their supplies. On his way over, Su Jingyan happened to run into the army dispatched by General Sun, and with the support of his team and the army, Su Ziyue and her group successfully broke through the encirclement. Xiaoyu. Su Jingyan pulled Su Ziyue over and carefully checked if she was hurt. Jingyan, go, I'm fine. After confirming that Su Ziyue was not seriously harmed, Su Jingyan tightly embraced her, as if holding a treasure he had lost and found again. It's my fault. I came late. Under the combined assault of 3 parties, the number of monsters visibly decreased. The vehicle Wu Xuanyu was in was shot to pieces by the furious Su Ziqi and Su Jingyan, and his other leg was also hit by a bullet. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, this battle also came to an end. All the cult followers and their leaders were captured. Wu Xuanyu, due to his leg injury and having controlled too many monsters at once, coughed up blood and fell into a coma. Before losing consciousness, he glanced at Su Ziyue, who was surrounded in the middle, and eventually closed his eyes, letting go of the bomb remote control, which slipped from his hand. After the incident, when the military cleared the battlefield, they discovered 3 timed bombs hidden in Wu Xuanyu's vehicle, with the remote control lying under the seat. They broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. If these bombs had detonated, those in the center would not have been able to escape within a minute and would have been turned to ashes. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, Wu Xuanyu ultimately gave up on detonating the bombs. It was a good thing he lost consciousness. Otherwise, who knows if he would suddenly change his mind and activate the bombs. However, even if Wu Xuanyu had activated the bombs, Su Ziyue would still have been able to rush over and contain them in her space given the distance at that time. Humans are indeed complex and changeable creatures. Sophia Saith, stop thinking about it. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat, Su Jingyan said, rubbing Su Ziyue's head gently. Okay. When Su Qingsong requested General Sun to lock down the base and capture the cult's envoys and their followers, most people opposed it, believing he was just using it as an excuse to borrow manpower to save his daughter. If it weren't for General Sun believing him and issuing the order under pressure, Wu Xuanyu might have already escaped with Su Ziyue. General Sun raised his voice deliberately, and Su Qingsong knew he was speaking for others to hear. Chapter 125, Death News Before Leaving. Su Qingsong secretly noted down the few families that obstructed him, planning to settle accounts later when he had time. After dinner, Su Ziyue comforted her frightened old father for a while, then quickly took a simple shower. After coming out, she threw herself onto the bed, completely relaxing the tense nerves from the afternoon, and quickly fell asleep. During this time, A doctor came to draw her blood for tests but couldn't wake her up. Susie Yue slept for a whole day. If the doctor hadn't checked and found no issues and had given a preventive warning that she might sleep longer due to residual anesthetics, Su Qing-song and the others might have called the doctor over for a thorough examination again. When Susie Yue woke up, the first person she saw was Su Jing'an. "Brother Jing'an, didn't you go rest?" Seeing the dark circles under Su Jing'an's eyes, Susie Yue asked. Su Jing'an had been guarding her side since she fell asleep and had only dozed off for a bit. "I rested." "Little you slept for so long. You must be hungry, right? There's porridge boiling downstairs. Should I get you a bowl? Or do you want something else?" "Just porridge is fine." After a quick wash, Susie Yue pulled Su Jing'an downstairs. "Brother Jing'an, eat with me." After filling her stomach and watching Su Jing'an finish 2 big bowls, Susie Yue finally started to inquire about the follow-up regarding the cult. "How is Sister Wenwen?" Su Jing'an fell silent for a moment, and Susie Yue had a bad premonition. The next second, she heard Su Jing'an say, "She is dead." "What? How could that be?" Susie Yue felt she might have misheard, but seeing Su Jing'an's expression made her realize he wouldn't joke about something like this, and the glimmer of hope in her heart completely dissipated. She had a chip in her brain. The chip self-destructed. She couldn't hold on until the doctor arrived, and Gao Yusin met the same fate. The restart agent was not a vaccine against the necrosis virus. Zhang Chongqi was also a member of the cult, and Gao Yusin was their first experimental subject. Do you remember that bald guy's human trafficking organization? When Wu Xuanyu first contacted them to buy people for experiments, it happened to be when Gao Yusin was captured by them. At that time, Wu Xuanyu implanted a larva in Gao Yusin. However, shortly after, the bald guy's nest was raided, and his experiments were temporarily halted. When they arrived in the capital, seeing Gao Yusin again, he resumed the interrupted experiment through Zhang Chongqi and implanted a chip in her brain. The sachet she gave you that day was given to her by Wu Xuanyu. After smelling the sachet, if she then smelled the perfume he prepared, she would fall into a coma. Susie Yue fell silent for a while, and Su Jing'an came to her side, opening his mouth but not knowing how to comfort her, so he simply held her quietly. Susie Yue lowered her head, her voice muffled as she said, "Brother Jing'an, you haven't finished, right? What else happened after I passed out?" The spirit pool water could expel the larvae from the body, but normal expulsion required time, just like the middle-aged couple before. After receiving the news of Gao Qingwen and Gao Yusin's deaths, someone asked Wu Xuanyu if he was responsible. He didn't deny it, and even said that during the tunnel incident, he had urged the larvae in Gao Qingwen's body to eat her heart. At that time, Gao Qingwen in the interrogation room was not dead. She had vomited out the larvae in blood, and her time of death was similar to Gao Yusin's. After Wu Xuanyu activated the chip's self-destruct program, all those with chips in their brains, including all the followers, soon lost their life signs. I suspect that after drinking the spirit pool water, if the larvae threaten the hostess' life, they will be expelled immediately, but the body will also suffer unpredictable damage. To prevent any remaining larva hosts from turning into monsters, the spirit pool water you brought out has been acquired by the base and was given to Wu Xuanyu in 2 bottles that same day. The mother larva in Wu Xuanyu's body was in an active state due to controlling too many larvae at once, and the medication couldn't put it to sleep, continuously harming Wu Xuanyu's body. Before you woke up, Wu Xuanyu expelled the mother larva, and now he is in the hospital. Although the mother larva is dead, the larvae will not vanish because of this. General Sun said that when you wake up, you should discuss with the developers of the Vitality Agent, because the base plans to acquire a large amount of spirit pool water, striving to ensure that everyone drinks a bottle to eliminate any remaining larva hosts in the base, with the cult left with only Wu Xuanyu. How does the base plan to deal with him? After digesting the information Su Jing'an shared, Susie Yue asked. Regarding his fate, the base was divided into 2 factions. One faction believed he should be executed immediately after interrogation, while the other felt his abilities were exceptional, and it would be a pity to lose such talent. They suggested he could atone for his sins with his remaining life, and create more value for the base. Atone? With so many lives lost, can he atone for them? Is someone like him that easy to control? Sophie Yue laughed sarcastically. Chapter 126. Request for a meeting at the same time. Su Qing-song was saying similar things in the conference room. Look at those idiots who are brainwashed and firmly believe in a cult. Did the person who proposed this suggestion ever think about the consequences if he escapes? Who will be responsible then? You? You? Or you? Can you bear the consequences? The few people pointed out by Su Qing-song were the loudest in opposition, but when it came to taking responsibility, they all fell silent like quails. Su Qing-song was like a firecracker, unleashing his full fury, firing off questions at anyone who wanted to protect Wu Xuanyu. In the end, during the voting, most people chose to execute Wu Xuanyu. However, before executing him, they needed to extract information about the bombs and larvae hidden in the central base. After talking with Su Jingyan, Su Ziyue expressed her desire to be alone for a while, saying she would take food from her space for dinner. The next day, Su Ziyue texted that she wouldn't go out for breakfast. Upon seeing this, Su Ziki directly came to her door and knocked. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Hurry up and get ready. I'm starting the timer now. If you're not out in 10 minutes, I'll just take the door off its hinges. Speak. Don't give me the silent treatment. They're dead, but you're still alive. If you starve yourself, they 1T come back to life." Under the covers, Su Ziyue pulled off the blanket and said dully to the door, "Got it," then took out ice cubes from her space, bagged them, and while brushing her teeth, she pressed the ice against her face with her eyes closed. Outside, you are so capable, yet you don't dare to make a sound in front of Yaya. She doesn't eat, you don't eat. What kind of competition is this? With you like this, how can my dad feel at ease handing Yaya over to you? 10 minutes later, Su Ziyue opened the door and came out, wearing sunglasses. The failed ice pack treatment made her swollen, red eyes particularly obvious and somewhat unattractive. So Su Ziyue wanted to cover them up. "Sister." Su Ziki reached out, intending to take her broken sunglasses off, but in the end, she changed her mind and pinched her face instead, swallowing her words. "Let us go. It's time for breakfast." Su Qing-song was unusually quiet. He would have usually left by this time. When the two sisters went downstairs, he and Su Jingyan were already sitting there. When they saw the sisters coming down, they waved for them to come over for breakfast. None of them mentioned Su Ziyue wearing sunglasses. After breakfast, Su Qing-song cleared his throat. Yeah, it's time for you to go to work, right?" Su Ziki interrupted Su Qing-song. She knew what he was going to say, but she felt it was unnecessary. "Chi-Chi, should we let Yeye decide for herself?" Su Ziyue looked at Su Qing-song and then at Su Ziki, confusion written all over her face. "What is going on?" Su Qing-song then explained that Wu Xuanyu wanted to see her, adding, "Yeah, if you don't want to go, Dad will help you refuse." Is it really that hard to search the entire base and not find the bombs and larvae? Finding them is just a matter of time. Yeah, he is a prisoner with no right to negotiate, and who knows what tricks he has up his sleeve. Yeah, you better not go. Su Ziki chimed in. "It's fine. Can't we communicate through the glass with a phone? Since he wants to see me, I'll go take a trip. Besides, I have some questions I want to ask him." So, Su Ziyue followed Su Qing-song to the interrogation room at the base. The prison guard brought her to the cell where Wu Xuanyu was being held, first warning him before letting him go to a small room with a phone. Upon seeing Su Ziyue, Wu Xuanyu's calm eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the phone, smiling at Su Ziyue outside the glass. Yeah, it's nice to see you again." Su Ziyue replied with disgust. "If I could, I'd rather have never met you. Sister Wenwen liked you so much. She got into medicine just to be by your side and help you a little. As for me, I've always treated you as an ordinary friend and never gave you any hope. I don't know what you saw in me, but now I don't want to know. I only ask you this. Do you regret killing Sister Wenwen? Do you have any regrets about everything you've done? About those who have lost their families because of you?" Wu Xuanyu was silent for a moment, then shook his head, indifference to life in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Never. I don't regret it. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being foolish enough to trust others so easily." Wu Xuanyu paused, his expression softening. Yeah, love doesn't follow reason. Before I met you, I never believed in love at first sight. If I regret anything, it's that I was too soft-hearted and didn't inject the serum immediately when you were unconscious. Otherwise, we might already be outside the base, and you would have forgotten everything, only seeing me. If I had met you before him, if I had grown up with you, would it be me by your side now? There are no ifs." Su Ziyue said without hesitation, then directly got to the point. "Where are the bombs and larvae? Not willing to give me any hope at all? Aren't you afraid I'll get angry and not tell you?" Wu Xuanyu looked at her with a smile. Then I'll leave? Wu Xuanyu's smile faded for a moment. Then he put on a helpless smile again. Yeah. Are you just relying on the fact that I like you? That you can act so recklessly? Su Ziyue replied expressionlessly. Yes, didn't you say you like me? So I want to know where the bombs and larvae are. Such a small request, you can't possibly not fulfill it, right? Of course not. But as soon as I say it, you'll leave immediately, 1Tu? If you don't say it, I'm leaving now. Su Ziyue put down the phone. And a few seconds later, she saw Wu Xuanyu's lips through the glass saying, I'll say it. Su Ziyue picked up the phone again. Say it. I have a small request. If you agree, I'll tell you immediately. Seeing that Su Ziyue didn't speak, Wu Xuanyu continued. I know the base 1T give me a way out for what I've done. In the remaining time, I want to see you every day, not for long. Just 5 minutes a day. Seeing Su Ziyue frowning, Wu Xuanyu first told her the location of the bombs. The listening interrogators immediately noted the location and sent it to their superiors to verify. As long as you agree, I can tell you the location of the larvae right now. The interrogators' voices echoed in her ears like a broken record. Agree. Please. Wu Xuanyu knew that their conversation was definitely being monitored, and that person was urging Su Ziyue to agree. Watching the reluctance on Su Ziyue's face, Wu Xuanyu felt a dull pain in his heart. Seeing how much she hated him, for a moment he thought about just telling her, but ultimately his selfishness prevailed. He patiently waited until he finally heard Su Ziyue say, Okay. Wu Xuanyu promptly revealed the location of the larvae. Once he finished speaking, Su Ziyue immediately hung up and left. Watching Su Ziyue storm away, Wu Xuanyu found her adorable. It was until she was completely out of sight that he followed the staff out. With a smile on his lips, Wu Xuanyu began to look forward to seeing her tomorrow, thinking about Su Jing'an's possible reaction. Before leaving, he felt a little more pleased at the thought of adding to the annoyance of the person he disliked the most. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or did Wu Xuanyu upset you? After Su Ziyue came out, Su Jing'an noticed her distressed expression. He touched her forehead and hand, confirming there was no abnormal temperature before he felt at ease. He has already told me the location, but he asked me to see him for 5 minutes every day until his execution. As Su Ziyue walked towards the car with Su Jing'an's arm around her, she said, How shameless can he be? Su Jing'an blurted out this sentence, feeling sour at the thought of Su Ziyue seeing Wu Xuanyu every day, even if it was just for 5 minutes. Exactly. He knows I hate him, yet he still wants me to see him every day. Jing'an, if you have time, come with me. After all, he didn't say I could only go alone. As soon as Su Ziyue finished speaking, Su Jing'an immediately agreed. Okay, I have time every day. I'll accompany Xiaoya. Su Jing'an's eagerness made Su Ziyue laugh. Jing'an, are you jealous? Don't worry, I like you the most. As soon as they got into the car, Su Jing'an leaned over to help Su Ziyue fasten her seatbelt. Hearing this, he raised his head and kissed her on the lips. I also like Xiaoya the most. Seeing Su Ziyue smile sweetly at him, Su Jing'an couldn't help but kiss her again. Oh, hurry up and drive. There are people coming up behind us. Su Ziyue saw someone walking over in the rearview mirror and pushed Su Jing'an. Yes, ma'am. Su Jing'an started the car. In the morning, some people went up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Do you want to eat hot pot for lunch? Sure. I love hot pot. Let me see what food is available at the exchange today. Upon meeting Su Jing'an's gaze, Su Ziyue changed her casual attitude and actively cooperated. In the past 2 days, Su Ziyue hadn't eaten well. Given that she had witnessed monsters eating human flesh up close, she had lost her appetite for meat. The arrival of fresh mushrooms was just right. Now the entire capital city had entered summer. After the cold winter, the pleasant spring lasted only a few days before being pushed aside by the arriving summer. The bodies of the monsters and the followers who died in the battle against the cult were taken to a designated area outside the base for cremation on the same day. The streets were also disinfected by specialized personnel to prevent the outbreak of diseases. However, the smile on Wu Xuanyu's face, which he hoped would appear upon meeting Su Ziyue, completely vanished when he saw Su Jing'an behind her. He initially thought he could annoy Su Jing'an, but watching Su Ziyue and Su Jing'an act as if they were alone in front of him only added to his own frustration. During this time, Su Ziyue attended the funerals of Gao Qingwen and Gao Yusin, and, as expected, she cried her eyes out. Gao Qingwen's parents, at their old age, had to bury their daughter, and at the funeral, they looked as desolate as if their hearts had died, their eyes dull like a stagnant pool of water. If it weren't for the fact that the culprit who caused their daughter's death, Wu Xuanyu, had not yet been executed, they might have already followed their daughter to the afterlife. That night, Su Ziyue locked herself in her room again, but unlike before when she was alone, Su Jingyan forcibly squeezed in. He wiped her face after she cried in silence, half coaxing and half forcing her to drink a bowl of porridge, and prepared another towel, waiting for Su Ziyue's next round of venting. Su Ziyue was so taken aback by his actions that she couldn't cry anymore. Before sleeping, Su Jingyan domineeringly squeezed in her bed, claiming it was to keep her warm. Su Ziyue was both amused and angry, but she didn't chase him away. In the middle of the night, she woke up from a nightmare, feeling down due to the dream. Just as she was silently shedding tears, the small lamp in front of her bed was turned on. "Baby, if you want to cry, just cry. Let it out, don't hold it in. After crying, just sleep well, and tomorrow we can go scold that bastard Wu Xuanyu, okay?" Su Ziyue nodded and cried out loud. Afterward, Su Jingyan brought the towel from the bedside to wipe her tears, then held her in his arms, humming a little tune while gently patting her back. And Su Ziyue quickly fell back asleep. 3 days after the funeral, Wu Xuanyu was publicly executed, just before losing consciousness. The past of his life played out like a movie in front of his eyes. The final image froze on the summer he first met Su Ziyue, her bright smile that he could never forget after their first encounter. Su Ziyue looked at the sky and let out a sigh. It was all over. Even though Su Ziyue arranged for people to look after and often visit to comfort Gao Qingwen's parents, they eventually reunited with their daughter 6 months later due to excessive grief, and Su Ziyue buried them next to Gao Qingwen. A month later, Su Ziyue received a large sum of points transferred from him, worried that he might do something harmful to himself in a hurry to repay the debt. She immediately called him and found out that he was actually the nephew of Major Bai. He bore a striking resemblance to Major Bai's sister. Gao Yuhua's parents told him after he graduated from university that he was found by them in the hospital, and the time and place coincided with when Major Bai's sister gave birth. Gao Yuhua initially wanted to work to repay the debt himself, but the elderly insisted, and he couldn't refuse. Su Ziyue felt happy for Gao Yuhua. The state he was in before he left was truly concerning for her. Even though she had arranged for people to keep an eye on him, it was impossible to watch over him all the time. It is difficult to keep someone who doesn't want to live. Fortunately, Gao Yuhua, now he was by Yuhua, had new family and new bonds. 1 year later, the new high-yield crops cultivated in the base completed their first harvest, yielding good results and officially opening a purchasing channel for the residents of the base. Hua Country also officially began its reconstruction efforts from Jing City, moving closer to the pre-apocalyptic way of life. Su Jingyan also passed the test from Su Qingsong and then scheduled the long-prepared proposal. The day after Su Ziyue celebrated her birthday, she welcomed Su Jingyan's long-planned proposal. Flowers, balloons, candles, rings, and confessions. Su Ziyue had everything others would have. With family and friends as witnesses, Su Ziyue accepted Su Jingyan's proposal. After the proposal, Su Ziyue gained a new title from Su Jingyan. Wife, 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 the bed is already warm. Watching Su Jingyan, who had been saying this for several days, Su Ziyue smiled helplessly. What could she do? The man she chose had to be spoiled. 2 months later, Su Jingyan and Su Ziyue entered the hall of marriage. On the wedding day, all the industries under the Su family announced a week-long 20% discount for all purchases in their stores. Su Jingyan spent a lot of time collecting these photos and videos to edit into a video. When Su Ziyue entered, the lights dimmed, and a beam of light illuminated her, revealing a path formed by light points ahead. Su Ziki and Su Qingsong accompanied Su Ziyue on either side to the center of the stage, and just as they reached the middle, the video finished playing. Su Ziyue, like the guests, saw the video for the first time. After the video ended, another beam of light appeared, and Su Jingyan slowly walked toward her. The two beams of light drew closer until they merged together. There will be many more beautiful sights in the future. I want to share them with you. Walking hand in hand through the days and years of our lives. Will you give me this opportunity? I do. Su Ziyue smiled and extended her hand, allowing Su Jingyan to put the ring on her. That night, Su Ziyue drank too much and insisted on seeing cats. Then was coaxed by Su Jingyan to change into a pink cat costume herself. Then, the big cat pounced on the little cat, devouring her entirely. As time passed, Hua country gradually restored life to its pre-apocalyptic state and began to help other countries through difficulties when they had the capacity. During this time, the people of Hua country experienced earthquakes, droughts, floods, and cold seasons, feeling despair multiple times, but they all rallied under the leadership of the Hua country government. Some small countries, like an island nation not far from Hua country, were completely submerged during the floods. One day, the space also bid farewell to Su Ziyue. Everything is over, and I should leave. I wish you happiness. Su Ziyue put down her phone, her consciousness sinking into the space, asking the question she had long been curious about. Who are you? Su Ziyue approached it with a trial-and-error attitude, mentally prepared for the space consciousness to ignore her. But unexpectedly, she heard a light laugh. I am you, Su Ziyue. You can understand me as Su Ziyue from another parallel world. My world is more technologically advanced, so I can meet you in this form and provide you with some help. Previously, due to rules, I couldn't give you any hints, but now that everything is over, my regrets have been fulfilled here. Thank you. Wait, you. Before Su Ziyue could finish her sentence, her consciousness was forcibly pulled out of the space. She then attempted to enter again, but couldn't sense the space's existence. Are you that anxious? Su Ziyue's muttering was overheard by Su Jingyan, who looked at her in confusion, his eyes questioning. Su Ziyue relayed what had just happened, and Su Jingyan smiled. Patting her head, Xiao Yu, she revealed a piece of news. The apocalypse is over. That's great. Su Ziyue was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, then jumped up excitedly. That night, Su Ziki and Su Qingsong also learned of this news, and they were very happy. Su Qingsong suddenly asked, So can you consider having children now? Su Ziyue and Su Jingyan were both taken aback, and after a few seconds, Su Ziyue pouted. Dad, we kindly decline. Su Jingyan quickly added, Dad, Xiaoyu is still young. We're not in a hurry. She can have children whenever she wants. If she doesn't want to, giving birth is too hard and painful for women, and there's also a risk to life. Xiaoyu doesn't need to take that risk. If you want to have a grandchild, you can adopt one, or wait until the medical conditions are better for your sister and Zishu to have one for you to play with. Sister, do you have plans to have children? If not, then forget it. Let's not pay attention to Dad. Su Qingsong endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. I only said that once, and you all have so much to say to me. What did I say? I was in a hurry. If you want to have kids, go ahead. We don't have a throne to inherit in our family. After Su Qingsang finished speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Su Ziyue was pinched on her cheek by Su Ziki. Remember to give him a way out tomorrow. Okay. Su Ziyue obediently nodded, and when Su Ziki released her, she quickly hid behind Su Jingyan and made a face at Su Ziki. I vonte, hiv. When Su Ziki pretended to rush over to catch her, Su Ziyue pulled Su Jingyan and quickly slipped away. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, sister. Don't forget to give Zishu a way out. He has been sleeping in the study for 2 nights, and he always drags my Jingyan brother to discuss strategies. Tonight you tell Zishu that Jingyan has declined. This girl. Su Ziki smiled helplessly and turned to find Zhao Zishu. All right, wherever little you want to go, I'll go with you. Do you want to play Catch the Rabbit tonight? Su Ziyue blinked and nodded slowly when she saw the big bad wolf and little white rabbit set that Su Jingyan took out. I want the big bad wolf. 2 hours later, the big bad wolf, who was counterattacked by the rabbits, pitifully begged for mercy. The night is still long. Their story continues.